A powerful tremor split the battlefield. A huge purple hand burst from the ground, smashing stones and scattering debris. The sky darkened, chaos rolled through their ranks. They were completely unprepared for the destructive force that overwhelmed them. From its core, energy fiercely erupted. The once solid ground was torn apart by the force of its rise. Under the pale moonlight, blood rained down. Bodies quietly fell, consumed by a merciless aura. This slaughter was never his intention. He tried to avoid such a path, but endless attacks left him no choice. Gazing at the battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies, he whispered about that quiet desire, but never could find it. He clenched his palm over his chest. Inside still pulsed a power, dangerous and cursed. Releasing demonic art that strengthened the soul, the celestial demon suddenly felt a deep disturbance within himself. Whispers of lost shadows stirred underground and echoed. In the abyss, sinister eyes opened. His body suddenly twisted in a furious jerk. Something older and stronger than he expected gripped him. He had to pay. The truth pressed on him. His path was wrong, and as his essence dissolved in the light, he longed for peace. In his final moment, he desired not power, but rebirth. A chance to take another path, to live in silence and peace, a quiet life. 10 days had passed since he regained consciousness in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by servants and wealth. And this contrast shocked him. Once he was feared as the most powerful being, but now his spirit had entered the frail body of Byeoktasin, the second son of the Golden Wall Trading Group in Wuhan. The peaceful courtyard, the koi pond, and the chirping of birds were foreign to him. Every day he sat by the water, silently getting used to this unusual form. Although calmness reigned around him, his body was completely different, exhausted, powerless, and fragile. The body seemed useless and nothing like it had been before. Even the reflection in the water mocked him. He was slowly dying. Every step could cause him to fall, and even breathing was difficult. Through demonic arts that enhanced souls, he planned to temporarily restore their connection using soul energy and gradually stabilize it. A deeper truth was hidden in the technique itself. If he approached it differently, he might have been able to reach a level no one else had yet achieved. When Soso was nearby, he felt support. Her care reminded him of a life without bloodshed. Tazin stood quietly, somewhat indistinctly, and the one who was always vigilant noticed how different he had become in recent days. Calm, collected, and disciplined. He was the embodiment of the blade. His energy was extraordinarily focused and perfectly balanced, making it hard to see anything in him other than a living weapon. Tyson immediately sensed how much power was invested in this. For the first time, he began to doubt his assumptions. House of fragrant flowers. Golden lights flickered on its tall structure, attracting interested glances and quiet whispers of passers-by. When they approached the entrance, Kim Kwan suggested waiting outside, just in case, but the sun was not delighted. It echoed the power of the heavenly demon. If you cannot protect me from afar, be near. Warm light, music, and bright laughter spilled outside. The servants greeted them with forced joy, but behind his polite smile, Tasson remained detached. He did not come for amusement, but to learn, observe, and perhaps regain strength. He moved to the next phase of his quiet, cautious return to power. Inside the fragrant flower house, music filled the air. Gentle string sounds under the fingers of a focused musician. Soft melodies enveloped the banquet of dishes, wine, and women. But Tazin stood motionless. Thoughts about strategy, not pleasure, and quietly asked where his guard was. Nothing strange. Chen and Kunwan stood watch by the stairs, motionless, loyal, but stern. Tayson quietly noticed a flaw in that steadfastness, and when offered wine, politely declined. The former Byeoktasin was weak. He lacked strength, though he inherited everything. All true respect and influence belonged to his elder brother Byeoktaeso. The younger son, though wealthy, was regarded as a secondary figure. This was the truth Tayson sought, and he realized no reflections behind closed doors would give him such insight. He drove away the rest and chose one companion. The time for empty talk was over. Now he began to dig, searching for deeper truths. Tessin stood calmly amid the chaos, his hand glowing with dark power, one life taken not for pleasure, but for a purpose. In a few moments, calm returned as suddenly as it had exploded. Energy was drawn inward, and one body lay collapsed. Kyung-won, wary because of the chaos, approached anxiously, although it was clear that the night had confused him. Taeson's face was calm, almost satisfied. When asked if everything was all right, he answered with an anxious smile. A completely different energy emanated from him. The change in the room was even more evident. Tazin's aura radiated a strange confidence, as if the destruction beyond the walls did not affect him at all. He coldly turned away from Qianguan without saying a word of explanation and headed toward the group of courtesans waiting. One woman, next to whom Yang sat in the center, seemed to have transformed. Her posture straightened, her face became calm, but a suppressed unrest was read in her eyes. The others rushed to her, stunned by her sudden change. Her skin shone, energy returned, and even her voice spoke clearly and purely. Although she could not clearly remember what had happened, she said that her body seemed renewed. As if reborn, the night meeting had clearly awakened something in her. The purple soul burst from the body of the sleeping woman, spun and flew to him. As it approached, it caused a sudden surge of energy that fiercely awakened the soul, intensifying to demonic art. A blue lightning flashed, revealing a ghostly figure and fierce streams of souls, evidence of the chaotic power he was taming, and still. Waking up, Tazin's body withstood the full devastating force of this forbidden technique, and he sadly realized that he had progressed very little. Instead, he needed to cleanse those unstable thoughts in souls and extract only the pure essence from them. He refined his method, targeting those who carried deep emotional wounds, for example, courtesans, and could draw out powerful purified energy. It was risky, but it worked. Yet the physical body he inherited turned out to be deeply damaged. To survive, he understood he must stay in Courtesan House. Meanwhile, the owner of the fragrant flower house, irritated by this commotion, asked him about his true intentions. Why would a dying person choose this very place if they did not have a purpose much deeper than mere pleasure? Suspicions arose around Tassan's presence in the fragrant flower house. The lady hesitated whether to check the merchants from the Golden Wall. She felt that something more than simple pleasure was behind his actions, but still restrained herself, fearing to irritate the powerful group, and instead ordered vigilant but cautious observation. His gaze was inscrutable. Rejecting their offers, he calmly asked to be shown all the courtesans. As each woman passed by, he silently saw what others did not notice. Dim auras, their broken souls. He chose her. He needed only her presence for one night. Others found it strange. For him it was calculated. When he led Danyan into a quiet room, his resolve hardened. She was the perfect vessel for connecting his central meridian. The risk was enormous, but the reward, the next step in his cultivation, finally became attainable. Tayson was slightly intrigued, noticing the struggle. His body had not yet fully synchronized with the soul enhancement technique. Minor resistance still posed a challenge. When the blood settled, he refocused on Danyang, he saw in her not just a person, but a key, the one thing that would unlock his main meridian and restore his true power. Although he showed respect, his face instantly changed as soon as he felt the powerful energy enveloping his master. Tayson remained calm, as if the tension did not affect him. When asked about the killer, he answered quietly and confidently. He had imprisoned him. He could not reconcile this calm and confident figure with the frail young lord he once served. Something inside him had changed. His energy and aura, even his manner of carrying himself. He no longer resembled the one Kim Wan once swore to protect. Meanwhile, Tayson immersed himself in self-work, and finally managed to successfully connect one of his main meridians. Although 6 meridians still lay ahead, this achievement was a true breakthrough. No longer shackled by a fragile body, he realized he had risen from the very bottom. You see, he did not recognize her, but her gaze was sharp, unwavering, and full of clear intent. Tazin and Qianwan approached Yonhorin, his fiancée and Soyeon. Her voice was calm, but pain was readable in her eyes. But the confusion still did not let him go. He could not understand why she clung to the one who, in his opinion, never gave her true warmth. Feelings were unfamiliar territory for him. When she left, something stirred within him. Uncertainty, perhaps. Regret. When Kongwan reluctantly left, Tassin returned to the chamber and looked there with unwavering attention. His inner voice spoke a simple truth that he would not repeat. As soon as the door closed heavily behind him, the former heavenly demon found himself alone, face to face with something dark and useful. The process provoked fierce resistance. Pure malice in the soul of the killer proved insurmountable. When the corrupted soul resisted purification, Tayson struggled to maintain control. He did not expect the killer's malice to be so poisonous and the soul so deeply stained. Although he appeared confident, doubts began to creep inside. Whether he could handle the extraction alone. Some dark entity mixed with the useful energy of the soul. Disappointed, he realized that dealing with deeply corrupted souls always carries risk. Later, leaving the chamber, Tazin felt he needed more controlled conditions, so for now he would continue visits to Courtesan House, meanwhile at Fragrant Flower House. It was reported that Phantom Shadow had returned, but something was clearly wrong. He moved stiffly. His aura was distorted and unstable, and the killer stumbled in, tripping, with lifeless eyes and black energy swirling around him. The shadow collapses into a grotesque, screaming shell, looking at the consequences. And this could mean only one thing. Biotazen sent a warning. A new power had entered the game. They whispered about Bioka Tyson, the quiet young gentleman whose very presence made an impression. Women say that after meeting him they supposedly miraculously transformed, becoming unrecognizably beautiful, and those emotions lingered for several days. Legends spread. Some called him a sorcerer. Others insisted he was a reborn deity. At first, many dismissed it, saying it was just empty gossip out of boredom, but the words took root even in those who once laughed at them. She arrived not at the Crimson Dragon sect, as she feared, but at the gates of the Golden Wall merchants. But what if he considered her tainted? Yet the desire to see him again proved stronger than doubts. Danyan obediently approached Tessen and sincerely said she wanted to serve him. Her devotion was by no means superficial. She accepted the life he gave her, and in gratitude gave herself completely. Her appearance changed the expression on her face. It became calm, and her aura cleared. Tyson silently observed the transformation, wondering if true sincerity could really change one's appearance. Learning that she lived among the servants, he ordered Kang Wan to relocate her closer to his chambers, and gave only one simple instruction: find her a better dwelling near his rooms. Soon Taizan found himself near Fallen Flower House, one of the best Kurdish establishments in Wuhan. But he was not here for pleasure. He was hunting for something deeper, the corrupted energy of the soul, the kind that settles in such places. Without looking back, he ordered Kung Wan to ignore them, but Joksham was offended by this indifference. The offense hit deeper than he expected. Tyson became worried and remembered someone from the past with the same arrogant expression. Suppressing irritation, Taesun remained calm, and Kyung-won, realizing the situation was becoming dangerous, stepped forward. Yukstam, full of boastfulness, continued to mock and laugh at Taesun's calmness. He interpreted silence as fear and considered it weakness. However, Taesun handed control over to Kyung-won and said that only he would deal with Jokshim. Tyson stood firm and refused to hand over Danyang at Joksham's demand. His calm response only further enraged the SEC leader. A powerful blow flew at his face. Kyung-hwan tried to intercept, but Taesun did not move. The blow landed. Blood spilled. Though wounded, Taesun proved his point, and the crowd around silently watched as the balance of power wavered. When Kyung-won hesitated, Taesun waved him off, called him too weak, and ordered him to see the matter through to the end. Kim-won silently obeyed, but inside he could not erase from memory what he had seen. As they moved away from the scene, Kyung-won's thoughts swirled. Who was this man he served? Although he won, the price was high. His internal energy was almost exhausted. He knew he had been reckless, but he could not endure the humiliation he had suffered. And Kyung-hwan stood frozen nearby. Taesun's expression remained inscrutable, but changes were noticeable. His personal choices began to contradict the expectations placed on him by others. Tazin, intrigued by this threat and its consequences, accepted the situation with calm determination. That evening, under the full moon, Taesun dared to enter the forest together with Khan and Kuyen. When the attackers revealed themselves, Tyson calmly acknowledged that the advantage of surprise was no longer on their side. 4 masked enemies emerged from the shadows, and one of them commanded Tyson and his squad to appear quietly. Kyung-won, always observant, was ordered to assess the enemy's strength. He might be from the notorious Hamukdo faction, but he was still at least 3 levels below him. But Taesun, unshaken, calmly predicted that the fight would end with a single decisive blow. With one powerful strike, Kim-won ended the fight, wounding the enemy leader and stunning the rest of the attackers. His accuracy and lightning speed impressed even Seoing. Although Kyung-won had always been capable, the leap in his strength was undeniable. Sozian shouted a warning, but the enemy had already broken through their defense, and the blade was already approaching. Suyin, surprised, realized his choice revealed more compassion than a desire for efficiency. This time he stayed, and Comtezin ordered the team to regroup and tie up the remaining enemies. And finally one enemy fell to his knees and begged for mercy, offering information in exchange for his life. And finally someone whispered the truth. They were from the Crimson Dragon sect and acted on the orders of their leader Visek. The bound and shackled killers heard the sounds with growing horror as they realized where they were. Their frightened faces said one thing: now they were completely in Tyson's hands. When he was convinced they were still alive, his face hardened. He ordered to keep them alive only if they cooperated. Standing next to Esoyan, Kyung-won reported that the prisoners confessed. They were sent by the Crimson Dragon sect to capture Taizan. But the killer who escaped was known only to the SEC leader. This meant there was a much deeper conspiracy hiding here, and Tyson pondered. The enemy was not an ordinary combat group at all. The crowd of killers demonstrated skills far exceeding those of usual unconventional fighters. The unexpected strength of Kyungwon undermined their plans. Despite suspicions, Tazin decided that the Jangli clan would not act so openly. The threat was clear. Disobedience meant punishment, and Tyson maintained strict control so that both security and training continued without interruption. After previous demonstrations, Tyson ordered Kim Won and Soyeon to apply various restraint techniques to the remaining prisoners. It was not just a task, but a real training. While one prisoner groaned in pain, Soyeon silently questioned those two great and strange knowledge of Taesun. She could not understand why the skilled warrior Kyungwon obeyed his words without hesitation. Her thoughts were cut off when Tazin indifferently proposed an extreme idea: to apply an explosive restriction in the sensitive zone to test the limits. Suspicions began to fall on the Golden Heavenly Alliance. The new power of Wuhan merchants rapidly gaining strength. He was already given a new nickname, the Night King, although many worried about Tazin's excessive use of energy. Taizin lived boldly, without hesitation, something Wuhan quietly envied. Meanwhile, Taizin returned to the estate with 3 former prisoners, shackled and submissive. They were called Black 1, 2, and 3, because they were previously hidden figures in the underground world. Taizin snorted, calling it too honest a way of life for a low-ranking person in the Corps. Memories of the fight with the Crimson Dragon sect still haunted him, especially how Tazin seemingly effortlessly subdued even the sect leader. He did not regret joining the Sword Dragon Corps, but Tazin's actions stirred something deeper within him. King Wong put together too much. The incident with the assassin, restraint techniques, and the fallen sect leader. Taizan froze in place, his inner struggle clearly visible. Kyungwon trembled, his voice begging for help. Taizin, having survived circles of power and bloodshed, understood all the flaws of this path. Having accepted wisdom, he bowed his head and decided Tazin. Satisfied, they allowed him to begin training. Late at night, under the quiet sky, Taizin was walking with his guard King Wan and Suin. He felt something. The smell of blood in the air. Calm vanished. Danger returned, and without a word, he turned toward the smell. Training could wait. Their peace was disturbed again. The night deepened, and Tasan's instincts sharpened. While Kim Won and So-yeon were tense trying to detect the threat, Tae-sun sent 2 unfamiliar entities. Among them, he recognized a too familiar figure. A man who once lost a hand, and understood he was not alone. Without hesitation, he ordered Kyungwon to intercept one of the targets before the ambush could unfold. The fleeing enemy led Kangwon straight into a trap, and suddenly the bridge exploded in flames, catching them by surprise. But to manipulate this battlefield, realizing that distraction is a cunning trick to isolate Tyson, Soy was gripped by panic and blood splattered into the air. Tezin briefly ordered to bring the body. Perhaps there are clues there about who sent it, and Sui-yin, still stunned by what she had seen, later carried out this order. She decided to stay close to him, not only for the answers, but because intuition whispered, this meeting will change her path. Tyson, without looking back, assessed her performance. There was a spark of potential in her, but she lacked the skills to protect it, so he ordered her to train under the guidance of Chungwon. A quiet attempt to absorb the aroma of the flower house suddenly got tangled in unexpected problems. Although the traces were barely there, the guild agents insisted that the Red Dragon was involved in intimate affairs and had a connection with the young master Tazen, although they denied it. The Crimson Dragon sect could not hide its intentions forever. The dead man most likely had a connection with their leadership, and the guild could not allow this matter to fade without a response. There were too many eyes. If this continued, the guild's reputation could be shaken. Somewhere rumors spread about Tyson. His health suddenly improved so much that no one could explain it. Tyson waved off reproachfully, hiding a smile under his usual calm, although the atmosphere was relaxed. Deep in his soul, he felt that the demonic art that strengthened the soul was changing him more internally than physically. The divine doctor watched everything intently with sharp curiosity. He was praised for being able to heal even torn meridians, and his fame preceded him. But beneath his calm smile, something incomprehensible stirred. Their paths had not yet crossed, but changes were already approaching. Both watched and waited for the moment that would decide more than their fates. During the inspection of the estate, the divine doctor's gaze. Soon he learned that she was a servant of the second young master, from the famous Kurdistan house, and together with others, voluntarily entered the service of Tazin. The doctor felt an instant and burning interest, but it was not lust. He was attracted by their rare physical constitutions. The doctor froze. Tyson's eyes, calm but unwavering, saw right through that polite mask. He exposed his greed and emphasized that those so-called assistants behaved more like followers around him. You couldn't manipulate Tyson. The balance between cooperation and rivalry had already begun to waver. Heisen placed the cup down with quiet, final determination. With unwavering calm, he revealed the true intention of the Divine Doctor, not to teach, but to exploit. He knew the doctor did not see women as students, but only as material, a word thrown indifferently. A stunning thirst for blood swept through the room and stopped him in his tracks. A spark of murderous intent. The doctor was stunned, not only by the force but by the realization that he had greatly underestimated his master. Smiling, he simply asked for a quiet life, but made it clear that he would not allow anyone to disturb it. He did not hide his intention. He wanted to be close to Tyson. The elders welcomed him warmly, not noticing at all that his pride had been shaken. He lived freely and was respected, but one encounter with Tyson's bloodlust changed all his plans. The necessary long treatment would take months, and he feared falling into this vicious circle. Tazeen calmly but firmly extended his hand and warned, "Hurry and don't chatter." When the Divine Doctor placed his fingers on Tyson's pulse, a look of confusion appeared on his face. The rhythm did not resemble anything he had ever encountered. Unnatural. He stared intently at Tazin and whispered, "Are you really a living person?" His confidence began to crumble. The Divine Doctor examined Tyson's wrist, and his face froze in disbelief, although the young man seemed conscious. His internal condition defied all logic. The pulse was barely perceptible, almost gone, and the meridians, both major and minor, were seriously damaged. Kyungwon and So-yeon watched in tense silence as the doctor questioned whether Tasun was even human. No case he had ever encountered had such a level of damage without death. The doctor, saying that such injuries should essentially have made Tazeen dead, became increasingly lost in amazement. Kyungwon, worried, half-jokingly suggested getting rid of Tazeen as a threat, but he was brushed off. Despite his severe condition, Tayson stood firm and challenged the doctor. Let him stake his life on his diagnosis. The doctor's curiosity flared even brighter. He asked how Tayson had found him and received a sharp refusal. "We have never met." The divine healer sat, deeply thoughtful. The whole night of observing Tazin's condition left him puzzled. Despite the mutilated body, Tyson radiated incredible vitality, as if it could not be true. Rumors that he strolls at night with numerous courtesans only made him more mysterious. This defied logic. He suspected that Tayson had mastered a rare technique that draws life force through unusual methods. It turned out that the cult had disappeared. They were covered by an ancient barrier called the mystical heavenly enchantment. The magic was sinister. It could only be lifted by the death of the cult leader, and the key to this was held by his successor. The barrier surrounding the demonic cult could not be removed, unless he, now reborn, did it himself. Knowing this, he changed the subject and asked the Divine Doctor about his surgical skills. Tyson emphasized that true strength comes only in real combat, urging them to train as if they were truly trying to kill each other. To ensure everyone's safety, the doctor stood ready, prepared to heal even the most serious wounds. Then Tyson announced, "I'm going to the moon. When I return, I expect you to be strong enough to protect me." By the end of that month, blades clashed fiercely and death hung close with every strike. While the brutal training continued, Suin crossed her limits and unleashed a deadly blow toward Kim Won. Although he protested, the doctor insisted on treating his wounds, ignoring his reluctance. Although the balm promised miraculous recovery, its eerie glow and the doctor's smile frightened more than reassured. But as soon as his fingers touched Tazen's wrist, his face instantly changed, eyes wide with shock at what he felt beneath the skin. After a month of relentless training, the divine healer was stunned when he saw Tazen's condition. Although his energy once surged wildly, it had now transformed into a thick, calm, and restrained force. He jokingly suggested splitting the doctor's body in half so that he would become more effective. But this was met with nervous laughter and quickly dismissed. Tassin led spy groups undercover as ordinary people who secretly gathered information. Memories of the past surfaced when the sacred cult overwhelmed the powerful clans. Only the Jangli clan escaped. They saved themselves from destruction by hiding in shame. Now Tyson decided to face them head-on. With a sly smile, he left the room. He was very eager to see how boldly the once broken clan would stand before him now. The master of the estate enthusiastically praised the divine doctor for the healing, and noted that Tassin's condition had clearly improved. But his tone suddenly became anxious. He warned Tassin that the Zhongli clan was preparing to provoke a scandal by planting hair in his bait. It seems they intended to humiliate Tassin in public to justify conflict both with the Yan estate and with the Golden Wall Trading Guild. The clan has not changed. They are still the same manipulators who once fled total destruction during the rise of the celestial demon cult. From afar, Kyungwon and So-yin observed how the situation unfolded and felt that the confrontation was becoming hostile. Tyson was calm but alert. Surrounded and humiliated, He found himself right before the provocation the estate master had warned about. Without blinking, Tazin approved the duel and left Qinghuan alone with the elite warriors of the Zhangli clan. Wang took Tyson aside and said that this was a good opportunity to test what his bodyguard had learned. Meanwhile, Zhongli's warriors revealed their true intentions. This was no longer sparring. They were preparing to attack together with full force. Zhongli Wang proudly showed the place. It was clear that he had carefully prepared it specifically for the clash. Tom Lee, Tyson responded by asking Zhongli Wang to honestly say what his intentions were regarding Yan Haran. Zhongli Wen admitted, yes, she is beautiful, but he had no intention of marrying her at all. Despite previous insults, Wang could not believe that Tyson, whose meridians had been cut, could move so smoothly. In the yard, Wang's shout rose, immediately drawing attention. Kyungwon and Soyeon stood watching, wondering if Tazin had gone too far. Kyungwon met them face to face and skillfully deflected several blades, trained by harsh drills. A wall of steel and discipline. Once they hesitated, but now they stood as one front with a single goal: to protect Tayson. Fueled by devotion and purpose, they unleashed the full power of their abilities. It was not just defense, but a loud statement that their growth, pain, and training were not in vain. As the power raged, he declared that he would spare his life. This time, instead of killing, he took only half of Zhongli Wu's energy. At the Yan estate, the air tensed, and suddenly a conflict erupted. Invaders from the Zhongji clan launched an attack, breaking the silence of the Seian estate. Moving with unexpected precision and speed, she delivered the first strike, and in an instant several attackers fell, unable to even react, stunned by her refined blows. When the dust settled, Suyan stood among the fallen, calm and unharmed, while Kung Wan looked at her, stunned by her quiet strength. Soyeon honestly admitted that she doubted their success, but they still won, and she praised the second junior Lord Tazin for leading them. Kunwan could not believe it. They defeated the warriors of the Zhongji clan, and he questioned Tazin's true face. His skill still confused him. Looking at the unconscious enemies, Kyungwon said coldly, if not for Tazin, they would be the ones lying on the ground. Kyungwon recalled how Tasun seemed to have studied everything in advance and explained in detail the weak points of the Chongji clan. During the battle, every move of the Chongji clan seemed predictable. Tasun's reconnaissance decided everything even before the blades clashed. Kun Guang suddenly realized he was guided by more than simple strategy. Tassin's intuition completely determined their victory. Somewhere aside, the divine doctor stood alone on the bridge. When Tyson approached, another nobleman respectfully greeted him. The divine doctor asked why Tazin stood aside during the battle. Tazin replied that he simply stepped back to avoid interfering. However, the nobles, clearly dissatisfied, asked why the battle had not yet ended, hinting at deeper irritation. The divine doctor defended the fallen warriors, calling them worthy of respect, but the lords just waved it off. They were only interested in the outcome. Having said that their training was insufficient, Tassin ordered his men to train twice as hard upon their return. With an icy expression, he whispered the last thought. He could not tolerate weakness, neither from his own nor from anyone else. The divine healer silently followed Tayson across the bridge, politely responding, "Yes, sir." The young master walked ahead with measured steps, eyes confidently directed forward. A solemn dinner was set in the hall. The clan members gathered at the table, each sitting cautiously. Tayson entered with grace. Beside him was a calm yet tense woman. Her gaze glanced at someone's seat, her thoughts unknown but sharp. When the meal began, Yan Horan avoided eye contact. Her hand hesitated. The air thickened with unspoken suspicion. The elder at the table watched her intently. Nothing was readable on his face, but curiosity burned in his eyes, and he scrutinized both her and the man beside her. When his chopsticks barely touched the table, everyone's attention shifted. The silent gesture showed he noticed what others did not. Breaking the silence, the elder asked about the private meeting that took place earlier that day. Yan Haran froze, eyes wide with surprise. Tazin casually confirmed it, then, calmly and deliberately, called the meeting a conversation about comfort, and let the word hang in the air. Caught off guard, Zhongli Wang hesitated for a moment, and when he agreed, his voice trembled, revealing his discomfort before others. Tazin's tone darkened. He directly called Zhongli Wang and, as if giving an order, forced him to meet his gaze. The room froze, pressure emanated from him. Zhongli Wang avoided Tazin's gaze. Sweat appeared on his forehead. Tazin's voice, though calm, cut through the silence like a blade. The tension became unbearable. The accused only stammered, overwhelmed by the force of Tazin's presence. Suddenly, Tazin's aura exploded. A sinister glow filled the room as he silently released his energy. Zhongli stood opposite and he collapsed. His body convulsively reacted to the pressure. Panic spread among the others as his powers failed. Food was scattered and chairs overturned. The man shouted in all directions. They understood. This was not just intimidation, Tassin made a statement. The dining room plunged into chaos. As panic gripped everyone, Syrian shouted to Yonharan to retreat from here immediately, and the divine healer stood stunned. Despite the commotion, Tizin stood unshaken, calmly folded his arms while others fussed, and only his presence disturbed the balance in the room. When the servants, following orders, rushed inside, Tessin closed his eyes. Cries about the lord of the estate's condition spread across the night sky. In the council hall of the Zhongji clan, the patriarch angrily struck the table with his fist, demanding answers for the knight's disgrace. Holding his breath, he learned that in one battle at the Yan estate, 11 elite warriors had fallen. The administrator reported suspicions of internal support, hinting that the Yan estate might have turned against them, directly or indirectly. The conversation turned to a member of Wun. He had not left the room since that event, and his condition remained a mystery. The administrator guessed that Marshall's memory in Wang was strangely damaged, as if it had been forcibly erased. The patriarch's irritation turned into suspicion. He uttered one name, Byoktason, believing that the matter was not as simple as a defeat. The patriarch, more determined than ever, ordered a full investigation to expose everyone who helps Tazin and leave no detail unnoticed. He was raging with fury. He recalled how the heavenly demon once nearly destroyed their clan. History could not repeat itself. He swore to take revenge. No one, no matter their strength, would escape punishment for disgracing the Zhangji clan again. Enraged, he vowed to take revenge even on the heavenly demon itself. The pride of the clan would not fall a second time. Strangers appeared at Yan's estate, and Kim Guan noticed them, narrowing his eyes as the solemn procession entered. Their arrival brought unrest. Every step forward hinted at confrontation. Peace in the estate would no longer last. The news reached Tassin. The Zhongji clan sent more people. Qiongguan anxiously relayed the news, noticing unfamiliar faces among them. He did not quite understand what they wanted, but Qiongguan sensed danger and noticed that some of them had the aura of true battle masters. Tizin, calm as always, thought distrustfully. How could one understand that the king was already considering this move as a demonstration of power? One of the battle masters deliberately revealed his presence. It was a move to provoke or intimidate. Tassin ignored their arrogance. He was sure that in time they would learn a lesson, and had no intention of greeting them personally. Thinking about something else, Tassin turned away and said he had to go. He had more important matters. Qianwan objected, citing constant problems inside the Yang estate. Tassin replied that they were already mired in internal chaos. As they walked, a spark of admiration flashed in Tassin's eyes. Finally, it became interesting. As the sun set over the headquarters of the Bloody Axe sect, Tizin and Q1 stood by the gates, gazing at its formidable fortress. Tassin analyzed the scale of sexual influence. It was a zone of atypical power, with a bad reputation throughout Donghae. Although known for cruelty, it held strategic weight in his unfolding plan. King Wan expressed doubts. The sect was powerful but entangled with the Jungle Clan. Tas had encountered them and knew their loyalty was not by choice. Tizin suggested that Blood Axek had probably merged due to control by the Zhongli clan. Their devotion was merely a survival tactic, not true loyalty. He assumed that it was weakness, not devotion, that kept them under jungle rule. In their eyes, resistance already seemed futile. Tayson realized. They paid tribute not only out of fear, but also because they knew resistance was pointless. This weakness was rooted deep in their hearts. Tizin responded coldly. They lose the will to act, surrendering control over their own fate. King Wan's eyes opened wide. A memory surged. The village was ablaze. Screams echoed through the night, and the young King Huan fled on his father's orders. His father stayed behind, sacrificing himself to buy time. Chaos raged around. Buildings collapsed, and fire consumed everything. The last hope of his father was for Qiongwan to survive, even if he could not protect others. Qianwan broke free, and immediately encountered attackers with bloody axes. One man fell to his knees and begged the killer to spare the child. While the fire engulfed the village, the Thunderblood Phoenix stood calmly and predicted that the child would one day return, seeking revenge. He admitted that when that day came, he might no longer be able to maintain his current restraint. The chain of vengeance had already been set in motion. Amid the burning ruins, young Qianwan wept over his fallen father. The last image of the past burned into his memory as he was taken away. This memory haunted him, echoing a lesson. The too weak had no right to survive. The mantra repeated in his head. He clenched his fists in pain, accepting this harsh truth. Weakness itself was a sin in this world of strength. With eyes full of tears, he asked what the powerless were supposed to do if simply being weak was a curse that called for destruction. Taisen stepped forward and silently reached for the gates, thus showing his determination, vowing to give strength to those who had none, and breaking the silence with a bright flash of energy. In the Bloody Axe compound, the murmur of frightened voices sounded. Taisen was noticed, and the guards panicked, rushing and causing chaos. In the courtyard, the leader of the blood ritual sect, Chu Jogwan, stood opposite Heisen, and nearby on their knees were his followers. They were gripped by terror and begged for mercy, confessing heavy sins, though they did not know what they were truly guilty of. They swore in complete submission. They would serve him if spared because they knew their lives were now in Taisen's hands. Taisen gave them a chance. He would teach them something truly valuable and set a trial to find out how useful they could become. But his condition was uncompromising: no longer pay tribute to the Jangli clan or face his wrath. Instead, stunned, the sect leader hesitated. If they stopped paying, death at the hands of Zhongli's forces would be inevitable, but to challenge Tasan would be just as inevitable. A few days later, the Zhongli clan received shocking news. The Bloody Axe sect refused to pay their usual tributes for the first time. At the Zhongli estate, the elders argued heatedly, confused and agitated by this sudden defiance. One elder noted that the collector's return was unusually quiet, as if something or someone had given the sect new courage. Rumors spread that a defecting martial arts master was aiding the Bloody Axe, and the Zhongli clan considered sending their core warriors. Although they had little money, the elders agreed to send troops to punish the defiance and restore their power. The order was given: immediately send the warrior corps. Let the Bloody Axe sect remember who held the true power. The elder grumbled about weakness in their ranks, but insisted that the clan must quickly suppress the rebellion. On the street, Taejin and Kyeonwon walked through the city, and Kyeonwon cautiously doubted whether they should have gotten involved. He feared retaliation, but Taisen remained calm and said it would only matter if the Jungle Clan was not already occupied. Taisen revealed that the clan's financial flows had already been blocked, leaving them vulnerable and confused. Qianguan remained unconvinced, emphasizing the power of the Zhongli clan and warning of possible retaliation from the warrior corps. Taisen replied simply, "They will find allies capable of opposing such forces." That was to be their next step, and Kyungwon remained silent. Their path led straight to the Dong Security Agency, a place known for cargo transportation and providing security services. Kyungwon was clearly puzzled by this choice, and asked what relation the security agency had to their plan. At the gates, Taisen asked to see the owner, but the guard was embarrassed and explained that this owner was not someone ordinary people could just meet. Walking through the corridors, Kim Won politely apologized, and the guard hesitantly obeyed. Suddenly, Taisen's tone changed. He remembered what he had to say, and prepared to deliver a specific message. A surge of dark aura. He ordered the guard to tell the owner that he had something intended for the mystical moon. Before he could get a response, the guard returned in panic, shocked by the name Taisen had spoken. The owner of the Donggu agency appeared. Stunned and full of respect, he immediately bowed before Taisen. Youngwon followed in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Taeson so quickly and completely turned the situation around. A quiet room filled with steam from a cup of tea sets the tone. Tatsun, now the head of a powerful house, calmly assesses the situation. Taisen, settling with royal confidence, asks his senior servant how many fighters are currently at his disposal, and the old man replies, 5 main guards and 60 rank and file. Taisen orders everyone to mobilize immediately. Gather the main guards separately. He wants to speak with them personally. At sunset, Tae-sun stands before a group of masked warriors, while Kian-won, his loyal subordinate, watches from the side. The guards line up silently, faces hidden, waiting for orders. Their posture shows readiness, but uncertainty still lingers. Kian-hwan privately doubts Tae-sun's plan. He did not believe in the group's strength and thought they were too weak to oppose the Zhongli clan. Taisen confirms that everyone has been briefed and knows the enemy's vulnerabilities. He announces that they will go to aid the unorthodox faction in battle. The guards respond affirmatively. Tae-sun says they will go together, but the real fight they will have to lead themselves. Hyungwon asks for clarity, and Tae-sun replies that only they as a group will go into battle, hinting at a deeper strategy. Kyeon-won, anxious about the meeting with the Jungle Clan, offers backup if something goes wrong. Taisen remains silent. Tension rises to 8/10. Kyungwon aloud wonders if he could match the owner of the enemy agency. The elder cautiously replies, not knowing how it will all end. He believes he is stronger than the main guards, but suddenly a voice corrects him. He is mistaken. Chunwon freezes in shock. He was sure he had correctly assessed their strength, but Tasan interrupts. There is more here than meets the eye. He explains that the agency owner far surpasses the current level of Kim Won, and the main bodyguards must not be underestimated. With an icy smile, Taisen reveals the hidden truth. All the bodyguards are members of the sacred cult of the celestial demon. Taisen recalls how, studying doctors' reports, he found scattered cult members, many of them hiding in the city, pretending to be bodyguards. You still don't know who he is, and the cult members are already doomed to obey. Just hearing the phrase Mystic Moon, their secret sign of loyalty, is enough. Kyun-won notices their hidden power and, sighing in amazement, says that Ta-san had access to the bodyguard agency. He himself did not even suspect the deeper connections. Taisen teases Kyung-won, saying there are things the youth simply won't understand. Kyung-won, older in age, does not argue but is noticeably puzzled, and suddenly, without any warning, Taisen orders Kyung-won to enter a real fight for training. Kyung-won protests, not understanding when the plan turns into a fight against his own leader. Finally, it becomes clear. Their path leads to the Blood sect, and the group confidently steps inside, though they do not know what awaits them. Inside Jangli Sungrak, a stern elder sits silently. Tension rises. He carefully watches the newcomers and prepares to address them. One of the Blood Axe's warriors decisively declared that he will no longer cooperate with the Jungle Clan. His disobedience shocked the elder. Sangra questions their sanity, asking if they really believe they can oppose the mighty Zhongli. But the group stands their ground. A man steps forward and loudly declares his intention. He would rather endure humiliation than be beaten again by Zhongli. Sungra asks who organized their rebellion. Suddenly a strange energy flashed and confused him. This is not an ordinary power at all. He orders his men to resolve the situation, leaving the noisy man for interrogation, and the soldiers prepare to move at his command. Sangrak steps out, but his instincts scream danger. Despite all his combat experience, this time the threat feels somehow special. In the shadows outside, he senses an ominous presence. His body reacts even before he manages to understand why. Survival instincts kick in fully. A calm voice only heightened his sharpened senses. Sangrak suddenly turned around, startled, as a hidden figure made itself known. Taisen calmly assesses Sungrak. He sees strength in him despite the decline of the Zhongli clan. Qiangguan silently watches this tension. Sangrak calls Taisen by name and directly asks if he is responsible for the recent unrest. Taisen answers mysteriously, giving no confirmation. Irritated by Taisen's attitude, Sangrak threatens to make him talk by force, openly despising his confidence. Kyung-won tenses and prepares to intervene. He draws his weapon. His figure silently instills fear. Sungrak feels a strong energy and wonders if it comes from Kyung-won, though he doubts this young man has such power. Still doubting, Sungrak dismisses Kyung-won as the source. His entire gaze is fixed on Taisen, and he underestimates Kyung-won's abilities. Sungrak draws his sword, ready to test Kyung-won's strength in battle. The air tightens with tension before the clash. Kyung-won draws his weapon without hesitation, while Tae-sun silently watches the duel's beginning and notices his hidden potential. Taisen hesitated, wondering how much longer Sungrak could endure, but in his confident tone it is heard. He believes that Kyung-won will push the elder beyond expectations. Despite the numbness from Sungrak's energy, Kyung-won gathers his strength and firmly stands on his feet. He is determined to give everything, even despite the power gap. Taisen urges the challenge, and the elder, seeing Kim-won's determination, understands. The boy does not retreat. Sungrak rushed with all his might, trying to deliver a deadly blow, but to his surprise, Kim-won successfully blocked the fierce attack. They exchange lightning-fast strikes, swiftly racing across the battlefield. Kyung-won does not fall behind, parrying blow after blow. Sungrak, Mitsa Kyung-won's skill turned out to be better than expected. He sharpens the fight and delivers a powerful vertical strike. Kyung-won parries the blow again, but shockwaves spread across the ground from the collision, shattering the stone beneath their feet. Kyung-won deflects another fierce strike. His sword trembles under the pressure, and he increasingly begins to sense Sungrak's movements. Sungrak became enraged, offended by Kyung-won's resistance, and exploded, shouting that some simple guard cannot hold him back. Despite the verbal attacks, Sungrak compresses all his energy into one gigantic strike, ready to end the duel with his stunning power in a single blow. The clash continues fiercely. Kim-won feels the strike in his bones and barely withstands the elder's strength. His sword chips under the pressure. Thoughts darken. Each blow is like a touch of death, but he holds on. Sangrak, enraged and relentless, does not relent and continues to bombard with attacks. Kyung-won grits his teeth, focuses, and refuses to succumb to fear. With a smirk, Sangrak gathers blazing red energy in his palms and releases it with a powerful strike directly at Kim-won. The blow hits with such force that Qian-guan is thrown backward, pain spreading throughout his body. but he still tightly grips the sword. Struggling, Hyungwon rises again. Despite the injury, he straightens his posture and draws strength not from muscles but from resolute determination. Sungrak freezes as King Won remains standing, and a spark of doubt flashes in the elder's eyes. Dark energy begins to swirl around King Won's blade. Something awakens within him. He enters a focused state where everything suddenly becomes clear. At this moment of insight, Kim Won makes a breakthrough and calmly says that he now sees all of Songrak's attacks. From afar, Tazin watches with a barely noticeable smile, pleased that Kyunwon's training has borne fruit. Seeing Kung Won's talent, Sungrak offers him a place in the Jangli clan, saying that such abilities are wasted in a merchant guild. Zhongli Sungrak offers to personally train Qianguan, claiming his talents are wasted in the hands of an ordinary merchant like Tazin. But Qianguan's smile hides a deeper truth. Mocking Sungrak's assumption, Kang Won hints that he does not intend to clean up after anyone, and Sungrak is stunned by this strange confidence. Kyungwon resolutely declares that Sangrak's swordsmanship does not even come close to the masterful Byoktasin. He tightly grips the sword, and his aura rises again. Suddenly, Kyungwon rushed forward at a crazy speed, shouting that he sees through all of Sungrak's attacks, while the elder tenses up. Angered by Kyungwon's arrogance, Sungrak calls him conceited and responds with all his strength. His rage boils. They collided again in the air. Kyungwon's eyes widened. He felt that Sungrak's movements had changed. The real fight is just beginning. Kim Won, masked and fully focused, launched a lightning-fast sword strike that fiercely clashed with two armed attackers. Realizing his strike missed, Sungrak asked in surprise how Kyungwon so accurately predicted the trajectory of his sword. Suddenly, Taizen intervened and sternly ordered to stop the fight, but Kim Won categorically opposed his decision. Kyungwon's wound was getting deeper, and Tae-sun warned him that the injured arm might remain permanently damaged. Despite everything, Tae-sun praised his efforts and acknowledged his potential. When Kyungwon heard this, his eyes widened. Tazen calmly refused the sword, insisting that his own strength would be enough to defeat opponents like Sungrak even without a weapon. Sungrak, irritated by this remark, clenched the sword hilt and promised cruel revenge. Despite the threat, Taisen did not flinch and coldly said to Sungrak, "Start when you are ready." Sungrak scrutinized Taizen's presence and felt no special energy or powerful aura. The overconfidence of Taisen so confused Sangrat that he decided, this is definitely a bluff. Convinced of his superiority, Sangrak unleashed a heavy sword strike with all his might, confident that he would hit cleanly. But Taisen appeared unharmed, and from his clenched fist burst a strange purple energy charge. Taisen appeared up close, catching Sangrak by surprise with terrifying speed. A destructive surge of Ada's power exploded from his palm, instantly stunning Sangrak. When Taisen turned away, his powerful move still echoed in the minds of those who watched. In the Yang clan estate, the divine doctor strictly examined the wounded hands of Kung Won. A present clan member sincerely thanked him for the treatment and repeated the gratitude once more. Kyunwon replied that the Dongyi Guards Agency had taken care of the rest, but Warren, the threat was not over yet. To prevent new attacks, Tazin insisted on immediately exposing these secret supporters. That night, a mysterious figure silently entered the Zhongli clan residence. A subordinate anxiously informed the Zhongli patriarch that someone from the White Flower, the courtesan house, had just arrived. But the woman calmly said that White Flower, Curtis, and the house would handle biotes themselves. She claimed that with the help of jungle warriors and thorough preparation, Tasan would not be able to escape. The next day, Tyson stood next to Essie Yoan, Kim Won, and the divine healer under the quiet morning sky. The tension was palpable, and despite the dawn, everyone looked anxious. Irritated, Tyson warned them, "Do not follow me if you do not take this seriously." His patience was barely holding. Kyunghwan Moktaisen pushed him to a desperate scream. He shouted, trying to prove he could still be useful, while the divine healer remained skeptical but smiling. Worried by the exposure, the divine healer proposed a solution, a poison that dulls facial expressions. This idea stunned Heisen. Despite hesitation, the divine healer spoke of a mild side effect of the poison but still concealed all details, and the group was losing patience. Under pressure, Tyson agreed, and the healer casually inserted a hardened poisonous needle, saying it would dissolve inside the body. When the needle was injected, the divine healer and Kim Guan clashed again in battle, while Suyin silently watched, unsure if the treatment was too harsh. Tyson bitterly gritted his teeth and tried to endure two madmen. Their screams grew louder, and he did not even notice when Kyungwon drifted into space. That evening they arrived at White Flower Courtesan House, a mysterious establishment hidden behind a mask of sophistication. Kyungwon was still in a fog. Soyeon asked in surprise if this was really their target, and Tassen remained skeptical. The heavenly doctor explained, This was not an ordinary house of courtesans, but one controlled by the Golden Heavenly Alliance. He showed that the alliance had suddenly expanded, and it all boiled down to trade guilds that aroused suspicion. The divine healer said that although they pretended to be peaceful people, those employees were skilled warriors, too strong for an ordinary guild. When they were preparing to enter the Kurdish house, he doubted the decision, worried that they were walking straight into enemy territory. Salien also hesitated. Unsure whether Tezen should enter alone, the divine healer teased her anxiety, but Salien waved it off. Inside, Taizen entered with quiet determination, and the hostess greeted him as the Night King of Wuhan, clearly expecting his arrival. Pretending to be confident, the divine healer accepted this recognition, acting as if the rumors had already spread everywhere. He ordered the hostess to give Taizen the best service, while Taizen silently assessed the surroundings with a keen gaze. He instantly glanced at the guards, disciplined and skilled. These were not ordinary people, but warriors trained to match elite clans. Taizen realized the Golden Heavenly Alliance could not have gathered such fighters on its own. A much greater power stood behind them. His suspicion sharpened. What kind of group could hide such power under the cover of a house of courtesans? The hostess offered him a separate room. The divine doctor agreed for appearances, but Esioyan decided to stay nearby. Behind the door, Qiangwan muttered. He was annoyed that he was being dragged, and the heavy load left him hungry. Cin noticed that he was uneasy, and asked if everything was all right. Qianwan nervously waved him off. Inside, he panicked. The side effects of the poison were creeping in. What was called a trifle suddenly became unbearable. Kim Wan felt that Soo-hyun looked too worried and too close. Her gentle gesture caused an excessive reaction. Embarrassed and confused, Kim Wan denied that anything was wrong and panicked when she suggested taking a closer look. His strange behavior only confused Eseon more, and she silently understood. Something was clearly wrong with him. Younghwan silently blamed the divine healer for knowing about the side effects in advance. Meanwhile, the poison's effect made him irritable and unstable. So you noticed that something was wrong. Younghwan was bleeding a little, and Master Byok-tazen was no longer in the same room. Suddenly, a new silhouette appeared. Wan Mengguan, the chief administrator of the Zhongli clan, and his appearance immediately made it clear. This was not just a visit from Courtesan House. Dozens of armed warriors burst in, precisely surrounding the group, and the tension in the room increased. The divine doctor instantly recognized the warriors as representatives of the Zhongli clan, thereby confirming that they were enemies. Wan Mengguan coldly ordered his men to kill them. The battle became inevitable. Kunvin was rushing forward, while Sui-yin calmly walked behind, wondering what Kunvin was holding back. When the enemies were closing in tighter, Zhuan did not retreat. She held her position and swiftly cut off their attacks with her blade. Calm and focused, she announced that it was her turn and rushed into battle with deadly precision. Somewhere else, Tassin silently sat opposite a courtesan who was trying to start a conversation with him. Hearing a distant noise, Tassan suspected something was wrong, and calmly said that it seemed a fight had started. Tyson calmly recalled the noise outside, but the judge only smiled, pretending he heard nothing unusual. In herself, she revealed her true intention. Today they would eliminate him, and her face darkened with rage. She regretted having to kill such a handsome man, but her thoughts were suddenly cut off by Tyson's chilling threat regarding her eyes. Soya moves lightning fast, calmly slicing through the attacker. Her sharp instincts and calculated strikes simply stunned the enemy soldiers. She remained focused, carefully surveying the battlefield and breathing evenly, ready for new threats. Jiangwan charged with all his might, cutting through enemies, but one of them jumped on his back, shouting and ready to strike. Qianghuan dodged the blade at the last moment, which barely touched his face, and increasing anxiety was visible on his face. With the support of Soyan, they both rushed into a coordinated counterattack and shattered the enemy formation with a furious surge. Qiongwen cut down another opponent. His strikes were lightning fast and merciless, and the enemy barely managed to react. When the fighting subsided, the floor was strewn with unconscious bodies, and two stood amid the fallen enemies. One Moon, Wang stepped forward, called his subordinates worthless. Behind his calm hid a dangerous intent. He slipped his hand under his cloak and pulled out a hidden dagger, ready to enter the fight himself. Sayon and Qiongguan noticed the weapon and instantly understood. He was going to shoot from afar. This surprised them. Mengguan threw the dagger insanely fast. Soyan and Qiongguan had to dodge instantly. Kimwan recognized the opponent's move and shouted in alarm. The attack came incredibly fast. They rushed forward, preparing for a counterattack, and both were shocked by the enemy's unexpected speed. Moon Wang noticed a brief gap in the defense and lunged with the dagger, aiming directly at Qiongguan and Soyeon. They tried to fend off, but his lightning speed and precise sense of timing allowed him to land a sharp strike between them. Qiongguan and Soyeon suddenly realized Mengguang's skill surpasses all previous enemies, and they doubted whether they could hold him back. Moonwan sneered, "Yes, you are coordinated, but you cannot withstand the power of the Elder." Before he could finish the attack, a sudden loud noise interrupted him. Dust and debris filled the hall. Surprised, Qiongguan and Sayun looked at the collapsed wall through which someone had broken through with incredible force. Taizan emerged from the smoke unharmed and calm, confidently walking through the ruins. Moonwang immediately recognized him. It was Byok Taizan, the very one who caused all the destruction. Taizan directly challenged Muangguang, who, without blinking, assured that he never hid his power. Others just see what they want. Mengwan, now cautious, admitted that at first he intended to spare Taizan's life, but that decision changed. With murderous intent, Mengguang drew several daggers and prepared to attack without restraint. Taiz, instead, calmly, focusing his gaze, asked the elders about their shifting motives with quiet contempt. Muwan tensed, feeling that something was wrong. Taizan stood motionless, not waiting for answers, only actions. Suddenly, Taizan appeared behind Moonwang and grabbed his hair. He did not even have time to react. Taizan unleashed mysterious energy and instantly crushed the opponent, and Moonguang realized too late. There was no distance left. When the energy burst through his head, Moonwang screamed in pain, his body convulsing. The Divine Doctor appeared again, smiling and unharmed, joining the group after the battle ended. Kim Guan acknowledged that the doctor survived, and the Divine Doctor casually explained that he stayed safe to heal others. Wasting no time, Taizin, still pulsing with power, followed the doctor deeper into the building to complete their mission. Outside, Suyin eliminated the last enemy with a single precise shot before the group could regroup. As they moved to the upper floor, Qianwan asked who their next target was, suspicion again coloring his voice. The Divine Doctor confirmed their goal, the one who pulls the strings from the shadows and controls everything. They reached a dimly lit room where an older woman calmly waited, sitting formally. Tayson stepped into the room and the woman opened her eyes. She was clearly expecting him. Tazin asked if she was the mastermind behind this affair, and she did not deny it. She dryly replied that she would not risk her life for a lie. Tazin began interrogating the woman, trying to expose the true power behind the House of Kurdistan. He directly asked who really stood behind the Golden Heavenly Alliance, looking beyond their superficial connections. The woman replied that she herself did not know who was really behind all this. She only knew that they were hiding. She said that those who give the orders are very mysterious. The orders are not given directly, but through the Alliance. She recognized the one who gave the orders. Bong Mu. All right. The Divine Doctor reacted with a noticeable shot. Recognizing the name, he nodded and confirmed. Bong Mu Ok. A legendary martial arts master, incredibly strong and deadly dangerous. Despite Bong Yu Ok's fearsome reputation, the woman insisted that he should be dead. Tae was even more impressed. The woman insisted that she believed Bong Mu Ok is still alive and behind these events. Tazin gave her a new role. She was to stay and gather information about the alliance in Bong, Great Britain. He said that she was the member of the Hao faction, a spy network, and demanded her cooperation. This proposal caught her by surprise. Surprised, she revealed important information. She knew where the Shadow Step manual was hidden, a powerful secret. The woman froze. Tazin knew about the Shadow Step, a secret martial art of the faction long thought lost. Realizing that he was not ordinary, she hesitated, then bowed deeply and pledged to obey his orders elsewhere. In a remote pavilion, mysterious figures whisper about the recent downfall of the Jangli clan and the courtesan house. They said with despair and anger that they could not find the guilty, and that everything turned against them. A mighty figure quietly reminded them that Wuhan is the key foundation of their long-awaited plan. The Dong Bodyguards Agency silently stood under the sky, and inside its fortified walls a secret meeting was hidden. Inside, at a modest table, stood tea and rice cakes. Two sat opposite each other, the Divine Doctor and the estate owner. Despite the rules forbidding their contact, the doctor insisted that their unusual circumstances required an urgent conversation. The elder asked about the situation, and this prompted the doctor to recall an ancient mystical celestial spell. Calling for caution, the doctor strongly emphasized that they must prepare in advance for the appearance of that figure. He shifted the conversation to Master Tazin. He was curious about the impression that elder had formed about that mysterious youth. The elder admitted that he was confused. Tien uses codes intended only for the highest members of the cult. Soso said that the unexpected guest, a quirky doctor with needles, decided to come. While Soso was talking with Tazin and the divine healer, she noticed that the estate owner was searching everywhere for skilled healers. Under the care of the Divine Doctor, Tao Taisen's health significantly improved. Soso became interested in rumors about the supposed powers of the needle eccentric. No sooner had she started talking about the legendary tales of healing with a single injection than the divine healer sharply interrupted her, brushing off these exaggerations. Tazin seriously explained that the eccentric with the needle was known not for healing, but for a much more sinister skill. He explained that the man could kill with a single needle and was a killer disguised as a doctor. Soso froze upon hearing that this formidable man had once wiped out an entire sect with just his needles. Tizen's tone became cold. Soso's naivety almost made him laugh, and he dismissed her doubts. She loudly protested, insisting that she was not a child, but the muse merely waved off her words. Meanwhile, in the trading quarter, unknown figures moved silently among the crowded stalls. At a market stall, while Don Yang was choosing apples, some thugs pointed to 3 hidden bowls and shouted that there was cheating in this game. A crowd gathered, tension rose, and the merchant silently watched, unmoved by the public challenge. The merchant fervently defended himself, swearing that his reputation was built on years of honest and fair trade. Meeting the gaze of his accuser, the merchant paused for a moment before offering a bold bet to settle the dispute. Tension hung in the air, and he directly asked, "Do you want to make a bet with me?" And the crowd froze. In the overcrowded gambling house, the merchant boldly bet, if they find the coin, he will give up 1 eye. But if the container is empty, he said with a dark smile, he will demand instead the hand of another man. The merchant's smile grew wider. He raised the tension even more and, smiling, gave the opponent the right to choose which hand he would lose. Whispers spread among the spectators. Some did not believe, others watched with eerie curiosity. The accused gambler faltered, embarrassed by the merchant's sudden confidence, but the crowd demanded that he see the matter through to the end. Trembling, the gambler doubted his decision and regretted ever agreeing to such a reckless challenge. The pressure mounted, and Danyan silently observed. Her presence was calm but commanding. The merchant's eyes widened in shock when he recognized the woman. Her flawless, pure body simply defied any explanation. Before the situation could escalate, Don Yang made her move. With one swift strike, she incapacitated the merchant. Stunned and humiliated, the merchant heard, "Take your winnings and leave quietly. Mercy is granted only this time." A passerby smiled slyly, watching the chaos subside, pleased to have finally witnessed something truly intriguing. On the street, a mysterious observer quietly follows someone and slips inside the building of the trade guild Golden Wall. Inside, the employee greeted him and instantly recognized the person he was pursuing. Danyan, created to master Byaktazin. When the guest learned that Danyan was a mere servant, he froze, unable to believe that her humble status could be combined with the widespread rumors about her abilities. The guest laughed contemptuously at this comparison and arrogantly declared that no one could resist his offer. Meanwhile, Tazin and the divine healer sat silently. When the man met Tassin together with the divine healer, he quietly assessed them and was surprised by Tassin's youthful energy. He enthusiastically noted her hidden talent and suggested molding her into a legend, both a healer and a warrior. The man approached the son's bed to check his pulse, and his face, which had been indifferent until then, instantly turned pale with shock when a wave of power burst from Tassin's hand, and that hand firmly gripped his wrist. Shuddering, the man felt that Tassin's reaction took his breath away. Although moments ago the young man's body seemed weak, his sudden movement was alarmingly precise. Tassin looked coldly and said to check thoroughly. The man mentally acknowledged that if this were a real attack, his head would have been blown off, and although there was no internal energy, this precision disturbed him. When the man felt powerful energy in Tassin's body, he encountered strong resistance. Dark energy burst around his hand, and he opened his eyes in disbelief. Examining the internal condition, the man muttered that Tassin's body was seriously damaged. The meridians barely function and are unlikely to recover on their own. When asked how long the treatment would take, the man admitted even partial repair would take too long, so he advised Tassin to forget about recovery and accept his current state. The divine healer laughed arrogantly at his judgment, hinting that Tassin's condition could still be saved. The man angrily rejected this claim, insisting on the opposite. Tazin said contemptuously that the man had neither combat skill nor medical abilities, and challenged him. Show something worth attention. The man responded calmly and with interest, suggesting to Tassin to make a bet. And this immediately changed the dynamics of the meeting, making Tassin ask. The man issued a challenge, a duel to test Marshall's skill if he loses. Tassin had to win, but if he won, the man demanded all of Tassin's servants. Tassin calculated the stakes and asked himself what he would get in return if he won. He seemed confident and unwavering. He smiled slyly and said he was more valuable than most. Even powerful groups like the Murma Alliance sought to recruit him. Tezan waved off the offer. Too little. He demanded that the man put not just a reward on the line, but his body and soul. With surprise, he asked if this meant that Tatsun sought complete devotion. After a short pause, he silently agreed to the terms. Tatsun smiled with amusement and stood up. He told the man to follow him outside. The bet was now finally made. The man confidently asked whom Tyson had chosen to fight instead of him, thinking he would substitute someone else. Tyson calmly replied that he would fight himself, shocked by the answer himself. The man doubted Tay's mind, hinting at his physical weakness. Tizan explained nothing, and simply said, "You will find out yourself." The man silently stared at Tayson's calm face, and suspicion slowly grew. He could not understand why someone with broken meridians dared to challenge him directly. He questioned Tyson's motives and wondered if the young man had lost the will to live. From what he had seen before, Tyson's inner state was dangerously unstable. But despite the doubts, Tyson stood firm, urging the man to stop analyzing this act and finally take the first step. Irritated by Tyson's indifferent calm, the man complained that the doctors talked too much. Tyson remained unshaken, again silenced him and ordered to attack. The man warned Tyson, "Don't blame me if the fight becomes deadly." But Tyson smiled, did not lose confidence, and gave him full permission to attack as he pleased. Tyson's unwavering stance drove the man mad. He was sure that Tyson's arrogance would finally lead to defeat and rushed into attack. Preparing for the attack, the man grabbed a set of acupuncture needles and decided to rely on his accuracy to quickly finish the duel. He devised a plan to use the needles as a distraction and then finish off Tyson with a precise internal energy strike. Throwing himself forward with swift motion, he rapidly released 3 needles one after another, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He charged the next set of needles with energy, aimed directly at Tyson's weak spots. It was a finishing move executed with his secret technique. He activated his most powerful technique, the art of needles 1 to 6, directed energy into the needles, and aimed them at Tyson's vital points. He released all 6 needles in an explosion of energy, confident the duel would end instantly, and the attack flew with deadly precision. To his surprise, all the needles missed. The aim was perfect. Tyson barely moved, yet the attack completely failed. Confusion overwhelmed him. Dodging each needle, Tyson mocked his attempts and sarcastically asked if that was all he was capable of. The man stood firm, enveloped in dark energy. Calm and composed, Tyson shrugged off the previous attacks. As if they were just decent, and energy boiled around him as he prepared to counterattack. The man clenched his hands in disbelief. When Tyson lunged forward, instincts inside him screamed, but he didn't have time to react. Terrifyingly fast, Tyson closed the distance, striking straight into the man's chest. His movements were precise and sharp. The man involuntarily raised his hand to block, but his eyes widened as Tyson's palm struck first and threw him off balance. Suddenly, the man was lifted off the ground. Tyson, with sheer force and furious speed, threw him backward. The man's body thundered across the yard, tumbling and breaking tiles along the way, and dust rose from the impact. He lay in the rubble, coughing and struggling to get up. The injuries were severe, and he barely stayed conscious. Grabbing his side, he saw broken needles. His most powerful move was ruined, and his confidence wavered. He couldn't understand. The man attributed Hassan's success to some unknown magic, but still swore he wouldn't miss this time. Tyson responded calmly and confidently that the man would only admit defeat when he died, and vanished again in a flash of energy. Although he enhanced his vision with inner energy, he still couldn't keep up with Tyson's movements. Stunned and tense, several images of Tyson appeared around the man as he circled him. His movements became unpredictable, surrounding the opponent. Tyson said that the man really did not know martial arts, and again struck with devastating precision. The final blow cracked the ground and threw the man into darkness. When night fell, only silence remained from the once confident opponent. The divine healer checked the unconscious man. The man was slowly regaining consciousness, and the healer explained that he had only fainted momentarily from a blow to the head. The man could not believe it. Shocked by defeat from Tyson, he asked himself if it had even happened. The doctor said that out of caution he had imposed some restrictions. He got up, rubbing his head, and realized how helpless he had been. The heavenly doctor reminded him that Tyson had controlled everything from the very beginning. Noticing the change of roles, the doctor casually said that now they would have to work closer together, and even jokingly called the man a weirdo with needles. The man grumbled about the nickname but quickly accepted it. They set off on the road. Later, they came under Tyson's authority. Bayuk Taisu, head of the Bayuk trading group, smiled and praised Tyson's condition, adding that both the eccentric and divine healers had already proven their skill. Taisu unexpectedly confessed. He needed a favor. Manor Yan reported that the River Combat Alliance was organizing an event to gather promising martial arts masters. Lady Yan Haran had already been invited, and although it was strange to see a merchant among the guests, even the eccentric healer had received the same invitation. Tessu explained, after all, the River Marshals Alliance was the most powerful force in Hubei. This opportunity was simply impossible to miss. Tyson thought to himself whether it was worth going. Strong opponents had been few lately, and the alliance could provide worthy sparring partners. Meanwhile, in the house of courtesan's White Flower, a woman in a mask led the gathering. She confirmed that the heroes from the Golden Heavenly Alliance had not appeared. A subordinate explained that the group remained cautious. The sudden rise of the mysterious figure did not meet expectations, and the attention of the powerful factions began to focus on the growing strength of Tyson. The woman froze in despair, not believing her eyes. It turned out that even they had no data on Tyson's abilities, and his power clearly exceeded all expectations. She was haunted by the question of who he really was, and she stubbornly clung to his movements, to how he used the shadow step technique, known only to the chosen. She decided to investigate the case of the Guild of Merchants of the Golden Wall, suspecting that it was connected to his origin. She ordered her agents to find out which combat techniques or elixirs the guild had recently purchased, and warned them to be extremely careful, warning them never to approach the Byakuya. She felt that his intervention could overturn the very fate of the Hao faction. At dawn, the Guild of Merchants of the Golden Wall quietly buzzed as Soso began her day. She stretched and whispered a morning greeting to her late mother, hoping she was well there. Though far from home, Soso convinced herself that she was fine. Her voice was calm, but there was a hidden burden in it. She reflected on her sudden departure from Wuhan, and on how she was now heading to the River Marshal Alliance. She explained that she would not be able to contact her mother for some time. Writing to her mother, Soso was surprised to notice that even her mother was impressed by the prestige of the River Marshal Alliance and spoke of Master Tyson with sincere admiration. She recounted that 2 renowned doctors had arrived, and strangely they had yielded to Master Tyson, despite their high status. Just as she was falling asleep again, footsteps approached her room, and her body involuntarily tensed in bed. Soso restlessly stirred, recalling how Master Tyson and 2 doctors disappeared every evening on secret errands. Peeking outside, she saw mysterious purple energy cutting through the sky, shining ominously. With a frightened heart, she silently watched as lights illuminated the sky, not knowing what kind of training was taking place there. In the following days, Soso noticed changes in Tyson. His physical health had significantly improved since the beginning of their journey. Even stranger, the doctors themselves looked younger, as if the secret training had restored their youth. Soso laughed at Tyson's strange remarks, noticing that he often muttered odd things to himself in deep thought. Despite everything, Soso felt safe. Now she lived among people she could trust, and no longer had to fight alone every day. They shared food and laughter. She realized how far she had come. Once lonely, she now felt as if she had found a true family. She summarized the letter, promised to write again when she returned to Wuhan, and gently asked her mother not to worry. Under the pale moonlight, Soso finished the letter with hope, wishing her mother good health, and with heavy thoughts fell asleep beside a candle that was going out. The night sky stretched over the city, vast and silent. Stars formed a quiet dome over the shadowed roofs of the River Marshal Alliance. Somewhere in the heart of the night district, a wealthy nobleman entered the famous courtesan house, his face calm, but his intentions hidden. Inside, Tyson directly asked the woman from that house about the secret investigation. His voice was polite, but tension was visible in his eyes. The woman suddenly froze, confused by the abrupt change of topic. Tyson explained. He meant not the previous task, but his own past. Realizing the danger, the woman panicked. Shocked and sweating, she struggled to respond. Dropping to her knees in fear, the woman pleaded for forgiveness and confessed her past guilt. But Tyson waved her off with a cold look. Tyson pressed even harder. Although the investigation was aimed at the Golden Wall Trade Guild, he demanded details specifically about himself. The woman hesitated, denying as if she knew nothing, but squeezed out the truth. Tyson had a hidden secret that even she herself did not know. Disappointed, Tyson shifted the conversation to the River Marshal Alliance and asked to be told everything in detail. Tyson gave the final orders: gather the followers and bring everything needed to write. The plan began to take shape. With quick, skillful movements, Tyson wrote down the secret technique, then handed the scroll to the stunned informant. Recognizing the refined skill, shadow step, she trembled. Tyson's abilities were much deeper than she had imagined. After handing over the valuable scroll with the technique, Tyson reminded the woman that this was not all. His tone was cold but firm. The woman stammered with gratitude, but Tyson was unmoved. He ordered her to prove his usefulness if he really wanted to rise. Tyson hinted, if the informant performs well, he might even become the leader of the How faction. Dark clouds were gathering overhead as several carriages, under tight guard, slowly passed through the city gates. The arrival caused a commotion throughout the house. Curious eyes peeked from balconies and doorways as the cortege stopped. Inside, the elder relatives silently watched the procession, not understanding its purpose, but feeling its weight. When the carriages stopped, a group that caused whispers emerged. One man was surprised to see the youngest lord among them. While some elders admired Tyson's achievements, others silently worried about his health and his involvement in political affairs. Elder Kistka reassured the others, reminding them that Tyson was under the care of the best doctors. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a heavy rain began, soaking everything around and stunning the guards. The convoy pressed forward persistently, regardless of anything, while servants hurriedly covered the valuables from the downpour. While the elders took shelter under the eaves, one of them, laughing and brushing off the worry, ironically remarked that he was the one who sent Tyson away. The bay under the rain and distant mountains. The carriages rolled forward, unaware that a great change was rapidly approaching. In the mountain-hidden principality of Seo Dogun, preparations for the dark ritual were nearly complete, and the elder's staff was already ready. As soon as the ritual began, the order was given to awaken the mysterious power, and a loyal agent was assigned to watch over and restrain it. Another figure bitterly groaned over the devastating defeat in Wuhan and feared the elder's wrath if he failed again. Looking at the sealed jar, he whispered a promise. Soon he would release what lay inside. Tyson calmly sits in a luxurious carriage, eyes closed, as they move along the well-guarded road. Key figures sit around him. Kim Wan, Soso, Soyeon, and the rest of the participants, each immersed in silent observation of their surroundings. They talked about the comfort of the carriage, recalled the generosity of Master Biok, and this caused cheerful, light reactions among the group. A brief conversation between two men hints at hidden tension, and Tyson observes this silently. Others sense that conflict is possible and silently tense up, preparing for a future clash between the two. The conversation shifts to route choices. Someone fears pirates, but one of the companions confidently says that traveling overland is much safer. The divine healer remembered Lady Yan Heron, and suddenly realized that she was also heading to the River Marshal Alliance. She was surprised by the choice of boat, but another immediately reassured her. The Yan estate has skilled warriors who will protect her. He clearly demonstrates the power of the Yan estate. Lady Yan Heron has loyal and elite fighters at her disposal. Yan Han herself is very well trained. She is even more skilled than the guard who obediently serves her. Some in the group doubt. Does she even understand her power when there is so much incredible talent around? Kung Wan quietly pondered, secretly glancing at Soyeon, and a flicker of anxiety or admiration appeared in his eyes. Memories arise of this moment when Sorayana was introduced to Lady Yan Haran as her servant and martial arts partner. Bowing respectfully, Soyim swore allegiance. Thus began a bond forged through shared training and duty. In the training hall, Soyeon silently watches as the girl focusedly practices combat strikes on a wooden dummy. She hesitated, not knowing how to approach the stranger, but curiosity kept her in place. The girl, cheerful and friendly, turns with a smile, calls herself Yan Heron, and extends her hand in friendship. As dusk falls, the group sets up camp near the estate, preparing to spend the night on the road. Soyeon and Kyungwon begin sparring near the cliffs, while others watch with fascination under the crimson evening sky. Soyeon stepped forward with a calm breath, raised her sword into a ready position, and instantly rushed forward. Their swords clashed in a whirlwind of swift strikes, sparks flying from each blade collision. Hyunwon watched intently and narrowed his eyes. Suyun's strength grew sharper with every move. The fight intensifies. Both warriors exchange aggressive blows at close range, testing each other's limits. Kyunghwan wonders why Soyeon is unusually aggressive. He feels that something fiercely pushes her today. With a loud scream, Suryan rushed forward and unleashed a powerful slash that forced Kunwan to retreat. Kyunwon slightly stumbled when his strike grazed Soyeon's shoulder. The skin was cut, blood flowed, and he shuddered from it. Despite the injury, Seoi waved it off and insisted they keep going without pause, although it was clear he was straining. They hadn't yet started again when a distant call for dinner broke the tension and ended their duel. Kim Guan had just remembered dinner, and his words broke off mid-phrase because his gaze was fixed on the person silently walking into the distance. He silently watches, feeling a strange mix of anxiety and hesitation, while the group settles near the campfire. Around the campfire, the group begins to eat in relative calm. Each is occupied with their own thoughts. The divine doctor and others exchange light jokes, while Soso and Danyong nearby the fire chuckle warmly. Kyungguan, though nearby, sits with a furrowed brow, as if not feeling the cheerful atmosphere at all. Noticing his pensive look, the divine healer leaned closer and, interrupting Kim Won's train of thought, asked if he was worried. Hung Won flinches at the question and tries to divert the conversation because he doesn't know how to answer or admit that he is troubled. Divine healer, calm and insightful, insists, "Act now before regret overtakes you," and advises to seek answers. Looking into the fire, Kyunhwan admits he is confused. He does not know what happened or how to deal with it. The divine healer softly tells him not to overthink and simply be sincere in his care. He hands King Wan a small wrapped bundle of food and teases him for his lack of delicacy and tendency towards serious talks. Kyunhwan silently accepts the bundle and glances at Soso, who smiles as if wishing him luck. Under the moonlight in the mountains, Soyeon trains alone with deadly focus, her blades slicing through the air. While Sayoyen is unaware, a mysterious figure quietly creeps nearby, hidden in the shadows behind the trees. Suddenly, Sayoyen senses danger and unleashes a powerful sword technique, her eyes sharp and instincts honed. Sayanka activates a super-fast technique. Arcs of energy grow into cutting blades as she trains alone under the night sky. Nearby, Kim Won quietly watches and cannot decide whether to intervene or just watch the tension build. Soin delivers the final cut with sharp precision. The blade slices the air and firmly strikes a large training boulder. King Won stands speechless. The power and control of the technique stunned him, and silence fell over the field. Suddenly, Tyson appeared. He acknowledged the skill but reproached Soyeon-su. His mind is cluttered with distractions. Tyson explains that due to Sua's inattentiveness, he did not notice his approach, and it could have cost him his life. Sariana begins to respond hesitantly, but she is advised instead to clear her thoughts and stay alert. She asks how many people actually know such things, and Tyson calmly says that hundreds already do, and even more exist, about whom he does not even know. Tazin admits, living within the limits one imposes on oneself is not necessarily wrong, but it is still a choice that must be realized. These words touched Esioen. She silently listens behind a stone, and it is clear how disturbed her thoughts are. At that moment she understands. Those limitations are her own invention, forged by fear, not facts. When Soyeon takes a step forward, her body is enveloped in a calm golden light, and her consciousness slowly sinks into an awakened state. Chiguan silently observes. Before Sui, a universe seemed to open. Stars, droplets of light, and boundless space filled her imagination. Frozen in place, she immerses herself in a legendary trance, a rare sphere of highest concentration and crystalline clarity. A solitary martial arts master stood under the boundless sky, deep in thought. He pondered the limitations he had imposed on himself all his life. Scenes from the past floated before his eyes. Defeats, self-doubts, and people who once restrained his potential. He recalled the burden of expectations and the weight of others' opinions. When he released those mental chains, a surge of golden energy burst from within. His body rose upward, and sparks and light swirled around, tearing all internal bonds. Elsewhere, the figure meditating near the boulder suddenly shone with a golden light, and another observer stepped forward, sensing something extraordinary in the air. He caught his breath. He recognized this phenomenon. The exalted trance of a legendary state reached only by a few martial arts masters. He cautiously approached the glowing figure, filled with the tension of the moment and unsure whether to intervene or just observe. Suddenly it dawned on him. The trance user knew of his presence. The observer froze, noticing the other's calm consciousness. Panic overwhelmed him as he remembered the warrior Yu, who was probably nearby and defenseless, and all thoughts immediately focused on her safety. Wasting no time, he rushed to where she was, driven by anxiety and concern, hoping to arrive in time. He ran up, out of breath, but with relief saw that nothing had happened to you. She was still deeply focused, her body still bathed in golden radiance. He understood the importance of this ritual. She needed continuous attention to complete the process unharmed. They stood silently as the night retreated before dawn, and the air was heavy with anticipation and reverence. At first light, a pillar of divine energy shot upward, and the spectator froze in awe. He recognized in it a true trance that elevates above all. Anathar warrior Kishan appeared at the scene. His arrival was unexpected and immediately raised questions. Yu, still silent and focused, remained in place, her gaze stubbornly directed forward, as if unaware and unmoved by the appearance. Byoktai warmly greeted the girl who had awakened from the trance, congratulated her on achieving enlightenment, and his calm presence instilled confidence in her. She asked how long he had been there, and he tried to explain that he had stood nearby the whole time because he was afraid someone would intervene. Hearing this, the girl lowered her gaze. She was clearly touched by his quiet care and concern. Interested, She noticed a cloth pouch next to him and asked what it was. Tai opened it. Inside was food. She took a rice ball and bit into it. Her face softened, filled with warmth, and she chewed slowly. Moved by the gesture and the taste, she smiled sincerely, thanked him, and said the food was delicious. Under the soft morning sky, they stood in shared silence, sharing a rare moment of tranquility. The girl was still barely gathering strength and asked for help to stand. Soon they walked together through the peaceful bamboo grove. In the carriage, Tae and Su sat among others, and one of the elders, impressed by the girl's success, asked about the trance. Tai urgently warned her about the risks of entering a transcendental trance without preparation, emphasizing its danger. In the carriage, Byok-tae and the girl quietly exchanged glances, both noticeably embarrassed, but silent. Others felt a sudden silence and awkward tension, and the younger companion trembled with nerves, not understanding what had just happened. The elder figure stood aside and silently acknowledged that although the girl was shy, this time she had done something incredible. The caravan was still making its way through the bamboo forest, sunlight filtering between the trunks, and the destination was already near. The group finally reached Yuchang, a key place in Hubei province and home of the River Martial Alliance. When the cart stopped, someone climbed down, ready to step again into the world beyond their long journey. Silver, Herod's companion, cheerfully exclaimed that they had finally reached the Martial Alliance River, and relief was felt in his voice. He sighed with relief and rejoiced. Finally a safe shelter, joking about how poorly he had slept on the road. Behind him was Byok-tae. Su listened silently, his sharp gaze already cautiously surveying the surroundings. When they stepped onto the city territory, a local man respectfully greeted them and urgently whispered something into Tai's ear. Tai listened attentively, his face unreadable, and the atmosphere around instantly changed. The girl nearby cast him a worried glance while he processed the information and silently prepared for what would come next. Another companion guessed that the guest was from the Hao faction. Tai confirmed this with a hint and shifted the conversation to another topic. He told them that this boat from the Yan estate would arrive within an hour and ordered the girl to guard Lady Yan. The girl froze in shock. Byok-tae appointed her to guard Lady Yan, and she hesitated whether she was truly ready. One of the comrades teased that Tai probably timed it to run into Lady Yan, but he calmly waved it off, saying it was just a coincidence. But he quietly admitted that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and his steps quickened. The girl is silent. A quiet emotion plays on her face. She watches as Tai walks away. The companion noticed how much Byok-tae had grown. The moment was sincere. Her voice almost broke with emotion. She respectfully bowed to his side, acknowledging that he had grown not only in strength, but also in character. In the harbor, Lady Yan stood gracefully on the ship's bow. She looked distant and lost in thought. Suddenly a voice called her by name. Her eyes, wide open in recognition, lit up her face. No doubts. When Byok-tae appeared, Su exclaimed her name, Sui, holding her breath because shock and joy overwhelmed her. Tai-su stood completely calmly, smiling at her with quiet tenderness. Their long-awaited meeting had finally begun. Soyeon rushed forward and hugged Hae so tightly, shouting his name in disbelief and joy. Despite the joy, Soyeon became uneasy in the crowd. She whispered that too many eyes were watching her, and it made her uncomfortable. When Lady Yan spoke, a voice burst out from the shadows. "Who are you talking to?" It echoed from the deck of the majestic ship. Simon Jahak, the eldest son of the Seaman family, descended majestically, accompanied by ceremonial guards. Lady Yan froze in surprise. She recognized him, and Boetius, silently observing, understood. This was probably the one she feared to meet. Lady Yan introduced her companion both as a guard and as her closest friend, trying to appear confident. Jahak responded with a sneer, chuckled behind his fan, doubted her sanity, and called her too casual. With a barely noticeable warning, he hinted that guards who get too close often cross the line. Jahak did not stop with insults. He belittled the very idea that a guard would leave her side and openly doubted the girl's strength. Lady Yan stood firm and declared that she was the one who gave the order to separate. Byok-tae and Su watched as the tension grew. The scene suddenly flashed back to a memory. Once in childhood, Lady Yan fiercely defended her friend. Her brave actions stunned everyone around, especially when she challenged the unfair views on girls in martial arts. Returning to the present, Lady Yan took matters into her own hands and told her friend to be silent so as not to make the situation worse. The weight of the moment suddenly overwhelmed Tai. Su gently asked if she was okay after the confrontation. Byok-tae. Su even jumped up in surprise when someone hinted at a meeting with Lady Yan, and the woman next to him teased him, saying he came early just for her. Tae-su rejects the assumption, saying they just happened to arrive at the same time, but his barely noticeable smile reveals his true feelings. The young woman next to him froze silently, not taking her eyes off Tai as he walked away. With a restrained look, Su makes a deep bow, showing both humility and his intention. At the pier, Lady Yan disembarked from the large ship, followed by servants, and she quietly said how long it had been since she saw Suoyan and how much she wished she were nearby. A man approached Biotazan and mockingly called him the former fiancé of Lady Yan. Tayson calmly asked about the word former, saying he had not heard of any broken engagement. The confused man denied that anything had changed in their engagement, although his confidence was clearly shaken. Further escalating the situation, the man sharply demanded to know why Tayson was traveling with the one who was supposedly his fiancée. Lady Yan explained that their families arranged this trip. After all, an important gathering of young martial arts talents was to take place. Calmly, Tayson invited her to join him at his residence, and the man froze in surprise when she agreed. Looking at Taken, the man gritted his teeth, called him arrogant, and tried to hide his envy. In his soul, he bitterly harbored resentment towards Lady Yang for her coldness throughout the entire journey, and this only intensified his bitterness. He thought with distrust about how she could be so warm next to Tazan, but never to him. Clenching the fan in his hand, he convinced himself that no matter what happened, sooner or later she would marry him. He desperately refused to believe that someone like Byaktaz, simply a nobody in his eyes, could win her over. They exchanged glances. Unspoken feelings flashed in the silence, but no one dared to speak of them aloud. As the sun set behind them, Byaktazan and Lady Yang quietly walked along the pier, lost in thought. He remembered how she once stood proudly, inspiring him to rise to the level of a higher being. But the memory darkened and showed her in his embrace. A body covered in blood, moments before death. Her last words were full of love and loss, and Tayson froze silently here and now. Tayson and his companions stood in awe before his grandeur. It could rival even the Muram alliance itself. One of the companions explained that this group was actually a mini-alliance of Muram, though the name was misleading. Tayson's companion joked about his own glory, while another with a smug smile claimed their recognition for himself. Two companions of Tayson loudly argued. Each claimed credit for the recent fame of their group. Finally, the elder approached, shouted at both of you, and authoritatively interrupted your quarrel. Theism sharply admitted he had overused their abilities, so they started to work worse. The gray-haired man suggested going outside to directly look for and hire doctors, and this idea even impressed the elder. The dark-haired old man proudly boasted that he understood doctors better, and told the other not to meddle in other people's affairs. The gray-haired man froze. It was clear that it affected him, but he did not respond immediately. The white-haired man asked if the elder was ready to hear the truth, and warned it might be hard to cope with. Without hesitation, the elder insisted that he could handle it, brushing off all fears. In response, the gray-haired man firmly asked that in case of his defeat, the elder teach him the exclusive acupuncture technique, one-needle art. However, the other simply explained he only needed the part about acupuncture, not the entire combat technique. The elder, although reluctant, agreed to the bet, and they agreed that the winner would be the one who most satisfied the Byaktazan. The gray-haired man confidently laughed. He was sure he had uncovered the secrets they were hiding. Observing the scene, he noticed that some patients reacted to pain less strongly than expected, and this made him wary. The doctor smiled slyly and tried to casually ask Tayson which healer he preferred, hoping to win a bet. The blond man rejoiced, confident that victory was near, while his opponent below muttered doubts. Byaktazan stood silently, pondering the recent souls he had absorbed, noticing that their influence was weaker than from his two usual sources, and wondered if it was due to medical skills. Through experiments, he understood. Every power, whether souls or spirits, carries its unique properties depending on its origin. He learned that the souls of doctors healed his body, while the souls of courtesans radiated lust. But his body now needed the most unblemished souls, pure and without any trace of vice. He laughed, waved it off, and explained that he had not been here for so long that he no longer remembered the exact place. They stepped into a hidden chamber, and the elder confidently asked, "What do you think?" While the man stood silently, carefully examining what he saw. Ahead stretched a long hall filled with dozens of sealed stone sarcophagi. The elder boasted that they would come in handy, fully confident in the power of his hidden creations, and in one coffin a scarred face opened, hinting at the power sleeping inside. In the dead of night, deep in the mountains, a dark, lonely fortress stood silently, while strange laughter echoed over the rocks. And in the strange settlement, Essio Dagoon, people in robes gathered in a ritual hall around a round altar with sealed statues and drums. Ahead stood a masked priest who began a solemn ritual. With each drumbeat, everything around trembled, and the ritual grew in power. Ancient scrolls with forbidden spells hovered in the air as the priest focused on drawing seals with his fingers. Bound corpses convulsed violently as the ritual engulfed them. Strange symbols on their hands blazed red, signs of possession. A sealed jar with a captive soul was shoved into the corpse's mouth, finally completing this unnatural fusion. The air became heavy as the ritual reached its peak. Nearby, cult members watched this grotesque scene unfold. Van Cultus noticed that the souls sealed in jars were successfully entering bodies, a sign of completion. Anatar suggested they might be semi-Jiangshi, but the leader corrected that they were far more dangerous. True semi-Jiangshi are poisoned people who have not lost their souls, whereas these creatures received foreign souls forcibly infused, so they retain mobility, partial will, and even combat skills, unlike ordinary corpses. Although technically they were revived, it was better for them to remain dead. Their resurrection was unnatural, controlled from outside. A follower anxiously asked how to control such beings. Their strength and resistance were frightening. And the leader said that only the High Ukraine clan knew the secret technique, probably a sorcery that binds souls. Despite fears, loyalty to the clan was confirmed. All present knew that the price for betrayal was far worse than death. A giant drum thundered in the mountain temple under a crimson sky. The ritual entered its final stage, and everyone moved with deadly precision. A robed elder chanted spells. Surrounding talismans flashed in time with the drum beats. The air grew heavier with spiritual energy. From the shadows slowly rose a monstrous figure, barefoot, in rags, a man's body wildly trembling under the ritual's power. It was Byaoctoson, chosen to bear its burden. Dark incense burned. A masked figure raised 2 fingers, and the energy seal locking the circle activated. 6 bodies lay on the ritual diagram, each serving for transfer. Smoke twisted ominously above them. The body of Byaoctoson, still bound in the center, began to dimly glow as the circle activated, and his consciousness slowly returned while the smoke dispersed. Under a clear blue sky stood a peaceful pagoda, but inside it concealed a boiling tension. In the hall, 2 doctors respectfully greeted the host, sincerely honored to meet him. All eyes were fixed on the host Baik Leob, the leader with an authoritative figure, who greeted them modestly. Baik Leob waved to the seats and invited them to sit, explaining that he was just a worker, not a ruler. He was solemnly introduced as the leader of the River Warriors Alliance, recognized throughout Muram. Doctors felt his strong aura and realized that before them was a powerful force. Baik Leob doubted this strange choice of residence. Are you curious how they fared in the Merchant Guild Golden Wall? Interest was confirmed from the great clans and alliances, Namgun, Jayagal, and the Black Alliance. And this only highlights the tangled politics surrounding the fate of Byaoctoson. The figure stands in deep thought, pondering the connection between the Muram Alliance and the Black Alliance, and seems captivated by their power and influence. He wonders what role the Golden Wall Merchant Guild plays, and he marvels at what place could attract such powerful forces to work together. The answer was calm but confident. He explained that he simply found someone who could see his true value, not someone forced by threats. The man straightened his posture, and it became clear. His connection with the Golden Wall Merchant Guild is not just a stake. Something much deeper is hidden here. The companion hints that although you initially joined because of a bet, now it is no longer about the stake. You have other motives. The figure quietly acknowledges what was said, making it clear. His true loyalty no longer belongs to the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, but to something much more important. He looks into the distance, contemplating the next step and reviewing in his mind the talents he has encountered on the way, knowing exactly they should be nurtured and used to his advantage. His thoughts sharpen as he imagines that the River Marshals Union could prevail, if the right people are nearby. He decisively goes to meet the second son, Byaoctoson, convinced that he will be the key to his ambitions. Meanwhile, a young woman wakes up from a peaceful sleep and realizes that she is in her room. Confusion overwhelms her as she tries to piece together her recent memories. She recalls a moment with Master Byaoke and does not know whether it was a dream or reality. After that meeting, she was enveloped in warmth and a feeling of safety. As soon as the realization hits, she looks around, still feeling that quiet, peaceful sleep, and instantly remembers that she overslept and must act quickly. Embarrassed and in a hurry, she jumps out of bed. Panic grips her, and she understands that she is late and must get ready fast. Her thoughts raced as she prepared to face the day. She wondered where to take the next step, and whether the incident with Master Byaoke was just a dream or something more. Despite the rush, a smile blooms on her face. She recalls the warmth and comfort of her sleep, and reminds herself that it was a sign of hope while hurriedly getting ready. The girl walks down the corridor and notices a strange purple light coming from Master Byaoki's room. Her curiosity piques, and she wonders what is happening there. She freezes, anxiously looking at the light pouring from the room. She has never seen anything like it, and does not know what it might mean. She mumbles to herself, asking if this light could be connected to Master Byaoki, and anxiety mixed with curiosity overwhelms her as she watches this mysterious phenomenon. In the room, Byaok Tyson sits in deep meditation. His body is enveloped in the same glowing purple light, and his face is tense and focused on something hidden beyond the visible world. He recalls the soul energy he extracted earlier and realizes how pure and powerful it was. The energy he is working with feels extraordinary, as if he has never encountered anything like it before. He remembers how he previously extracted someone's life from their soul, but this time everything was different, more stable, almost as if the body and soul are being reinforced by it, and strength begins to grow within him. When energy builds up, Byaok Tyson feels connection and growth, as if his body and soul strengthen with every moment. He reflects on the process and realizes, before he only tried to reconnect his meridians, but now his entire being feels stronger and more whole. He is contentedly aware that this new technique, which allows the soul to grasp demonic art, has opened new possibilities for him. And he feels calm, knowing this is a decisive step toward his goals. Meanwhile, at the gathering of young talents of the River Martial Alliance, people were lively discussing the latest rumors, and the conversation quickly turned to the appearance of a woman. Her arrival finally confirmed one of the gossip. She is visible from afar, striking and beautiful, attracting glances around, radiating confidence and strength, and everyone in the room feels it. But everyone notices that Master Byaok Tyson is absent. Rumors say he has locked himself in his room for 2 days, and everyone is curious about what he is doing there. One of the women at the gathering aloud asks if Lady Yan is thinking about Master Byaok again, and it is clear she is worried about him again. Another woman reassures her. She says that Byaok Tyson is probably focused on his path to enlightenment, so there is no need to worry. Lady Yan, with a sly smile, says she has experienced a transcendent trance, a powerful spiritual state, and openly admits that it happened thanks to the mentorship of Byaok Tyson. Her new power inspires admiration in everyone around. A new figure approaches Lady Yan and, with a mocking tone, remarks that she is here without a fiancé, hinting that something is wrong. Lady Yan recognizes him and immediately thinks he is from the Golden Clan. Her face remains calm, but she is already preparing to deal with his insolence. With a cunning smile, he adds that everything is going wonderfully. He clearly enjoys making others feel uncomfortable. He calls Lady Yan to go with him for a drink, winking and hinting at something more personal, and even says that she would be better off with someone like him than with her fiancé. Lady Yon hesitated for a moment, then silently considered his offer. She is clearly not interested, but she calmly accepts his audacity. The man continues to press, hinting that merchants like her fiancé are beneath her, and Lady Yan calmly refuses, quietly explaining that she is unwell. Despite her refusal, he persistently and jokingly suggests that a shot of liquor will cure any of her ailments. Lady Yan reluctantly agreed to go with him. She clearly does not like the idea of spending time with him. But when she moved alongside him, something completely unexpected happened. Suddenly, someone stands between them and firmly demands that the man stop. There is authority in his voice, and everyone turns their gaze to the new arrival. The new figure, completely unafraid, sharply addresses the man and warns him, "Do not court someone who already has a fiancé." The man responded arrogantly, belittling the one who interrupted him, throwing out, "You are just a guard." But the newcomer did not blink. Her calm was unshaken and she looked him in the eyes without fear. The man, smiling as if applying pressure, asks if the newcomer knows which clan he is from, but she is not scared at all. The newcomer named Svein reveals that she is the heiress of the Simon family, powerful and respected, and her confidence fills the room as this becomes clear. The man stammered in shock, realizing that Soyeon is a very powerful person, but she does not back down and stands her ground boldly. Suryan challenges him. Does he really think his clan can handle her? Her eyes stubbornly meet his, each glance a challenge. The tone is calm, but it is clear that she fears neither him nor his clan. Tension in the room rises. Sioyan's sharp words capture everyone's attention, and the man she called hesitates and does not know how to respond. Whispers began in this room, guessing who Sui might be, and someone aloud asked if this was the very person from the Merchant Guild Golden Wall that everyone has been talking about lately. Lady Yan's eyes widened. She recognized the voice, and suddenly, in a wave of realization, she exclaimed in horror, "Master Byaok!" It seems she did not expect him to be here in the room. The scene shifts to the man who caused all the commotion. With a self-satisfied smile, he says that he was the one who spoke incessantly and made all this noise. He steps forward, confidence in every step undeniable. His gaze sharpens. He approaches the group and his eyes fixate on Sioyan. A bright object activates. A strange energy bursts from it, twisting into a sinister swirl of smoke and light. A sense of danger hangs in the air as the energy intensifies. The energy continues to build, and the glowing object begins to alter the surrounding space. Its reaction generates a visible, powerful wave that disturbs the atmosphere. A mysterious force explodes, and he seems to be consumed by it. His body begins to transform. He struggles with the immense energy piercing him. Waking up in a strange place, confused and disoriented, he does not understand his surroundings, but the energy strike has clearly changed him. Examining his body, he feels a sharp change. Movements are unusual, something inside him is different, and he cannot believe what has happened. A voice burst from his darkness. "Guangdong demon!" Confirming he is conscious, and a stranger in the shadows spoke in a knowing tone, hinting at the consequences of what just occurred. The mysterious figure introduced himself as Seo Dugan, and said he was saved. Now he serves the mighty Haikri in Big Wang, and the hero, still in shock, listens and gradually realizes he has become part of a grand plan he never intended to join. The scene changes and reveals that this group is connected to some higher power. All of them were drawn into a conflict that will test their loyalty and force them to confront the very force that forged their fates. A conflict erupted. Before him stood a man accusing him of burdening Lady Yan, and an angry voice shouted in his face every one of his deeds and involvement. He is perplexed and does not believe that he supposedly burdens Lady Yan. Attention shifts to the passionate accusation, and he wonders how he even got involved in this conflict. A moment of insight overwhelmed him. He finally saw the complex web of relationships he was entangled in, and before him appeared his past actions and their consequences. The accusation does not subside. A person challenges him, questions his intentions, and asks how long he intends to remain a bird. Tension rises, their gazes lock, no one backs down. He responded with a defiant look, quietly showing what he truly feels about this situation, and his calm appearance hid a storm inside. The last exchange of words left him entangled in a complex network of power, duty, and harsh truths of the past. He reflects on future decisions, knowing the path forward will not be easy. Tension rises as the hero is challenged, and the question, why talk about his clan, provokes an explosion of anger in him. He tightly gripped the weapon. Irritation was visible on his face. Verbal quarrels were tiresome, and now he was ready to act. A determined smile appears on his face, and he says he will bring this out into the open, a sign that the confrontation is about to escalate into a fight. The scene shifts to a dark yard where a group has gathered. The challenge is announced, the air heavy with anticipation. The wounded impatiently asks when the fight will start, and his excitement sharply contrasts with the tense silence of the others. And someone else questioned the obvious madness of the contender, asking if he had lost his mind from fear. And this further fuels the anticipation. The hero, now fully prepared, declares that in recent days he has gained new insight and enlightenment, and his confidence is visible as he prepares for the upcoming trial. The opponent snorted, and the air became dense with unspoken understanding. A real fight lies ahead. The challenge is accepted. With sharp laughter, both figures tense for battle. The scene is set, no one retreats, and the air sparkles with energy. The fight explodes into a flurry of movements. The opponent lunges into attack with mad speed, his weapon slicing the air like a blurred lightning bolt. The two fighters clash fiercely. Each strike sends shockwaves, metal clangs against metal, and both are drawn into a fierce struggle. Each of their movements shakes the surroundings. The fight grows even fiercer, leaving only destruction behind them. The challenger shouted as the stunning force of the collision threw him back. His opponent looks with a face unreadable. The spectators are shocked by the outcome, their eyes wide open as they watch the destructive conclusion of the confrontation. The contender crashes to the ground, defeated, and his body slides across the floor, while opposite stands the victor. The fight approaches its decisive resolution. He cannot believe his eyes, watching as the adversary recovers and rises. He whispers in shock, "Impossible!" And this unexpected turn of the fight makes everyone freeze for a moment. The boot struck the ground with such force that the sound pierced the frozen air. The character seemed to sense the approaching danger. The boot crushed something beneath it, and the tension in the scene increased. Attention fully on the action, as it seems the opponent is about to make a move. The weapon rushes through the air, carving a sharp, dangerous arc. The power behind it is palpable, and the opponent is stunned by the speed and strength of the strike. The opponent is clearly frightened, realizing the seriousness of the situation as the weapon flies closer. Fear is on his face. He tries to react, but it is already too late. The blade strikes devastatingly precise. The enemy screams in pain, his body subdued by the force of the blow, and fate is decided. The fight continues, but suddenly attention shifts. The wounded opponent lies fallen on the ground, and the other fighters throw tense words at each other. One accuses the other of attacking when he was defenseless. The words burn with anger and despair. Silence falls, and the victor responds with a calm expression. In it, there is a hint of something much greater and more dangerous lurking beneath the surface. The duel continues. The defeated fighter prepares for a last desperate attempt to regain his honor. And though his body is weak, determination is read in every posture. The counterattack rushes forward, full of aggression and strength, but the victor remains calm, collected, and ready to meet it face to face. The scene pulses with raw energy. Both fighters move explosively. The fate of the fight hangs by a thread. Actions are lightning fast and tension is palpable. The furious force of the blow throws the opponent's body aside. His struggle ends in a brutal finale. It seems the fight is over. The victorious fighter stands proudly, surveying the fallen, his face calm but resolute. He has proven his strength, but the fight has left its mark on him. The last words are spoken, hinting at a deeper, more complex web of conflicts that is far from over. The defeated lie on the ground, and the victor stands ready for whatever comes next. The defeated figure begins to stir, his voice hoarse, eyes wide open in shock as he starts to regain consciousness. This is the only audible reaction to the overwhelming wave of sensations that has engulfed him. He reacts confusedly. His body stiffens as he realizes something is wrong. A mysterious figure nearby watches as he regains consciousness and speaks in a calm, almost mocking tone. "Oh, you woke up." Her words only heighten the tension in the air. The man who is fighting speaks in despair. "I cannot speak." His voice is barely audible, as if something controlling him forces his body to obey. He gasps for air as the pressure builds. On his face a mixture of pain and confusion. He struggles to understand what is happening to him. The antagonist reveals a sinister secret. "Thanks to you, I stumbled upon something interesting." And this is clearly a plot twist. It seems he is thrilled by this new information. The antagonist smiles, making his next move and clearly enjoying the torment. "Well then," he says, ready to proceed to the next step of his dark plans. Once a daring man, now he can do nothing but writhe in agony. "Ha! Ah!" his screams echo, but are futile against the power of the antagonist. The air sharply changes as the antagonist's voice echoes. It's time to be sure once again. His words are mysterious, and hint that this is not the end, but only part of something greater. The scene shifts to a quieter corner where a group of people has gathered. The shock from what happened earlier is still fresh, and they whisper quietly among themselves. A voice breaks out from the crowd. Someone asks, "What is the leader of the Alliance doing here?" Curiosity and anxiety are visible in their eyes. The answer instantly changes the entire focus. The leader of the Alliance has appeared here, and the air tightens with intrigue as they realize what this means. One of the characters, with a determined look, said, "I came here because I wanted to meet Byakuya." These words carried weight, reaching the very heart of his intention and purpose. The crowd's attention is fixed on Taizen, standing slightly aside, as if not hearing the conversations around. His figure radiates power, and now everyone looks only at him. A voice sounded in the distance. "Oh, here it is," signaling the arrival of Taizen and putting an end to the intrigue surrounding his role in these events. A new figure spoke, addressing Taizen directly. Do you know who I am?" The voice was filled with authority, and the tension from the question hung in the air. Taizen pauses for a moment, surveys the situation, and then replies with an interesting but indifferent expression. It seems I've seen you somewhere before," and his words confuse the people around. One of those present cannot believe it, and throws doubt in Taizen's ignorance in his face. Is he really saying that to the Alliance leader? Their surprise only heightens the tension in the room. The Alliance leader, stunned by Taizen's words, asks again, "Have you seen me before?" His voice trembles slightly as he tries to understand what is happening. Taizen remembers. Suddenly it dawns on him. Now I remember. And a mixture of understanding and recognition appears on his face. In Taizen's memory, a recollection of their previous meeting begins to form. Probably during negotiations with the Murim Alliance several decades ago, and the tension in the air changes as the past catches up with them. The Alliance leader smiles to himself, as if proudly feeling acknowledged. He recalls that back then he was still a boy who endured my aura, and even then Tatsun's power was felt. The leader continued to recall. Although Tatsun did not have skill then, his iron will still deeply impressed. The leader quietly smiles to himself. It seems today the administrator will nitpick me again. His status does not save him from usual leadership troubles, and the light tone hides complex thoughts. The leader's face changes as he looks at Tatsun with a sharp, scrutinizing gaze. "I need to talk to you," he says, making it clear that his intentions are not mere politeness. Someone nearby responds to the leader's words, a bit embarrassed, something like that. The tone of voice reveals uncertainty and adds weight to the leader's request. The leader replies firmly, "You are first on the list." His entire gaze is fixed on Tatsun. It is clear that other plans await him. Tatsun stood his ground firmly and did not move from the leader's words. Calmly and confidently he said, "I don't need to talk to you. Move on to the next person." His voice was quiet but authoritative. The leader looks at me in surprise. His confidence wavers slightly as he realizes Tatsun's refusal. Tatsun's response was sharp and harsh. "Yes, you are chosen." The weight of his words fell like a stone, creating an oppressive silence, and the air grew even tenser. A mysterious figure walks confidently, their footsteps echoing in the night silence, the gait purposeful, and movements calm and measured. The figure thoughtfully recalls the past and says, "If he were still that boy from the past, I would have beaten him if he dared to scold me," implying that Tatsun is no longer who he used to be. His expression changes as he realizes the full complexity of the situation. But things will get worse if I beat the leader of the River Combat Alliance. He feels the weight of his position. The scene shifts to a quiet village where the sounds of blacksmith work echo in the air. The clanging of metal on metal fills the space as weapons are forged. The smithy called Black Iron Smith works tirelessly. With each strike it forges increasingly powerful weapons. The hammer hits the metal precisely and with great force. As the weapons are forged, the roar of the smithy grows louder. Sparks fly as it is shaped into deadly instruments, a sign that preparations for what is coming continue. Confusion begins to spread in the village. A man in the smithy raises his head, sensing that something is wrong. "Why is the fog so thick?" he mutters, not understanding the sudden change in the air. Another figure, a worker in the smithy, replied anxiously, "Hey, we need to work fast if we want to deliver the order to the River Warriors Alliance in a few days." And everyone focused on the task, but unease remained. The worker grows increasingly nervous. Why hasn't the one who went to ask for an extension returned yet? His irritation grows and adds tension to the scene. In the smithy, the workers feel the burden of the growing danger. One of them asks, "What are you doing?" And in the thickening fog, a mysterious presence is felt. From the fog emerges a figure shrouded in mystery. The workers freeze, unable to move. The closer it approaches, the heavier the air becomes with tension and anxiety. Workers see what they cannot comprehend, an alarming presence that makes them tremble to the bone. They ask themselves, "What is this?" Their fear intensifies as they realize that danger is approaching. A figure in the fog towers, its ominous silhouette cutting through the haze, the presence pressing on the chest, and the eyes glowing with a creepy light. A dark and terrible atmosphere fills the air. A threatening figure looms in the background, and strange red signs flicker in the distance. A mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat stands in the fog, its face hidden, and burning red eyes radiate danger and a sense of doom. I froze, gripped by horror from the questions of that figure. If these creatures are even human, I witnessed a terrifying transformation. The sinister figure stepped forward, and the fog parted, revealing its monstrous form as it swiftly advanced through the mist. With a loud screech, the monster bared its fangs and lunged at the frightened crowd. The monsters do not retreat. They relentlessly chase their victims, their red eyes piercing the fog as they hunt their prey. Chaos grows in the distance. The figures multiply. They close the encirclement around those trying to escape, and the air becomes oppressive with the feeling of inevitable doom, while the monstrous figures creep closer. One of the survivors, in panic and despair, realizes there is no escape from the merciless pursuit. Despite the fear, he sees a horse nearby and perceives it as a chance for life. So with a glimmer of hope, he rushes to the animal, believing it is his only way out, struggling to reach the horse. His steps quicken as the monsters draw nearer. Sweat streams down his face. He breaks through the fog, despair grows, and with one last effort he reaches the horse, determined to break free from the approaching nightmare. Holding the horse under control, the survivor quickly rides it, feeling a surge of hope and relief as he manages to break away from the advancing monsters. The horse wildly gallops through the mist. The sounds of the chase gradually quiet down, but fear still lingers in the air. The survivor, catching his breath, shouts with relief, as if he finally succeeded, but uncertainty still looms. The survivor sees a structure in the distance, doors that seem to promise safety and escape from the horror chasing him. Urging the horse forward, he focuses on the door ahead and feels the pressure mounting with each passing moment. In the distance, terrifying figures glowing red appear again just as he approaches the entrance, a sign of his final trial. The sound of footsteps grew louder as the survivor neared the gate, but determination pushed him forward despite the looming threat. The figures creep closer, their eerie presence palpable, but he remains steadfast. He knows survival depends on reaching those doors. In the distance, the red figures begin to pulse and glow brighter as they approach their target. Blood starts to stain the ground. Those who failed to escape fall prey to merciless creatures, their struggle futile, and the trail of blood marks the path of destruction they leave behind, further emphasizing the danger looming over the survivors. The survivors seemed to have no choice. They had to face the inevitable, and each step only intensified the destruction. Amid the chaos, a solitary figure stood tall among the ruins in the distance, while others continued to fall, blood flowing relentlessly from the fallen bodies, sharply contrasting with the calm figure at the center. The figure, untouched by the surrounding destruction, silently watches as the remnants of life spiral into darkness. The figure with glowing red eyes stands motionless, observing the surrounding chaos. His face is resolute, almost as if he knows. With a barely noticeable smile on his face, he briefly shows that he has the situation under control while blood flows around him. The scene darkens and the frame changes, revealing a huge looming structure, River Martial Alliance. The story shifts to another scene. There stands a person lost in thought, surrounded by swirling purple energy. As soul energies are drawn out and purified, they begin to gather into a ghostly form embodying the results of a powerful demonic technique. The figure thoughtfully contemplates the process, feeling the power they have awakened in the souls, and suddenly realizes this is the key to unlocking new mysteries. The person, now with greater confidence, thoughtfully reflects on how the soul influences and enhances the demonic art they are studying. A conversation quietly begins. One of the characters asks how their experiment is progressing, and the figure replies that each discovery feels deeper than the previous one. The conversation continues, and others, who also understand how important this work is, quietly observe and listen attentively. Laughter fills the air as the figure compares two doctors, clearly enjoying the playful rivalry. The figures around him are clearly entertained. One questions the standards of others, while Bioticin meanwhile smiles with self-satisfaction. A barely perceptible tension grows. The figure hints at a more serious stake and challenges the others to raise their level of play. The air cools, and the figure announces that it is time for two others to fulfill the terms of their bet. Stunned, two figures argue, questioning the fairness of the challenge posed to them. Tazin's smile grows even wider. From dark, almost menacing laughter bursts a sound that seems to hint. The stakes are higher than they expected. Bioticin, with an authoritative look, declares that he will continue to closely monitor the situation and ensure that others are held accountable. His words carry weight, and others listen carefully as he warns them about the consequences of actions without his knowledge. The tone shifts to a more serious one as others begin to realize the full gravity of his command. The Alliance leader has brought troubling news. The Black Iron Smith has mysteriously disappeared without leaving a trace. The Alliance leader, suspicious and vigilant, insists that something is wrong here and demands a clear explanation. The further the investigation progresses, the more the leader suspects external interference. He even hints that a new disease is spreading in the region, which may be connected to that strange disappearance. The Alliance leader seriously considered the connection between the plague and the disappearance of Kovnal and insists on taking a closer look at both events. He orders the investigation to continue, and asks for help from influential people to unravel the true nature of the threat. His thoughts shift to strategy, weaving alliances and securing support, primarily from influential people. A lively conversation breaks out among the participants. They argue about the best way to handle the situation and how to act next. It seems they decided to involve a man named Biok Tazin, a true master of combat, known for his powerful strength and incredible skills. The leader's gaze became sharp, and he ordered his people to contact Tazin, who could become key in future events. The conversation turned tactical, and the Alliance leader, deep in thought, considered Tazin's abilities and how they might influence the course of their troubles. Colleagues seemed to see great potential in Tazin, but alongside curiosity in their eyes trembles caution. They prepare tensely to find out how Biok Tazin will respond to their request for help, and closely watch his next move. Byok Tazin appears on the scene with quiet strength, the air thick with anticipation. He straightened up and glanced around. His sharp senses instantly caught a barely perceptible but ominous presence. His thoughts clung to the faint but unmistakable scent of blood in the air, a sign that something much darker was involved here. Vyotasan surveyed the place and felt something was wrong here. Others noticed nothing, but his keen sense immediately caught the barely perceptible smell of blood. The companions looked around confusedly, noticing nothing, while Tyson calmly spoke the harsh truth. No one was left alive in the entire area. The horror of the event overwhelms the group as they realize that over 100 people have died, raising even more questions. Tyson asks one of the comrades if he knows anything about poisons, and the man confidently replies, he understands poisons, but adds that no one surpasses the poison demon in the skill of their use. They discuss that the poison in this case eerily resembles the one often used by the poisonous demon, a notorious figure feared for mastery in poisons. The group begins to focus on this new lead. The mention of the poison demon stokes fears that they are involved in these deaths. Tazin continues the investigation, pondering how the scent of blood is connected to the poison, but senses that something much darker is at work here. He orders the group to focus not only on the poison, but also on the disturbing energy in the air. It hints that an even deeper secret is hidden here. They prepare to dive deeper into this mystery, while thoughts swarm in Tazin's mind about the possibility of encountering a dangerous and powerful force linked to this poison. The expression on Tazin's face sharpens as he prepares for a possible new dangerous encounter related to the soul, enhancing his demonic art. The scene opens before a blacksmith's workshop. A group of people has gathered around, and someone said that the man before them is the leader of the River Combat Alliance, Bekliob. His presence towered authoritatively, and everyone froze in awe and respect. Bakliyab greeted the group and with a smile said that although he was terribly busy, he could not ignore the request of the council members, hinting that he still needed one favor. And the tension rose, because the others were only guessing what it could be. The tension sharply increased when a new request from Bakliyab appeared. The interlocutor anxiously asked if they would have to investigate people in the neighboring district, and Bakliyab confirmed this with anxious certainty. Bakliyab tensely explains that during the investigation by order of Bayuk, traces of poison were found. It had already spread around, and this further exacerbates the situation. His concentration sharpens. Bakliyab feels the full weight of the discovery. This is not just the plague. There is something much more dangerous here, and it seems he realizes that this poison runs much deeper than initially thought. Bakliyab silently contemplates his next move, his mind racing through many options as he prepares to act, and the weight of responsibility is palpable with the question what will happen next, hanging in the air. Bakliyab gazes into the distance, his face becoming serious, and he says that he has not practiced the heavenly step on earth for a long time, a technique that may now be needed to deal with the new threat. As if a flash of memory passed through him, he recalled the power and precision of the heavenly earth step, and this skill will surely become indispensable to cope with the growing problems here. A sign that he is ready to act. Bakliyab begins to perform the heavenly earth step, his body spinning in the air with speed and control, and the energy he releases explodes in a flurry of movements, a clear sign that he is preparing for something big. The scene changes. Bakliyab landed after a tense movement, his face calm but focused, ready for any trials ahead. The figure of Bakliyab seems to be enveloped by an aura of power, emphasizing the strength of his actions. The calm exterior sharply contrasts with the deep inner focus that reveals his mastery of the heavenly earth step. Bakliyab froze, ready for the next step, a last glance at the horizon. It burned with unbreakable determination. The poisoned zone awaits his intervention, and he is ready to face what is to come. Bakliyab stops to gather his thoughts. His body still radiates the power of the heavenly earth step, and it is still far from over. The outcome of this conflict will depend on his actions. When the scene fades, his path becomes clear, and the feeling of the upcoming battle looms over him. Poison, power, and unknown dangers ahead are now at the center of his attention. The air thickens with anticipation. Bakliyab prepares for the next stage of his journey, knowing that he will need all his strength and skills to get through this dangerous moment. A familiar smell filled the air. Byok recognized it as poison, and the memory awakened a thought. He recalled his past clash with a poison demon. Suddenly, memories flashed in his mind about the days when he was still a celestial demon, about the arrogant enemy who considered himself invincible. This encounter left a permanent mark in his memory. He remembers the moment when the opponent dared to challenge him, unaware of the true power he possessed as a celestial demon, and how it turned into a fierce battle. Byok thinks about how everything could have gone differently if he had met not the poison demon but the leader of the martial alliance. He feels that then a completely different fate awaited him. He also acknowledges that every celestial demon, including himself, is resistant to poisons. That is why in previous battles he was an unbreakable opponent. He was troubled by the thought that no poison, no matter how strong, could withstand the demonic arts that enhanced his soul art to a power capable of even destroying souls. The poison demon, who was broken by the power of Byok, was punished. And this punishment is strange. He will have to follow Byok forever. The daily struggle of the poison demon begins with being forced to discover a new poison recipe every day to survive, and this strange punishment shows Byok's dominance over him. It becomes clear. The poison demon is powerless, and Byok looks at him without any concern for his fate. Byok smiles as he recalls those times, how funny it was when the poison demon was forced to follow him closely. But now Byok cannot help but wonder what the poisonous demon is plotting, recalling how much has changed since their last meeting. In the head of Duba, entertainment recedes. Instead, anxiety creeps in. What schemes has the poisonous demon devised? During a calm conversation with subordinates, Byok learns that the investigation of the poison he mentioned has been completed. They reassure him. The antidote is already ready and can be administered at any moment. This is proof of the effectiveness of Byok's network. Byok, pleased with the news, orders the preparation of a large amount of antidote, expecting it will soon be needed. Master Byok and his subordinate were having a serious conversation about the investigation, and the subordinate said anxiously that the more they dig, the stranger the situation becomes. The subordinate notes that this poison does not resemble the case of the notorious poisoner demon, and doubt trembles in his voice as he asks what is really going on here. Master Byok's face tightened with seriousness as he listened. His sharp eyes silently revealed that he was already deeply delving into the situation and calculating the consequences of this strange case. Master Byok thoughtfully looked at the poison. He acknowledged its deadly power but remarked with a bitter tone. It was made crudely and uncleansed. He explained in a bitter voice that if the poison had been prepared correctly, the whole city would already be in ruins. The consequences would have been catastrophic. Master Byok adds that although this poison is dangerous, it does not kill instantly. Instead, it slowly destroys the body, draining life energy and dragging a person into a prolonged decline. The conversation darkens as the subordinate warns. If the poison continues to be used, even those who survive will become no more than walking corpses. Master Byok grimly acknowledges this cruel truth. Constant exposure will slowly kill, leaving the poisoned on the brink of death. In a more resolute tone, Master Byok ordered to continue treating the poisoned in this area, and to focus on helping the leader of the River Combat Alliance, who may be in danger. Teacher. Byok pondered deeply, suspecting that the source of this poison might be connected to the energy of demonic art that enhances the soul, the very power he had felt before. When it comes to him, Master Byok understands. More information is needed, and he decides where to go next. Resolutely, he proclaims his plan aloud, to head to the Hao faction to unravel the mysterious source of the poison. Master Byok is already about to leave. He calls Chun Hyun Won to join, and he instantly responds to his teacher's call. They set off together, and Master Byok's subordinate shouted to him, "Where are you heading?" Master Byok does not slow his pace, his eyes burning with determination. He is heading to the Hao faction, ready to face this mystery head-on. Lady Yan informed the group that they were about to help the Divine Healer and the eccentric Needle Master. But now they are heading somewhere completely different. The subordinate was stunned. "Are we really going to the House of Golden Jade?" He is shocked. "That's a famous brothel." Lady Yan calmly says that it is the Golden Jade House, the largest in Yichen, and her words intrigue the companions even more about where they are heading. Another character wonders about the connection between Master Byok and Lady Yan. He clearly feels awkward and does not believe how such an arrangement could have come about. Master Byok responds indifferently and suggests, "If you are bored, join us." He does not look worried at all. The subordinate hesitates, feeling sharp tension between Master Byok and Lady Yan, still unsure about the situation. His nervousness is palpable and shows that he is embarrassed. Master Byok is increasingly irritated. He has already asked this person several times, but so far has not received any clear answer or reaction. Master Byok, irritated and tired, says, "Do whatever you want," as if he has already given up and lost hope for a normal answer. The subordinate, confused by such a rebuff, watches the tension between the two grow, but remains silent because he himself does not know what to do about it. Master Byok, depressed and disappointed, announces that instead he will go help the Divine Doctor and the eccentric with needles, and the conversation becomes serious again. He freezes for a moment, replaying Lady Yan's question in his mind. Now he is focused on the task ahead, although his thoughts still occasionally return to those conversations. Walking forward, Master Byaoke suddenly feels a chill. Did he forget something very important that Lady Yan asked him about earlier? Lady Yan was so absorbed in her affairs that she did not notice Master Byaoke's confused expression. He was going over in his mind what he might have missed. The scene changes. Byaoke and his companions continue their path and are already approaching the medical zone of the River Alliance of Martial Arts, which means the beginning of the next stage of their mission. In a room filled with medical supplies, the doctor is clearly confused and asks aloud, why should he treat so many patients if he does not feel ready? The doctor thoughtfully recalled, usually he treats no more than one person a day, and this case clearly goes beyond his usual work. His companion asked in surprise how he acquired these skills with so little experience, which made the doctor remember his hard years when, despite all difficulties, he treated 100 patients daily. The comrade snorted mockingly. Treating 100 patients is nothing compared to his record. 200 in one day. The doctor is skeptical about this statement, but he is reassured. Treating so many patients hastily is not necessarily beneficial for them. The companion admits that he did not want to do this, but his master forced him to take on this exhausting task, and he hints that he is even scarier than the doctor's master. The doctor agrees that his master is scary, but the conversation abruptly changes when the companion asks if the doctor knows who Master Byaoke really is. The doctor held his breath and admitted, although he does not know the whole truth, he has already met someone resembling Master Byaoke, and the mystery around him only deepens. The companion can no longer tolerate the uncertainty and insists that the doctor tell him everything. They are now allies. But the doctor still remains silent. The master becomes increasingly insistent and directly asks, who is Master Byaoke, but the doctor tries to avoid the answer. In a moment of tension, the master loses patience. He feels that clarity is needed. He insists again on an answer, but the doctor evades once more. Just as the conversation was about to continue, it was interrupted by an unexpected figure, and the question, who is Master Byaoke, hung in the air. The master, now alarmed, demands to know who this new man is and what his connection to Master Byaoke is. The mysterious figure proclaims a shocking revelation. Master Byaoke is connected to the sacred cult of the heavenly demon, and both froze in shock. The master froze in shock, suddenly realizing the full weight of what he had learned. The name Heavenly Demon changed everything, casting a new, dangerous light on it. The doctor turned to his companion in fear and, not believing, asks if this new news about Master Byaoke is true. The second, equally stunned, looks at the doctor and cannot believe what he has heard. The tension in the air is palpable as they both try to comprehend this unexpected news. The scene changes, and the two remain in oppressive silence, trying to grasp the full weight of the situation. The doctor is still stunned, but words fail him. In the evening darkness, a shadowy figure watches from the roof. Its sinister eyes flicker in the fading light, and it seems that something dangerous is brewing here. The figure continues to watch the place intently, as if sensing the unfolding events. Its presence foretells a clash, and the air tightens with tension as the story takes a grim turn. The dark figure sits on the roof against the backdrop of a blood-red sunset, and its burning red eyes piercingly gaze at the group gathered below. People raise their heads in fear. A man stands in the crowd, and someone whispers confusedly, asking who they really are. The atmosphere grows even tenser, as if something dangerous is about to happen. A sense of urgency appears in the air. An order sounds. Everyone here, to the medical station, to safety. The group instantly reacts, preparing for a threat that requires immediate attention. Lady Yan stands worried, not quite understanding what is happening. She asks for an explanation, and a look of unease appears on her face. The man urgently insists she act quickly. There is no time, and he demands that the River Alliance masters come immediately. Now understanding the full seriousness of the situation, he nods and agrees to follow the instructions, resolutely determined to act swiftly and without hesitation. Panic unfolds. People shout and bustle. Tension rises. The threat becomes more apparent, and the air fills with sharp anxiety and a feeling that action must be taken immediately. As the scene changes, the name of the master, Master Byaoke, echoes through the space, and the figure prepares for the inevitable confrontation or fight, as if a storm is about to break. The title of the manhwa is announced. The heavenly demon wants a quiet life, And this clearly emphasizes the main idea, a powerful, strong hero who wildly dreams of peace amid growing violence and constant danger. In a quiet room, the conversation continues. One figure asks about a possible threat, and tension is felt in the words, as if beneath the calm a conflict is brewing. Tension between the characters rises, local thugs are mentioned, and that figure sternly demands acting more cautiously to avoid another disappointment. The conversation returns to recent suspicious cases, tension rises, and they prepare to face the growing threat. The feeling that this is only the beginning of something much bigger hangs in the air. A messenger ran in with alarming news about the River Marshal Alliance, and the situation worsens by the minute. The heroes prepare to face the escalating challenge face to face. The conversation raises the stakes. They discuss an alliance with the Black Iron Clan and their investigation, adding new layers to the unfolding story. Tension in the scene increases. They prepare for the upcoming confrontation, and the air already pulses before the action that will draw them deeper into this drama. The conversation began. Someone asked. They asked for me, and the figure was surprised by this news, as he did not even suspect that he was being sought. The response confirms. Those looking for him have urgent matters. This revelation raises the level of importance, and the urgency of the message is felt like never before. He asks where they are and hears that they stopped at the nearest tavern. And immediately the question arises. Why are they in the tavern and not near the sick? Tension rose as the man pressed further, asking how they found out where he was. In response, an evasive excuse with a hint that he was being watched by other means. The man is noticeably disturbed, but no longer insists. Instead, he orders his subordinate Chang Kangwon to restrain the person in front of him, and the situation instantly escalates, turning into open hostility. The interrogated man, shocked and afraid, asks what is happening while being forcibly held, and the once calm atmosphere suddenly fills with tension and conflict. Lady Yan sharply interrupted the tense pause with the question, "What is going on here?" and pointed out that this man is actually a fighter from the River Combat Alliance, adding even more suspicion to the situation. The conversation revealed several alarming facts, but the most shocking was when the man said that supposedly the divine healer himself and that oddball with needles personally asked Master Bayok. Hard to believe unless you are seeking death. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, Lady Yan orders action. She asks someone to send a message to the Alliance of the River Marshal to check everything there and warns a spy may be hiding among the people. As the scene heats up, the subordinate panics. Words get stuck, and he cannot explain what is happening. Among all the characters, a deeper distrust creeps in. Uncertainty grows as the characters discuss mysterious circumstances. It becomes clear that something much more dangerous is hiding behind the scenes, and their next move could decide everything. Suddenly the focus shifts. The plot moves to a new plan, and the main hero will have to dig deeper to uncover the truth behind these unexpected events. In the final shots, the atmosphere suddenly becomes much darker. Figures watch from afar. It is unclear what they want. The image of their silhouettes adds a creepy tone to the scene. A sinister feeling crawls over the skin, and the heroes begin to wonder if this is part of some big trap. The danger is palpable. Uncertainty grows as shadows loom. When the tension reaches a critical point, the story takes an exciting turn, and the question of who these figures are and what their connection to the River Military Alliance is becomes the main mystery to solve. From the darkness emerges a figure in a dark cloak, and in a quiet, authoritative voice he asks to lay down weapons, saying he came only to talk to the doctors inside the building. The people in front of him responded with skepticism. Why would he want to talk to them at all? One of them pointed with a finger at suspicious figures behind him and barked that he should deal with them first and then ask for a talk. The man replied, feeling a strange energy in the figures. They seemed half alive, with both the power of life and the power of death dwelling in them at the same time, and this only intensified the sense of mystery and danger. The man now recognizes the figures as people from a cult, but immediately rejects his assumption. He begins to focus on the weaknesses of these strange people, who themselves are not yet sure who they really are. He continues to explain, saying the weak point of these creatures may lie where their two energies, life and death, intersect, but he himself is not sure about this, and doubt hangs in the air. Another man, seeing those strange energies, says that he sees them too. He admits that the other knows a lot, but decides not to ask questions for now. He understands that time may not be on their side. The group shifts attention. The leader begins to get nervous. Where's the one who wanted to talk? He presses and demands that the man speak, and the tension rises. The man answered indifferently, saying he was waiting for a better moment because the conversation was becoming more serious. His tone felt like preparation for something important. The leader lost patience. With sarcasm, he offers the stranger to join their side. This is a barely hidden proposal of alliance, but the stranger is clearly unimpressed. It is obvious he has his own motives. The stranger brushed off the leader's offer, saying it was ridiculous. He mockingly ridiculed the group's rewards, saying they were not attractive at all. The leader explodes with anger, accusing the stranger of belittling his offer, and warns that no one would be foolish enough to refuse such a tempting deal. The stranger's eyes narrow. He contemplates what was said. The air tightens with tension. It seems something is about to snap, but the response is delayed, enhancing the feeling of inevitable action. When the conversation reached the breaking point, the stranger finally spoke, said he expected nothing from that offer, and suddenly narrowed his gaze, preparing for what seemed an inevitable confrontation. The situation rapidly escalates. The stranger pulls out a small bell, a sign of impending disaster, and it rings ominously, announcing the beginning of something dangerous. As soon as the bell rings, the air instantly changes. The figures around tense up and prepare for battle. Their ominous presence says, "This meeting will not end peacefully." The battle intensifies. A piercing roar tears through the air, energy swirls, and a fierce clash explodes as strange figures rush forward, their eyes glowing ominously. One of the warriors shouted, "The odds are clearly against them." They realize they could not protect everyone here, and the situation quickly spirals out of control. The one standing opposite the enemy calls on others to save themselves and prepares to fight back. This moment shows their despair and that their lives are at stake as they fend off relentless attackers. In the heat of battle, one of the warriors gets confused, searching for an escape, and asks, "What to do?" And another, with grim determination, replies, "There is nowhere to retreat. We must fight." The one who doubted everything finally gathers to act, promises to do everything to hold the position and survive. And among the people, the interaction changes as the group prepares for the last fight. Meanwhile, the enemy relentlessly breaks forward. Figures approach, the air tenses, and the battle reaches the limit. The struggle for survival intensifies. One of the fighters decisively swung his sword and shouted a challenge, "Take this!" simultaneously delivering a powerful strike that cut through the enemy ranks. The battle is far from over. Another opponent responded with a furious counterattack, and the exchange of blows was brutal, with no signs of mercy from either side. The silhouette standing before the enemy fights against relentless forces, yet determination forces the fight to continue despite their huge numbers. An enemy figure emits a terrible scream under the blow. Blood spurts, the fight becomes even more brutal, and the fighters realize they are dealing with terrifying opponents much stronger than expected. The madness of the battle shocks the spectators. One warrior cries out in fear that these are monsters, and when it becomes clear, it turns out these attackers are not ordinary enemies. The battle blazes, and the group barely holds their positions. Their chances are slim, and the only hope is to find a way to escape or defeat these monsters. When the group realized how hopeless their situation had become, one of the warriors shouted to Dubi, demanding action. "If this continues, we will all die." The situation escalates. Panic grips everyone, and a desperate cry for help sounds. One of the fighters in despair asks if there is anything that could turn the tide of the battle. Dubi answers, hesitating for a moment, but finally understands that action is needed. Tension rises as Dubi decides his next move and prepares to face the overwhelming enemies with new determination. The warriors tensely prepare for a new wave of enemies. One of them shouts a warning. "Another wave is coming! Be careful!" And the group tightens, knowing the fight is not over yet. Irritation grows. The group fights wave after wave. One of the warriors mutters that they are endless. And although they strike at the attackers' weak spots, the number of enemies simply overwhelms them. In a moment of despair, one of them longs for Master Bayuk or Keonkai Wong to be nearby. They could change the course of the battle, and their absence is keenly felt as the odds increasingly turn against them. The enemy rapidly approaches, and one of the warriors feels the eerie presence of the close ones. When did they get so close? He thinks, realizing that there is almost no time left. Fear takes over. The warrior desperately shouts, "No, I do not want to die." The weight of their situation becomes painfully clear, and no way out is visible. In his last moments, the warrior pleaded softly, "Save me, Master Bayuk." His voice broke with despair, and he knew he was on the verge of losing everything. Just as the warrior faced death, the fight abruptly changed. The roar of swords filled the air, and an unexpected savior intervened, felling the enemies with precise and strong strikes. Blood splashes as the sword cuts through the enemies and knocks them down. The warrior who begged for help is saved, but the cost of the battle remains high. After the clash, a gentle voice softly asks, "Are you okay?" The savior. Lady Yan stands before the warrior, her face full of concern, and as she glows with power, a ray of hope appears amid the chaos. The man, clearly in despair, thanks the woman for her help, his face showing a nervous expression, and tension and chaos prevail around. It is clear they are in a dangerous situation. A worried voice inquires about the condition of others, especially Lady Yan, and the man replies that it is very bad. Everyone was taken to the inner chamber, and no one knows how long they will hold out. In the background, tension rises, and a sharp urgency is felt in his words. He calls on everyone to prepare for the worst, as the fight is far from over. The group now faces something mysterious, strange figures that hardly resemble humans. The eerie appearance of that figure only intensifies the growing anxiety. The woman admits that she has no idea what these creatures are. Her keen gaze hints, perhaps these are semi-living Jiangshi, and this makes the situation even more mysterious and dangerous. The man swiftly dismisses any explanations. There is no time, and he hurriedly prepares them for the worst, as it becomes clear. These creatures are hunting them specifically. A brief explanation follows on how to defeat the creatures. The man orders the group to either behead them or pierce the pressure point, the gate of origin. Armed with the knowledge of how to fight back, the group prepares for battle. They stand ready and realize how serious the upcoming fight will be. The woman and the man stand side by side, both ready for battle. The action is about to explode. The terrifying creatures are already approaching. Amid the chaos, he plunges into memories of the past. How Lady Yan was always by his side, protecting him. Now he stands resolute and ready to protect her in return. Images of their shared past flash before him. Moments of care and struggle that emphasize their deep bond, and his determination strengthens as he prepares for battle. With a powerful declaration, the man decisively stands to defend Lady Yan from the threats looming over them. His resolve burns brightly, and he rushes into action. The fight intensifies. Horrible monsters attack them. The man sighs heavily and says that this onslaught seems endless. The struggle seems relentless. The monsters do not stop attacking, and the man, clearly exhausted, still moves forward and refuses to give up. An owl strike hits, and the man grits his teeth in pain but does not falter. Though the odds were against him, he continues to fight, determined to survive and protect those he loves. The man fights, sweat streaming down his face. He is clearly exhausted after expending too much inner energy and involuntarily wonders if it was too much for him. She persistently advises him to focus on escape, acknowledging that there are few options. The enemies have blocked the way, and urgency is felt in her voice. The man, though exhausted, says he still has one hidden path, but it is risky. He hesitates for a moment, weighing the risk he is about to take. The woman tells him to take the chance and run, but the man hesitates. He asks if she really wants him to run away alone, since they are in this together. She reassures him, saying he is the fastest among them, and this is the best chance to survive, but slyly adds that Bayuk always stays until the end. The man, now determined, replies with a cunning smile. He knows he cannot abandon his comrades, especially when there are so many dangers around. The man turned away, ready to face the enemy. Shouting, he ordered his companion to find Master Bayoke, while he himself stayed to hold back the attackers. Enemy forces rush at him, and he shouts in fury, cursing them, preparing to fight. His determination is clear, though the odds are overwhelming against him. With a flash of speed and strength, he charges into attack, striking the enemies with all his might. The action is fierce. It clearly shows his resolve to protect his comrades and fight back. The battle intensifies, and the man fights fiercely. The enemies scream, overwhelmed by his rage and power, but he remains focused. In the midst of the fight, he sighs with relief. His risk worked, and he is still alive, but there is no time to rest. With a determined look, he prepares for battle again. The enemies have retreated for a moment, but the end of the fight is not in sight. In the chaos of battle around him, explosions tear the night sky, illuminating everything around. The man shouted to his partner that this is their chance to escape now. Move quickly. The ally hesitated, but the man with a calm expression reassured him, assuring that he would hold back the enemies following them. With one last order, he asks his ally to stay alive and not worry about him. His dedication to protecting his comrades shines as he stands against the enemy. The fight continues, and the man desperately calls his partner to run, barely holding on himself, and with each second the situation worsens. The man resolutely does not retreat and stands firm before the enemy, loudly calling out to buy time and let his comrade escape. Tension rises. Enemies approach closer. The ally hesitates but understands the seriousness and rushes to safety. The enemy charges at the man, who grits his teeth and prepares to take the attack, and a dazzling flash bursts from his palm, a sign that he used a powerful move. The light intensifies, and the man uses all he has left. The enemies seem confused, stunned by the power he releases. Although the odds are wildly against him, the man still moves forward. He knows this is his last fight, and he has no choice but to fight to the end. The man releases all the might of his energy, directing it at the enemies standing in his way. The powerful attack cuts through them, leaving a trail of destruction. When the light flashes, the enemies retreat. The man's final move works, but he is exhausted, barely standing and looking at the result of his attack. Even the wounded enemies rise again and show no signs of stopping, while the man barely keeps calm as the battle rages. The ally rushes forward, trying to escape with the rest, and the explosion of light behind reminds that the chaotic battle still continues behind him. He looks back one last time, encouraging the man not to give up, and the tension in the air. They understand this might be their last chance. He continues fighting, resolutely buying his comrade enough time to escape. The battlefield burns, and the enemies relentlessly press forward. He continues to hold the line, forcefully repelling enemies around. Breathing is heavy. The body clearly shows how much strength this battle has taken. In the midst of the clash, he raises his head, notices the wounded Lady Yan, and rushes to her, clearly worried because he sees she is bleeding. He shouts to her, feverishly trying to stop the bleeding, and the tension only rises. More enemies approach them, and the stakes become even higher. The tension rises. The heroes face a huge number of enemies, and one of them notices that there are still too many of them, clearly irritated by this number. The others, visibly exhausted, feel the same. The enemies are approaching. The tension rises. They understand that the fight is not over yet. Amid the chaos, they exchange quiet glances and prepare for the next stage of the battle. They have been pushed to the limit, but they are determined to keep fighting. Lady Yan, weakened by wounds, suddenly blurts out about her early breakdown on Master Bayuk. Unresolved feelings ring in her words, and a deeper personal conflict breaks through. The man nearby listens, and his concern deepens when she says she wants to see Master Bayuk once more. The weight of their conversation hangs in the air. Her words sounded like a farewell, full of longing. As she reached out to him, she trembled slightly and thought about her feelings for Master Bayuk. Lady Yan's expression changes. A bittersweet smile appears on her face. She is grateful that her companion is nearby despite the oppressive circumstances surrounding them. When she looks inside herself, she seems carried away into a memory of happier times, and in her eyes it is clear that these memories are priceless to her even in the darkest moments. Memories surged brightly. The burden of the past weighs on her thoughts. She recalls a time when everything was different, and she was not so burdened by the present. The man squeezes Lady Yan's hand, like a quiet encouragement. She seems to find strength in this simple gesture, and her morning sadness recedes, giving way to determination. With new determination, she answered quietly, acknowledging that the impossible becomes possible next to a friend. Her words convey a deep bond of trust and mutual understanding. The man looks at her with anxiety and determination. They are ready to face whatever comes because they know they will cover each other. The enemies tighten the ring, but Lady Yan's power flares up again. She and her comrades stand ready to meet the assault and fight to the last breath. The air sparkles with energy as both raise their weapons. Their bond has made them steel, and they are ready to charge together against the overwhelming forces. The battle reaches its peak as the enemies break forward. The last resistance is about to begin, and Lady Yan with her companion are determined to stand until the very end. The scene suddenly becomes dramatic. The character releases a powerful flash of violet energy. The air crackles with tension, and the force of the attack is palpable. The characters nearby froze in shock and disbelief, watching as the energy burst out and spread, engulfing everything in its path. "No, it can't be!" someone exclaimed in wild astonishment, not understanding how everything could have escalated so much. The energy overwhelmed completely, and the danger only intensified. Lady Yan, still tightly clutching the powerful artifact in her hands, looks at that energy with a wandering mix of awe and fear. The sphere in her palm pulses with the same violet power. As if a sign of her connection to this mysterious energy, she speaks quietly, her face shining with insight and understanding, as if she has just reached a deeper truth and linked it to something that happened earlier. Lady Yang squeezes the sphere in her hand, her eyes reflecting all the tension of the moment. The decision is made, and she is ready to act. Purple energy bursts out again, this time much stronger. They stand in the very center of chaos and watch as the fight grows fiercer. Oh, he is still surrounded by enemies, looking at this chaos with confusion and anxiety, and aloud asks why so many half-dead creatures appear everywhere. Amid the hustle, the voice of Master Bayuk is heard, and they understand with relief. The Master has finally come to help them resist the threat. Master Bayuk stands firm and attentively watches the battle unfold, radiating a calm, authoritative presence and ready to instantly take control of the situation. One of them greeted him with relief and gratitude. "You have finally come." Hope shone for a moment, but quickly turned to anxiety. The fight was still raging. Master Bayuk, seeing the scale of the conflict, realized he had to act immediately. His eyes narrowed, and he prepared for the next stage of the battle. The fight continues, and Bayuk understands that the situation is much worse than he imagined. The scale of enemy forces and the chaos around become increasingly overwhelming. Master Byoji's gaze hardens as he moves to action. There is nowhere left to retreat. He must do everything in his power to protect allies and break the enemies standing before them. The doc knows. This is their last chance. Master Bayuk's actions will decide whether they survive, and all hope rests on whether they can resist together. They stood and watched as someone unleashed a powerful, terrifying force. One of them, confused and scared, whispered, "What is this new power?" Another character explains that this person awakened a hidden power by giving up their humanity. This transformation sharply changes the course of the battle. In the conversation, he is shown in the background, his appearance distorted and much more sinister, and his power reaches towards something even darker and more dangerous, causing everyone around to be gripped by anxiety. The scene begins with a dark, eerie atmosphere. A powerful figure wrapped in darkness jumps from a building and causes a destructive explosion during the fall. The figure lands sharply, revealing its monstrous, sinister face. Its glowing eyes make the appearance even more terrifying, as a harbinger of a dangerous threat. With a loud, fierce jerk, the figure lunges forward, its movements swift and deadly, preparing for the next attack. The figure dashed forward, its monstrous form fully revealed, casting a long shadow, while nearby another figure watches in horror, sensing the approaching danger. The figure begins to move, like a cruel, relentless force. Its limbs stretch and distort, making its appearance even more grotesque and terrifying. The dark figure rushes with frightening speed, leaving a trail of destruction as it strikes. Blood flowed from the victim at the moment of impact. An unprepared passerby was suddenly thrown backward. He gasped in pain after a powerful blow, and everything around was littered with debris as the fight intensifies. The dark figure loomed over the fallen opponent, eyes burning with rage, the monstrous figure's presence overwhelming everything around, as if nature itself responded to this fury. The air filled with a sense of doom. The ground trembled from its power, and a deep growl erupted from the depths. It prepares for the next move. Another figure emerges from the shadows and watches the carnage. Their voice echoes through the chaos, commenting on the brutal noise raised by the enraged creature. The figure steps forward, cautiously surveying the surroundings, outwardly calm and composed, but anxiety reads in its gaze from the distorted scene unfolding before it. The figure's eyes narrowed suspiciously, as if it sensed something even more troubling beneath the surface. Unsure of what to do next, it felt the threat, but outwardly seemed unaware of the chaos around. The dark figure howled with rage, its monstrous body convulsed and released a destructive force into the air. A series of sharp, blood-red slashes cut through the air, a sign of the figure's peak fury, and the air sparkled with energy as it continued its destructive assault. With a final, formidable roar, the figure's gaze pierces the fog, their monstrous eyes fixed on the next target, and the sense of danger reached its peak. A figure is visible rushing to the scene. Its movements hurried, like a silver clock in a hurry, the air thick with tension and chaos about to explode. The figure's face is full of anxiety. Looking over the shoulder, shadows around create a sinister atmosphere, as if danger is rapidly approaching. When the figure turned, their call to Master Bayuk sounded like a clear signal. Somewhere in the distance, someone urgently needs attention. In the frame, Atsu is seen tightly gripping a sword, his face full of irritation, and he looks at Lady Yan, wounded, barely keeping up. The figure seems torn inside, realizing the full gravity of the situation. Lady Yan, wounded, cannot move quickly. An inner struggle breaks through the figure. A quiet muttering about being too weak to fall, and confused thoughts. Why nothing can be done in this terrible situation? The figure's thoughts focused on the nearest threat, a monster rushing towards them at a terrifying speed, its dreadful roar filling the air. The figure desperately calls others to dodge, but they know it's already too late. The monstrous force moves too fast and leaves almost no room to escape. When the beast approaches them, chaos begins. The air fills with sounds of destruction, and the figure with the sword tenses, preparing for the approaching attack. Amid the chaos, another figure appears, rushing with impressive speed and incredible confidence. A stern expression is on the face, and they look at this chaos eerily calmly. It seems they are more concerned about the distorted nature of the monster. While the beast raged wildly, the character could not take their eyes off the strange, twisted nature of its soul and body, simultaneously fascinated and disturbed. The scene takes a breath away. The figure charges with energy, preparing for a clash with the grotesque monster. The figure's eyes widen with realization. Despite all efforts, the monster's strength turns out to be much stronger than expected. The figure's sword clashes with a dark force that sends shockwaves through the air, and with a determined expression, the figure continues to block the attack. But it becomes clear that the monster's power simply drowns out all her attempts. Around, ruins after a powerful strike. The figure standing among them watches as shockwaves spread around. The figure notices the opponent's strength with surprise and says how much more he still needs to train. Meanwhile, the fight only intensifies. The dust settles. The figure looks around, preparing for the next stage of the battle. Her stance says she is ready to face whatever comes. The ground shakes, and the enemy disappears without a trace. Those nearby are puzzled and do not understand what happened to their formidable opponent, and the tension rises as someone says they just definitely felt his presence, hinting that something even more dangerous is approaching. Tension rises. The heroes hold their breath and prepare for what will come. While in the shadow behind, a dark silhouette slowly takes shape. The monstrous figure appears again, its presence even more terrifying and powerful, and the heroes prepare for the worst, realizing they may not cope with this new threat. The character Loon whispered how much stronger the opponent has become. Fear froze on his face. He realized this battle is far from over. Dark, oppressive energy envelops the place, making it clear. Everything is much more serious than we thought. The monstrous figure bursts forward, and immediately a new group of enemies appears. As if allies of the previous monster, their cold gazes clearly say they intend to continue the assault. Bayan Taseng addresses them with a joke, as if mocking their lateness, but his posture reveals he is ready for battle. The enemies rush forward, and Tassan prepares to engage in combat. Tension rises as they approach ever closer. Taseng released a powerful wave of energy with a single swift hand movement, and a destructive shockwave swept through the area, leaving the enemies frozen by the sudden display of power. Taseng threw an icy remark, looking at the enemy's valuables, hinting that he intended to take them. The enemies, stunned by the demonstrated power, tense up preparing for the next move. Now they know they are dealing with someone far more dangerous than they thought. The scene opens with a powerful burst of energy from the raised hand of the figure. Purple light sparkles, and an intense aura spreads around, as if it released a mighty force. As the energy subsides, the figure stands unyielding amid the remnants of destruction. The ground cracks, debris scattered, as if an incredible power had appeared here. Surveying the aftermath of the power, someone whispered about the death of the one who gave their life force, and distrust froze on their faces. The body looked much older than the voice suggested. The conversation continues. Another character thoughtfully reflects on how he sacrificed years of life for power, and when discussing the consequences, it turns out, the price for this power is too high. The second character casts a suspicious glance at those mysterious figures they met earlier. The feeling that something more hides behind their strange appearance does not let go. The first character, fervently eager to understand, demands answers about those figures, directly asks about the semi-living Jiangxi, hinting that they are connected to what is happening. The second character reveals the truth, explaining that these creatures are the result of injecting corpse energy into living people, and this dark process slowly transforms them into Jiangxi, reanimated corpses. The scene shifts to an even more eerie shot. A lifeless human body shown during the transformation process. And it is clear, this technique is unnatural and horrifying. The character reveals another chilling detail. To create these semi-living, it is necessary to suck the life energy from people, making the ritual even more dreadful. The figure tells about a dangerous poison that was behind all this. It turns out that it was this poison that pushed the creation of the semi-living Jiangxi, and this discovery makes their situation even more complicated. The conversation changes at the very moment when the first character realizes the poison they encountered earlier was the very key ingredient for the birth of the monsters. The air fills with regret and heaviness. The situation becomes critical, and the first character regrets not noticing the danger earlier. The connection of the poison with the creatures is now obvious, and this intensifies the sense of urgency. Tension rises. One hero asks how deep these discoveries are, and suddenly everything becomes clear. How the other knows so much about this dark process. The second admits that he was in the group that studied the creation of Jiangxi and these dangerous rituals. The first is stunned and finally feels the full weight of their situation. The first character freezes with surprise and fear when he realizes how terrible the truth turned out to be. He was shocked. Now it was revealed to him what dark forces operate behind the scenes and how sacred cults are involved in this. The conversation is tense. They examine the strange figure and wonder who and why created these dangerous creatures, as if turned into soldiers, and everyone is disturbed by this unnatural change. Upon closer inspection, the semi-dead aggressive figures reveal their monstrous transformation. Someone wonders if they were really turned into more controllable beings, but doubts about whether they are fully controlled do not disappear. One of the characters cannot stand it and asks about the strange object in the creature's mouth. Why is it there? Since it looks like a key to some hidden part of the transformation process, and this ignites a fierce desire to learn its role. The one holding the object carefully examines it and understands. It is an energy amplifier that operates in these creatures. The power inside is extremely concentrated, like the one used in the demonic art they have already encountered. The character realizes that this object is connected with a hidden power that is being extracted, and this hints at even darker secrets of their creation. The connection with the celestial demon becomes even more obvious. The situation darkens, and the character decides to report the findings to Master Byoke. This clearly shows how urgently it is necessary to deal with this dangerous power, and how disturbing the consequences of creating this creature are. The scene changes, and one character is stunned thinking about the power of these beings. He realizes that the souls of the semi-dead bodies, fueled by this energy, caused an explosive reaction that collapsed their bodies. Finally, it becomes clear how exactly the souls of these beings were amplified. The loss of balance between life and death caused a catastrophic release of spiritual energy, unpredictable and dangerous. The character begins to guess who might be behind this cruel and reckless process, and it becomes clear. This uncontrolled energy has deep consequences, indicating the involvement of powerful sinister forces. The scene intensifies. The character thoughtfully reflects on the nature of the encountered energy, suggesting that it may be connected to a celestial demon, and that those who can control such spiritual forces are extremely rare. In the background, a monstrous figure grows, as if cast from the same energy, and it reveals the true scale of the unleashed power. It is a grotesque reminder of the price paid for playing with such forces. The character realizes that this energy is too dangerous to ignore, and thoughts turn to finding those who created this horror. The pursuit of such power becomes an obsession. The character prepares to track down the culprits. Their determination hardens, and the mystery of the celestial demon and dangerous energy becomes even more urgent as they move to the next stage of the investigation. The scene shifts to another place, the River Marshal's Alliance, and the tension rises. A silhouette rushes through corridors in search of new secrets hidden in the walls. The character rushes down the corridor, steps full of haste, approaching a person who may hold the key to unraveling the connection between the celestial demon and the strange phenomena they have encountered. A woman looks at Byoktazin with surprise and asks, "Really, are you staying here? Why did you decide that?" Tizin, a little irritated, replies, "It turns out he is the only one staying. The atmosphere is tense because no one knows why he made that decision." The woman looks confused by his answer and tries to understand his situation, while Tizin remains calm and reserved, giving no further details. The woman becomes even more worried when she hears about the cancellation of the young martial arts master's gathering, and she is tormented by the question, why Tessin is staying behind, despite the situation. Tazin, with a serious expression on his face, says that under such conditions it is difficult to continue the meeting because of what happened earlier, and his voice reveals that there is more here than it seems. The woman, still uncertain, begins to ask additional questions, but her expression shows that she also feels Tyson's seriousness and the gravity of this situation. The woman is a little embarrassed and thanks Tyson for once saving her. Gratitude is heard in her voice, and all her feelings are visible in her eyes. To her surprise, Tyson smiled softly in response. For him, this is rare, and his smile seemed almost soothing to the woman. She was stunned by this gesture. She cannot hide her shock and catches his smile, rare and gentle, which she did not expect from him at all, and her cheeks burn as she realizes that this moment is important. Tazin, lost in thought, feels that she has been nearby all this time, and he is struck by her purity. Such a sharp contrast to that other soul he knows well. He continues to ponder, thoughts sink into the depths of their connection, and his mind wanders, recalling those moments with her that stand out especially. The woman is still waiting for an answer and feels his attention drifting away. She watches him closely, not knowing what he will say next, and still longing for an answer to her previous question. In Tyson's words, there was finality when he unobtrusively invited her to his room that night. The mood changed instantly. He openly made his intentions clear, and she froze in shock, completely unprepared for such a request. The figure whispered Lady Yan, asking her to come to his room later that night. His expression was calm but with a barely noticeable hint, and she immediately became confused. Lady Yan is clearly confused and embarrassed. She stammers in response and asks for clarification, her face reddening as she tries to comprehend his request. The man, seemingly unmoved by her reaction, calmly says, "Come when you feel ready." The air is filled with awkward but burning tension. Lady Yan, slightly calming down, hesitantly agrees to the request. Her cheeks still burn with shame, and her voice is uncertain but resolute. The man smiled and said it was nothing. Let her come whenever she wants. The door closed and Lady Yan froze in thought, still unable to understand what had happened. The door clicked. She walks away, overwhelmed with conflicting feelings and wonders what this unexpected invitation really means. Later that night, Lady Yan sat in the room, clearly upset after that meeting, her mind swirling with opposing thoughts and unsure how to react. She paces back and forth, pondering, growing increasingly irritated by her own feelings, not knowing whether to go to him as he asked. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted by an anxious voice asking, "Are you okay?" And the inner storm erupts. Her health is clearly suffering from stress. She waved it off, trying to appear brave, but the discomfort was noticeable, so she quickly tried to dismiss the situation. Lady Yan insists on leaving, nervously laughing, and her tense facial expression reveals that the emotional burden of the evening is taking its toll on her. She closes her eyes, trying to calm the raging thoughts. The smile does not reach her eyes. Her inner conflict is visible. In a last moment of despair, Lady Yan exploded at her guard, shouting for him to leave her alone. Her anger was directed at her own turmoil and fear. She tries to calm herself, repeating that nothing will happen. After all, they are in the River Marshal Alliance. It should be safe here. Despite her assurances, the guard still hesitates. The longer the night lasts, the stronger his anxiety. And Lady Yan's soul is restless, torn between duty and the unknown ahead. Lady Yan, overwhelmed with emotions, tries to step back, but someone grabs her and pleads, "Rest, take care of yourself." Understanding the seriousness of the moment, Lady Yan hesitates. Finally, she admits her feelings and the situation around her, which is becoming too complicated to ignore. The one speaking with her laughs and rejoices. She has finally understood what is happening, and in his laughter there is a hint of something deeper. Lady Yan, now even more determined, spoke, frankly saying that some aspects of the situation do not suit her, but she is ready to face it head-on. Lady Yan, though her heart pounds, gathers her willpower and agrees to move forward, knowing she must face the unknown and not retreat. Lady Yan quietly slips into the night, gliding through shadows and careful not to make a sound. She moves quickly, steps silent, eyes focused. She tries with all her might to keep herself together amid this uncertainty. When she approaches the building, her heart pounds. The tension of the night grows. She gathers her willpower, preparing for what awaits her. Lady Yan arrives at the place and, raising her eyes to the building, now fully realizes the weight of her choice. Anxiety is evident in her thoughts. She quietly calms herself, whispering, "Be calm." The pressure of the moment seems overwhelming, but she remains focused on what she must do. As she crosses the threshold, the air seems to thicken, and she understands. There is no turning back. She has made her choice, and the consequences are still ahead. Lady Yan, still troubled, takes a deep breath and prepares to knock. The moment is about to come. She hesitates for a moment before opening the door. The unexpected encounter waiting for her makes her doubt herself. The door opens, and she finds herself facing the person she came to see. Their gazes meet, and the air between them thickens with unspeakable tension. Lady Yan hesitantly enters the room at the man's invitation. Her face burns with embarrassment. She worries whether she has done something wrong. The man notices her unease and asks if something seems strange to her. She nervously evades the question, as she is not confident. Lady Yang quickly brushes off doubts, deciding to ignore her awkwardness, and tries to focus on the present moment, pushing shame aside. As they settle in, Lady Yan awkwardly asks if he wants something from her. The man looks serious, but a playful tone breaks through his voice. He leans closer to her, as if hinting at a promise she must accept. Lady Yan looks at him with curiosity. trying to understand what he means. Her cheeks flare as she realizes his request, a promise to be only with him, without other distractions, and she nervously agrees, though she does not fully imagine where this will lead. With a determined look, she makes the promise, and although her voice trembles slightly, she insists that he must also keep his word. The man listens attentively, but this moment turns out to be even more tense than she expected, and her heart pounds as she waits for his response. He smiled and nodded. It is clear how pleased he is with her promise. His answer seems sincere, but there is a hint of mischief in it, making Lady Yan even more nervous. Lady Yan still looks anxiously as the man walks away. His footsteps echo in the room, and she thinks about the burden of the promise they have just made. She tries to calm down, doubting whether she was mistaken, and her heart pounds with uncertainty as she looks at the door. Although doubts gnaw at her from within, she assures herself that everything will be fine. She clings to the hope that she will manage, even though everything seems overwhelming. The next morning, Lady Yan was lost in thought. She recalled the events of the previous night, her mind spinning with emotions. She does not know how to cope with the promise she made, and her doubts only grow. Will she be able to meet this man's expectations? At that moment, she hears a voice calling her by name, driving away anxious thoughts and gathering strength for what lies ahead, knowing there is no way back. Lady Yan suddenly woke up, confused and embarrassed. She exclaimed, "Master Bayek," feeling that it might have been a dream, and her head was foggy as she tried to gather her thoughts. She is not sure if the past night was just a dream. Her body is heavy when she pushes the blanket aside to sit up. Not yet sure, Lady Yan sits up in bed and scolds herself for giving in to emotions so easily, reproaches herself for confusion, and wonders if she even fell asleep. Lady Yan stands up and begins pacing back and forth, loudly cursing herself for such foolishness, her thoughts racing. She is still not sure what really happened. In despair, she looks and thinks, did she really fall asleep without even feeling it? Her mind tries to unravel those conflicting feelings. The inner chaos of Lady Yan was interrupted. She heard approaching footsteps, and the tension rises as she prepares to face what lies ahead. She came out, and a familiar figure immediately caught her eye. The man greeted her with a raised eyebrow, as if he had instantly noticed her slightly disheveled appearance. Lady Yan looks away from him, trying to hide her embarrassment. She wonders if he noticed that something is wrong, but quickly dismisses the thought. When she greets him, her voice trembles slightly. She tries to keep calm on the outside, but inside she is suffocated by anxiety that grows as she recalls that night. The man looks at her intently, sensing that something is wrong. His eyes narrow, and he asks if everything is all right. Lady Yan averts her eyes from him and thinks that he might judge her behavior. The pressure mounts, but she tries to remain calm. She convinces herself that she has done nothing wrong, but a quiet insecurity eats away at her, and she does not know how to explain herself without revealing too much. The conversation continues. Lady Yan tries to stay calm, but inside she worries about how it will look and hopes that everything will remain under control. Someone begins to inquire whether something strange happened between her and Master Bayek. Lady Yan tries to keep calm. Though her nervousness is noticeable, she smiles and assures that everything is fine, insists that she just slept and brushes off the awkwardness. But deep down she is unsure if she is deceiving herself. Lady Yan, still uncertain of herself, doubts his intentions, and he only smiles further. She is overwhelmed by a mixed feeling of embarrassment and confusion, but she cannot help noticing how much more charming he has become. The man teasingly asks if Lady Yan has someone she likes, hinting that her new charm might be due to a hidden affection. Her cheeks burn. She tries to deny it, not yet ready to admit her feelings. Lady Yan, still embarrassed, insists that it is nothing, but her mind is confused. Could this meeting be connected to her growing feelings? Elsewhere, a solitary figure stands against the blue sky, enveloped in a mysterious aura. The scene shifts to an ethereal atmosphere, and the leaves around him tremble in the wind. The figure moves purposefully. His presence radiates a strong energy that seems to swirl around. There is tension in the air, as if something is about to happen. He moves deliberately, his steps sending waves through the air, and he exudes such power. It is clear that he is no ordinary man. The figure freezes and begins to perform a ritual gesture. His hands weave in the air, leading an invisible force around him that intensifies. The energy around him condenses and ignites with violet light, and the air sparkles with anticipation. He is preparing to release something incredibly powerful. On his face, calmness, almost detachment. He carefully considers his actions, uninterested in the power in his hands, but only in what he seeks to achieve next. He mutters under his breath that the bridge has already been crossed, and his voice reveals that everything is decided. as if he has already resolved to do something irreversible. With a wrist flick, the energy he summoned begins to harden, and the path before him clears. He resolutely wants to use this power to heal himself, but another plan hides in his actions. The man realizes, if he meets the right soul, he can pull it out, and this adds another layer of intrigue to his goal. He thoughtfully looks at the soul he dealt with and understands. Its energy is purer than anything he has seen before, and he is certain another soul has inhabited it. His thoughts race. It could have been a coincidence, or it could turn out to be something much more important. He begins to suspect that more is hidden here than it seems. Finally, he realizes the soul he met is the one destined to be by his side. This discovery throws him into reflections on a deeper meaning, and he remains intrigued but calmly determined. Byok, enveloped in a vortex of violet energy, stands upright, a confident smile playing on his face. He seems at the peak of his power and enjoys the overwhelming energy around him. But his confidence wavers. A sudden sensation strikes him. His eyes widen as he feels a terrible surge of energy he did not expect. The energy around him changes alarmingly. He asks aloud what is happening as the strange force grows. The aura seems to emerge from within him and sends waves of anxiety through his whole body while he tries to understand this new feeling. Biocason calmly sat in his room, radiating quiet power. A report was brought. Courtesans from the House of the White Flower and the House of the Golden Jade had arrived. Tayson, without hesitation, ordered them to be brought in. His voice was calm and at the same time decisive. It was clear that he fully controlled the situation. 2 women in veils entered the room gracefully, their steps light but filled with tension as they approached. The women stood before him silently, heads bowed, their posture silently testified to respect, but beneath this silence hid anxiety. They simultaneously removed their headwear and respectfully knelt on the ground, showing formal submission. One of the women introduced herself as H.W. Oak, sighed with relief that Tayson was safe, and emphatically stressed the severity of the recent incident. Tayson was silent, carefully studying their movements. His gaze sharpened when he noticed something uncharacteristic in H.W. Oak's behavior. Despite her cold and calculated reputation, she now trembled on the floor. Her reaction deeply embarrassed him. Refocusing, Tezin asked for the results of their investigation. His tone was firm and full of expectation. She reminded him that one man was taken alive, but unfortunately, he soon committed suicide. Taysen's expression darkened. The chain of mysterious deaths hinted that an even deeper and more dangerous force was behind it. Ouchwell was even more stunned. Even what was written in the reports never existed. It was a complete deception. Despite strict surveillance, the prisoner managed to quietly commit suicide, and this only fueled fears about how far the enemy's reach extended. She provided a list of suspicious movements that preceded the incident. The mistress of the Golden Jade House greatly helped compile it. Byoka-san silently examined the scroll placed before him, studying the gathered information with a sharp gaze. He quietly nodded to the informant kneeling, acknowledging her efforts with calm authority. Realizing how strategically important it was, he immediately noticed the mention of a hidden waterway they discovered during investigations. Surprised by his rare praise, the women were clearly shocked. Such praise from Tayson was unprecedented. Vyok explained that the waterway was the best way to quietly transport semi-Jiangxi, and now this was confirmed. They acknowledged that their involvement was accidental. Earlier, they had begun noticing strange activity from water bandits. Tayson admitted they were useful, and understood that the semi-Junshi were likely now under the control of bandits. Oh, he finally became convinced. All the evidence pointed to one thing. The water bandits were holding exactly those they were looking for. Without hesitation for a moment, Tayson decisively declared that he would personally deal with the criminals and demanded to be taken immediately. Stunned by his urgency, the women froze for a moment, then agreed without resistance to carry out his order. When they set off for the bay, Tayson rose from his seat, and his presence completely filled the room. Without looking back, he warned them, "Hurry up. My patience is almost gone, no delays allowed." But her companion insisted. She had felt it earlier, so it couldn't be dismissed so easily. One of the women, still confused, turned to her companion and asked who Byaktazin really was. The elder calmly reminded her that Tazin was the second master of the trading guild Golden Wall, their authoritative figure. She smiled and assured her companion that with someone like Tayson nearby, there was no need to worry too much. The woman recalled the moment when she first received the shadow step technique from Tayson, and then clearly felt his unparalleled strength. At that time, he was so strong that with a single glance he subdued those who plotted to kidnap or torture him, easily showing who was in charge. She admitted that back then she did not feel his power and presence, but now it was clear what danger that could have posed. They agreed. Tyson saw what others did not notice, and someone whispered that it was time to visit the water bandits. Knowing his nature, they well remembered. He would not tolerate any delays or excuses from subordinates. And the two women instantly sprang into action, determined. They felt the urgency that Tazin demanded. But still the anxiety did not subside. One woman recalled a shadowy vision she had seen earlier. For a moment something unnatural surfaced. In the harbor appeared a huge ship with red sails, ready to take them straight to the enemy fortress. The ship docked, the crew prepared for departure, and the young woman stood on the deck watching the group. Down on the ground gathered several figures, Lady Yan with her team, who were organizing and preparing for the upcoming mission. The worried young man asked Lady Yan if she would be safe without his protection during this dangerous journey. She emphasized that she would not be alone. Elite warriors from the River Combat Alliance would walk beside her. Despite all assurances, the young man still hesitated. She advised him instead to support the Byoktazan, because that would be better for everyone. The woman froze before Tassan and addressed him directly, and hidden feelings trembled in her voice. Tyson remained calm, but her words carried weight. He froze and silently pondered when their eyes met for a moment. Her bold words stunned everyone present. The group could only widen their eyes and freeze in silence. Meanwhile, another friend, stunned, admitted that Hyzen had become stronger, and could not believe how far he had come without even noticing. It quieted down. The moment was so young that her comrade decided to step aside, respecting her choice as a comrade in arms. The thoughts of the Syrians flew away somewhere while she walked along the ship's deck. Compared to the past, she was now stronger. Suddenly she sensed someone nearby, and the elder silently stood on the other side of the deck, watching her closely. He appeared completely unexpectedly. Suyin was so deeply immersed in thought that she did not notice him until he approached. Suddenly returning to reality, she sharply turned, and on her face, instead of dreamy joy, appeared surprised embarrassment. The ship sailed smoothly on the water, and Suyin stood on the deck restless, although a quiet breeze prevailed around. She looked into the distance, feeling something unnatural. A cold premonition slowly crept over her. Although outwardly nothing seemed strange, she was sure that someone or something had just been watching her. The ship continued its path through the narrow passage, sliding past hills and shores covered with swamps. Hidden from view, shadow boats lurked. Figures with burning red eyes and twisted smiles stood on them. Dozens of sinister enemies, resembling undead or cursed warriors, silently began to row toward their goal. As soon as the morning light spread over the docked ships, an alarm signal suddenly sounded from the main vessel's deck. Panic erupted. Crew members rushed to respond, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of enemy forces. Fear spread among the soldiers and passengers. Some began to doubt whether they would withstand the attack on the road. Soyans was caught on the spot, stunned by the audacity of this ambush. The River Military Alliance ship was not an easy target. But a deeper anxiety flashed through her thoughts. Were these really ordinary bandits? Or something much worse? The disguised enemy stood on the hostile deck with raised weapons, silently radiating a threat that drew attention. Enemy ships began to approach, their sails looking like shadows against the sunrise. From afar, Byokason watched as chaos approached. His face was inscrutable, and seabirds scattered from the growing tension. Byokason stood silently, lost in thought, while the dawn sea breeze gently touched him. His mind could not let go of the strange fact. Yon Heron carried within him the soul of Seongarion, a name wrapped in mystery. Outwardly he feigned calm, but since learning about that connection, something about her situation troubled him. Even when a comrade came to check and saw that he was uneasy, Tyson remained detached and distracted. Pushing thoughts aside, he urged the group to move faster, hiding his doubts behind a decisive step forward. Anxiety clung to him. Suddenly a terrifying vision of an enemy in a mask with red eyes flashed in his mind, and his fear only grew. At dawn over the sea, a squadron of warships appeared, cutting off any chance of escape. Suddenly her eyes fixed on a distant figure standing firmly on the opposite deck, and the old man asked if she knew the best way to escape to the mainland. After a short pause in thought, she decided that the left side was the most promising but also the most dangerous path. He ordered the group to follow the woman while the others prepared for a direct confrontation. As the sun set over the sea, the team held their breath in anticipation of a fierce and risky battle. Byokason squints, feeling something strange in the air as silence envelops the river. The companion says with concern that they have long passed the usual ambush point of the water bandits. Although they had penetrated deep into dangerous lands, they encountered no enemies. This causes anxiety and disbelief. Realizing that the ambush was intended for another place, Byokason immediately gave the order to move out. Without hesitation, the subordinate rushed forward and sped to deliver the news. Golden fields stretch under the sunset, and silhouettes rush through the landscape in a desperate hurry. Someone quietly whispers a silent prayer for the safety of their lady, eyes filled with determination and anxiety. Regret washes over, and the warrior doubts his decision to stay instead of leaving. The female warrior Yu runs with a clenched face, immersed in anxious thoughts. Suddenly, something unexpected stood in their way, stopping the rush. Both froze in shock. Running, two warriors flinched from the biots and suddenly passed by them effortlessly. Horrified by the very thought, they both instantly reacted and decisively decided to avoid that punishment at any cost. Footsteps echoed on the wooden deck as a figure approached. A massive weapon was slung over his shoulder. The masked enemy confidently demanded surrender and assured that he would not kill everyone if they complied. Several ships suddenly changed formation on the river and headed to intercept or support the threatened group. The leader of the crowd's eyes widened. He realized that something unexpected was beginning to happen right before his eyes. The deck was filled with the clatter of steel as the defenders met the crowd of attackers in a fierce and brutal battle. Blades cut through the enemy ranks with ruthless precision as resistance flared on several fronts. The woman instantly sprang into action and shouted that she would no longer stand aside in this fight. She ordered others to follow her and rushed straight into the chaos without hesitation. The ship surged forward, and she shouted orders to prevent the enemy from boarding during the assault. With steady hands, the woman steered the ship forward, carefully maneuvering through the narrow passage between vessels. She smiled with relief. She saw that if they held on a little longer, escape would become possible. Suddenly, a strange, muffled sound tore her from her thoughts and scared her into turning her eyes toward the danger. A mighty enemy fell onto the deck with a crash, and the force of the blow killed his own men. The woman shuddered at the loud crash and piercing screams, realizing that something terrible had come. Before she could react, the enemy had already slain another soldier in a sudden bloody attack. The disguised enemies smiled slyly, impressed by her unexpected strength and agility in hand-to-hand combat. Unafraid, she released an accurate strike in the air, plunging the blade deep into the advancing enemy. Created instantly, he was suddenly struck in the back so hard that blood splattered, and the body fell to the ground. Suddenly, the wounded enemy staggered forward, rage blazing in his eyes, clutching his side. Her comrades also recognized the pill and raised the alarm. They knew it could kill. He had not yet swallowed when a sudden sword strike hit him with deadly precision. The pill rolled across the floor, untouched, while blood splattered on the deck. Buok-Taesin approached, warned against using such power recklessly, and crushed the pill underfoot. Filled with energy, Taesin declared that there were no healers on board who could save the wounded. The enemy howled in pain. The body was burning, and his hopes crumbled. Taesin looked down with a cold gaze and silenced the screams with one sharp word. The man was too noisy. Buok-Taesin slowly approached the fallen enemy, his steps calm, measured, and imbued with authority. He declared that from now on even death would have to ask his permission. With a grim smile, he looked at the trembling man and coldly said that he was not allowed to die. Bayan Taezeng stands authoritatively and gives a clear order to subdue the man. Readiness to act is evident on his stern face. One of his allies nods in agreement, and the tension in the air becomes palpable. They are preparing for what is about to happen. A sudden thought about where the elixirs are hidden flashes through Taesin's mind. This hint at tactics makes the mission even more important. Taesin tells the team to sort things out on the spot, taking on another task himself. His quiet calm sharply contrasts with the tense situation. The scene shifts to the roof, where Taezang's subordinates stand ready, their eyes fixed on what is happening below. They await the next move. Taezang's foot hits the ground with a dull thud, a decisive step signaling their plant moves to the next phase. Taezang jumped from a great height and gracefully landed right in front of the enemy, causing the group to freeze. Surprise and confusion hung in the air. The enemies froze stunned, not understanding who this powerful figure was and what he wanted. The tension grew as they tried to figure out what was happening. The atmosphere became heavy. The spectators asked each other what is happening, trying to comprehend the sudden appearance of Taezang. Dark energy exploded around him, a clear sign of his immense power, and it is visible that he confidently holds the situation, as his abilities began to manifest. The enemies look shocked. Fear is red in their eyes as they realize they are dealing with someone much more dangerous than expected. Destruction begins. Taezang's power covers everything around, and the enemies panic in confusion, trying to escape. The wild energy dissipates, and a deafening, eerie silence reigns around. The enemies, bewildered and shaken, stand and cannot understand what just happened. Taezang remained coldly calm. His expression did not change even amid the chaos he had just unleashed. This indifferent calm sharply contrasted with the surrounding devastation. With a light finger movement, Taezang signals that there is more ahead, forcing others to sit tensely, nervously awaiting his next move. Powerful dark energy bursts out around Taezang, and his enemies panic and scatter in fear as the air tightens with tension. They understand that they face someone with stunning power. One of the enemies, with horror, recognizes the restriction seal and understands. If he moves, he will be destroyed. Taezang speaks calmly, his voice cold and authoritative. He warns them not to try to escape. The consequences will be terrible, and his icy calm sharply contrasts with the chaos he causes. Taezang speaks resolutely, demanding honest answers from the enemies. His patience is almost exhausted, and he grimly warns one more disobedience, and destruction awaits them. The enemy reacted instantly. The soldiers hurriedly obeyed his orders, fearing the consequences if they did not comply. Reluctance was visible, but they clearly understood what this could lead to. Taezang, with an authoritative posture, orders them to gather by the river. This is a sign that everything is changing, and his calm only intensifies the anxiety of those forced to obey. The atmosphere changes. Taezang focuses, his energy grows again, and dark power crackles around as he prepares to unleash his next move. The face of Taezang hardened, he steps forward and releases his power. Controlled, yet destructive, the scene is engulfed in a purple haze, indicating the might of his power, energy tearing through the air, and the enemies below are crushed by the very force of this wave. The destructiveness is palpable. There is no escape from his wrath. Having unleashed all his power, Taezang stands tall and calm. The destructive wave subsides. The tension in the air quiets. The subdued enemies freeze in stunned silence as he surveys the scene. Traces of destruction are still visible, but the chaos around does not disturb him. The power of Taezang smolders beneath the surface, and his calm smile says, he fully controls the situation, and the enemies can only watch helplessly as he holds everything in his hands. The situation is almost under control, but Taezang thinks about how he wanted to handle it alone. His calm exterior hides the burden of having to rely on others. A figure appears behind him, and his expression instantly changes. Taezang cannot hold back relief. He feels how strong those nearby are. When the figure spoke, Taezang nodded and smiled slightly. Although he wanted to solve everything himself, he appreciated the help. His last words sounded like a quiet but strong gratitude that quietly ended the scene. Lady Yan, hesitating, began to speak. It was clear she did not know what to say. Tae-san, sensing her embarrassment, responded firmly. He does not like showy emotions, such as crying. Taezang decisively orders her to act. Prepare the ship and settle important matters. His tone is direct, revealing his practical nature. Lady Yan nodded and accepted his order, but on her face, determination and uncertainty froze simultaneously. As they moved through the terrain, Lady Yan stopped and called Taezan, and he turned, sensing that something was wrong here. She thanks him again, acknowledging that he saved her once more. Her words carry sincere gratitude. Taezang, walking away, responded casually. He did not expect thanks, but appreciated her recognition. Taezang freezes for a moment, and there is a finality in his words. As soon as everything ends, he will return to his previous life. Lady Yan looks surprised, but quickly catches his determination, still processing his words. Taezang suggests she wait for him and return with him. A hint that their relationship might change in the future, but he says it matter-of-factly, without emotion. Lady Yan now agrees to Taezang's proposal with a gentle smile. Hope and curiosity play on her face. Taezang, unwaveringly calm, assures her that there is no reason why this could not be possible. The conversation ends with quiet agreement. The possibility of their shared future hangs in the air, and they both continue on their paths. Meanwhile, at the other edge of the battlefield, the elder of the Bakli clan silently watches the events and thinks about the incredible power of Sang, impressed by how only his presence tames the enemies. The elder wonders if Taezang's innate abilities make him so formidable, and realizes that the enemies have now targeted the River Combat Alliance. Realizing Taezang's potential, the elder contemplates how to make him an indispensable force for their alliance, and already begins weaving plans to win him to their side. As Taezang and Lady Yan walked along the river, a thought flashed through his mind. Is she his fiancée? And he could not help but marvel at how extraordinary she was. Taezang looks at her attentively, noting her abilities and strength, and begins to consider another way to approach her to achieve his goal. He thought she would fit perfectly into their mighty Bakli clan, but dismissed the thought, a little regretful, because she was already with someone. The scene shifted to the elder of the Bakli clan, who watches Taezang and Lady Yan from afar. The appearance of Taezang and his power caught his attention. He felt both danger and opportunity. The elder calculates how to use Tae's words to his advantage if everything goes smoothly, already seeing a chance to kill two birds with one stone. His eyes narrow as he considers options. He understands that Taezang is not just a powerful fighter. There are deeper things hidden here that could be useful to the Bakli clan. Suddenly, Tasang notices the elder's gaze. His senses sharpen. His reaction is lightning fast. A dark aura spreads around him as he turns to face the elder. The elder's face changed. Panic crept over him as Taezang's aura pressed on him. He realized that Taezang's power was much stronger than he expected. Tizan stands confidently with a sly smile, while the elder, stunned by the unexpected power Tizan unleashed, retreats shakily, trying to maintain composure. The elder, feeling Tasang's incredible power, shuddered, his breath caught. He was forced to fall to his knees because his body could not withstand the oppressive, unbearable pressure. Tasang silently watches, his cold expression unchanged. The elder struggles with every breath, unable to break free from the suffocating presence emanating from Tasang. Taezang's power grows slightly, but he restrains himself, deciding not to release all his might. The elder lies helpless on the ground, horrified at the thought of what would happen if Taezang truly unleashed all his power. After an incredible surge of power, Taezang stands proudly and looks down at the fallen elder. He reflects on how easily he subdued the elder's power. The old man, now gasping heavily, begins to understand that Taezang is much more dangerous than anyone from the Baikli clan expected. Satisfaction shines on his face and, gaining confidence, he says in a quiet, firm voice that everything around him is his, and no one will stand in his way. This is like a silent warning to those who dare to challenge him. When the group gathers, one person steps forward and greets sincerely. As soon as they hear the news, this person immediately arrives to assess the situation. One of those present asks where Master Bayok is, and the tension rises as they search for him, because his presence is crucial for the unfolding events. Someone else notices Master Bayok in the distance, and the whole group instantly fixes their gaze on him, ready to act according to the plan. The group approaches Master Bayok, and someone anxiously asks if he is okay, showing genuine concern for his well-being after recent events. Master Bayok responds coldly and confidently, ordering one of the subordinates to wake the bound person, thus making it clear how serious everything is. The subordinate immediately agrees and promptly begins to carry out Master Bayok's order, demonstrating the hierarchy and control the master has over the situation. The bound person suddenly stirs, coughing harshly as they regain consciousness, their body tense, every movement revealing pain from being restrained. While they cough and gasp for air, Master Bayok stands motionless and calmly watches all this with an almost mocking expression. The bound person begins to break free from the bonds, but Master Bayok smiles indifferently and calmly jokes that under such circumstances acupuncture would suit him better. The bound person gasps for breath, unable to break free, and despair grows with every attempt to escape the tight bonds. One of the onlookers makes a remark about the bound person, not understanding how he dared to challenge Master Bayok's power, and Master Bayok interrupts the conversation with a single gesture, brushing off further questions. His voice sharply conveys contempt for the weaker ones nearby. Master Bayok intently looks at the bound man, his eyes sharp and cold. He demands to be told about the elixirs, sensing how important they are for this matter. The bound person still struggles, stammering that he knows about the elixirs, but fear emerges in every word. Master Bayok shrugged and decided to find the necessary information on his own. His confidence was unwavering. He was preparing to move forward with his plans, knowing that no one would stop him. A bound man writhes in pain, lets out a loud groan, and falls to the ground. The power of Master Bayok took its toll and exhausted them. Master Bayok, completely unmoved by anyone's pain, casually raises his hand, and an aura bursts from him, like a sign that he fully controls the situation. Master Bayoki, with a quiet but commanding voice, ordered the group to move forward, and his gaze became firm as he announced that it was time to retrieve the remaining elixirs, a step that seems decisive for his plan. The group fell silent on the large boat, which calmly sailed over the smooth water. They had just interrogated the captured enemies from the dangerous gang Guangdong 4 villains. 2 were already detained, but 2 remained. The commander lays everything out clearly, explaining in detail that 2 of the rest are likely waiting for us at the next location we are heading to, and the team stands ready. The mission is far from over. The scene changes. We see one of the enemy prisoners, his hands tightly bound, sitting on the floor of the boat, with no fear on his face, only the determination of a man who knows his fate. A woman in the group whispered about the strange nature of their enemies. These people, the Guangdong 4 villains, acted about 50 years ago, then mysteriously disappeared from the martial arts world, and now their return causes suspicion and concern. Her words silenced the others. Everyone pondered what the sudden return of the enemy meant, and the group knew. They were facing something much more dangerous than expected. Tension in the air rises as everyone reflects on long-forgotten threats and the unknowns they now face. The boat continues to sail, and Lady Yan looks distracted. She gazes into the endless horizon, and her thoughts race in different directions. Yan pondered. This journey was no longer just about the mission. Now it was about survival. Yan turned to one of the companions and, asking in surprise where they were heading now, thought that they were returning to the River Marshall Alliance. The answer reveals the truth. They are setting out to destroy the remaining enemies without any reinforcements, only those nearby. Jian froze, stunned. This revelation clearly showed how dangerous their mission was and how much support they lacked. The journey continues, and despite the dangerous situation, the group is strangely calm. They are used to risky missions, but it is the quiet confidence of their leader, Master Bayuk, that reassures the team. Lady Yan aloud asks if their restraint is Bayuk's merit, and looks at him, intrigued by his calm amid chaos. Others also glance at Bayuk, understanding how much they trust his leadership, although the task ahead is uncertain. They are all strangely relaxed and ready for whatever comes. As the group moved forward, one of the women noticed strangers on board and asked who they were, and her eyes lit up, as if suspicion or a hidden gift sensed danger. Everyone shuddered. Those strangers turned out to be leaders of the regional branches of the Hao faction, disguised as courtesans from the White Flower and Golden Jade houses. The woman could hardly believe her ears. These influential people worked directly under Master Bayuk, and this clearly showed the scale of his influence and the breadth of his circle of trust. Lady Yan quietly watched Master Bayuk. It was clear she was impressed. His actions and calm aura reassured everyone around. The journey continued across the river under the darkening sky. The ships carrying the group slowly approached their next destination. When it got dark, they reached a remote forest clearing, disembarked, and the group gathered for final words before rushing into the unknown. Scouts explained that the destination was determined based on the reconnaissance data of Master Bioke. They believed it was the last known location of the remaining enemies. Some hesitated, gripped by anxiety at the thought of the night forest, but their escort calmed them, promising to lead and protect. Without unnecessary words, the group cautiously but decisively moved into the forest, led by those best skilled at reading tracks. The further they went into the forest, the more often the elders grumbled. They were moving too fast, and no one was considering their age. The leader of the Hao faction persistently urged the patients to hold on, explaining that they were almost there and needed to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, it became known that Bikeli Jiangchun was quietly following them, which caused doubts about his intentions and whether he could be trusted. Master Bayuk, unconcerned, ordered them to ignore Janchen, suspecting that he was just waiting for a chance to claim others' merits as his own. His subordinate calmly accepted the decision, fully trusting Bayuk's judgment as the journey continued. The elders again could not hold back, indignantly asking how much longer they had to go and whether they were even moving in the right direction. The group penetrates deeper into the forest, certain they are on the right path. One of them asks why Master Bayuk is so confident, and another explains that Lady of the House of the Golden Jade has an incredible gift to sense the enemy's aura. Lady Yan is clearly impressed. She notices how strange this ability is, and others are also intrigued when they realize the true depth of their allies' powers. The group moves on, and now each better feels that their unique talents can tip the scales in their favor. When they move, Lady Yan suddenly freezes. She feels something. A strange and at the same time familiar sensation creeps up, and anxiety quickly grows within her. It becomes clear. She sensed something nearby, and the others, feeling her unease, tensely guess what exactly she noticed. Her suspicions are confirmed. She intently looks at the path ahead. Someone in the group hesitates whether to ask about this feeling, but the tension only increases. Master Bayuk, sensing a change in the air, orders everyone to prepare. He confirms that they are already approaching the enemy base, which he suspected from the beginning. The forest parts, revealing a fortified structure in the distance. The group knows the battle is near, but their faces remain steadfast. Biot calmly orders Cheongchong to clear the passage. This is the signal that they are about to move into battle with the enemy. As soon as they approach the base, chaos erupted. The enemy set an ambush for them and instantly launched an attack. The ambush turns out to be well coordinated. Enemies attack from several sides, and the group tensely prepares for fierce confrontation. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted, warning the team about the danger. The clash began. Blades flashed, blood splattered, and the fight broke out. The fight intensifies. Fighters engage in brutal skirmishes, the air heavy with tension, and both sides collide fiercely. The battle continues in a furious whirl. Steel clashes against steel, enemies fall, and the group pushes forward. Master Bayog is calm and focused. His strategy leads the team and shows that despite the ambush, they still keep the situation under control. After a fierce clash, some team members froze in awe. They witnessed an impressive trick. Syrian moved so fast that she seemed to truly vanish from sight. One team member exclaimed how lightning fast she was. Syrian didn't even manage to see her movement in battle. Her stature is noticeable, and the question hung in the air. Is this really the SEO I knew? Her transformation is so striking that even others begin to doubt her rapid progress, noticing how much stronger she has become since their last meeting. When Sorian rushes into the next strike, another character wonders how much she has improved since their fight with Polovina. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. See you in the next video. Goodbye. Goodbye. They catch themselves comparing her past performances with what she can do now. Her skills have improved so noticeably in such a short time that it makes them doubt their own progress. Master Biak, with a sly smile, noted that others have become noticeably slower next to him, teasing them. Time for special training to catch up. Sayan and Trid ask what special training Master Biak is talking about. She looks puzzled at his words and wonders what kind of harsh training could cause such reactions in others. Her curiosity grows, but before she can ask, everything escalates. New enemies approach the group, clearly ready for another confrontation. Leader Anani steps forward, his eyes blazing. He loudly demands to know who they are and what they are doing in this area, throwing out, "By what right have you barged in like this?" Tension rises. The group looks the enemy in the eyes, and he seems to have his own intentions. Someone among them says they did not expect to be pursued this far. The enemy, a figure in a mask with an icy smile, shows that their hands are stained with the elixir they hunted for, and the tension grows even more. Master Bio calmly surveys the situation and realizes that these enemies have been preparing for this moment from the very beginning. He does not lose his composure because he senses that something more than a simple ambush is involved. Tension rises as enemies reveal more and more of their plans. One of the figures, realizing they cannot resist, becomes nervous, and this makes the situation even more dangerous. Master Bayok, showing no fear, addresses the enemy leader and asks if something else is hidden nearby, because he senses that something bigger is hiding behind this ambush. The masked enemy is like stunned, but his reaction is proof. Bayok hit a nerve, and the truth about the hidden threat is slowly beginning to unfold. When the enemies prepare to attack, one of the soldiers orders the team to hold the line and warns, "This may prove too difficult." Despite the anxiety, the soldiers respond confidently. "We will hold the position under any circumstances," their faces showing a determined look. The leader, unmoved by their statement, says he will see how they withstand the pressure. The trial is far from over. In the blink of an eye, the leader disappears from sight, and the soldiers freeze, unable to comprehend what just happened. One of the soldiers exclaimed in shock. He disappeared, which means the leader moved faster than they could notice. A strange glow, like a trail, follows every movement of the leader, and it becomes clear. He uses some supernatural speed to be almost invisible. One of the soldiers, sensing a strange aura, reacted. "I feel the elixir. It's nearby." The discovery captivates the team. The elixir they had been chasing is finally within arm's reach, and the tension of the mission rises. With a gloomy expression on their faces, they understand that they are now right in the very heart of the enemy fortress and must be ready for whatever happens next. Suddenly, chaos rises. The leader, shrouded in a dark aura, lunged forward and unleashed a devastating strike that sent a shockwave around. The ground cracked beneath his feet, energy burst into the air, and the enemies, stunned by this incredible power, retreated for a moment. The leader, basking in his power, smiles ominously. "This is incredible," he says, savoring control over the battlefield. The character, clearly frightened, looks around confusedly. He cannot find his opponent, and the air fills with anxiety. His question echoes, "Where has the adversary gone?" Suddenly another figure in armor appears and attacks lightning fast. The sound of a blade cutting through the air emphasizes the sharp change in action. When the two clashed in battle, a fierce fight erupted. Their weapons collided with a crash, and it became clear how intense the confrontation was. One of the fighters shouts at the other, demanding attention and warning not to turn away from the fight. His voice is heavy and commanding. The attacker lunged forward with weapon in hand, ready to strike. The air is tense like a spring, and a quick blow is about to fall. The opponent tenses, preparing for the attack, focusing intently while his adversary approaches with deadly intent, ready for the next clash. Irritation spreads across the character's face. He sighs, muttering curses under his breath. The tension of this battle exhausts him. The attack hits him. His body is thrown back from the blow. He staggers, pain visible on his face, but he remains determined. Despite the failure, he grits his teeth. Determination grows stronger. and he prepares for the next move, knowing he must fight through the pain. Byeok-taesan, as if in rage, exploded with a terrifying scream, called the attackers arrogant fools, and prepares for a counterattack. Again, the clashing of weapons resounds. His sword clashes with the swords of enemies, and the strike produces a loud, fierce sound that speaks of the intensity of the battle. It looks as if he is ready for a brutal fight, fully accepting the upcoming clash and resolutely determined to destroy the opponents with merciless force. While the battle rages, suddenly everything changes. The air around him becomes different. This means his power is growing and his manner becomes much more formidable. Seeing how his expression suddenly changed, the character does not understand. Why did he waste time on those lesser opponents? Surprise is evident on him, and the air thickens with tension, as if before a storm. Byeok-taesan responded calmly, explaining that he was just about to settle the situation. Irritation in him faded and turned into icy focus. He was ready to clean up the mess after the fight. A masked figure with eyes glowing red holds a mysterious vial in hand and pushes the one nearby to hurry. The air is tense. The countdown to the next phase begins. The one who received the vial reacted instantly, signaling understanding, flipped it over and swallowed the contents. Everything screamed urgency. The next stage was about to start. The transformation begins. The human body reacts wildly to the substance. Eyes already glowing, strength rapidly increasing, the person prepares to carry out orders. The person feels a surge of power running through the veins. The sensation is overwhelming. Muscles bulge with new might. They smile maniacally and are ready to unleash their power. The figure, now fully filled with this power, is ordered to go and destroy targets. The order is clear, and without hesitation they take the next step. The movement as the person rushes forward. Powerful energy creates a shockwave, and the body speeds incredibly fast toward unsuspecting victims. Enemy forces stood armed and ready to meet the advance. They tensed, but the sight of the incredible speed and power of this person filled them with fear. Filled with power, he swings the weapon. It cuts through the air with incredible force and easily slashes the enemies in his path. The battle intensifies. The figure continues its furious advance, its speed and strength unstoppable. Only chaos remains ahead. In the heat of the fight, several survivors in shock hold their breath, barely keeping up with the movements of that figure. The difference in strength is obvious. Their strikes do not reach. One of the survivors, realizing the power they are dealing with, quietly cursed. The figure is too fast and too strong to defeat in this state. The survivors, gripped by horror, now had only one thought. How could they have so underestimated the abilities of that figure? The figure relentlessly cuts down enemies from left and right. The sounds of battle grow louder, and the air fills with tension. Amid the bloody carnage, one of the survivors barely breathes. It remains only to guess whether he or she will live until help arrives. The group is surrounded. Their only hope is that reinforcements arrive in time and save them. A sudden clash of swords sharpens the fight. The determined figure faces a group of enemies, and the ringing of blades echoes in the air as they struggle for advantage. The enemy smiles maliciously, confident in his victory, cornering the target and mockingly hurling cruel words. His eyes gleam with sinister intent. He is sure the fight is under control. But the one cornered turns out to be ready. With one sudden move, he breaks free and with a precise strike pushes the enemy back. A loud scream bursts out as one of the fighters is struck by a swift and powerful blow from the enemy. Blood splatters as his sword hits the target. The wounded fighter falls flat, screaming in pain, and his comrade looks on in horror. The situation is desperate. Chances of survival are slim. He who dealt the devastating blow moves towards the remaining enemy forces, preparing for the next stage of the battle. A mysterious figure in the shadows watches from afar, alert and ready to intervene. The air is heavy with tension, but she calmly waits for her moment. While the battle raged, the mysterious figure stepped forward and revealed herself. Her appearance was commanding and drew the attention of all present. The figure spoke, hinting that she could handle a particularly insidious opponent, and offered her help to the exhausted group. The group, desperately needing help, grabs the stranger's offer, and gratitude burns in their eyes as they thank him for the intervention. But the figure is not moved by the thanks at all. She calmly assesses the situation, reveals her true intentions, and hints that a more strategic approach is needed. Full of confidence, the figure prepares to face the most formidable threat. It seems her intervention could turn the tide of the battle. As the figure prepares for the next move, a flash of soul energy bursts from her hand, swirling into a vortex of power. This energy is stunning and draws the gaze of all who see it. The spectators are stunned by the immense energy controlled by the figure, and their amazement grows as the power in the air seems to pulse with its own life. The figure smiles with that knowledge in her eyes, recalling her path and the power she has gained. She is satisfied. feeling that all her efforts justified the risk. A group of people bursts in, faces filled with panic and anxiety. One of them, noticing the situation, swore loudly, realizing they were late and could no longer stop what had begun. The figure in the foreground, blazing with fierce soul energy, horrified, contemplated the power that had just emerged. She had never known such power, and this realization struck her like thunder. A person understands that this incredible power was deliberately hidden, and this discovery fills them with awe and fear. Now they feel the true might of their enemy. Now that a mysterious opponent has appeared before them, the group demands an answer. Amid confusion, they shout questions about who this figure is. Distrust is palpable in their voices. The figure remains calm, as if their questions did not affect them at all, and with an indifferent look releases a powerful burst of energy towards the enemies. Waves of energy burst outward and force the group to retreat in horror. Who this attacker is remains a mystery, but the power emanating from them is undeniable. The battle ignites. A powerful figure stands amid swirling purple energy and smiles as if knowing more. The spectators freeze. Now they understand who they are dealing with. The figure, finally fully revealed, with a sly half-smile pronounced the name of the celestial demon. Recognition swept through the group like a shockwave, and their eyes widened in horror. Now they know they are dealing not with a simple opponent. This is a legendary figure whose fame precedes them, and their very appearance can crush all their hopes. The shock of the witness grows as the figure reveals their true identity, and no longer hides their power. The name Byok Taizan sounds, and this shakes the group even more. The figure towers, their power radiates in all directions. The sight is stunning. Even those who thought they could cope now understand. The odds are not in their favor. The tired and confused group finally begins to realize how serious everything is. Before them is someone with incredible power, and whether they will survive is a big question. The battle rumbles, and that silhouette stands unshakably and unharmed. An experienced warrior observing understands the incredible power of their opponent. Despite all the skill and experience, the warrior feels the heaviness of the fight on their body. Blood drips from wounds, the price is obvious, and he asks himself how much longer he can endure. The internal struggle intensifies when the warrior admits to himself the truth. His opponent far surpasses anything he has ever encountered, and one question spins in his mind. How can he survive this clash? One of the young warriors rushed forward with unwavering determination. After exhausting special training, he has no intention to lose, and a firm resolve is visible on his face as he throws himself into battle. The opponent, exhausted and irritated by the relentless pressure, screams in rage, not understanding where his enemies still have so much strength. With a loud cry, the enemy makes a decisive leap, soaring high and swinging his weapon with all his might, aiming to end the fight with a single blow. The attack crashes into the ground with explosive force, throwing debris and shockwaves in all directions. The earth cracks and crumbles under this pressure. Two warriors standing nearby realized it was already impossible to dodge the approaching strike. The force was too great and too fast. The blow hits with devastating power, tearing out a crater. The shockwave spreads and throws everyone back with furious force. The smoke cleared and two figures froze in place. In disbelief they look ahead, shocked by what just happened, unable to comprehend the outcome. From the dust came a voice speaking to itself. I am still not trained enough to truly control my power. Walking calmly across the battlefield, he recalls how he allowed emotions to shake his strength, and vows from now on to control them better. The battlefield fell silent, dust still settling, and from it emerged one figure, whole and unharmed, while the observers stood stunned and silent, unable to believe what they saw. Breathing steadily, the warrior lowers his hand, his face calm. He realized how dangerous his power is if used without restraint. Others watch silently, not knowing whether to sigh with relief or tremble with fear. The difference in strength between them and the man ahead became obvious. The man walks forward slowly, his hands relaxed, energy now under control, and his steps echo in the silence that followed the destruction. He passes by the others. They are stunned and do not utter a word. No one dares to stop him as he leaves this place. The fight is over, but the memory of this power does not let go. Everyone present now knows that the chasm between them and Byotasen is much greater than they had imagined. After the fierce clash, one figure stands gloomily and says that she probably made a mistake by not retreating. Blood splattered her face in spots and she struggles not to fall. Another figure, who watched with an impassive face, clicked their tongue, as if not concerned at all. It is clear that they have much greater strength. Despite the chaos around, the two figures for a moment understood each other without words. The silence spoke more than words, and they both prepared to move on. One of the figures thinks about how hard the fight with the opponent is, who turned out to be much stronger than she expected, and irritation grows inside. The speaker's eyes narrowed. He commented bitterly on the defeat of a member of the River Marshals Alliance, saying their strength was greatly overestimated, then turned and left, completely uninterested in continuing the conversation. Others look with distrust and ask why his comrade is leaving right now. Everything is still unknown here. Fleeing now would be reckless, but he does not care. The mood changes when another character looks at the one who is leaving, and slowly realization comes. They cannot believe what they just saw. A smile slowly spreads across the figure's face. It is clear that she was captivated by the audacity and carefreeness of the one who is leaving. Bian Tazang is embroiled in a fierce clash with a skilled opponent, and when their blades collide, he is already thinking about retreat. Because victory is impossible if the enemy keeps pushing into the fight. His opponent, an elder warrior, curses Tasang as the battle intensifies. The old man tries to deliver a decisive blow, and rage mixed with despair is evident in every move he makes. Although doubts torment him, Tasang decides to find a way out of the deadly confrontation and focuses on the next moment to regain control of the situation. The scene shifts to Master Bayuk, Tasang's companion. He stands aside at a distance, seemingly indifferent to the fight, and it is clear that he hesitates to intervene. The woman behind him asks if Master Bayuk should intervene and help her, her voice trembling with worry as she watches the battle unfold. Master Bayuk replies calmly. He will not intervene, but his eyes burn with full understanding of how serious the situation is. Tasang, feeling the pressure rising, calls for help. He realizes that something beyond his control is interfering in the battle, and suddenly a powerful force breaks the tension. Tasang, in panic, does not understand. Is it the roar of a lion or some hidden weapon? A huge force overwhelms him, and he desperately calls for help. The woman behind Master Bayuk quietly soothes Tasang, asking him not to lose calm. She is already preparing to act, and knows that at this moment he will have to rely on others to survive. The energy in the air changes, and the fight reaches a new level of tension. Tasang's opponent, stunned by this change, retreats backwards, staggering in surprise. The surrounding warriors hold their breath, watching as the fight suddenly turns in Tasang's favor. The balance of power has unexpectedly shifted. Seizing the chance, Tasang rushes forward with new determination, pressing the advantage and preparing to end the fight once and for all. Now having recovered, the senior warrior admits, the fight was no joke, and he had never encountered such a relentless opponent as Tasang. Tension reaches its peak as the two warriors stand face to face. Each knows this is the final decisive moment of the battle. With the last clash of swords, Tasang delivers a strike that ends the fight. The battle concludes, the result clear. Tasang emerges victorious. A green needle, as if an object sliced through the air, creating a sharp, cruel sound. The attack is swift and deadly. Its target is clear. On the face of the person being attacked, astonishment is visible. Eyes wide open in disbelief as they try to react. Immediately a second attack unfolds. A blue arc of energy sharply cuts through the air, further intensifying the fight. The old man, with relief on his face, says he has survived the worst, and a wave of calm washes over him. An object resembling the needle was shown, and everyone immediately froze. The old man seems confused and suspicious. Another figure, seemingly indifferent, smiles mockingly, hinting that this is all a waste of time. Someone speaks worriedly, apologizing for the delay, and says that this person is causing trouble. A third person reproachfully asks, why did no one help earlier, since it was a missed opportunity to deal with the problem? He shrugged it off lightly. I just don't like the face of that person. The younger character trembles with fear. It is visible how the older figures and the looming threat intimidate him. Another character silently watches the scene unfold, feeling the need to act but not knowing what will happen next. The last panel shows a thoughtful character who suddenly realizes he needs to become more independent and stop being a burden. The figure stands alone and vows from now on to stand confidently. Ready for the future? At that moment of deep reflection, an older figure emerges in the background and reminds the hero of the consequences that will await if he continues down this path. A woman, eager to become stronger, joyfully says she wants to join the training, and her determination is visible as she walks alongside the others. The man next to her, stunned by her sudden confession, asks her to clarify what she just said. She insists once again that she wants to get into the special training, filled with determination to become better and ready for the challenges ahead. After a short pause, the man reluctantly agrees to her request, says, all right, and a barely noticeable hesitation is visible on his face. He continues, explaining that as soon as they return, he will teach her the technique of the infinite step. He warns her that this technique requires insane physical endurance and inner energy. The training will be painful, but he insists that she must pull herself together and prepare. The woman eagerly agrees, her face glowing with determination, and she exclaims, "Okay." Someone nearby warns her, "Later you will probably regret it. This training will bring unbearable pain." The woman is not moved at all. The narrator recalls that she was always ready to endure pain to become stronger. One figure in the group skeptically asks what is so special about becoming stronger. She is clearly unimpressed by this conversation. The speaker, who looks more carefree, says that he is lucky. He will not have to endure the endless step training. The third laughed and threw out, "Don't tempt fate," jokingly hinting that the instructor might make everyone go through the training too. A new ominous presence approaches the group. Someone among them says, "Simona is coming." The silhouette approaches and becomes clearer. One man mockingly says, "Probably that old guy again," preparing for another round of troubles. The air is tense. They exchange light jokes. One grumbles that old people should age with dignity, and another gets offended and asks why they looked at him when that was said. The one who commented protests and explains, "I was just looking at a friend's face and just let him pass." Despite the playful dispute, attention turns to another elderly man who stubbornly says he looks much younger than the one they talked about earlier, amusingly defending his youth. The group moves forward and someone exclaims with surprise, "Look at him. He probably ate well because he looks younger than his years." Character Anatol joins the conversation, hinting that he has always looked young, and his tone sounds like playful boasting. The conversation became easier when suddenly the group noticed something in the distance. They were gripped by a sharp sense of danger, and one of them shouted, pointing at a figure far away. The enemy was approaching. The enemy was instantly recognized, the squad tensed, and one of them swore to catch that person and capture them. Someone else sarcastically asks if this vow will save us, as if the threat is not that serious. The group sets off. The enemy is already clearly in their sights. The chase begins and the tension rises. The pursuit intensifies. The elder rushes at the enemy, shouting in despair, but all his efforts are in vain. The enemy skillfully evades. The older man becomes even more determined and firmly says that sooner or later he will catch the target. But suddenly, something unexpected interrupts the scene. It instantly captured his attention. In the background, tension grows between the characters. And in a barely noticeable exchange, one of them says that he owes the other his life. This shows that their relationship is changing. After the commotion, the group finally gathered, and the old man, bowing low, sincerely thanked for the help during that chaos. The one who helped modestly replied that it was nothing more than a doctor's duty, to help. The tension melts again. They prepare to relax, and someone happily suggests raising a glass, as if to celebrate that everything is settled and leaving old frictions behind. In the room, tension rose when a dark figure froze and gave an order. It commanded the guards to let the person in so decisively that refusal was impossible. The door slowly opened, revealing the stern face of the figure as that person stepped inside, and the air filled with anticipation. An important moment had come. The shot shifts to the character entering with a solemn expression. The order has been carried out, and the figure is now ready to meet the one waiting inside. The doors creak, opening and revealing an alarming presence. A creature, like a monster, growls. Its glowing eyes radiate danger. Someone among those present casually remarked about the delay, and no one was confused. Everyone was calm, as if already accustomed to this tension. The scene begins. A woman sits among several people in tense silence and asks someone to clearly explain what exactly went wrong during the mission in Yuchang. Next to her sat a tired, exhausted man who admitted that although they managed to capture the Black Iron clan, everything that followed failed terribly. His behavior reflects the full weight of their defeat as he shares the loss of their half. Zhang She hints at a serious situation. The leader responds sharply, full of distrust. His eyes shine with irritation, and he demands to know if we lost everything. The man knelt before the leader and, acknowledging the catastrophic failure, begged to be killed. His voice trembled with remorse for making such a grave mistake. Tension rises. The room freezes. The burden of the situation falls on everyone, and all await the leader's response. The leader coldly orders to stand up and find out the real reason for their failure and to review the entire plan from the very beginning. The man's reaction is immediate. He is pierced by urgent anxiety and fear. He assures that he will immediately carry out the leader's order. The air hung heavy. The leader's cold gaze lingered without pity, and the situation was becoming increasingly worse. The leader, with a stern expression, gives a final warning, telling the man that this is his last chance, words full of pressure. A man, desperately striving to justify himself, swears that he will not let the leader down. His words are full of determination and fear. The leader's gaze is vigilant and sharp. He does not take his eyes off the man preparing to act. and the tension in the room grows. The stakes are getting higher. The leader stands in the middle of the group, his eyes narrowed. Everyone looks at him. He radiates strength and power. A woman approaches the leader with a gentle smile, trying to attract his attention, and suddenly, shock. Blood begins to flow from her mouth. Other women in the room react with horror as one of them begins to fall. Chaos erupts, the situation spirals out of control and clearly indicates that everything has taken a deadly turn. The group leader stands, filled with rage. His scream echoes through the room, a mixture of irritation and fury, while he is surrounded by bloodshed and chaos. Only his presence seems to instill icy fear in everyone nearby. Those around freeze in horror as the leader's anger explodes. Blood has stained the floor, and the leader remains unshaken. His face is cold as he processes this grim turn of events. The scene shifts outside. An endless sky opens up. A river and harsh battle lines are visible in the distance, and in the foreground stands a figure with a face full of pain. The man grits his teeth from incredible physical burden. His exhaustion is visible, but he does not give up. He keeps going, his body dripping with sweat. The burning pain from physical training seems unbearable, but his iron determination pushes him forward, a living symbol of the harsh fate of martial arts. The man, feeling the weight of all efforts on himself, sharply releases despair. He hones the technique of the endless step, where each slow, deliberate step is much more complex than it seems. His body aches, his face contorted with discomfort, but he forces himself to keep going. The steps are cautious, and each movement only intensifies the pain. People anxiously watch as he struggles, while others move on as if this exhausting trial hasn't affected them at all. The instructor stood calmly but persistently urged the man to continue, ignoring his complaints, ordering him not to stop and warning that if he stopped, his body might explode. The instructor's iron discipline sharply contrasted with the discomfort of the trainees, who after hours of continuous effort pleaded for relief. Tension rises. The cadets face the merciless reality of training, and the instructor's iron resilience leaves no room for hesitation. The instructor explained to the group in a philosophical tone that this training is for their benefit. The more they endure, the stronger and more flexible their bodies will become. He compares it to building resistance to poison, saying, "This is the technique they are mastering. The more practice, the stronger they become." One female cadet, feeling the full harshness of the training, said that others have long endured similar trials, and this realization struck her. She once had no idea about such strict discipline. The scene begins. A character stands in a storm and resolutely says that they will endure no matter what happens, because they cannot afford to fall behind. Their determination is clear, but their bodies show fatigue from intense training. They gasp deeply as they prepare for the next trial. The hero grits his teeth in pain. Exhaustion overwhelms him, but his resolve remains unshaken. A group of people walked through the building, groaning and complaining about body pains. One of them wondered how someone could be so strong, and his words showed admiration for the older person. The conversation continues. They talk about how much the physical exertion exhausts them. The burden of training has already become too heavy to bear. Suddenly, an alarming scream tore through the air. The group saw something shocking, and panic and confusion immediately flared up. The scene changes. A fire explodes in the distance, and the group freezes unexpectedly, their faces showing surprise and fear. The blazing flame sharply contrasts with the shock on their faces, and the heat from the fire seems to rush toward them like a warning of urgent danger. They shout for help as the fire spreads wildly. The stakes have risen, and they have been thrown into a deadly situation. Before the whirlpool of chaos stands a figure, probably the leader. Outwardly calm, but the weight of the situation is palpably pressing down. Allies interrogate them, while the leader silently gazes into the distance, contemplating the situation. The pressure mounts. The moment becomes critical. You suddenly realize that you need to act right now. In a quieter setting, two figures discuss the matter, and one says that Byakutzin is returning today. This only emphasizes the uncertainty of the situation. They talk about the difficulties they face, especially the constant problems around that half. In Jiangxi, the conversation turns grim as they admit they have no solution. The elder anxiously says that even Tyson does not know the reasons for their troubles, so they are completely confused and do not know what to do next. In a dark, shadowed room, two figures stood and talked. One suggests appointing these two people to Byakutzin when he returns. The other figure responded, confirming that even Byakutzin would not refuse such a task, hinting at the great value of those two. The first figure grumbles irritably, cursing Byakutzin, not believing that it has come to this. The scene shifts to a room where an elderly man wakes up. His eyes slowly open as he hears someone's voice. "You have woken up." The man responds half-conscious, his head still feeling fuzzy. He barely mumbles, and his memory is clouded. He tries to piece together what is happening. He notices the Alliance leader and ironically says that he seems to have caused a real commotion. Apparently, while he was unconscious, complete chaos reigned here. The Alliance leader asks what exactly happened that night, not understanding how everything could have escalated so sharply. The old man tries to brush it off with a weak, shy voice, assuring that it is nothing serious. He just drank a little too much. The Alliance leader is not convinced at all, saying how strange it is that his condition arose from drinking. But the old man continues to explain vaguely and evade further questions. As the old man recalls more details, he says that after dealing with the remaining forces, he finished off the stragglers after the ambush. The conversation suddenly changes when the old man finally remembers. The divine doctor and the eccentric medic appeared only after he finished his task, and this clearly hinted at their involvement. Mysterious forces behind the scenes begin to show themselves, but the confusion does not disappear. On the contrary, even more questions arise about these strange events. The old man shyly laughed and admitted that that night he drank together with the Alliance leader, and this only deepened the confusion. A flashback shows the two of them enjoying drinks. The atmosphere is light and carefree, but then the scene suddenly darkens. The old man turns out to be affected more than he initially realized, and feels unwell and confused. The room fills with cries of pain. A figure writhes in agony, screams again because their body sharply reacts to something. Another figure looks on in horror, unable to do anything, as the screams grow louder. The man's body twists as if something inside is fighting to break free. The situation turns into chaos. The faces of the figures contort in pain, and everyone freezes in stupor, not understanding what is happening. A loud scream breaks the tension. The leader of the Alliance. A worried shout comes from a group of people nearby, who witness what is happening. The chief, the leader of the Alliance, steps forward, sees the suffering person, and anxiety is visible on his face as he contemplates possible consequences. The chief says anxiously that it seems the person is still suffering greatly from the effects of the battles, and this makes the problem even more urgent. One of the figures in the scene agrees and says that the person in distress should be carefully tended to. The situation has escalated to the point that immediate help is needed. The leader nods decisively, indicating that he will carry out the orders. This matter is the most important to him. Meanwhile, another person in the group tries to explain that this is not the same situation as before, hinting at deeper difficulties in their mission. A wide shot outside. A figure walks through the city, the wind wildly blowing around. This is the leader of the Alliance walking and talking with another person about what they will do next. The leader is deeply lost in thought, it is clear. He is focused on something very important. They say that the House of the Golden Jade requested that 2 doctors accompany them. Determination is read on the leader's face as he discusses the next step, a hint at how critically important their mission is regarding the captured Guangdong fiends and their strange behavior. The conversation shifted to the interrogation of the captured fiend from Guangdong. And strangely, he knows almost nothing about the organization he worked for, which raises even more suspicions. The figure continues. The captive does not even know why he suddenly became younger, and who was giving him orders. Instead of answers, there are even more questions. The conversation continues. The leader shows keen interest in the situation, clearly intrigued by the demon's mysterious behavior, and this interest only sharpens as they try to piece together the clues. A woman in a dimly lit room confesses to a strange gift. Sometimes she sees a person's true essence in moments. The figure opposite her, intrigued, asks what she saw in him. He leans closer. His curiosity is palpable. The woman hesitates at first, but then begins to explain what she saw. Her eyes darting, she struggles to put her thoughts into words. She says she saw inside a black, monstrous figure sneaking, something dark and disturbing. This vision is like a shadow of a deeper essence hiding within him. He listens, interested and seemingly unmoved by the negative description. A faint smile appears on his lips. It is clear he liked her remarks. The woman adds that the figure, the monster, seemed to want to break free from the dungeon, and its power threatened to consume everything around. Her facial expression trembles. Confusion and uncertainty wash over her. She looks at him not knowing how to respond, and realizes this is no longer a simple conversation but a dangerous turn in her life. The woman, with a slightly worried face, thinks about her fate. She knows she has no choice but to serve Master Baiyu, although she does not know what will happen next, and her gaze reveals an inner rupture because of the path she now has to take. She freezes, thoughts heavy with doubts, and asks herself where her life is leading. The silence reveals even more clearly her inner storm and confusion about what lies ahead. In the background, 2 figures emerge, possibly important for her journey, and their mystery hints at the trials awaiting her ahead. Aya, a new character, turned to Master Bayok and said that 2 people from the Hall of 1,000 Medicines interested him. They skillfully combine medicine and martial arts, becoming very valuable allies. Their dual mastery sets them apart from others, and Master Bio takes this seriously. The conversation shifted to a bigger question, whether the Hall of 1,000 Leagues joined the Maram Alliance, and this uncertainty lingers in the air, hinting at political tension and possible future clashes. During the conversation, Master Bayuk unexpectedly praised her for her usefulness, a compliment that caught her off guard. She listened attentively, but still did not know what her role would be. Master Bioke notices that her comrades are amazingly skilled. He emphasizes their talents and abilities, acknowledging their unique capabilities, and subtly hinting at their important role in the great cause. In the woman's mind, images flashed like lightning, faces of different people connected to her, and hints of what they might mean. Mysterious expressions played on their faces, adding even more intrigue to the story. A woman's thoughts deepen as she recalls the smiles of the people around her, and the fact that they all smiled the same way raises even more questions about their intentions and connection to her. The response of Master Bioke was detached, but his interest was sparked, and his brief acknowledgement of the situation shows that he is gradually delving deeper to understand all the complexities surrounding this woman's associates. The woman, reflecting on the situation, feels unease mixed with curiosity, and realizes that there may be much more hidden in these people than she initially thought. Suddenly, everything changes. Master Bayuk interrupts the conversation and draws attention to an important matter, and the tension in the air clearly shows that the stakes are higher than they seemed before. Master Bio quietly confirms to the woman that they are approaching the place where more group members are gathered, possibly pirates. The hint of danger intensifies, and she feels the need to act faster. She replied quietly and decisively. She is no longer the mistress of this house. This is an important change that opens a new stage in her role and changes what is now expected of her. A man with a turbulent past admits that he was once a pirate, and reflecting on those days, hints that many of his old comrades did manage to break free from that life. Other characters in the scene became alarmed. They are shocked by the pirate's escape, especially under such close watch. This escape seems very suspicious to them. They continued discussing the details of the event. The man noted that it was not just luck. Something else might have happened that allowed the pirate to break free. The woman challenged him. Maybe the watch was not as vigilant as he says. It is more likely negligence than luck, and she doubts that the pirates escaped so easily. Her remark provoked a reaction from the man. He immediately defended his words, insisting that the watch was indeed tight, and added that the escaped pirates undoubtedly add to the creepiness of the situation. He insisted, but the woman was still not fully convinced. She was troubled by inconsistencies in the story, and she was unsettled by the feeling that something was wrong with the whole situation. He throws suspicion in her face. You speak as if you saw the escape with your own eyes, thus casting doubt on her words. The woman becomes embarrassed and tries to justify herself, assuring that she only heard the details, but the anxiety in her words only increases suspicions about her involvement or knowledge of the escape. Silence instantly falls. The man does not avert his piercing gaze from her, and the tension grows because what exactly happened is still unclear. The woman, clearly upset, begins to worry about her reputation. She is afraid that she might have been wrong because she did not figure everything out herself. In panic, she suffers, whether the husband suspects that she is hiding something, or he is beginning to be wary of her actions. Her anxiety grows. She tries with all her might to prove that she is not guilty of anything. But every embarrassed word of hers only sharpens the tension between her and the husband. The scene suddenly darkens. One of the men is attacked, and his cry of betrayal further intensifies the sense of danger looming over the group. The man who is accused feverishly rejects the accusations of betrayal, and swears that he would never have let them down, but his body language screams otherwise. The situation gets out of control. The confrontation escalates, and a sudden explosive physical clash only deepens the conflict and plunges the group into even greater uncertainty. The group is frozen in shock. Spies have infiltrated their camp, and one of them, not hiding his surprise, whispered that the enemy's influence reaches further than they thought, so the situation is much worse than it seemed. It turned out that the spy had been in the ranks of the Hao faction for over 5 years. This long-term infiltration raises serious concerns. How deeply the enemy has prepared, and whether they can strike without being noticed. While the spy continues to deny his involvement, the group begins to suspect that a trap is being set to capture Master Bayak. The tension rises because the consequences of this betrayal become increasingly clear. Master Bayoki neglected the spy's protection. He does not care whether he is a spy or not. He only thinks about the greater threat and how to trap it. The spy, frightened and embarrassed, asks what Master Biok means by trap, struggling to understand the true nature of the situation. The cold, thoughtful gaze of Master Biok makes the moment even more serious, hinting that he is already preparing for any danger that is approaching them. In the distance stands a mysterious figure watching the events unfold with interest. The figure looks intrigued by what is happening, as if hinting, there is a deeper and more complex layer to this story. The words of the figure stunned. The enemy prepared a trap to capture Master Biok. This is only part of a grand plan, and it seems he's ready to escalate the situation. The bio-reflex of the master instantly sensed the scale of the enemy's operation. He realized that the matter was much more serious than he had imagined, and although the experience of the heavenly demon had trained him for threats, this time everything felt different. Master Biok stands firm and carefully studies the trap that has appeared before them. His sharp mind says he has seen many like this, and he is decisively looking for a way to overcome it. His thoughts instantly returned him to the days when he was a heavenly demon, and powerful clans set many traps to catch him. These trials made him extremely cautious, but also much better prepared. Master Biok feels that although many traps were set against him in the past, none worked, so his confidence grows and he prepares his next move. Master Biok smiles ironically, intrigued by how events are unfolding. He is curious how the enemies will handle this challenge, as he knows very well that they might underestimate him. Attention shifts to the mysterious energy emanating from a distant building. Master Biok senses something ominous. It is a sign of a new level of danger. Tension rises, energy intensifies, and Master Biok prepares for the next stage. His instincts suggest that something formidable is approaching. Master Biok announced that he would rush into the thick of the battle, simultaneously ordering his comrades to cover the rear. His bold impulse radiates confidence, but the allies immediately became worried because they fear the danger. His companion, uncertain and anxious, insists that such a move is too risky, but Master Biok decisively replies, "Who will be in danger if not our allies?" and clearly makes it understood that he himself is ready to take this risk upon himself. The team stood divided. Some doubted, but in the end everyone agreed. If Master Biok is resolute, they will have to follow his plan. Master Biok calmly but firmly explains that if he is in danger, it is on their shoulders, to work harder and protect themselves. His words carry confidence in their strength, as well as the gravity of the reality they have found themselves in. His partner accepts the order, though the alarm does not disappear, and a silent understanding is established between them. Roles are divided. Master Biok will face the main danger face to face, and the rest will cover his back. Master Biok, having given the orders, looks ahead with an unwavering gaze, preparing for trials, well aware that ahead will be something that will test both him and the team. A figure in the shadow silently watches how the scene unfolds, assessing the situation. Tension rises. The enemy makes itself known, but Master Biok feels that they are approaching their goal. Master Biok's thoughts focus on the upcoming battle. He internally prepares for the fight, and readiness is read on his face, for he senses the looming danger about to explode. Enemy forces press in, and the moment of confrontation is near. Master Biok takes a deep breath. In his eyes is unwavering determination, and he moves into battle. Master Biok suddenly notices the enemy and shouts loudly, warning the team of immediate danger. His voice cuts through the tension and gives the team a signal to act. Warning the group, he sharply focuses. The enemies, caught by surprise, begin to react, but confusion still reigns in their ranks, and they fluster trying to regroup. Master Biok's voice grows authoritative. He decisively leads the team and urges them to act swiftly. In every word is experience and leadership. The air darkens, the team tensely prepares for battle, and Master Biok, focused on the task, pauses for a moment to assess the situation and the danger looming over them. The enemy, now fully visible, moves forward. The team tenses. They know that only a quick and decisive clash will give them a chance to survive. Master Biok towers over the battlefield, feeling the full scale of the trial, and throws himself into the attack. Every move of his is meant to break the enemy. Master Biok steps into the darkened room, eyes narrowing. He senses someone's presence, the air around filled with tension and as if some mysterious figure awaits him. The figure spoke. It was waiting for the arrival of Master Biok, and tension was rising in the air because their confrontation had become inevitable. The cold composure of Master Biok silently says that he is not intimidated, and his calm, confident posture reveals the power he possesses and readiness for the battle ahead. Master Biok contemptuously reflects on the opponents, noting that they will never be able to reveal their full potential. Due to their short lives, his tone is increasingly filled with impatience toward their limitations. He brushed off the enemy's weaknesses and said with disdain that if he had known everything would turn out so simple, he would have finished them much earlier. His gaze became icy as he surveyed the opponent. There was no mercy in his thoughts. Despite their suffering, the upcoming fight seemed too easy to him. A new figure appears, seemingly impressed by the skill of the Biok's companions, and compares them to wolves attacking a flock of sheep, emphasizing their devastating power. The figure acknowledged that Master Biok had to teach them personally. The strength and coordination of his companions in battle were too noticeable. Master Biok's eyes sharpened as he pondered the next move. His steady calm sharply contrasted with the surrounding tension, and seemed to hint that he was ready to overcome any challenge ahead. The mysterious figure continues speaking. If his companions are so skilled, then Master Biok must be a formidable opponent. A certain respect appears in the figure's voice, but whether they are allies or enemies, no one knows. Master Biok stands upright, his face showing unwavering calm. He is simply waiting, as if completely satisfied that the enemy will make the first move. The smile of the mysterious figures faded when they were fully revealed and named Gok Yong-do. From this statement, the air grew cold and Master Biok's eyes narrowed in recognition. Master Biok's facial expression becomes firm. He silently weighs the significance of the appearance of this new enemy. Gaol Gyandu is not a simple opponent, so the fight ahead will by no means be easy. A confident figure stands straight and addresses the room. He proclaims that he is not a celebrated martial arts master nor the leader of a great sect, but something else. And in his words, when he speaks about the past, a mystery is felt. Another figure stands silently. Surprise is read in his eyes as he tries to comprehend that strange statement, and a thought flashes in his mind. This man considers himself better than most martial arts masters. The man who spoke earlier is unmoved. He dismisses the idea that he is ordinary, hinting at his special place in the world and still remaining shrouded in mystery. The figure, smiling confidently, admits that he calls himself the Unknowns, and his smile radiates both mystery and self-confidence, further sharpening the atmosphere of intrigue. Intrigued, another asks their name and sincerely admits that he has never heard of those strangers before. This ignites even greater curiosity. With a slight smile, the stranger noted that despite the name, he is by no means like an ordinary follower or sycophant, and this further distinguishes their strange group. The unknown, with a sly smile, nods, saying that although he is a lackey, this figure seems to possess a sea of knowledge and a heap of information. This makes him more of a valuable trump card than just a subordinate. A barely perceptible change in the air. Tension rises. A person steps forward. The hand begins to glow with energy. The air crackles with energy. The glowing aura intensifies. This is the beginning of a dangerous confrontation between two figures. The battle intensifies. The figure releases a colossal stream of energy that strikes waves against the opponent, the other figure. And the other figure, seemingly unmoved, cautiously assesses the situation. Energy bursts out with a powerful explosion, leaving a trail of light and destruction in the air, and the opponent of the figure looks tense and does not know how to cope with this powerful force. The battle continues, and the figure confidently says that he is thinking about something more important. Despite the clash, his thoughts are consumed by hunger, and this adds a creepily casual tone to the whole scene. The figure throws a frivolous remark, as if indifferent to the chaos around, gestures forward, and thereby releases a destructive explosion again. The opponent, feeling the energy around, understood. He is strong, but his movements and behavior are unpredictable, and this makes the fight even more complicated. With another burst of energy, the opponent reacts, but in his head it is clear. What a weirdo. He barely keeps up with the chaotic and powerful style of that figure. Two fighters are still in a fierce fight. The first says that his opponent is definitely a weirdo, because he moves completely unpredictably. Biok Tasong is still dodging attacks and, as if in a dance, effortlessly deflects blows in a graceful, though unusual pose, while his opponent mockingly laughs in disbelief as if to say, "Can one dodge so easily?" The first figure releases another strike, eyes narrowing with rage. He prepares for the next attack, thinking that with refined technique he will quickly finish this. The scene changes. The energy of the first fighter becomes more aggressive and throws a powerful impulse forward, and Biotazing's face becomes stone-like with determination, preparing for what will come next. Their forces collide as Biotaze crashes into an equally powerful move. The clash of energies shakes everything around. Tension rises because each opponent understands the other's power. Biotaze Zhang smiles slyly, confidence growing. He prepares for the decisive move, but his opponent looks much more serious. His gaze sharpens because he understands. This is not an ordinary fight. The fight intensifies. Biotazen storms again, but this time releases a different, even more dangerous energy, and the first silhouette realizes that he has been outplayed. The first figure struggles to adapt, but the stunning power of Baiyu Taizeng throws him back, and his former confidence begins to fade. Both fighters briefly meet eyes, and the first fighter mutters a curse under his breath, realizing that the opponent's moves have exceeded his expectations. The first one thinks he has the upper hand, but a barely noticeable movement of Baiyu Taizeng reveals a trap, and he inadvertently steps right into it. With a sharp, deliberate movement, Baiyu Taizeng triggers his trap. The next move of the enemies falls straight into the hands of fate. "This is the end," Baiyu Taizeng muttered, preparing to deliver the final blow. His energy was growing. The final moment approaches. Both fighters are locked in a deadly duel. Baiyu Taizeng unleashes a destructive surge, and the first figure fails to react in time. At the last moment of the fight, the first figure realizes that the trap was set at the very moment he stepped. He is trapped, and the outcome is inevitable. Shock and realization froze on the face of the first as the overwhelming energy of the opponent engulfs him, and the fight ends with a powerful explosion of force. Baiyu Taizeng smiles fiercely, watching his opponent struggle. The glow of his energy dims, and the first figure recognizes the phantom shift technique. The first figure looks around in panic, trying to find where his opponent disappeared to, and shouts in confusion, "Where are you?" Irritation grows. He desperately tries to track the elusive opponent. "Did you run away?" he mutters, realizing how skillful and elusive Baiyu Taizeng really is. Baiyu Taizeng, appearing with a smug smile, attacks again. He seems to enjoy the challenge and taunts the opponent, believing he has finally found someone strong enough to draw blood. The attack is lightning fast and precise. A flash of dark energy bursts from Baiyu Taizeng's hand. The opponent freezes in surprise, completely unprepared for such a sudden strike. The first figure, consumed by rage, is forced to be on guard, realizing this battle is far from over. With a flash of violet energy, Baiyu Taizeng strikes. The first figure is thrown back, her body torn by this wild force. A smug smile appears on Baiyu Taizeng's face. He enjoys the power of his strike, and his opponent fails to react in time and takes the blow. "At least I thought you could somewhat quench my thirst." To cast a mocking smile, watching your opponent suffer. Blood drips from the first figure, he curses. "Son of a bitch." The intense pain seems to fuel his rage, and he prepares for the next stage of the fight. With fierce determination, the first silhouette forces himself to stand, his gaze burning with hatred, and he rushes forward, swearing to end this clash once and for all. Both figures collide in an explosive impact. Their energies burst with destructive force, and each fighter pushes himself to the limit. Baiyu Taizeng, as if enjoying the fierce battle, smiles and continues fighting, feeling adrenaline surge through him. Stepping back a little, catching his breath, he said, "Finally, I'm warmed up. Haven't had this much fun in a long time." The tension reached its peak. Baiyu Taizeng looked at the fallen opponent and added, "So, shall we go see those half-Jiangshi?" Ready to move to the next stage of his plan. "Master!" Baiyu enters, and his subordinates rush to greet him, anxiously asking if he is okay, worried about his condition after the fight. Calmly, Master Baiyu scans around and asks if anyone among the subordinates is seriously injured. His eyes running over their faces and noticing no severe wounds. All the subordinates nodded in unison at Master Baiuki's question. This somewhat reassured them, but tension still hung in the air, and for now they stood waiting for his next command. The thoughts of Master Baiuki wander. He marvels and whispers to himself, "What is this?" Because for the first time he catches himself doubting his new habits. And this seems strange to him. Flashes of his past as a celestial demon flicker in the image. Memories of countless deadly battles, but something doesn't add up. Why is he now testing his subordinates like never before? He remains thoughtful. Surprise is readable on his face as he realizes this strange feeling. It is truly a strange feeling, and he silently admits that he is beginning to doubt the change in his own attitude. Master Baiuki called his people closer to praise them. "Well done," he said, and an unusual warmth was felt in his voice. The subordinates froze at the praise, a little shocked, but also sincerely happy at his words. "He complimented us," and someone whispers, not believing it, "Not." The group burst into laughter and genuine joy, filled with rare pride. They never expected the master to praise them so warmly. Master Baiuki swiftly returns to more serious matters and orders them to take care of themselves before taking on the next task. One of his subordinates says excitedly, "Leave it to us!" And it is clear how they eagerly begin preparing for the next stage of the mission. The group continues to act with all sincerity. Now their attention is focused on one thing, to properly fulfill the will of the master. As the task moves forward, Master Bioke discusses further steps with another leader, and notes that they plan to search for that half. The conversation flies quickly. They spin the strategy, and Master Biok decisively rejects the idea of splitting up. I already know where they are, he says confidently. The other leader nods, acknowledging the skill and knowledge of Master Bioke. They prepare to move further in the search, relying on his judgment. The eyes of Master Biok narrowed. He felt a special aura, and his attention turned to the source when he noticed a faint trace of energy. The aura brightens, igniting in a violet mist and clearly revealing the presence of a target. He feels that their special energy is easy to calculate. Master Biok smiles slyly, knowing he is on the right path, and steps forward to better understand the energy guiding him. In a decisive, commanding tone, Master Biok orders his subordinates, "Cut him!" His voice is firm. He is preparing for the next step. One of his subordinates, sword in hand, steps forward. He prepares to carry out the order, focused and tense. As the sword is drawn, a wave of tension spreads through the air. Master Bioke watches intently, knowing this next action will reveal the truth. With one swift, precise movement, the floor splits open and a hidden passage is revealed beneath it, the sharp blade cutting through effortlessly. Dust settled, and light began to pour into the newly discovered basement, driving out the darkness from its depths. Suddenly, a stunned realization exploded in the air. Beneath the house was a whole hidden space filled with unknown secrets, and Master Biok's voice echoed. "Oh, so here is the basement." Moving further, the group froze at a sudden movement in the shadows. From the depths emerged a terrifying entity. Figures with glowing red eyes and sinister faces stepped forward. The air filled with danger as they revealed their dreadful appearance. One of the subordinates screamed in horror. "Oh damn, that scared me." The tension rises as they face unexpected enemies. Master Biok surveyed the situation and assessed the new threat. There were many of them here, and his eyes scanned the ever-growing number of half-jonksi. In the shadows emerges a group of figures, their eyes burning red. Their presence is ominous. They surround the scene. The air is thick with tension. Enemies are approaching. The frightened woman desperately calls Master Biok, her voice trembling with fear. The danger is palpable, and she looks at him seeking help. The steps of threatening figures were accompanied by an anxious sound. It was the signal for the start of a deadly clash, and the group stood tensely, feeling the impending battle. A wave of mighty energy burst forth as Master Biok unleashed a flash of mystical power. The air crackled, its energy engulfing everything around. His aura exploded, and shockwaves passed through the enemies. The ground trembled beneath him as his power grew. Figures around him are pushed back. Some simply cannot withstand the overwhelming power, while Master Bioke stands firm, full of confidence that he will defeat them. Master Bioke rises to a new level of power, his figure enveloped in dazzling light. The might of his energy has reached an incredible peak. The scene turns into chaos. His energy unleashes a destructive force. Enemies scatter in all directions. This power is overwhelming. They have never encountered anything like it before. When the dust settled, Master Bioke stood upright, contemplating the immense energy he had just used, and a deeper understanding of the power he possessed emerged in his thoughts. Master Bioglass. His voice resounded with triumph, and on his face played a mixture of pride and a playful smile, as if he enjoyed the scale of his own power. His laughter echoes through the air. He freezes for a moment and savors the feeling of power, and around him lie fallen enemies. Others in the group are still stunned by this display of power. They have only one question. What exactly did Master Bioke do? They are baffled, unable to comprehend the scale of his abilities. The scene changes. The ship calmly sails on quiet water, and the group seems to be returning home after a fierce battle. One of the characters thoughtfully recalls what they have just experienced and quietly acknowledges how many difficulties had to be overcome. The character aloud reflects on their future path and the inevitable farewell to Master Bayuk, hinting at the uncertainty and challenges that lie ahead. The group talks, and someone doubts whether it is worth staying in Wuhan with Master Bayuk. The tone is light, playful, as they discuss how tough the training is. Another character resists, tries to avoid the duty of training, and says they do not want to at all, but with a sly smile jokes. Training is inevitable, especially after returning to Master Bayuk's side. The conversation turns into playful teasing about the harsh training ahead, and the company, relaxed, easily jokes about the crazy intensity they have already gone through. The conversation becomes more serious. One asks why the other is looking at him. Tension is felt in the gaze, and a playful challenge sounds in the words, as if trying to diffuse the moment. Playful teasing continues, but one character is already a bit irritated. Makes a remark about the other's intrusive behavior. The atmosphere remains casual, but there is a hint of tension in the air. The scene shifts to the quiet, sad moment. One figure stands alone and looks into the distance. The mood darkens because memories of the past weigh heavily and thoughts grow heavier from reflection. The hero stands in deep thought, reviewing their past actions and decisions, and in solitude prepares for what lies ahead. The shot sharply turns to the past, to that event at Gokyandu on the pirate fortress, where an important meeting is brewing and dangers lie ahead. The character's inner monologue reveals a growing understanding of the situation. The tone changes, and the full seriousness of what is happening is felt. The group encounters an unexpected enemy, a man with a sword. His combat skills are unimpressive, but there is something threatening about him. The fight intensifies when they realize that the real danger is not in his technique, but in the strange energy emanating from him, and a cold unease settles over everyone. The group faces a dangerous turn. The energy taken from the enemy begins to distort and twist, and they become more cautious, sensing that this opponent is unlike any they have met before. The mysterious energy continues to sow chaos, growing precisely when the hero tries to uncover the source of this strange power. The realization strikes. The enemy's energy is a distorted mixture of soul and flesh, far more dangerous than they expected. The discovery shook the group. The group, now better prepared, gathers for a confrontation to deal with the consequences of the mysterious soul energy. The investigation continues, but the threat still looms ominously. Master Biak reveals the secret. A special pill that awakens hidden power is made from rare ingredients, and it shows. Each costs a hefty pile of gold. The conversation turned to the loss of such valuable pills. Everyone wondered what furious rage gripped those who lost them, and the rarity of the pill only deepened the mystery. Now the group thinks with awe and anxiety about what the hidden treasure in the pirate fortress means. The mystery deepens as they realize the enormous value at stake. The conversation continues. Master Biok suggests a way to neutralize the pill's effect, although reproducing its exact formula seems impossible. Master Biok reveals the secret. To awaken the pill's hidden power, one special herb is needed. The flower blood drop. Its unique properties make it an indispensable ingredient for fully unlocking the pill's power. Next, they told about the flower blood drop. It really looks like a drop of blood, hence the name. And the group now understands that this herb could be the key to creating a remedy that neutralizes the power of that pill. Master Bioki says that the other ingredients most likely slow down human reactions, and together they make the pill both dangerous and extremely complex. The group is bustlingly discussing options, trying to find a way to accelerate the release of the tablet's power before the user gains full control. Master Biok is devising a plan. If they manage to awaken the hidden power faster, the effect of the pills will end sooner, and the one who took them will be exhausted even before the battle. The plan will be considered complete if they manage to speed up the effect. Then the tablet's power will fade long before its owner can effectively use it in battle. Master Bioke and the group are preparing the plan, making sure they know exactly how to implement this countermeasure before heading into danger. One of the heroes promises to start working on the formula as soon as he arrives, and if possible to improve the method. While Master Bioke explains the stolen research that was uncovered, new important information emerges. The group's success depends on whether they can understand the source of these mysterious methods. The stolen secret about the tablet's composition pushed the group closer to a solution, but the method turned out to be extremely cheap, just ordinary herbs. Its simplicity is somewhat irritating. Master Bioke realized how easily this method can be replicated, and this creates new threats, so the group must act quickly to prevent even bigger problems. As the group approaches Wuhan, one of them thinks, although the journey is almost over, this place still doesn't feel like home. A struggle is raging inside. The report states that the pirate fortress Yuchang has been completely emptied, and now the group has more questions than answers. It seems that the mysterious SEO Dugan got involved in this matter, and that means everything is much more complicated than it seemed at first. The group discusses the consequences of the battle. Most enemies are either dead or captured, but Gokyandu is still nowhere to be seen. Tension is rising. The group realizes that Gokyandu is not one to be easily defeated, and his disappearance makes everything much more urgent. They understood that the half-Junshi, creatures half-human, half-undead, are probably lost as well. The mystery surrounding Gokyandu only deepens. The conversation turned to Master Bayok Tazin. He is considered involved in thwarting the enemy's plans, and everyone acknowledges that he has achieved notable successes against their forces. A grim realization struck. The enemy's trap to capture or kill Bayok Tazen has terribly failed. And to their growing problems, another is added. An unknown figure contemplates the failure of their trap and feels that everything is slipping out of their control. The conversation intensifies. They discover that pills that enhance blood have disappeared from their base, and this theft of such a valuable resource delivers a powerful blow to their position. Irritation grows as the narrator explains that his attempts to make amends after past failures only worsened matters. Attention shifts to a cunning plan to destroy evidence and cover tracks. They agree to leave only the part where Bioticin was lured into the trap, fabricating a story. The figure pondered. All evidence must be destroyed, leaving only the part that implicates Bioticin. The sense of urgency presses. Full exposure cannot be allowed. The tension literally cuts the air. The group understands that the plan must work despite all the complexity and high stakes, and they set it in motion. The leader makes a decision and realizes that this step is necessary. Despite the risks, he knows the consequences will be serious. When they arrived, they were greeted with great enthusiasm. Someone jokingly welcomed Master Bayuk and the eccentric doctor, and this playful note sharply contrasted with the serious atmosphere of their journey. Someone sarcastically remarks on how cynical this greeting is, and for a moment the tension eases. The air becomes lighter. Despite the light, joking greeting, the group's attitude does not change. This further emphasizes their composure amid the surrounding chaos. The one who responds sincerely invites everyone inside, offering a hot, relaxing bath, food to restore strength, and a rare liqueur, thus showing the luxury and comfort prepared for the group. Among the group members, jokes about the luxurious reception were heard, teasing the host, saying he was boasting about his hospitality. The mood sharply changes when Master Bayuk is asked if he wants to visit the manor. This proposal immediately focuses attention on his personal matters. Master Bayuk, when the conversation turned to a visit to his brother, looked surprised. This confession slipped out of his mouth spontaneously and caught him off guard. He contemplates calling someone brother, and it feels strangely natural. Immediately the question arises. Is it a bodily reflex or a remnant of Bayuktasis in the soul? Master Bayuk remained thoughtful about this mysterious connection, embarrassed by the sudden association with the word brother that touched his past. Master Bayuk agrees to visit his brother, but his attention shifts to meeting with his people. Duty to them is more important to him. The group sets off following the guide to the meeting place. The leader loudly shows the direction. They get a bit lost on the way, but quickly adjust. The group moves on, and Master Bayuk walks ahead, clearly indicating that reunion with his people is more important than personal matters. The host was eager to make Master Bayuk feel comfortable, but in the air there was a faint hint. The group seemed to expect more from him. Thoughts of Master Bayuk hovered over the strange change. In the air there was a kind of friendliness, but beneath it hid tension. Members of the group, clearly feeling the tension of the moment, focus on the next steps. It becomes clear that Master Bayuk's duties come first, but still there is a sense of something important looming in the air. When Master Bayuk returns, a real surge of excitement arises. Newcomers freeze in amazement at his appearance, and people are clearly thrilled and trembling before his power. Some in the group quietly whisper in admiration about the incredible abilities of Master Bayuk, and as soon as they see him, their admiration only grows. A sharp commanding voice interrupted the excitement and ordered everyone to return to their tasks. The sudden change in tone quieted the crowd, but respect was still felt in the air. Master Bayuk, calm as always, orders the group to return to their tasks, and thus once again emphasizes his authority. Someone whispered that Master Bayuk, while he was away, became even more charismatic, and everyone around noticed it. The conversation quiets, and someone thoughtfully says that Master Bayuk seems to be gradually returning to his true self after recovering from illness. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure watches how Master Bayuk has changed, and notices that interest in him is growing. She realizes that everything is starting to get complicated and much more interesting. Just a few phrases, and everything becomes clear. The estate owner summoned Byokusin, so his presence is truly needed. As the action was coming to an end, a woman named Che Marion, who turned out to be the wife of Byok Taizan, watched what was happening, a sly smile playing on her face. She felt the tension and intrigue in the air. Chai Mirian, wife of Bei Octasun, stands confidently and addresses someone in the shadows. The estate owner called Bei Octasun, so something important is happening. The man answered affirmatively, confirming that the estate owner had indeed immediately called Bei Octazen, so something important is unfolding at the estate. Che Mariong smiled slyly and considered the situation. She understood that things were getting more interesting and that a bigger game might be unfolding ahead. Chai Miriong spoke again, and disbelief sounded in her voice at the sudden business proposal from the River Marshal Alliance. She doubted its sincerity and seriousness. Inside the estate, several men sat at a table and heatedly discussed the proposal. They explained that the River Military Alliance wants to open a branch in Wyhem, and seeks exclusive rights to supply the alliance with paper and alcohol. Chaemi Ryong, with a face full of rage, loudly asks, "Who do they think Byok Taisen is?" She considers their demands absurd and beyond her expectations. The irritation inside her only grows. In the dim room, the plan to investigate Biotasin gains momentum, and one man says they need to dig deeper, to study Biotasin's connection with the River Military Alliance. Chaema Ryong insists that a simple investigation is not enough. She demands to learn everything about Biotasin, his connections, weaknesses, and even enemies. Mirion concluded, as soon as they gather all the necessary information, they will make a plan on how to deal with Biotasin and maintain their position in future events. Chimiriong openly states that her goal is to become the true head of the Golden Wall Trading Guild. She says this is the only way to guarantee Byok Sang, while Il and Byok Wu Yang are sidelined. The man next to her agreed with the plan, realizing the importance of their next steps. His nod confirmed that the bond between them was growing stronger. Mariong adds that their ultimate goal is to capture the Yozio Pavilion, further emphasizing her desire to take control of the larger operations happening here. The scene changes. A group of men discusses how Biotasin's power is growing. His previously seemingly weak appearance was unnoticed, but now it becomes clear that he is turning into a real threat. Lone among the men anxiously says that he can no longer be left alone. With Tyson's growing strength, they can no longer afford to ignore him, because it might become too late. The group shouts with joy when Biotasin finally appears. One of the men called out to him, and despite the chaos in the air, there is a sense of urgency and impatient anticipation of what lies ahead. Biotasin, catching the true meaning of their warm reception, thoughtfully reflects and understands that the River Combat Alliance asked something from the Golden Wall Merchants Guild before heading to Yuchang Tazin. He is still calm and continues to consider business matters between the Guild and the River Marshal Alliance, realizing that once they return to Wyhem, the workload and challenges will become much more intense. He ponders. On his serious face, it is noticeable that he feels a problem is brewing in the shadows, and this urgent anxiety increasingly weighs on him. Tyson is interrupted by a sudden commotion. He clicks his tongue in irritation, clearly angry about this annoying matter. He pays attention to the administrator approaching. The administrator, a little embarrassed, tries not to show nervousness and responds, sincerely hoping that Tyson will first meet with the estate owner, possibly to urgently settle some matter. Tyson barely smiled and agreed, but growing impatience was already readable in his gaze. He knew there was something more here than just business. Tyson, with an indifferent expression, dismissed the administrator's request with one word. "All right," and walked away, his steps echoing determination. One of the men, clearly hesitating, tries to stop him, but Tyson's cold determination immediately puts him in his place. A wave of tension runs through the crowd, the moment charged with palpable energy. Tyson stepped back, looked over his shoulder, and sternly ordered, "Head to the House of the White Flower." His words were final, so the group practically had no room for objections. In the dimly lit room, a conversation began. Tassin discussed future plans with the people, saying that certain individuals needed to be found, and even the entire Golden Wall Trading Guild turned upside down. Tassin's voice is quiet yet resolute. He insists, no matter how large the organization becomes, it will always accumulate ballast, and this ballast must be cut off. Even a person or a master is no exception. Everyone around Tassin listens attentively, acknowledging his authority. They know well that nothing and no one will escape his carefully thought-out plans. The door opens. Byok Tassin enters the room. The leader, sitting calmly, notices his arrival with a single glance and points to significant proposals from the River Combat Alliance, hinting at the scale of the situation. The leader, as if with relief seeing Tassin in better condition, admits he is glad to see him healthy, and adds that lately everything has been chaotic. The pressure on everyone is insane. Tyson listens attentively with a neutral expression, and then the leader asks if he feels well, a simple question that gains heavier meaning with every word. While Tyson was pondering the chief's words, a strange feeling crept over him. Was he really glad to see the chief again? And this was an unusual thought for someone usually so reserved. Tyson still listens to that bubbling inside himself, whether it is familiar warmth or anxiety. He touches his chest and cannot exactly understand what the feeling is, because somewhere deep inside something strangely awakens. He quickly dismisses the thoughts and asks himself, did he really worry about the leader before his death? This persistent thought torments him, but he does not dwell on it for too long. The leader, now speaking more simply and casually, began to lay out the guild's plans and mentioned the deal that is about to be finalized. All this became possible thanks to how Tyson proved himself before the River Combat Alliance. The leader insists that everyone in the guild agrees. The time has come for Tyson to officially take the helm, and this is a radical shift in the balance of power, opening a new chapter for him and for the Golden Wall Trading Guild. But Tyson is not at all thrilled with this idea. He is tired of it and says outright that he does not want to deal with it. Despite his huge treasures from the pirate fortress, running the guild is not to his liking. Tyson's indifferent reaction did not surprise the leader. With a knowing look, he asks if Tyson truly realizes the value of what is being offered to him despite his reluctance, and insists further. The leader proposes a compromise. He will take on the work, and Tyson will receive a share of the profits from the affairs of the River Combat Alliance. This offer is meant to lure Tyson into accepting his new role in the guild. Although Tyson remains indifferent, Tyson agreed with an indifferent tone. Fine, do as you wish. Detached from affairs and clearly little interested in those huge profits. The leader quietly laughed at Tyson's calmness, teasing him for his lack of ambition, and noting that his only flaw is indifference to everything that does not bring him direct benefit. The leader, slightly mocking, says that Tyson's lack of ambition might be his greatest weakness, and wonders how he can remain completely unmoved by an opportunity for which others would kill. But Tyson is not at all moved by the criticism. His silence says one thing. The decision has already been made, and his indifference to the position and affairs only strengthens his determination to engage in entirely different matters. The leader, increasingly irritated, presses further and asks Tyson if he intends to continue living without any ambition, trying to provoke him into showing some ambition. But Tyson's response remains just as indifferent and detached. Then Tyson reveals a deeper thought. He thinks about freedom. If he could act without anyone's consent, he would freely begin to devour souls and heal himself, and this idea fascinates him wildly. This revelation became a turning point for Tyson. He realized that being independent, unbound by any obligations, means gaining the most valuable freedom to act as one wishes, without restrictions or worries. The action unfolds in a dark, ominous hall soaked in blood. In the hall of the Supreme Demon, where the air smells of death, and one wrong move can end in instant execution. A figure steps forward, fully aware of the dangers of this cursed place, calm but alert, understanding that someone has called her here, and despite the sinister atmosphere, she feels cold curiosity and cautious determination. With a voice full of contempt, the figure asks, "Did you call me?" Her eyes shine with anxious confidence. She knows the danger but is not worried. From the darkness comes a voice calling him closer. The figure remains at a distance, sharply scanning every shadow for ambush or treachery. The action unfolds in a dark, ominous hall soaked in blood. In the hall of the Supreme Demon, the figure steps forward, fully aware of the dangers of this cursed space. This time the voice repeats the order more sharply, but the figure remains motionless and, indifferently saying that he hears perfectly well from here, only increases the tension in the hall. The figure hesitated to approach, and it was noticeable. Bloody red energy swirled around him. He gathered his courage, knowing that a step into the unknown could be dangerous, but there was nowhere left to retreat. The figure finally steps closer, but the response he receives is by no means welcoming. The air thickens with evil energy. The voice laughs, mocking his hesitation. The figure is still calm, sarcastically remarks, "So you know how to joke." For a moment, darkness and tension hang in the air, and then something much more sinister happens. Suddenly, blood-red energy swirled around him. His composure wavered slightly, and this clearly showed that even someone as formidable as he could not withstand the power filling the hall. A new place opens, the vessels that hold the essence of mighty demons. A figure asks the one standing before it if he sees this collection that shows dark energy and sealed demons. With icy certainty, he says that these vessels once held a mad blood demon, a monster, but despite them the demon never returned. The figure, finally fully alert, feels the weight of the situation. The air thickens with the force emanating from the vessels, and it clearly indicates that something much darker than he expected is unfolding. The figure now sees something even more alarming. The color of the energy in one of the vessels has changed. Something is wrong, the balance has shifted, as Aya suddenly realized. The mad blood demon might really be dead, but the changes around him seem to scream, something disturbed or awakened. When energy begins to rage wildly, the figure tenses and prepares for what is to come. The shift of forces foretells an inevitable crisis, and the figure knows that chaos is just beginning. The battle intensifies. The figure is engulfed in blood. Red energy swirls around him. He fights. His body twists from this force, and he grimaces in pain. The voice in the shadow commanded the figure to find a more useful body. one that could withstand an even more powerful soul, and the figure, understanding that it was not sought for strength, immediately vowed to find such a bearer. A desperate figure begs pleadingly, voice trembling with fear. He implores to cancel that energy. In response, cold indifference, as if they say his fate is already decided. The air sparkles with tension. The figure's body tenses, struggling against relentless forces. He tries to explain himself, but his words drown in the growing power around. A cold, contemptuous voice says that this figure still needs to be punished for trying to deceive him. There is no place for mercy here, and her fate seems already decided. The figure realizes that his deception has been exposed, curses himself for believing he could escape. Blood, red energy, grips him tighter, and his screams echo through the hall, foretelling inevitable doom. The scene changes. Silence and calm. A temple-like structure is visible on the horizon, and inside the conversation takes on a strategic tone. One man asks about preparations, clearly thinking about the next step. The other replies confidently, saying they have already taken control of all the black market forces near the Donggu bodyguards agency. But doubt still lingers as he asks whether to proceed without the boss's permission. Despite the risk of being expelled from the cult, the first man remains calm and supports moving forward without hesitation. He knows their plans must continue, even if it means crossing boundaries. Confident in himself, he assures the other that he has become indispensable to the one they serve. His devotion is unconditional, and he sees no reason to hesitate. The other nodded. The plan is already in motion. Their goal is clear: to seize the cult, and they will stop at nothing. Grinning ominously, the first man names their next target, Biok Tassin, the second son of the Merchant Guild Golden Wall. He is the key to their success, his involvement in the plans inevitable. They intend to use him to advance their ambitions. Bayantai Jiang stands before a glowing source of energy, gazing into the power of condensed soul energy. His face shows calm and focused concentration, for he realizes the potential this power holds for his restoration. His thoughts sharpen. Imagination paints how this energy will accelerate the body's recovery to perfection. And he understands. The power is greater than he initially thought. A faint smile plays on his face as he plans the next move, confident in the new strength that will soon be his. Waking up after resting, Biantasang saw a servant enter the room and say that while he was recovering, many visitors had come to see him. The servant continues explaining that following Tesang's previous instructions, they politely refused the guests. Tazang, reading a document, looks on with curiosity and slight bewilderment, wondering who those visitors were. The servant continued, listing the guests who had come, and first named Jimun Diok, the captain of the patrol hall of the River Marshal Alliance, the most prominent of all. The servant also recalled that 2 doctors from the Hall of 1,000 Medicines came several times a day. Today, even more guests are expected, and Taizang's thoughts involuntarily turned to the Dango Security Agency, because the servant said that someone from this organization also visited him. The servant explains that the Dango Security Agency is connected to the sacred cult of the Celestial Demon, and Tasang recalls that he used their services during the last mission. Tasang's thoughts scattered when he realized that behind these recent visits, there is probably someone who knows about his connections with the Dango Security Agency. Determination appears on Taizan's face as he considers the situation. He knows that only 3 people know about his past actions, and this causes him unease. When the scene changes, Tazin feels the weight of this moment. He needs to find out who is pulling the strings and why they have surfaced again now. Immersed in thought, Bientasang gradually narrows the circle of suspects. He rejects that some people are behind the strange events, even Yosio Yin, and cuts off the most obvious suspects. It dawns on him, he mutters to himself and realizes, only one person remains in the equation. The tension rises. He feels that something is approaching. With a heavy sigh, he reflects on why everything has been so quiet lately, as if someone is holding their breath waiting for a move. And now he knows who is most likely behind the recent disturbances. Taizang orders preparations. He intends to personally confront the one who caused these problems, leading his actions with unwavering determination. He orders to gather all the necessary people, even the one he suspects of involvement in the recent events. Tasang has already set his course and is ready for the next move. With a barely noticeable smile, Tasang asks the Divine Doctor, hinting that something will soon go wrong or something will be revealed. The servant rushed to carry out Taizang's orders, hastily bringing news to the Heavenly Doctor. The air is tense. It seems something very important is about to happen. Taizang froze in place and plunged into deep thoughts. He felt an aura that suggested something was wrong here, and his mind began to search for what could have caused these events. He watches as the servant hurriedly runs away, knowing that soon everything will come out. His gaze is sharp, and his thoughts are already directed at the mysteries that lie ahead. When Tasung enters the tavern, he scrutinizes the surroundings, looks closely at the people, and notices that even the simplest tasks are skillfully done here in his absence. They stop in front of the tavern, and Tasung turns to his companions, ordering them to enter. Outwardly calm and restrained, but with a cold sharpness in his eyes. The group stands before the entrance, ready to move on. Taejang, with a barely noticeable smile, orders to enter. It is clear that now everything will turn decisive. It becomes even more interesting in the tavern. Taejang carefully examines the surroundings, his thoughts fully focused on what is happening. The subordinate asks if Taejang still remembers the previous orders and if everything is in place. Taejang cares little about such details. His mind is occupied with the bigger picture. Taejang, casting a penetrating glance, dismissed the conversation. Now something else became more important. The Dango Guard's agency appeared without his intervention, and this was a key turning point, a sign that everything was about to change. When the group enters the room, Taejang's thoughts become sharper, and he feels confidence growing. Everything is going much smoother than he hoped. The plan seems to be coming together on its own. A greeting sounded from the room. The head of the guard's agency, Dongo, Ma Chan-sim, came out to meet and respectfully greeted Taejang. Taejang, calm and collected, looked critically at Ma Chun-sin and noticed others around, and everything continued smoothly. More and more players interfered in the game. Mach Anzim sternly orders others to bow and properly greet Taejang. Some hesitate slightly but still obey and show respect. Several men in the room smiled crookedly and spoke almost mockingly, openly showing their loyalty to Taejang. Their words carried confidence and a clear expectation that he would lead. Taejang, not confused by the mixed reactions, asks himself if he will now have to work with these people. A slight displeasure is visible on his face. He feels something is wrong with this group. The conversation drags on, and Taejang changes. He notices something troubling in the group. They are from the underworld, and this explains their laxity. The Divine Doctor, sensing the growing tension, does not fall silent and continues speaking, defending their devotion to Taesang. He insists on their loyalty. But there is a hidden meaning in his words. Taejang, observing how everything unfolds, responded calmly. He accepted the doctor's words, but was already preparing in his mind for what would come next, not entirely sure if he could fully trust this group. Taejang becomes increasingly irritated by distractions. He orders the group to move to a quieter room, but there is a hint of more direct action in his tone. The Divine Doctor, nervous but compliant, agrees to the proposal and asks to speak privately. There is an urgent tone in his voice. Taejang, despite the doctor's warnings, decisively said that they must start immediately. He is ready to implement his plan, already decided, and will tolerate no more delays. With a sudden lightning-fast movement, Taejang releases his power. The room explodes into chaos, and his powerful strike stuns everyone. The crowd is gripped by panic as Taesan takes control, and on his face is a frown. It is clear he planned all this, and the time for games is over. When the events escalated, Taesang turned to his bewildered companion and asked if they still did not understand why he had brought them here, thus revealing the true purpose of the gathering. While the group anxiously watches what is happening, the Divine Healer begins to sweat nervously and is forced to laugh awkwardly. His mind is in turmoil. He does not understand why he is here at all. One of the men, no less frightened, sharply demands explanations, not hiding his confusion, while Taejang stands firm and calmly admits what has happened. Taejang with a sly smile mocks the situation. He thought they would prepare better, but their unpreparedness only makes everything more interesting. Taejang's words filled the air. He sarcastically reproached them for not trying hard and demanded they stop holding back. His voice sounded authoritative and the tension in the room increased. The people in the room froze, shocked, and not knowing what to do because of Taejang's harsh words. One man spoke, his voice trembling. He feared that further resistance could lead to destruction. Taejang's facial expression hardened. He expects more and orders them to put all their strength into the matter, as he was clearly unimpressed by their half-hearted attempts. The group barely holds under Taejang's piercing gaze. His power and presence overwhelm and oppress them, not letting them breathe. And one man especially begins to doubt whether they have taken on a task beyond their abilities. He trembles, realizing they are outmatched. The situation becomes desperate, and they begin to ask themselves if they will survive Taesang's training. Despite the fear, Taesang remains unshakable. He relentlessly pressures them, ready to break them until they meet his expectations. Taesang strikes instantly. One of the men is thrown back, and his cold gaze says, "No mercy." Only the harshest lesson for those who fall short. I see their man trying to fight back, but his efforts are in vain. Tezin's strength is insurmountable, and the men remain helpless as they realize how deeply they were mistaken. Tazing smiles, almost enjoying the spectacle. The man who tried to fight back is bent on the ground, and on Tazing's face is quiet satisfaction. One of the men has a moment of insight. Lying on the ground, he finally understands how serious their act was, and begs Tazin for mercy, asking to be spared. Tazing responds with a cruel smile, sensing his fear, but does not give mercy for a moment. The time for mercy passed long ago. With a cold look, Tazang gives the final order, so that they understand why they are being punished. Fear deepens in the group as they realize their fate is sealed. The scene shifts to the quieter moment, where a figure stands amid the rubble. Having survived the harsh training, the weight of the situation is felt around. A barely noticeable smile appears on the face of the survivor, a sign of acknowledging their own victory. The tension in the room slowly eases as they realize they have endured the trial. The survivor looks ahead, quietly accepting the end of the harsh trial. On the face is a quiet but resolute endurance, and he contemplates what awaits ahead. Tazing turned and looked at the one who followed him. His face, as always, was icy, and he calmly said he wanted to talk to him alone. The order is clear. The person is taken to a specially prepared room, and in Tatesan's eyes burns an unreadable tension. He is preparing for what is to come. The conversation begins, and Tazing's voice cuts through the silence. Sharp, direct. He questions all assumptions about who he is, and the person opposite is forced to reconsider their thoughts. Tazing does not back down, pressing further, driving the person to confession. They believe he is the son of the heavenly demon. The answer comes almost immediately. The person admits they believe it because they do not know how else to see Tazang. Tazang laughs quietly, almost sarcastically, dismisses this assumption, and clearly makes it understood that the connection with the celestial demon is not at all what it seems. The conversation suddenly took a different turn. Tazin challenged the interlocutor's perception and asked why they decided that he resembled the celestial demon. The person hesitates. After Tazing's question, their mind races, trying to piece together the reason for the confusion. With a calm, unwavering gaze, Tazan explains the situation, reveals the unexpected connection between his appearance and the celestial demon, and shows how this confusion can work to his advantage. The conversation changes again, and a coldness appears in Tazan's eyes. He silently questions how much this person has actually planned. The person answered uncertainly, mentioning secret agents and their current mission. Their words faltered under Tazing's piercing gaze. Tazang sharply interrupts them and orders silence. His tone is decisive and authoritative. It is clear that the decision on how to act next to follow Tazang has already been made. He stands in a dimly lit room, the aura around him heavy with tension, thoughts filled with memories of a past life, a life full of violence and chaos. Now he says he no longer wants to live loudly. He only desires a quiet life. His face hardens as he says these words directly to the one who dared to disrupt his plans. Irritation is heard in his voice as he warns them not to escalate the situation. Dark energy wrapped around Tazang as he released his entire presence. His eyes ignited with powerful light, like a silent threat to the one who dared challenge his desire for peace. He spoke with icy calm, addressing the opponent directly and preparing for what was to come. Tension in the room rises. The threat becomes obvious. The person before Tazang begins to panic, feeling the full weight of his power pressing down on them. Tazang's voice cuts through the air with coldness and threat, his face stone-like as he warns the person once again to stop. Energy around Tatesan pulses with dangerous force. His words are final. There is no place for negotiations. The fate of the man is decided, and he trembles, realizing the full depth of his mistake. Meanwhile, on the Yangtze near Wuhan, a boat quietly glides over the water's surface. A solitary figure stands on the deck, thoughtfully gazing into the path ahead. The figure in simple clothes looks at the horizon and says they are almost in Wuhan. In the voice, determination and quiet readiness to face what lies ahead. Biocason stands alone, looking forward with a focused expression and contemplating his next move. His eyes reveal tension. It is dark around and a sinister presence is felt. Shadows seem to echo the breaths of the wind. Taeson's thoughts are full of turmoil, hinting at trials ahead. He steps back, apparently disturbed by the situation. With determination, Taeson understands the scale of the disaster. His face tightens as he considers the conspiracies that overturned his life, and the shadowy figures from the underground now looming over him. The scene shifts to a tense conversation in a room filled with books and flickering light. Taeson's interlocutor, clearly shocked, exclaims about the chaos unfolding and recalls the riots in Wuhan and the intervention of an uncontrollable faction. Tension rises as Taeson's ally says with frank surprise, "Seeing usually calm Go Jungquan so agitated is incredible." The ally feels the urgency of the situation and already thinks that perhaps they will have to adjust their plans. Despite an old enmity, they decide to join forces to confront the growing threat. They understand that together this may be their only chance. But such an alliance will come at a price. Taeson continues to think strategically, his eyes narrowing with concentration. He ponders what strong body is needed to contain that powerful soul preserved in his vessel. Taeson turns his thoughts back to Wuhan. He knows this power sows chaos. The familiar will no longer be, and the decision lies within the city itself. He considers whom to find, who would be suitable for the single infusion. The decision is made. Tazim begins the search, targeting one of the most powerful merchant guilds of the region, the Merchants Guild Golden Wall. Arriving at the Golden Wall estate, Taeson surveyed the property with a keen eye. From the outside, everything looked ordinary, but he felt that something more was hidden beneath the surface. Inside the estate, a mysterious figure pulls out a glowing orb, an intriguing object, and Taeson approaches closer, examining it carefully and wondering what it is capable of. The man explains that the sphere is a special creation, a duby divine elixir, and he says it is a powerful potion he has been perfecting for a long time. Taeson's face remains inscrutable, interested, but still skeptical about its true nature. Taeson brushed off the elixir's name with a short, dry remark, clearly unimpressed by its flashy title, and the scene shifts to a flashback 2 days earlier. In the flashback, Taeson thoughtfully recalls his ambitions and past attempts to expand his influence, which were shattered when his plan to cooperate with the Dongo Guardians agency fell apart. Taeson watches as the agency collapses. Once such a promising alliance is broken, and he thinks that everything has returned to how it was. Only moving forward with new plans remains. Simone appears, standing confidently, but a memory surfaces of how he was dragged back into the Golden Wall Merchants Guild. He was given the task to make a new elixir as punishment, and his face shows irritation and unwavering determination. Holding the glowing orb in his hands, he complains irritably about the tight deadlines. He was given only 2 days, and now he will have to pay the price for his work. A skeptic appears before him and questions whether this elixir was brewed hastily. The man immediately defends his work, insisting that he created it with all care and dedication, even though time was short. Tension rises as the elixir is poured, and the reaction is immediate. Everything begins with an eerie glow enveloping the scene as the creature takes shape. The man looks with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Sweat runs down his forehead, and he asks nervously if the elixir worked, his voice full of uncertainty. The one who had been watching intently was silent for a moment, then replied with a self-satisfied smile. The effects of the elixir are not yet clear, and tension and many unanswered questions hang in the air. The creator of the elixir, with a heavy heart, acknowledges the unquestionable power of Master Bayok, feels his incredible aura and deep connection that draws him to the secret past of the Supreme, and knows well, he must remain in the Master's favor. The creator feels reverence mixed with fear. He knows that his soul has now merged into this creation, and the fruits of his life and devotion have embodied in this supreme elixir. As the tension rises, he swears never to lose Master Bayok's favor, and his obsession to gain approval only grows stronger as he watches the fruits of his labor unfold. With a sense of accomplishment, the figure gazes at the fruits of his elixir and mutters under his breath. The energy caused a mighty surge within him, but he knows it is not for him, for he practices the sole demonic art of enhancement. He acknowledges the power of the elixir, but is confident that it will bring great benefit to those he teaches, and satisfaction blooms within him as he sees the elixir truly works, though not for himself. Finally, he sighed with relief, confident that his work holds great value, and satisfaction shone on his face as he assessed the true potential of the elixir for others. Master Bayok looms with an authoritative presence and demands even more from the creator. Clearly, another 700 elixirs are needed, and the creator froze, unable to believe the scale of this order. Shocked and stunned, the creator exclaims in amazement, "How can such a large quantity of elixirs be made? The demand seems impossible to satisfy." With a grim smile, Master Bayok asks why the creator is so silent, as if this were a simple matter. The creator, gripped by panic, nervously agrees and is ready to pour even more of his soul into the creation to fulfill the command. The tension literally hangs in the air. Taeson feels a sudden ominous chill, recalling the same feeling from the past, a sign of approaching danger, and his face tightens as he senses something has stirred. He orders the people in the Hall of 1,000 Medicines to work harder, giving specific instructions. Either finish the task or call the needle eccentric, the one everyone considers a weirdo. The assistant shuddered at the mention of the needle eccentric. His face tensed, for he knew how difficult that eccentric was, and the thought of bringing them gave him simultaneous relief and anxiety. Fear and excitement churned within him before the upcoming challenge. Tazin, reflecting on his actions, catches himself thinking that he has become much more lenient lately. In his imagination, his former self would have crushed anyone who dared to question him without hesitation. A barely noticeable change appeared in his behavior. He felt the difference between who he was before and who he has become now. As if he softened, but still plans every step and remains wary of the current danger. The assistant continues working, unaware of the impending consequences, while Tazin's eyes narrow. He closely watches what unfolds, and his mind already plans the next moves. A new figure entered and immediately caught Tazin's attention. A woman confidently addressed him, reminded him of an old agreement, and subtly hinted that there was something more between them. Tazin's tone softened a bit, as if he had just remembered that she was nearby. The woman smiled contentedly, and in that smile was a familiar warmth, as if there was already some history between them. Tayson responds, surprised but restrained, noticing her appearance. A quiet understanding hangs between them, while others in the room only guess about their relationship. The air tenses. Tayson looks at the woman, his thoughts dive deep. She beckons, but he remains calm and suggests meeting alone later that night. The woman responded with a smile, intrigued by his request. Her gaze lingered on him for a long time. A palpable tension hung between them, and others in the room felt unease. Other women in the room exchange glances and whisper, clearly noticing the tension between Tazin and the newcomer. Their reactions reveal envy or curiosity. Morning after a tense night. A calm dawn spreads over the mansion, and Tayson sits by the window, his thoughts still caught in the events of the previous night. The woman from the previous night sits lost in thought, recalling every moment with Tazin. Excitement and embarrassment play simultaneously on her face. She does not know what will happen next. A flashback shows that time has passed, and the woman looks back at the door with a faint smile, recalling the quiet tension between her and Tazin the previous night. As if there was something more between them. She is absorbed in thoughts, again feeling that strange but gentle sensation from the previous night. She cannot understand why it seems so familiar, but she feels there is something important in it. Her mind clears. She recalls the feeling of being valued, something she hasn't experienced for a long time. The memory evokes emotions in her that she cannot fully comprehend. She raises her eyes, filled with clarity and insight. In her thoughts, a connection with Master Bayok begins to form, and the feeling that someone with such power is watching over her slowly returns, making her even more determined. Thoughts still race in her head as she recalls the emotions of last night. That feeling was undeniable, and now she understands its depth. Since then, something has changed within her. She looks up with a peaceful expression, and a quiet inner calm envelops her. She thinks about the power she has long hidden, that secret part of herself concealed from the whole world. Now that the burden of these secrets is lifted, she asks herself aloud if she has finally begun to accept the new day. The fresh morning time seems to symbolize her new clarity and pushes her to move forward, embodying the decisions made. She rises from the bed and stretches with determination. Although the morning warmth calls, she knows. There is no time to waste. From now on, she must fulfill her duties. She approaches the door and looks back one last time. A glimmer of regret flashes in her gaze, but it instantly dissolves into resolve. Now she has chosen her path and does not intend to look back. With a light sigh, she opens the door, ready to face the challenges ahead. It is time to work for Master Bayuke. She tells herself this and steps into her new role with unwavering determination. Tayson, immersed in thought, begins to focus his energy. His hand flickers with a thin halo as he gazes into the soul energy held in his palm. This strange sensation only confirms his suspicion. The energy in his palm grows as he concentrates, and he cannot hide his surprise. The soul in this new body radiates a strange aura, completely different from what he felt before. Tayson smiled to himself, intrigued by the strange energy. He felt that this new body had an unfathomable connection to his power, and this discovery ignited his curiosity about his own form and its possibilities. Tayson stepped forward confidently, but was still pondering that strange change he felt. The soul inside him seemed different, more powerful, as if it had its own secrets. Step by step, he replays the events of the previous night in his mind and feels Something inside him has changed, and he is sure of it. It's because of the strange aura enveloping him, and this power seems to hold answers not only to his own secret. Approaching the house of the White Flower, he smiled slyly. It was time to learn more about those unusual and mysterious forces at work here. The former branch manager Yi Chen, who left us and fled, spins in his thoughts, and he thoughtfully prepares to face what awaits. The appearance of the familiar Zhou Tiho caught the woman by surprise. His smile was sly and teasing as he mocked her appearance, hinting that she had gotten close to the Biok Taizen. An awkwardness appeared on her face. She recognized Zhou Tiho, the son of the Hao faction leader, the very one she had tried to avoid at all costs, and now fate had brought them this meeting. Despite trying to appear calm, she cannot help but curse her fate. She never expected to run into him, especially now when he seems to know about her connection with Biok Taizen. Zhou Taiho continues to tease her, asking why she, no longer from the Hao faction, ended up here, and his mocking tone only heightens the tension in the air. The narrator thinks that Taiho is the most likely successor to his father's helm, a man who hides his ambitions behind an easy smile, but his words carry weight. The woman clenches her fists, anger rising, because Zhou Taiho despises the name of Master Bayuk. Her eyes narrow, she silently seethes with contempt, but knows she must remain restrained despite his insolence. Zhou Taiho, as if in a more playful mood, smiles sinisterly and reveals his next move. He has a plan to break the arrogance of his opponents, especially the woman before him. She is silent, her gaze cold. Watching him, waiting for him to say more. Taiho becomes even more confident, sensing her unease, but she will show no weakness. Oh, Taiho continues, his words dripping with malice. He mocks her, hinting that if she completely turns away from them, she has a hidden motive and implies that she is not entirely sincere. The woman stands firm, her voice cutting through the tension. She has come to retrieve information about Wuhan at the request of Master Bio. Zhou Taiho laughed quietly and waved off her response indifferently, reached for the table, pulled out a stack of documents, and said that he already had the information she needed. But Teshu hints that these documents are not at all what she expected, and his playful smile suggests he is hiding something, and the woman begins to doubt his true intentions. The woman reads the documents. At first, curiosity flashes in her eyes, and then distrust appears. The provided information is clearly insufficient, and she immediately feels this is just trash. Her irritation grows as she confronts Zhou Taiho and demands the truth. Her eyes narrow, her voice becomes colder. She realizes she is being deceived. Zhou Taiho, unshaken, responded with a smile, enjoying her reaction. He said that for the real information she would have to pay, and his mysterious words hint that there is much more hidden beneath the surface. Zhou Taiho smiles crookedly and explains his true intentions. He is not here for pleasantries. He deliberately provokes a quarrel with the woman to get closer to Biok Taizen. His tone is cold, calculated, and ruthless. Her eyes widened as she realized his intentions. Taishu manipulates feelings to sway others, even Taisun, and his words are designed to sow discord between her and Master Bayuk. Taizhou smiles, savoring the chaos he sows. His gift of persuasion is a dangerous weapon. He aims to drive a wedge between the woman and Master Bayuk, and his intentions are clear. He wants to isolate Taizen. Zhou Taiho walks away, his confidence unshaken. He tells the woman that he is heading to the Golden Wall estate to meet Master Biok, a calculated move to get closer to him. The woman is panicked, realizing the danger of Taiho's meeting with Master Biok. She knows he is a master manipulator, and the mere thought of him gaining the favor of Biok Taizen fills her with horror. Suddenly, gripped by urgency, she rushes to the exit, determined to stop him. She cannot allow him to approach Master Bayuk with such dangerous intentions. A woman rushes through the corridors, her footsteps echoing. She is desperate to stop Theo. The sense of urgency grows with every step. She steps out onto a rural street and sees a crowd of people. Her heart tightens as she realizes that Theo's plan to block her path worked. He surrounded the area with agents. From afar, Taiho's laughter sounded. He anticipated her actions in advance and sent agents to detain her. Then, as if indifferent, said that now it would be hard for her to return. Despite the crowded streets and obstacles in her way, the woman remains steadfast. She cannot afford to waste even a minute more. Theo watches with pleasure and makes it clear that he arranged all this. His agents are everywhere, and he is confident that it will be difficult for the woman to return. A man with a sinister smile watches from afar, confident in his plans. He says that this is exactly what he expected and placed agents of his faction in all the locations, smiling because he believes that those who try to return will have a hard time. The scene shifts to a woman in dark clothes. She rushes through a narrow alley, panic and haste on her face, and it is clear that something or someone dangerous is chasing her. Suddenly, a herd of pigs rushes down the alley, and the woman panics even more. Her eyes widen. She tries to avoid this unexpected chaos and asks herself what is happening with the pigs. The woman continues to run, and now, realizing that the pigs are charging at her, her feet slip on the slippery ground. She struggles to break free from the growing danger behind her, pure confusion and fear written on her face. The pigs rapidly approach, and despair grips her. She pushes herself even harder, rushing through the streets with a wildly pounding heart, sees people watching but no one intervenes. The street fills up, chaos unfolds. She is still running, glances over her shoulder, and suddenly realizes that what is chasing her is not just pigs, but something much more sinister. Her breathing has become rapid, and she tries to break free from this strange pursuit. The woman jumped into the air to dodge the crowd of pigs, barely escaping that chaos. The pigs rush forward, knocking over carts and people in their path. The woman remains calm because she knows her escape is not over yet. Running, she replays the past in her head. In her thoughts, there is a palpable confidence. She was raised in the ways of the Hao faction, so danger is not foreign to her. Despite the chaos, she remains calm and resolute, ready to go through this dangerous situation. The woman rushes to the neighboring building, hoping to avoid the pigs and find shelter. Her skills and agility allow her to slip into the shadows just at the moment when the pigs rush past, missing her by a hair. Inside the building, she stops to catch her breath, and peeks from behind the door to make sure she is safe. The pigs outside continue to create chaos, but she knows the danger is far from over. A voice behind her startled her, and she turned to see a figure emerging from the darkness of the room. A man stood there, his figure demanding attention, and his words were sharp. Who is behind those pigs, and how did they manage to cause such chaos? She stands confidently, unmoved by his words. It is clear she knows who he is, and in a calm voice says that this was just a small move in a big game. Her confidence is evident in every movement, and she is already preparing for the next move. Outside, a man in formal clothes watches the chaos, his face showing clear displeasure. He sighs deeply and says that Joe Taiho has gone too far with his methods, and although irritation is visible, he is ready to deal with it. Inside the building, a messenger approached the man and informed him that a guest had arrived. This guest is from the Hao faction, and the very name caused noticeable anxiety in the leader. The leader receives the message and calmly orders to let the visitor in. He maintains a cold appearance, but the weight of the situation is visible on him, and when the visitor enters, the air tightens, as if negotiations are about to begin or an important decision will be made. A tall man with an authoritative expression confidently spoke, revealing himself. He is the son of the leader of the Hao faction, introduced himself, confirmed that he came to deliver the information requested, and announced that he is to become the next leader of the faction. He continued, saying that he came not only to deliver what was asked, he also has an important word regarding the head of the Yikin branch. His voice was serious, and every word carried weight, hinting that the matter here is much more complicated. Behind him stands a woman listening as the conversation unfolds. When the man continues, a shadow of anxiety flashes in her, but she does not interrupt. His words worry her, and it is clear she is calculating the consequences. The scene shifts to the woman. She is clearly upset, sighs heavily, and mutters curses at Joe Theo under her breath, realizing that the man's presence and actions were part of a larger plan that now affects her. She narrowed her eyes and scrutinizes the situation. An hour of communication left a bitterness of betrayal and irritation, and doubts tear her apart about what happened and what the real intentions of that man are. The woman clenches her fists, anger rising. She is ready to confront this boss. No, she will not let this manipulation pass without consequences. Her determination is obvious, and the stakes are now higher than ever. The scene shifts to a more intimate setting. The woman and the man talk. He holds a scroll and explains in detail what happened, focusing on how someone tried to hinder him and delay the movement. And it is clear that he cunningly maneuvers in this delicate situation to come out victorious. He advises her to use the stolen information to gain favor and turn the situation to their advantage. His sly smile says he is confident. They will make the events work for them. The woman froze, considering the next step. She feels that the information in her hands can turn the game in their favor, but fears the risks and knows she must act very carefully because this power move may have serious consequences later. The man approaches as if he has just arrived. His appearance is just at the right moment. He is smiled at. One of the characters warmly welcomes him back and is clearly glad to see him again. The air feels that this is an important person, and his return is perceived as a fortunate turn of events. The man who just entered exchanges pleasantries warmly and is sincerely glad to meet this person again. The scene radiates familiarity, as if they share a common past, but tension hangs in the air. Everything is not so simple. The woman watches this exchange with barely noticeable anxiety. She carefully calculates the intentions of the man who just returned, sees how he tries to behave naturally, and feels that everything is not as it seems. The scene changes again. The woman is a little confused. Thoughts race in her head. She feels that she has been drawn into something much bigger than she thought, and uncertainty is reflected on her face as she tries to understand the situation. Suddenly, another person approaches her. A new character who draws her attention. His appearance is just in time, and the woman simultaneously feels relief and anxiety, but her thoughts are still tied to the big plan. At his question, anxiety appeared in her eyes. Now she begins to understand how deep this matter is and how everything is starting to unfold. The woman seems to have mixed feelings about her involvement, but she is determined to see the matter through to the end. The conversation intensifies. One pushes the other to openly speak about his actions, and the man with a confident smile says that while the other was wandering the market, he had more important matters. And next to Bjorktason, it should be him, not someone else. The woman fell silent for a moment, absorbing his words. She was impenetrable and showed no emotions, but her thoughts betrayed her. She began to question the motives behind his hint. The tension in the room rises. The man's confidence grows. He thinks he has outsmarted the woman. She remains calm, unsure how to respond, as every move must be carefully weighed. The woman, lost in thought, imagines how she would have behaved before. If she had remained her old self, she would have desperately tried to hide her defeats, and she admits to herself that she would have concealed her inability to do such a simple thing. But now everything is different. After what happened last night, she felt she was no longer the same. She had changed, and now, despite the uncertainty, she knows she must trust her intuition. And although the path ahead is unknown, she chooses to trust the man she has come to know. A determined look appears on her face as she gazes into the unknown, and though it is dark for her, both figuratively and literally, she chooses to believe that Bjorktason will stand by her even in the face of the unknown. In the thick tension, her irritation bursts out. She sharply exposes his arrogance, says he cannot be trusted, challenges him, and directly opposes his behavior, no longer allowing him to control the situation. He sneers mockingly, brushing off her words. His arrogance is obvious. He tries to downplay the seriousness of her accusation, questions her judgment, and despises her outrage, as if her concerns are worthless. The conversation continues. Her words grow sharper. She begins to reveal the truth about what she experienced in the House of the White Flower, where she was harassed, and to which she returned with nothing but useless information. This confession hurts deeply, but it also reminds how strong she is and that she can withstand any adversity. The man's eyes widen in shock as he listens to her recount what happened. He can hardly believe the audacity of the one who pursued her, and his face shows both disbelief and anxiety as the details unfold before him. The woman's words hang in the air. The tension builds. She stands firm and no longer hides the truth, while the man's thoughts race wildly and he is unable to grasp the full scale of what is happening. The man finally breaks the silence and inquisitively asks the woman when exactly she told her story. He tries to turn the conversation to his advantage, suggesting her accusations were ill-timed, but his attempt to divert attention only intensifies the tension between them. The conversation suddenly takes a sharp turn. The man, noticeably irritated, insists he is innocent, vehemently rejects all accusations, and tries to shift the blame onto others. But his attempt to distance himself looks transparent and unconvincing. A woman who sees his lies as if on the palm sharply exposes his evasions. She no longer plays politeness, having figured out the truth by his actions, and directly, with obvious distrust, questions his honesty. Tension rises. He tries to keep a calm mask, but doubt flashes in his eyes. She stands her ground and forces him to face the truth, leaving him little room to maneuver. Their confrontation becomes a turning point in the escalating drama. The man, already noticeably angry, challenges the woman. What do you really see in Bjorktason? He called Tazan an outsider who broke in and began insulting his people. It is clear he is irritated and tries to sow doubt in the woman about Tazan's character. The woman, stunned by his words, stammers in response and hesitates, not knowing how to fend off his sudden pressure. His threatening tone grows. She retreats, and the situation slips out of her control. True contempt appears on his face as he wonders how fearless Tayson must be, and he is curious about what goes on in his head and how such a person can remain so confident in direct confrontation. The woman's thoughts become more reflective. She recalls a conversation with Byotazen, who spoke about seeing other things. She focuses, looks deeper, and uncovers hidden truths about the man's intentions, and what she finds makes her freeze. Thanks to a unique ability to see beneath the surface, she looks into the true thoughts of Zhou Taiho, and in the depths of his mind emerges a grand conviction. He is driven by ambition to conquer the world. He believes he can subjugate others to his will, and all his thoughts are distorted by pride. The woman, now fully aware of the dark intentions behind Zhou Taiho's words, reacts with distrust. His thoughts are full of vile lust and complete contempt for those around him, and she is overwhelmed with disgust because she finally comprehended the depth of his baseness. Tension rises. Zhou Taiho loses self-control. He vehemently denies the accusations, shouts that what the woman says is impossible, tries to divert the conversation, but his body language reveals growing fear and despair. He challenges her, asking how she could believe such absurd lies. His voice grows louder. He desperately tries to convince her that his intentions are pure. The tension in the room is palpable, and the woman stands firm, not yielding to his assurances. The woman, sensing the looming danger, leaned closer and sharply asked if he really expected her to believe him after everything that happened. Her voice was cold and unwavering, exposing his lies in front of everyone. Zhou Taiho, now clearly enraged, reaches for something hidden under his robe, preparing to strike back. Rage bursts from him, and he loudly proclaims his intentions. His hand trembles, but his eyes burn with evil determination. In a fit of pure rage, Zhou Taiho swung at the woman and delivered a deadly blow. The force of his movement sent shockwaves through the air. His intentions were clear. He would stop at nothing to silence everyone who stood in his way, especially this woman. Sensing the approaching threat, she raised her hand in defense, the air between them crackling with tension as Zhou Taiho's attack loomed, and her calm composure sharply contrasted with the fury in his eyes. She watches as Zhou Taiho's attack is effortlessly repelled. She remains cold-blooded and completely unmoved by the violence around her. Her gaze sharpens. She assesses the man before her and understands that his rage is a reflection of his own insecurities. Zhou Taiho, feeling the imbalance of power, clenched his teeth in despair. He coughed, breathed heavily, his chest heaving as he tried to regain control of the situation, and his arrogance wavered for a moment because he realized how easily he had been outmatched. With a calculated smile, the woman steps forward, her words full of intent. She warns Zhou of the consequences of his actions, making it clear that although she will not kill him now, the pain he will have to endure will be worse than death. And Zhou's eyes widen as he realizes his grave mistake. Zhou Taiho is on his knees, his body racked with pain, while Master Byaoke holds control over him, powerful energy crackling around him, his screams echoing through the room, and he is powerless, desperately trying to resist. The woman watches the scene, simultaneously fascinated and troubled. She stands quietly beside Master Byaoke, unsure of the true nature of the power he wields. Her gaze is fixed on Zhou Taiho, who continues to writhe in agony. Zhou Tashu's face contorts with fear and despair. He tries to understand what is happening. His mind races, thoughts in chaos, as he realizes he is completely at the mercy of Byaoke and his overwhelming power. Master Byaoke, sensing the woman's curiosity, addressed her directly, prompting, "What do you see in Zhou Taiho?" He seemed somewhat amused by the scene, as if he already knew all the hidden truths. The woman, using her powers, focuses on Zhou Taiho's thoughts. Her eyes narrow as she breaks into his mind and sees the twisted ambitions and pride that consume him. Zhou's thoughts are arrogant and steeped in superiority, confident that he stands above all. She reveals, Zhou Taiho's thoughts betray him. Within him burns a desire to manipulate and dominate others. She says she sees a belief that he can conquer the world, but beneath it hides a lustful and vile attraction specifically toward her. And the frame shifts to her face, where turmoil and disgust battle as she realizes this dark truth. Zhou Taiho's rage reaches its peak as he is forced to confront his own thoughts. He screams, disbelieving and doubting the truth of the woman's words, and despair grows as he realizes that his attempt to deceive them has failed, and his true intentions have been exposed. Master Byaoke is completely unmoved by Zhou Taiho's objection. He calmly cuts in. "Do you really think we will believe you?" His voice is even and cold. He fully controls the situation and does not want to hear any excuses. Zhou Taiho's face distorts with rage. He tries to justify himself, But words fail. The room is filled with a suffocating tension. Master Bayuke prepares to make the next move, and it becomes clear. Jotaio's fate is sealed. He can do nothing. Jotaio can no longer hold back his rage. He launches an attack, trying to break free from Bayuke's grip. His body trembles with despair. He gathers his last strength, but his power cannot withstand Master Bayuke's dominance. With a sharp move, the energy of Master Bayuke surges and pushes Jotaio back. The room trembles from the force of the attack, and Joe lets out a scream of horror. Now he realizes the full power of the Master and the futility of his resistance. The calm of Master Bayuke sharply contrasts with the panic of Jotaio. The balance of power has completely shifted, and Jotaio only resists, sinking into deep despair, while the woman watches intently, seeing how easily Bayuke controls the situation. Master Bayuke and the woman leave the scene, dragging Jotaio behind them, his body weak and battered. They step into the evening light, the sky painted with warm hues of sunset, and Joe barely stands as Master Bayuke pulls him across the complex grounds. Master Bayuke, lost in thought, glanced at Joe Tejo and muttered contemptuously that it was unbelievable. Such a person now leads the Hao faction. She listens carefully to the words of Master Bayuke and thinks the same. It is hard for her to believe that Joe Theo leads the Hao faction, and the conversation hints at a big game for the planet that may soon change the faction's leadership. In a tense atmosphere, Biotezen strides through the vast courtyard, the low sun casting long shadows. Behind him, figures on the ground as if suffering from the consequences of his actions. His face is resolute, and his posture says, he will not retreat, no matter the cost. Marching forward, Biotezen thinks only about what lies ahead. He knows the road will be difficult, but the fate of the Hao faction depends on his decisions, and his thoughts are consumed by internal struggles within the faction, and how to resolve leadership issues to ensure its survival. A dull roar of discontent spreads through the air. Figures in the background mutter about the state of the Hao faction, complain that their path leads to destruction, and consider the absence of a leader a major problem. Changes are needed immediately. In the dimly lit room, a woman listens intently, her eyes widening as a proposal that could shake the foundation of the faction is made. A change in leadership is suggested, and the idea catches her by surprise. Her thoughts race as the man speaking announces that there is a perfect candidate to replace the current leader. He smiles darkly, as if hinting that the time for such changes has come, and the woman, intrigued and cautious, tries to understand what this will mean for their future. The woman stands silently with a tense face. She wonders who the man is talking about and what this will mean for the faction, freezing in uncertainty, her thoughts swirling with countless possibilities. The air sharpens at the mention of a familiar name. The speaker admits. The new leader turned out to be someone the faction already knew, adding another layer of mystery. The woman, noticeably more interested, asks distrustfully who it could be. There is no answer yet, but she feels this is a critical turning point for the faction. 2 days later, the ship docks at the harbor, the crew bustling as they unload cargo, and the woman is seen walking toward the pier, her gaze sharp as she approaches the unknown future awaiting her. She is dressed in a luxurious mantle, her face partially hidden under a veil. She disembarks from the ship, exuding determination. Her eyes carefully survey the surroundings, ready to face any challenge that arises. A servant approaches her with a bow, saying that the master of the house has returned and asks if she should be escorted to the House of the White Flower. The woman nods briefly, her thoughts elsewhere, and everyone waits for her next move. While the maid speaks, thoughts of return whirl in her mind. She knows obstacles lie ahead, especially Joe Taiheo, and she resolutely vows to better prepare for what is coming. Tension filled the house. She demanded an update on the situation, and he replied that all information about faction actions had been gathered and summarized, and that the influence of various groups was growing, among them the Muram Alliance and the Black Alliance. Biotessen listened attentively, squinting his eyes and absorbing every word, understanding. The danger is increasing. Factions are preparing to make a move, and his faction must be ready for the upcoming trials. In the silence of the room, Biotessen speaks firmly, dismissing all fears about the threat of Joe Tao, saying that no preparation would change anything, and the faction's plans will crumble before his determination. The conversation grows tense as the man with a worried tone in his voice talks about problems in the Hao faction. Senior leaders are disobedient, the situation is escalating rapidly, and it seems there is no time to waste. The man, without ceremony, gets to the point and asks a sharp question. Does she, clearly ambitious and purposeful, want to become the new leader of the Hao faction? He speaks directly and lays out the path before her if she dares. The woman's reaction is instant. curiosity and calm in her eyes, as if she had been waiting for this very moment. Her smile reveals thoughts about the power she could seize, and she is already weighing the consequences of such a bold step. With a smile, she speaks without hesitation, passionately wishing to lead the Hao faction. She knows what she wants, and now it seems nothing will stop her. A pleasant delight plays on her face, as if she already feels the power that will soon be in her hands. Her audacity was met with a calm, calculated response. She clearly showed her intentions, but the person opposite senses that this is not just an impulse. She strives for something much greater. Her words hung in the air, and the man paused for a moment, carefully examining her. He begins to understand her ambitions, but the path to leadership in factions is full of obstacles. It is clear she will not back down, but the question remains, can she win? The air in the room seemed to tense. Thoughts swirled in his head as he considered her request. He understood that simply becoming a leader was not enough, because the struggle for power in the faction is ruthless, and only those who can gather and hold true power will survive. The man looks thoughtfully, cautiously weighing the balance of power. He thinks that if she wants to outplay other candidates for the leader position, she needs much greater support. Ambition is not enough. Strong alliances and resources are needed to secure her right to leadership. The woman, however, looks unshakable. Her confidence silently says she is ready for anything to secure her leadership. There is a gleam of determination in her eyes, and she knows. Whatever it takes, she will do it. His gaze turned cold as he looked her straight in the eyes and asked how much she was willing to stake on this power struggle, bluntly stating the truth. Capturing the faction will not be easy. While he speaks, the woman's smile only widens. It is clear she is not only ready for battle, but also enjoys the challenge itself. Her confidence unwavering, and the thought of future difficulties does not scare her. The man carefully studies her and notices. She is already crafting plans. He begins to see a formidable rival in her, and his respect for her only grows. Only one question remains. Can she live up to the expectations she has placed on herself? Despite all the difficulties ahead, the man remains cautious and watches to ensure the woman understands the magnitude of what she is about to do. He senses the power she can hold in her hands, but there is caution in his voice. Leading the faction can be both a gift and a curse. The knock on the door cuts through his thoughts. Someone is asking to see the man, and the moment of reflection shatters. The woman remains calm, but a gleam runs across her face, like the silence before the storm, and her plans are about to take shape. The man turns his gaze to the door as the interruption cuts the silence. He knows well that nothing in this faction is simple, but for now he must solve urgent problems, even if the bigger picture is still foggy. The man smiles, a sly expression appearing on his face, noticing her impatience, and, as if in passing, says he will write her a letter with further instructions. His voice reveals that the plan is already ready, and he is ready to put it into action. The woman listens intently, her curiosity igniting. As the man explains the details, she understands that he is offering her a way to secure her position, and his words resonate with her ambitions, making the power she desires feel closer. She responds with enthusiasm, her eyes burning with determination. The opportunity is already near, and she is ready to seize it. There is no turning back. Her efforts are about to bear fruit, and she is poised for action. The scene changes, and she, thoughtfully, imagines all the possibilities ahead. She has waited a long time for her chance, and now, with the influence of Master Bayok behind her, she feels unshakable confidence, and her path to the leadership she seeks seems almost certain. A sudden, unexpected intrusion sharply pulls her from her thoughts. A man enters the room carrying a large box, and the woman watches as he apologizes for the inconvenience, his hands slightly trembling under the weight of the load. Despite the interruption, the woman remains focused, and the man begins to talk about the task, mentioning that the Doobie Divine pills are finally finished. Their importance adds weight to the plan, as they could play a decisive role in achieving their goals. The conversation turns to the quality of the pills. The woman is impressed by how skillfully they are made, but her face is sharp and attentive. She catches every word and will not tolerate half measures. The pills must be the best. The man responds confidently, insisting that the pills are of the highest quality. He proudly says he put his soul into them and that this is the best thing he has ever made. The tone of his voice makes it clear that these pills are as much a product of his dedication as of his skill. Nothing can be read on her face. Curiosity burns, but skepticism does not retreat. She asks a question that strikes at the heart of the matter. What exactly are these Doobie Divine pills really, showing her deeper interest in their capabilities and readiness to hear answers? The man's face reddens slightly from the question. He stammers and tries to hide his embarrassment. But the woman's sharp gaze does not let him go. She is not asking out of mere curiosity. She is testing the truthfulness of his words. He instantly recovers, impatiently eager to explain, assures her that the pills are of the highest quality, and dismisses any doubts about their manufacture. Her calculating gaze does not change, but it seems she is satisfied with his answer. He tried to smooth the situation, but the tension still hung in the air. She seemed calm, yet was clearly pondering what those pills meant and what power they could grant her. The stakes are rising, and she begins to realize that the plan might be much more dangerous than it seemed. The tension rises. She presses further, aloud doubting whether those pills are really worth it, looks at their impressive quantity, and does not avert her eyes, as if testing his resolve. His response is immediate, almost offensive. He insists that these pills are not just of the highest quality. They are unique in their creation. No others compare to their power, and the course of the future struggle for power will depend on them. The woman smiles. Her confidence grows. She feels she is dealing with a person who values results, but is not convinced at all, and her thoughts rush as she considers the next move in this increasingly complex game. She knows there is more here than meets the eye. Biotessan sighs wearily and releases the group. With a raised hand and a commanding gesture, he lets everyone know they can leave, as his patience is at its limit and his thoughts are already elsewhere. As the group begins to leave, one of the men gasps in surprise, realizing that Tassin used a powerful technique. He instantly recognized the move as Phantom Grip, an extremely advanced technique that is not easy to master, and shock was evident on him because it was hard for him to grasp the extent of Tassin's abilities. The woman watches the demonstration with a smile and greets Tassin, admiringly noting the skill of the Phantom Grip, and saying that with such power he could be among the best martial arts masters in the world. But Tassin remains indifferent and sharply dismisses her with a command. Tyson grows increasingly irritated. The woman does not stop talking. He waved his hand and said to close the door and leave, as his patience is at its limit. And now he only thinks about his plans, seeking a moment of peace away from all distractions. The group begins to move away, but one of them struggles. The Phantom Grip seems to still hold him in place. The woman watches with a smile, sees how the scene unfolds, and notices that Tazen's strength far exceeds her expectations, which she sincerely admires. When the Phantom Grip lifted the man off the ground, panic seized him. He was thrown into the air. He screamed and crashed into the door. The impact was brutal. The sound of the broken door filled the room, leaving chaos in Tazen's wake. The man lies on the ground in a heap, confused and wounded. His thoughts race with fear and bewilderment. He realizes how truly powerful Tyson is, and mutters a stunned apology, groaning in pain. Tassin, unshakable, observes the chaos he himself created, on his face only calm, as if this is a usual matter. He brushes off the scene and turns his attention to more important matters waiting for him. Meanwhile, the woman thoughtfully reflects on the consequences of this power. It is clear to her that Tazen is not just a future leader. He is a force not to be trifled with, and everyone who stands against him will receive cruel retribution. She admires his control but knows there is more ahead. The mood changed. Tassan sighed again, noticed that earlier noise and muttered that with this spectacle, he might finally get what he has long sought, and the tension in the room eased a bit as he imagined he could live a little peacefully. But the companion pulls him out of his thoughts and raises what still does not give peace. Fears due to intelligence about the House of the White Flower and its affairs. Tazen listens attentively. His face tenses. A cold calculation appears in his eyes. Tassin is fully focused on the matter, carefully listens to the report, and finally realizes the deeper consequences of what is happening. His thoughts are already working on how to act, but he knows everything will have to be carefully planned. During the conversation, the man says there is no information about the true power behind the Golden Sky Alliance. He suspects a large invisible organization stands behind them, and this revelation sharpens the mystery of their opponents even more. Tazeen listens, his mind intensely calculating possible risks. He knows such shifts in power cannot be ignored. He asks why the alliance is so dangerous and how they differ from other factions, and the man's answer is grim. Their influence stretches very far. The man explains. Rumors have again spread about powerful people. Some were already considered dead, and this made everyone frown, realizing the gravity of the situation. During the conversation, an image of a mysterious swordsman in Wuhan and others returning arises in the imagination, and this only intensifies their mission. A shadowy figure enters the room, and tension rises as he approaches the faction leaders. His presence is striking, and his steps ominously echo through the hall. The men in the room noticeably tense. The leader, clearly stunned, raises his eyes and recognizes the man. Shock bursts from his lips. Bang Mu. A heavy silence falls in the room. The air grows heavier. The famous Black Moon swordsman has finally appeared. Bong Mu Oak steps forward with a confident smile. But there is no joy in it. The anxious leader asks if he is here to finish what was started, or if this is their end, and the weight of his words presses on Bong Mu. He laughed and brushed off the question, hinting that the reason for his appearance is more complicated and not about immediately resorting to violence, and his words hung in the air, like a sign that all this is part of a bigger plan. He leans forward, his smile widening as he addresses the leader of the Golden Heavenly Alliance by name. Seo Dugun. He speaks coldly and mockingly, and from the leader's reaction it is clear they have crossed paths before, with the tension only rising as the stakes increase. The leader swallows deeply and asks if Bon Mook is here to destroy them completely. Fear is palpable in him. He tries to gauge the swordsman's intentions, and the room falls silent, holding its breath in anticipation of Bon Mook's response. Bong laughs, his eyes sparkling with amusement, and he replies in a quiet, almost indifferent tone, revealing that he came not to spill blood but to negotiate. His words stun the room, as everyone expected a much harsher turn of events. He hints that he might even make an offer the leader cannot refuse. The words add anxiety. The leader's face twists with surprise and fear, and Bong Mook's casual calm makes the offer even more chilling. When the leader reacts with distrust, the tension in the room reaches its peak. Bong Mu Oak leans forward, making it clear that this is not a negotiation out of kindness. He came with a purpose, and the leader knows. Refusal is not an option. The conversation shifts again. The Black Moon swordsman speaks with dangerous precision, his voice cold as he lays out his terms. He will not act recklessly, but his demands must be met, and his gaze fixes on the leader, who now realizes the full gravity of the situation. Bong Mu O speaks of the collapse of the Golden Heavenly Alliance, his tone accusatory but coldly calculated. He knows exactly how weakened the faction is, and is already taking a favorable position to exploit their vulnerability. The leader, now visibly trembling, asks what he must do to save the faction. He is on edge, uncertain of where this conversation will lead. But Bong Mu Oak gives no immediate answer, only hinting that to survive the coming storm, a deal must be made. Bong Mevo skillfully manages the situation with his measured words. He introduces the idea of alliances, how the balance of power shifts precariously, and hints that to survive, they will have to side with influential people. The leader listens, holding his breath, realizing that Bon Mo is not just a swordsman, but a true tactician. When he speaks of alliances with the Miram Alliance, the Black Alliance, and others, hinting that their faction's survival depends on these moves, the leader's face freezes under the weight of this truth. Grinning ominously, Bong Mu Oak's words leave no doubt. The Golden Heavenly Alliance must act quickly. There are no guarantees, only a choice that must be made. He hints that this is only the beginning of a much larger game, and the leader must play his part, or destruction awaits. Outlining his plan, he details how they will use the Traders Guild Golden Wall to their advantage. The goal is clear. By targeting this powerful guild, they will undermine their enemies and strengthen their own ambitions, and his face becomes even more calculating as he imagines the consequences of this strategy. In a dimly lit room, a tense conversation was taking place. A man in dark robes spoke about the hopelessness of the Golden Heavenly Alliance, acknowledging a grim future, and his face showed understanding of this terrible situation. The man sitting before him responded, pushing him to action. He proposed renaming the Golden Heavenly Alliance to the Black Alliance and uniting with the powerful Muram Alliance to try to return, though the chances were slim. A well-thought-out plan hung in the air. The man in dark robes agreed, and they decided to unite with the Merchant Guild Golden Wall, both ready to turn the situation to their advantage despite the risks. A quiet yet serious conversation unfolded as the plan began to take shape. One of the men smiled and spoke about the chaos that was to arise, explaining that when the battlefield turned into disorder, the Golden Heavenly Alliance could take advantage of the confusion. The other man held his breath, listening and accepting this dangerous proposal, recognizing that despite the risk their fate was already decided, so all that remained was to proceed with the plan. The second man, with firm determination, assured that he would definitely succeed in their mission. The first smiled and agreed. Yes, we made the right choice, and the alliance with the Merchant Guild, Golden Wall, and Byoktazen guarantees our success. In the Golden Wall Estate in Biotizen, the main character stood in a room, clearly embarrassed by the new turn of events. His eyes suddenly widened when he heard something unexpected. A confident woman standing before him suddenly announced, smiling and obviously pleased with herself. She declared that she had made a decision. Playfully, she announced her choice. She had already moved all her belongings and intended to stay in the Golden Wall Estate, beside Biotizen. Her bright eyes and cheerful smile clearly showed determination. The scene became quieter and more intimate. The woman, in a softer mood, said that the decision had not come easily to her. She had thought long about her choice. But now she was sure she had done the right thing. Biotizen listened attentively. His face was serious, while the woman, on the contrary, looked carefree and happy in her decision, as if nothing could now shake her resolve. Thoughtfully, she asked how things would have turned out if she had simply listened to her father's advice, aloud wondering if she would regret her choice, but remained confident that she had done the right thing for herself. The conversation continues, but the mood is lightened. The woman teases Biotizen, saying she will not just sit around. She will also work and will not be a burden. Biotizen responds with interest, wondering what kind of work she means, and the woman smiles slyly, hinting that she can handle any task he assigns her. With a playful wave, she adds that she can do anything, and this confidence literally flows from her words. She emphasizes that her skills and abilities are at his disposal, making it clear that she is fully devoted to her new life in the manor. Biotizen carefully watches the woman's posture during training and points out that she is limping. This could hinder her progress in martial arts, and his stern gaze sharply contrasts with her playful expression as she tries to correct her stance. He persistently explains how important it is to keep posture straight, warning that without this, her martial arts training will suffer. She quickly tries to correct herself, a bit embarrassed but determined to become better. The woman, still adjusting, jokingly says she should train with him, teasing that the warriors Chan and So Yin also went through tough training, and hinting that she wants to test herself the same way. Biotizen squinted, recognized what she was implying, and asked if she meant the infinite step training, a harsh regimen known for its intensity and difficulty. She answered confidently, ready to accept the challenge and become much stronger than she is now because she wants to protect him in the future. Biotizen looks at her in surprise. He did not expect such a direct and emotional confession, and, reflecting more deeply on her intentions, realizes that she wants to protect him, and this touches him deeply. A flash of memories overwhelms Biotizen's mind. He recalls his days as a celestial demon when mere strength was not enough to protect those who mattered to him, and before his eyes appear the sky's defenders, much weaker, but who sacrificed their lives to save him. As he contemplates his past, the harsh lessons he had to learn come to mind. Protecting someone is not just about great power, it is about something much more important. This is what he now begins to understand, looking at the woman. His gaze softens, and he finally understands why this woman seems so familiar to him. In her presence, something from his past resonates, the same dedication and determination he has not felt for many years. Now Biotizen puts everything together. He remembers Seon Haryong, the person who once risked their life to protect him. The realization strikes him. He has already seen such dedication in Seon Haryong and now in the woman standing before him. With a grim but determined expression, he fully agrees with her decision and, acknowledging her resolve, calmly says, "Do as you wish." His words carry quiet approval. The woman's face lights up with gratitude. Her eyes sparkle with joy. She sincerely and warmly thanks him, clearly moved by his approval, and her admiration is palpable. She feels that her choice has been justified. Suddenly the mood changes. The woman exclaims in surprise and mutters to herself, "If only Biotizen had hugged me even once in this emotional moment." In the midst of her thoughts, she suddenly gasps as Biotizen unexpectedly rushes forward with incredible speed, grabs her and pulls her into his embrace. Her eyes widen in shock. She freezes, stunned. "My God!" she exclaims, completely frozen by the unexpected turn of events. Thoughts racing in her head as she realizes this sudden closeness, and her heart beats faster than ever. The woman, determined to complete the training, runs across a shaky rope bridge weighted down with iron weights. On her face is sharp focus and tension as she struggles with all her might to maintain balance. Every movement is accompanied by unbearable pain. The pressure of the weights and the unstable bridge make her body scream in agony. Despite this, she continues, her determination unbreakable. Biotizen stands at a distance and quietly watches her progress, his mind in turmoil. He wonders how she endures such harsh training, and a momentary worry crosses his face. Sisan, Harry Yong, who observes the woman's struggle, notes how severe this training is, and asks if she really intends to continue such an exhausting process. She speaks of incredible pain. The weight presses on her veins. Despite the harsh conditions, she stands firm, her determination shining. She firmly states that she will continue the endless step training despite the pain and difficulties. Hearing this, Byaotasan freezes. His eyes widen, and he asks, "Lady Haryong, are you really going to undergo this hellish training?" His voice carries a mixture of surprise and disbelief at her unwavering resolve. However, the woman was not at all afraid of his doubts. Confidently smiling, she assured that of course she would continue, because she herself is a master of martial arts, and her spirit will not waver. Sezan Haryong and Bjerg Taezan stand there, shocked by her resilience. They exchange glances and see her determination in a new light. Now there is no way back for her. The woman, whose facial expression softened with pride, glows and confidently says that she will succeed. "I will surpass those two, and the upcoming challenge only strengthens her resolve." After a few days, the woman does not stop her exhausting training. She runs with iron weights attached to her body, each step a trial, but determination and endurance blaze on her face. She does not succumb to pain. She realizes that she has only just begun, and despite the unbearable pain, she is stubbornly determined to succeed. With every movement, she grows stronger, pushing herself closer to the goal. From afar, Byaotasan watches her progress with a thoughtful look. He notices that everyone trains in their own way, rejoices in this diversity of approaches, and feels calm. They all grow in their own way. Byaotasan, still deep in thought, finally decides to act. His attention suddenly shifts because he remembered the squad rising, the very group he had almost forgotten, and his face becomes serious as the memory returns. He stands in the yard, deep in thought, when a figure approaches him, a member of the winged squad, bowing respectfully, greeting him. The squad fighter raised his voice and respectfully greeted Byaotasan, as if announcing the beginning of something new. Bate's thoughts are already directed to the future, and he prepares to take on the tasks ahead. The determined woman, who decided to complete the training, runs across a shaky rope bridge, burdened with iron weights. Sharp concentration and tension are on her face. She tries with all her might to maintain balance. Each of her movements is accompanied by unbearable pain. The pressure of the weights on the shaky bridge makes her body scream in agony, but she continues. Her determination is unbroken. Byaotasan stands at a distance and quietly watches her progress, questions spinning in his head. Why is she so persistently undergoing this harsh training? And a shadow of anxiety crosses his face. Kaisen Haryong, observing her struggle, notes how harsh this training is, and asks if she really intends to continue such an exhausting trial. She replies that it is incredible pain because the weight presses on her vessels. Despite the harsh conditions, she remains steadfast, determination burning within her, and she firmly says that she will continue the endless step training, despite any pain and difficulties. Byaotasan, hearing this, froze. His eyes widened, and, full of surprise and disbelief at her unwavering determination, he asked, "Lady Haryong, are you really going to go through this hellish training?" The woman is not moved at all by his doubts. With a confident smile, she assures that of course she will continue, emphasizing that she too is a martial arts master and her spirit will not waver. Haryong and Byaotasan stood there stunned by her endurance. They exchanged glances, seeing her determination in a different light. Now there is no turning back for her. The woman, her facial expression softened by pride, shines and confidently says, "I will succeed. I will surpass them both." And she asserts this firmly because the upcoming challenge has only strengthened her resolve. After a few days, the woman continues the exhausting training, running with iron weights attached to her body. Every step is a trial, but determination and resilience are on her face. She does not give in to the pain. She feels that she has only just begun, and despite the unbearable pain, she has decided to succeed. With every movement, she grows stronger and pushes herself closer to the goal. From afar, Byaotasan watches her progress with a thoughtful expression. He notices how everyone trains differently, appreciates this diversity, and is reassured because he sees that everyone grows in their own way. Byaotasan, still deep in thought, finally decides, it is time to act. His attention suddenly fixates on the memory of the squad rising, the group he almost forgot, and a serious expression appears on his face as the memory returns. He stands in the courtyard, deep in thought, when a figure approaches him, a member of the soaring squad who bows respectfully and greets him. The squad member spoke and respectfully greeted Byaotasan. This was a sign of the beginning of a new stage, and Byaotasan is already looking to the future, preparing to take on the duties that await him. Byaotasan and his subordinate have just finished the task. Although the progress was minimal, he shrugs and says detachedly, but it is clear that he values that tiny help. The subordinate, eager to please, sincerely thanks for the recognition. His voice polite, slightly tense, but he carries out orders without any hesitation. But Buok Taesin seems unimpressed. His eyes narrowed in thought, and he quietly mutters to himself that although the subordinate was useful, soon he will have to squeeze even more out of him. When Buok Taesin and his subordinate approach Zone 6, one of the guards, hearing this name, noticeably became worried. His facial expression changed from confident to anxious, and he felt that something serious might be happening here. The guard, overwhelmed with unease, whispers to himself, wondering if he just overheard something terrible, and whether he should fear this news. The sharp voice of Byokasin cut through the silence. "There are about 30 vagabonds in Zone 6, he said calmly, as if already prepared for what lies ahead. The scene changes when a rough voice breaks the tension. "Boss, we have guests!" One of the men shouts excitedly, warning the others about the arrival of visitors. Byok Taisen, unafraid of the interruption, asks what is happening. His face is calm, but his thoughts are already spinning. He is ready for any turn of events. The man replies that the leader of the zone must be brought forward. Byok Taisen's expression remains cold. He focuses on preparing to address the arrivals. He has important questions about the mysterious moon. When the group steps onto the stage, Byok Taisen's voice cuts through the noise. Cold and sharp, he commands, "Bring me the leader of the zone." And in his tone, it is clear that he has something to discuss. The tension rises. One of the group members looks at Byok Taisen's demand with obvious surprise. "Excuse me?" he asks, clearly embarrassed by this request. In another corner of Wuhan, another story unfolds. A familiar face appears, and the man thoughtfully recalls how time passed. He looks out the window, and in his gaze, recognition and curiosity hinting at a deeper connection to what is happening. A man in Wuhan, now called Diang Jehub, is reliving his old defeat. He recalls how he was humiliated in Yuchang and blames his subordinate Go Junkwang, who had great talent, for the defeat. Deng Jiob sat in thought and could not get rid of the idea that if Go Junkwang had been under his command, everything would have turned out differently. His fate would have been different, and he would not have had to endure such a devastating defeat. Suddenly the door opened, and a man with a package entered. Bowing respectfully, he explained that he brought something that Diang Jiayu would like. A gift from the elder Go Junkwang, sent personally to help him. In the dimly lit room, one of them noticed a box of blood-enhancing pills. He lit up with joy and exclaimed, "Oh, blood-enhancing pills!" His voice showed genuine admiration for this valuable find. The man, smiling contentedly, says that now Wuhan is practically in their hands. Excitement is heard in his voice because he understands. Their plans are going smoothly, and success is near. He continues, explaining that all plans are moving forward without serious obstacles. The leader of the Golden Heavenly Alliance is already in contact with both the Miram Alliance and the Black Alliance. So the alliances are working as they should, and they are soon preparing to move. Their plans are entering the next phase. Another figure in the room spoke, confirming their efforts. He says that he himself is establishing connections in the Golden Wall Merchants Guild and building alliances that will help advance their cause. With a sly smile, he reveals his next move: to take back the criminal groups that were taken from him, thereby showing his desire to strengthen his position by reclaiming lost power. The two men froze for a moment in tension, and finally one asks, "From which side are you going to dig first?" Their next step is decisive, and in this question there is a hint. They are preparing to go straight at the enemy's head. Forward! The plan is progressing smoothly. The leaders of the Golden Heavenly Alliance feel confident in the current strategy, and one of them, a man in dark robes, talks about the current successes of their operations and how the Alliance must secure its future. An elder man sitting on the ground threw his thoughts into the conversation. The Golden Heavenly Alliance will soon get to work, and they are already in contact with the Muram Alliance, a powerful group that will support their cause. The man in dark robes nodded, confirming his preparations together with the Golden Wall Merchants Guild. He hinted that they seek to regain power by building stronger alliances, and they both discussed their next steps. The scene shifts to an even more intense conversation. A man in a dark robe, now more focused, explains to his comrades that the first step of their plan is to strike the beggars' market in Wuhan, disrupt the region's peace, take control of it, and use it to their advantage. When the man in the dark cloak spoke, his face revealed determination and cold calculation, and an ally nodded, agreeing with the plan and preparing for the chaos that would unfold in the market. The path to success is laid out, but it is full of risks, And as the story develops, the title, Heavenly Demon Wants a Peaceful Life, appears, with the beggars' market becoming the center of their actions, setting the stage for new conflicts and power struggles. After some time, a new threat appears. A squad from the Dongo Security Agency has risen above them and is now beyond their reach, but this unexpected turn opens a chance. The leaders consult on how to use this squad to their advantage. Dark Robeman, without taking his eyes off the target, receives news about the situation and contemplates the next steps, and the mention of the new Dongo Security Agency team prompts the question: how can they benefit from this unexpected gain? The conversation moves to the next stage of their plans, but the atmosphere changes. The situation becomes increasingly unpredictable, and uncertainty hangs in the air about how to approach this new development. Tension rises in the beggar's market. A man who acted alone and did not see the bigger picture now pays the price. Treacherous intrigues from outside have driven him into trouble. One of the characters sternly asks him, "Why did you think you could avoid punishment?" And the man begins to feel the weight of his decisions, while the group around prepares for action. The man realizes all this happened because of his own actions, and escaping the consequences is futile. The leaders are already preparing a swift verdict. The last panel reveals his despair. The figure in the dark robe warns, "Do not blame others for your fate, because his own actions have already delivered the verdict, and punishment for his sins is at the doorstep." The man, drenched in sweat from fear, begs for mercy, unable to avoid the consequences of his actions. He pleads for his life, knowing the end is near. As the tension reaches its peak, the man falls to his knees, overwhelmed by fear. His fate is decided, and the figure in the dark cloak watches, knowing that he will soon have to pay for his deeds. Bien Ta-Sang stands silently, his face unreadable, the silence thick and tense as he looks at the people around him, and his silence will say more than words about the storm growing within him. He clicked his tongue in irritation. It was clear that the situation was driving him mad. His gaze sharpened. He assessed everything, and his thoughts lay on his shoulders like a heavy burden. Finally, he breaks the silence and angrily says that those careless words are unpleasant to him. What angered him most were the phrases thrown carelessly, so he warns, "Don't do that again." Taesing's eyes glowed ominously. His hands stretched out and crackled with dark energy. He began to channel his power, creating a swirling aura that filled the space around, and his anger only fueled its growing strength. Around Taesang, the air is saturated with dark energy. His power, fueled by focus and rage, spreads around as he prepares to deliver a punishment worthy of this guilt. He recalls the sacred teaching of the cult of the Heavenly Demon, a strict rule that no member should ever utter the word death. The consequences of breaking this sacred principle are severe, and Ta-Sen's power only grows as he prepares to act. As tension and energy build around him, Taesang calmly lays out the teaching of his cult. Whoever dares to say the word death will be instantly punished without question, and he himself stands cold and unshakable. His thoughts are focused on the unbreakable laws of the cult. There is no place for weakness or mistakes here. Any disobedience is punished swiftly, and the man who broke the rule now pays for it. Tazen's power burst forth inside as he contemplated the sacred path of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. A path that demands absolute obedience, and he remained unshakable, ready to carry out the punishment without hesitation. Taezang coldly looked at the man before him and said, "If you really want to die, die fighting the enemies. I am not the one who will take your life if you go the wrong way." The man, feeling the full seriousness of the situation, reluctantly agrees. The will to fight still flickers within him, but fear is felt in every cell as he responds to Taesang and accepts the fate that awaits him. Taesang sharply gave the man a command. "Stand up." His tone was unshakable, and the man, though hesitant, slowly rose to his feet, fully aware that his fate was in Taesang's hands. Taezang. Now Comer shifts the conversation to more practical matters. He suggests checking the underground faction's troops they have gathered, and openly admits how much trouble they have already caused. The man who was listening to Tazenga suddenly became noticeably more anxious, and recalled a strange rumor he had heard during the unification of the criminal world factions. Uncertainty was felt in his voice, but Tazenga's interest immediately sharpened. Tazenga's sharp gaze fixed on the man as he asked for more details about the rumor. The man felt pressure. Tazenga's interest was growing and clearly indicated that something important was about to happen. The scene unfolds in a tavern near the Dongo Security Agency. A group of people approaches slowly and cautiously, their steps even and restrained, and the tavern itself, majestic and formidable, radiates a gloomy, anxious feeling. One figure asks if this is the place they talked about earlier, seeking confirmation, and another nods. "Yes, This is where the underground Wuhan faction now rules after the unification. The shot shifts to the building's facade, as if emphasizing the importance of this place. The air tightens as the characters realize how significant their matter is. The group enters the tavern, and one of the comrades addresses their leader, Chun-sama, with a question about who the person here is. Around the new figures, a sense of uncertainty lingers. Chun-sam, with the look of an experienced man, assessed the situation and calmly remarked that judging by their decent price, they must be in the right place. And the tension is palpable, because they understand that they are about to face something important. The leader smiles darkly, a cruel plan forming in his mind. He sees an opportunity to seize power that would allow them to control the unified criminal world faction, and the excitement of the moment is visible as he plans his next move. One of the subordinates, eager for action, urges the leader, "Faster, swallow those pills that enhance the blood." As they are a key part of their plan, the moment is filled with urgency. The subordinates quickly swallow the pills, their facial expressions instantly changing. They prepare for the chaos that will soon unfold, and their strength begins to surge, the effect of the pills visible in every gesture. The moment of reckoning arrives. The pills that speed blood through their bodies pulse in their veins. The subordinates prepare to strike, and their enhanced strength gives them an advantage in the upcoming clash. Tension hung in the air, and suddenly the silence was shattered by an explosion of violence. The air hissed with power, and one of them coughed violently, unable to contain the surge of energy. Tension explodes as the battle unfolds. Figures who took blood-boosting pills go mad. Their bodies convulse with new strength. Their eyes glow with unnatural energy, a sign of their transformation. Chaos reaches its peak. Figures, now fully under the influence of the pills, launch attacks with brutal force, unleashing a devastating wave of destruction that sweeps away their enemies. After a fierce outburst of rage, Chung-sam gives an order, his voice cold and resolute. "Go," he says, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, the command's clear. Destroy the threat. Figures under his command instantly come alive and attack with deadly precision, rushing into the fray. Their enhanced abilities make them formidable opponents, and the fight intensifies as they fight with a single, unwavering purpose. The battle does not subside. The screech of weapons and battle cries fill the air, while Chun-sam stands aside with an icy gaze, surveying the carnage as his subordinates mercilessly carry out his will. Amid the chaos on the tavern's upper floor, a figure looks down, confused and frightened by the sudden attack. He demands to know who these attackers are, his voice trembling with fear. The figure's eyes widen with realization. He recognized the leader of the attackers. "That man," he whispered, panic seeping into his voice, and the attacker's identity became clear. The leader of the attack, standing confidently below, grimly smiles, surveying the scene. Now his identity is revealed, and the confrontation takes on a grim tone as the conflict turns into a struggle for dominance. Tension skyrockets. Shang Tsung decisively orders his subordinates to run and check on Master Bai Ok-Tazen, and they instantly understand. Things are much worse than they thought. One of the subordinates freezes in shock. The opponent turned out to be much stronger than he expected, and he realizes the full gravity of his situation. The enemy's power far exceeds what he could have imagined. Chung-sam decides to hold back the attackers now and calls the team to flee while there is still a chance. Everything has escalated, and now the stakes are higher than ever as they prepare to face the consequences of this encounter. A burst of incredible energy exploded, turning the air into chaos. The attack was fierce and sudden, and Chung-sam's subordinates, empowered by blood and strength pills, rushed into battle. The scene becomes even more chaotic. The group fights relentlessly and fiercely, while figures drinking blood and swallowing enhancement pills are already causing destruction. Their power overwhelms everything around. Chun-sam looks with distrust. He feels that something is wrong. A strange powder swirls in the air, and he cannot stop guessing what this substance is and what its effect will be. As the strange powder fills the air, Chun-sam begins to worry, and realizes that this unexpected powder might be the key to sharp changes in the fighter's behavior. Suspicions grow. He sees how the people around become increasingly uncontrollable, their strength exploding with brutal unpredictability, and he asks himself what this powder is and whether it is related to their enhanced power. The realization struck Chung-sam. The powder is part of a countermeasure, a vile tactic of the enemy to nullify their advantage, and horror grows as he sees the powder begin to take effect. The enemy's plan finally becomes clear. Chung-sam mutters in despair, realizing that the situation has turned against them, and curses his previous actions. For now, he sees the cost of losing the base. Tension rises as Chung-sam realizes the bitter truth of the situation. He begins to ask himself who his enemies really are, and their actions and powers show that they are not ordinary gangsters, but something much greater than mere criminals. The truth emerges when Chun Sam's opponent reveals their face. The leader of the enemies proudly declares that they are guardians. This claim only deepens the mystery. This revelation sets the stage for the final confrontation. The leader of the enemies mocks Chong Sam, claiming that they are not just ordinary bandits. Their true face becomes clear, and Chong Sam understands how dangerous they are. The enemy mocks being considered mere guardians. Their leader cynically smiles and raises the stakes. The situation intensifies, and they realize that there is much more against them than they had thought. The leader's words and actions become increasingly threatening and clearly show how serious the situation is. Chung Sam's team struggles to understand the magnitude of the danger, but the enemy is already one step ahead. The fight does not subside. One of the attackers' curses realizes that the people they brought are no match for the opponents. The chaos around intensifies, and they are forced to fight with all their might. The leader of the attackers, Chun Sam, acknowledges the enemy's strength. Their powerful pills are incomparable to the one he faces, and sharply inhaling prepares for the inevitable. Chung Sam shouted to retreat, pushing people to run and buying them some time while the rest of the group holds back the attackers. His determination is clear. Survival is more important than anything. The tension of the battle rises as a dark figure enters the scene and laughs ominously. The air fills with the dull thump of blood and the pulsation of energy, while the enemy leader unleashes a barrage of attacks, and his sword moves with deadly precision. With a mocking smile, the enemy leader rushed forward, shouting the name Bayantasin with a superior sneer. It became clear that this confrontation had become personal, and just the mention of Tassin's name instantly ignited a fierce reaction in the group. The leader of the attackers curses loudly and swears first to kill Bayon Tyson. The tension rises, forces face off, and the fight flares with new brutality. Now it is about defeating Tyson at any cost. In the heat of battle, the commander feels irritation growing. He realizes the situation is getting out of control. He wildly swings his sword, his movements fueled by rage as he tries to overcome Tyson's troops. The leader's anger grows with every strike. The fight continues. His sword meets resistance. His eyes blaze with fury. In his mind, he curses himself. He should have killed Tassan first, and now this rage pushes him deeper into madness. The opponent makes a wide swing, but Tassin stands firm, as if mocking. The last sword strike misses, and the leader's irritation reaches its peak. This only fuels the growing tension of the battle. The fight continues. The leader roars with rage, desperately trying to knock down Tassin. He keeps attacking and rushes quickly, but his fury blinds him and the strike loses accuracy. Tassin watches the leader's attempts with a quiet, confident smile. His enemies are predictable, and he knows exactly what they are capable of. He easily dodges the attack and approaches the target. Now face to face with the enemy leader, he mocks him. The leader's lack of control and despair are visible. Tassin's cold gaze pierces the tension and makes it clear that the end is near. The unexpected happened. Tassin's subordinates appeared from the shadows. Their presence was stunning, and the leader's confidence wavered when he realized he was surrounded. Tassin's voice cut through the chaos and, addressing the leader directly with icy calm, asked if he really believed he could defeat him. And the enemy's arrogance began to crack under the pressure. The expression on the enemy leader's face changes. He finally realizes he underestimated his opponent. For a moment, silence falls. Then Tyson's subordinates step forward, ready to carry out his orders. The battle is now in Tyson's hands, and the leader's fate is sealed. The scene intensifies. The enemy leader, clearly defeated, does not understand why he is the only one left standing, and his voice trembles with despair as he realizes that his forces have been crushed. Tassin, coldly smiling, indifferently brushed off the opponent's worries, as if his misfortune was just bad luck. He took pleasure in the leader's discomfort, knowing that the roles had now reversed. Attention shifts to Taizan. Now confident in his victory, he addresses the people directly at the Wuhan Beggars Market, and his voice is smooth, almost too calm for this chaos. Taizan addressed the crowd, apologizing for what they would have to endure, and directly stated that their cooperation was now needed. His words sounded simultaneously like a threat and an invitation to join. With his characteristic confident smile, Taizan mocks and asks who wants to fight him first. His words are both a challenge and a taunt, clearly showing his complete control over the situation. The scene opens in tense suspense. The main character Beyond Tasang stands tall and confident among enemies, his eyes vigilant and focused, reflecting the seriousness of the moment. He does not retreat and is ready for any challenge. The man from the opposite side, recognizing Tazang, turned pale. He exclaimed, "That is truly Bayan Tazang," and his voice sounded with clear horror, for he finally understood what danger this moment now carried. Tazang, completely unmoved, barely smiles, calmly accepting what is happening, and with a chilling certainty says that this place is about to collapse, as if it is inevitable, and the air grows heavier, the tension rises. Around Tazanga, the enemies are clearly nervous because of his cold calmness. One man loudly doubts his words, still not believing that something catastrophic could happen, and the uncertainty in the group only grows. Tazang's calm smile slowly becomes menacing. He hints at a darker plan, and makes it clear that the situation will spiral further out of control, while the tension in the scene builds as he prepares for the next move. A man holds a mysterious pill in his hand and with burning eyes talks about its power. This divine pill, which grants incredible strength, according to him is the key to overcoming this situation. Probably their only chance, but whether it can be fully relied upon is unknown. A group of people is skeptical and hard to convince. One of them loudly says that the whole plan is nonsense. Distrust is palpable and the tension in the room rises. Despite the skepticism, the man at the front stands firm, brushing off doubts and laughing as if it's just a joke. His confidence is unshakable, but arrogance is felt in his tone. The group laughs as if unaware of the dangers ahead, but the leader warns. Guests who came looking for trouble are about to leave, and the mood darkens. The laughter fades and turns into sinister, treacherous plans. Suddenly, the scene changes sharply. One of the men realizes that something has gone completely wrong, and a wave of revelation sweeps over the group. Their faces show anxiety. The leader, still smiling, says that the very outcasts who were mocked before are now much stronger than they could have imagined, and are ready to show their power. Cackling eerily, the leader warns the group that they will see how these Rajiks will cause chaos among all present. The air thickens with tension, and the situation rapidly heads toward a brutal clash. The battle begins. The enemies instantly fall under the pressure because the so-called rejects turned out to be much stronger than everyone expected, and those who moments ago looked confident now scatter, trying to escape. One of the attackers steps forward with a defiant smile, proudly demonstrating the power of the divine pill, grinning and declaring that they will rule over Wuhan, calling others to join their conquest. As chaos unfolds, the rest of the enemies struggle and are unable to stop the overwhelming power of the divine pill and the reinforced attackers, while the leader's laughter echoes around, a sign that the enemy's defeat is near. The scene begins with a confident figure greeting people at the wandering market of Wuhan. He introduces himself with a hint of sarcasm and says he will need their cooperation, while the crowd looks at him, sensing something sinister in his words. He does not stop. He calls himself Dealing Job, and clearly makes it known that his appearance is no accident. His cold calm sharply contrasts with the anxiety of those around, and gradually his true purpose emerges. One of the market leaders remains skeptical. He doubts the name and intentions of Dealing and directly asks what they will gain from cooperating with him. Dealing answers calmly but thoughtfully, hinting that time is pressing, and much depends on their decision. The leader's face darkened with anxiety. He says that until now he had not felt the presence of Tat-sen, hinting that everything is much more dangerous than he had thought. The air tightens, and the stakes are now clear. Another figure steps forward, acknowledges the hidden presence of Tessang, and explains that they were warned about his arrival. Preparations for this confrontation have already begun, and the tension thickens as they prepare for whatever Tessang may bring. Deling seems pleased with how the tension is rising. He asks them to step out, a sign that the time for confrontation has come, and the atmosphere is filled with anticipation of conflict, as everyone prepares for the consequences of this meeting. The man behind prepares to act. With one swift motion, he signals the others to start, and the tension in the air becomes almost palpable as the group takes positions, ready to execute their plan. Delling's face twists into a cunning smile as he watches every move of the enemies who obey his will. Strange glowing spheres appear in the air, a sign of the beginning of the next stage of their plan. The air fills with tension and energy as forces collide. The frame widens. The spheres pulse with dangerous energy. The people around Delling tense up, preparing for chaos. The enemies are stunned, and the true face of this encounter begins to reveal itself. O-figure in the group starts speaking, clearly alarmed. They notice that the sphere seems ordinary, but something much more dangerous lies within, and the realization of the seriousness overwhelms them as the sphere's energy begins to affect them. One of the leaders instantly reacts, realizing the gravity of his mistake. The power of the sphere is unstoppable, and it is already clear that their plan to harness the energy has failed. The energy around them now breaks free, spiraling wildly. Delling, ever confident, responds with an icy smile, pleased that his plan is working flawlessly, and explains, "Once the will of the people is broken and they consume the blood-enhancing pills, the suppressed energy will burst forth, and they will become much more powerful than before." As Delling's words reach everyone, the room fills with deep horror. His smile grows even wider. He knows well the devastation this will bring, and his voice rings commandingly, ordering others to prepare for the next stage of the plan. The energy around them intensifies. People feel the weight of pressure as if the very air is squeezing them, and some begin to panic, realizing they are caught in something much bigger than they expected. Delling smiles again and commands, "Line up and take the pills one by one." His word is law. The consequences of disobedience are obvious. The air is heavy with tension, and the room prepares for chaos to erupt. Men in dark robes discuss their plans and smile crookedly, convinced that the enemies will never dare to resist again. The air is heavy with tension and arrogance as they prepare to impose their will. One man, irritated by the delay, asks indignantly, "Did they gather everyone just to get rid of them?" Now his impatience is visible. He taps his fingers, waiting for the next move. A man with a crooked smile calmly hands out pills and orders his comrades to swallow them. A deadly plan begins. They prepare for the consequences of their actions, faces full of anticipation and sinister intentions. When the pill starts to take effect, the man who swallowed it is instantly gripped by unbearable pain. His body begins to react wildly. Poison or drug seizes him and forces him to scream in pain. A man in a dark cloak looks with a cruel smile, satisfied with the result. He mocks the enemies, boasting that they should have submitted when they had the chance, and ridicules their resistance. Chaos intensifies. More and more people become victims of the drug's effect. Their bodies convulse and writhe in pain, and the situation spirals out of control as the men in dark robes begin to take full control. The air crackles with tension as fighters draw weapons, ready to plunge into fierce combat. Sparks fly, blades clash, and the men in dark robes fend off those trying to resist. One of the attackers fell. Blood splattered everywhere, and the men in dark robes moved with deadly precision, defeating their opponents. The battle sharpens. Swords and blows fly in all directions. Cruelty escalates, and the dark-clad figures hold the upper hand. They are ready to do anything to achieve their goal. In the distance, the figure AF calmly watches the unfolding battle, seemingly untouched by the surrounding chaos and violence, waiting for the moment to intervene. With a sudden burst, a fighter rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow, breaking through the defense of the men in dark robes. And the fight turned into even greater chaos as its flow suddenly changed. The one observing the battle finally reacts, confirming that the strategy worked. He says the pills were swallowed, and this means the beginning of the next phase of their plan. A brutal clash occurred. A man struck one of the men in dark robes. The blow was fierce. The air trembled from the waves, and both fighters seemed eager to end this fight. The man in dark robes reacts with anger. Irritation and surprise are evident on him as he faces the consequences of underestimating his opponents. In a final, desperate surge, the warriors of the Dark Road prepare another attack. Weapons in hand, determination hardened. Despite the chaos, they are focused on the goal and determined to bring the fight to F. One of the fighters suddenly realizes something is wrong and shouts in shock. He recognizes the effect of poison, and the fact that others are not yet affected only intensifies his confusion and fear. He begins to feel that the place is filled with smoke to conceal their movements, and possibly allow the enemies to escape unnoticed. Thoughts break off. The body suddenly begins to react. Amid this chaos, he barely stands on his feet, his body trembling. Once a confident fighter, he is now overwhelmed by the poison's effect, disbelief on his face. The man, gripped by horror, begins to scream in pain, his face contorted in agony. He realizes this is not a simple poison, but something far more sinister, something that takes control over his mind and body. Darkness surrounds him, his body convulses spasmodically, his eyes glow with a terrifying red. And this transformation is not only external, as if some deep darkness is devouring him from within. Others nearby also succumb. Their bodies jerk convulsively, screams tear through the air. They fall to their knees, fighting the overwhelming force controlling them, and realize too late. This is not ordinary poison. The man, gasping for breath, suddenly becomes aware of his fate. He tries to flee, but the pain breaks him. His mind clouded by fear, he stands before the inevitable end. In despair, he tries to protect his energy core, feeling the darkness creeping toward him. Tension is palpable, and the body instinctively reacts to the threat. In a final effort, he tries to break free from the irresistible force, but it is already too late. His body falls, unable to resist the powerful manipulation that consumes him. While the battle rages, a figure stands calmly in the distance. He knows his plan worked and watches the chaos with satisfaction, confident that everything is under control. Amid the chaos, one of the last warriors fights desperately for life. The air is heavy with tension. Enemies fall one by one, their resistance powerless against this overwhelming pressure. The figure's eyes gleam ominously. The fight is about to end. With one move, the leader puts a full stop to his victory, leaving no one a chance to escape the fate he has prepared for them. Another figure, seemingly untouched by the chaos, stands opposite the last enemy with a defiant smile and taunts the fighter, clearly savoring the moment of his advantage. He reveals his plans and boasts. Those who know too much do not die quickly. The air tightens with threat as he describes how the enemy remnants will be executed piece by piece until they beg for death. The enemy's fate is decided. The figure's smile widens. He savors the coming agony and delights in psychological torture even before the physical. The figure in dark robes accepts the inevitable and decides to act. He prepares for battle. His eyes narrow with determination, and he draws his weapon, ready to face the remaining enemies. Enemies, sensing his intentions, begin to draw their weapons. The air fills with tension. A clash is approaching. With a sudden lunge, the man in the dark robe rushed forward, resolute to snatch at least one victory, his movement lightning fast and aimed at a specific person in the group, who now froze unexpectedly. The sudden lunge stunned everyone around. One of the opponents screamed in fear, and the man in the dark cloak showed his strength. He effortlessly broke through their defense. The fight intensifies. More enemies rush at him. The dark man moves with deadly precision. His blade strikes faster than they can react, and soon the ground is covered in blood. Another strike lands, and the man in dark robes seems invincible. His eyes blaze with a grim glow. He relentlessly knocks down those who challenge him, forcing the enemies to retreat. Opponents try to regroup, but find that they were not prepared for the fierce aggression of the man in the dark cloak. They hold their breath, realizing how fast he has become and that they cannot catch up to him. One fighter trying to block the strike fails to react in time. His face distorts with horror as he sees the sword of the man in the dark robe flying towards him at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the man in the dark cloak attacks again. The opponent fails to defend himself. The blade cuts cleanly. The fighter falls, blood spills, and the others freeze in fear. The rest of the fighters, realizing the chasm in skill, stand still. One warrior gathers his thoughts with effort and tries to find a way to overcome the overwhelming power standing before them. The figure in the dark cloak prepared to strike again, and one of the enemies, gathering courage, rushed at him. Their weapons clashed in a desperate attempt to stop the inevitable. With one smooth movement, the man in the dark cloak parries the strike and instantly delivers a counterattack. His strength is such that the opponent is thrown into the air. He flies and falls, defeated. The man in the dark cloak looked at those who survived and were now retreating in fear with a mocking smile. He knew he had prevailed in this battle, and the few who remained looked completely broken. When the last fighter makes a desperate resistance, the man in the dark cloak smiles sinisterly, enjoying the horror in the opponent's eyes. The fight is almost over, and victory is his. With one last swift strike, he ended the battle. Fallen enemies lie around, and silence descends on the battlefield as he stands victorious. The man on the dark road froze. His eyes widened in shock as a strange energy began to swirl around the fallen body. Light rose from the dead body, and he felt that something was very wrong. He stands stunned and watches the luminous figure resembling a soul rising from the body. It looks not just like a corpse. It is the soul of a person leaving the body, and he did not expect this at all. The man in the dark cloak whispered distrustfully, addressing himself and his soul. He was suddenly seized by this powerful and disturbing phenomenon, and the mysterious force left him in captivated awe. The man watches. The body of the fallen warrior twitches slightly, still holding on to the last fragments of life. Tension rises. A strange feeling hangs in the air. At that moment, the figure's eyes opened, and her body began to move with some inhuman force. The man in the dark robe stepped back, feeling a shift in power. The fallen warrior, now fully revived by dark energy, rose with burning hatred in his eyes. He screamed in fury, his voice torn by rage as he looked at the man in the dark robe. The fight suddenly changed. The once dead warrior lunged at the robed man with an explosion of speed. The force of the strike was stunning, and the man in the dark robe barely managed to react. The man in the dark mantle grits his teeth. realizing this is not the same opponent. The attack's power is so fast and strong that reacting is almost impossible. The fight blazes on, each blow a blurred glow of energy and movement, and the dark figure on the road finds himself losing, barely keeping up with the now powerful warrior. In the heat of the fierce clash, the man in the dark mantle's eyes flashed with recognition. Something clicked in his mind and he suddenly understood who was before him. Breathing heavily, he mutters under his breath, "It's you." The man's face twisted. Shock and recognition at once. The truth became clear. This is the one who had been harming him all along. Their gazes locked, and the tension chilled the air. The man in the dark cloak stepped forward, more determined than ever to end this clash. The anger of the man in the dark cloak flared as memories of suffering caused by this enemy surfaced. Pain and destruction had not left his thoughts, and now he resolved to seek revenge. The figure in the dark cloak rushed forward with uncontrollable fury, sword raised high. This time he would not let the enemy escape. The warrior, finally understanding the intentions of the man in the dark cloak, met him with a challenge. Their blades clashed in an explosion of power, and the fight grew even fiercer. In the heat of the moment, the man in the dark mantle reviews everything that brought him here. The figure who caused him so much pain and suffering stands before him, and he feels an irresistible desire to put an end to it. The scene opens, a group of people laugh loudly, and in the foreground one man smiles, enjoying the reactions around him. The main character, Bayan Taksang, looks coldly at the scene and mentally notes that the group is overreacting emotionally to a simple compliment. Tazang, still calm, turns away, indifference readable on his face. He moves away from the group, already tired of their reactions. Tazang stands calmly, deep in thought. How to deal with the people before him so as not to erase their memories completely. He glances at the figure named Yuchang and assigns him a task. Taizang orders to squeeze every bit of information from the enemies without causing them serious harm. Aok responds with fervent zeal, showing he is ready for anything, even to extract memories from the very moment of birth if necessary. The captured enemies writhe in pain. One of them curses Bayan Taisanga. They are bound and helpless. The figure continued to insult Taejung. He was clearly furious and struggling against the shackles, his curses echoing in the air. Suddenly the scene explodes. A loud, almost explosive sound tears the silence. The bound enemy writhes in agony and screams as blows are struck on his body. Tasang enters the room, calm and composed. His face remains impassive despite the chaos around. He decisively orders the people in the room not to kill the prisoners. They will still be needed. The enemies are instantly subdued, and one of his subordinates replies that he accepts the order and is preparing to follow it without hesitation. The scene shifts to Taizang's inner reflections. He tells himself that the annoying details that tormented him are finally resolved. Taizang's tone changes. He becomes quieter and deeply thoughtful. He wonders why he still feels discomfort because of those men he just dealt with. His face becomes serious. He contemplates that strange anxiety left by the enemy, as if hinting, something is wrong. Although it seems everything is resolved, a gloomy, threatening atmosphere hung over the scene, and Taizang thinks about all those troublesome people he met. From the Guangdong Four to the current opponents, he feels uneasy about them. I serve him here, seemingly calm, listening to Taizang's thoughts as he says with displeasure that people constantly cause him trouble despite his desire for peace. Taizang diverts attention and coldly throws a remark, then asks about that strange attack earlier, inquiring how they dealt with it. Nervously stammering, the subordinate tries to explain that the previous attack turned out to be much stronger than expected, and he hesitates, not knowing how to answer Taizang's question. Another, who was not as badly hurt, tries to calm Taizang, brushing off the anxiety. These are only minor wounds. They only show his endurance. Tasang listened carefully to their words. Then, with a chill in his voice, said that from now on, he would personally take over their martial arts training, emphasizing the need to cultivate true strength and harmony. The shot shifts to Tasang's group of subordinates. Exhausted and disheveled, they struggle during harsh training. It is clear they are worn out, but by Tasang's order they still move forward. One of the trainees indignantly complains about the difficulty of the training, cannot believe such cruelty of the task, and doubts whether he can continue. Calm and composed, Taejung reminds them that training is the path to true strength, and warns that such struggles are only part of the process as he watches them from afar. After a few days, the action moves to the Golden Wall Estate, where Tasang's followers are still undergoing exhausting training. The air is tense, and the training ground is bustling with activity. Some figure, probably a senior participant, shouts orders to others, not letting them relax. Their tone is demanding and urges everyone to keep moving forward without stops. Taejang thoughtfully looks at the progress of his protégés, but an unpleasant thought lingers in his heart. Whether a few people dropped out due to overly harsh training. A funny scene unfolds. Several trainees are puffing and barely carrying their load, while one of them tries to lighten the mood with laughter. While the trainees continue working, one complains about seemingly endless tasks, irritated by the relentless pace set by Taejang. The senior coach cuts in, hotly blaming the other for everything that happened, insisting that it is due to the decision to take on difficult tasks, and their irritation only grows as they keep working. One of the trainees, exhausted and barely alive, complains about the grueling physical training, while another coach nearby scolds him, urging him to work even harder. A louder command rolls across the training ground, urging the student not to stop and to keep going. The training is full of tension as the coach strikes the ground. The coach's voice softens. He says they need to hurry, and the tension rises. More medicine is needed to continue their intense work. In another scene, Taesang sits calm and collected. Someone approaches him with a book, and anxiously says that he has not been seen anywhere lately. The person hands the book to Taesang, and when Taesang opens it, the cover shows the title, Demonic Arts of the Moonshadow, instantly capturing his attention. Taesang, intrigued by the book's content, barely smiles, holding it in his hands and realizing where this might lead. A conversation about the book begins. The person who showed Taesang the book looked worried and asked if the arts described in it are truly demonic. Tension hung in the air, and the question lingered between them. Taesang calmly smiles and reassures them. This book is not connected to blood, drinking rituals, or anything sinister. It only requires training under the moonlight. Taesang explains clearly and reassures them. Although this art is difficult to master, do not worry. Sensation and perception play a big role, and it is precisely they who complicate the matter. Taesang smiles supportively and says that they can master this art. His faith in their abilities was obvious. The person, feeling a surge of confidence, agrees passionately and vows not to let Taesang down. Determination and zeal are visible to the naked eye. Taesang looks at his protégé and understands. He is beginning to unlock his true potential, and this person will soar the highest, surpassing all who have ever practiced the Moonshadow art. Taesang's quiet reflections were interrupted by a sharp knock on the door, and a voice outside announced that Yuchang had come to report. Taesang invites the person inside, still calm. He knows that more important conversations lie ahead. Yuk enters and reports where half a Junshi is hidden. This discovery sharply ignites Taesang's curiosity, who prepares for the next step. Near the Wuhan forest, the landscape was bathed in icy, eerie light. The silhouettes of Taesang and his companions cautiously made their way through the thicket, and the air seemed heavy with tension. A companion enthusiastically notes how strange this situation is, pointing to the mysterious energy surrounding them. While Taejang remains calm but thoughtful, he senses something unusual. A woman, feeling the strange energy, asks Taesang what he thinks about this situation. She is curious about what exactly he meant by calling what is happening amazing. Taesang bitterly explained that even after exhausting all their strength, they could not extract anything useful. The group gained no new discoveries, no matter how hard they tried. An elder man who worked with them says that there is a technique in these matters, so elusive that the task seems almost impossible. He further describes this technique, which can disperse someone's spirit like fog, shake their inner defense, and make them vulnerable. As the conversation progresses, the old man explains that this technique is not just an ordinary skill, but actually a demonic art known as soulless demonic art. As he speaks, the air around them darkens, the forest's energy sharpens, and the mention of this demonic art chills them to the bone, making the situation even worse. The elder man went further, revealing that this art is connected to secret places where mysteries are buried, and knowledge is often hidden in the shadows. Suddenly Taesang felt the air shift. He froze, squinting. Something was nearby. The woman, confused, asked Taesang what was wrong. She felt nothing, but his behavior spoke for itself. Something serious had happened. Taesang shows. In this place still linger the remnants of this technique, barely perceptible, unnoticed by others, masked so that only a person with a keen sense can notice them. The group suddenly gasped in surprise, but Taesang's calm voice cut through the tension. He noticed someone very close, but this presence was hidden too skillfully for others to notice. The old man, sensing the full seriousness of the situation, acknowledged Taesang's extraordinary insight but kept wondering, what kind of power could the one hiding possess? Taesang, calm, steps toward the hidden figure, preparing soon to meet what is concealed, finally assuring the group that he will return shortly. Around the mysterious campfire gathered a group of figures. The flame flickers ominously and casts eerie shadows, while in the background a voice whispers, doubting what to do next. Another figure, noticeably more confident, calls for everyone to be silent and watch, calmly assuring that the situation is under control, although around Lord Seo and Lord Deyong there are still many uncertainties. Tension rises. Another person gripped by fear says, "If they do not act now, they will surely face severe punishment," while ominous firecrackers crackle in the background. The scene fills with hope as one of them proudly announces that the plan succeeded. They caught half of the Junshi, a key part of the mission. Another figure smiled and congratulated the successful one, noting that at least by returning the captured half, Jiangxi, they could avoid the worst consequences. But the atmosphere instantly changed when the figures noticed something unexpected. Suddenly in that zone where one of the figures gasped in disbelief as a man suddenly appeared before them. A cold horror passed. The figure turned out to be none other than Byakugan. The group is shocked and flustered, trying to understand how Taiseng managed to appear unnoticed so suddenly. Fear is palpable. They prepare for the worst. In response to the sudden threat to the half-Junshi, an order is given to attack. Their eyes glow ominously, and they rush at Taisheng, ready for the battle that will decide the fate of this clash. A group of men who successfully caught several half-zombies celebrate their small victory, and one of them proudly shouts that the plan worked. He believes the captured creatures will save them from the harshest punishment. Anna Terman, standing nearby, smiles with satisfaction, knowing their efforts at least spared them from serious consequences. But inside a growing unease creeps in, a feeling that something sinister is approaching. Suddenly the face of one of the men filled with shock. He saw a figure, recognized the man before him, and felt a cold horror. This could be the infamous Byakugan they had heard about in whispers. The group instantly reacts, realizing they are dealing with half-Junshi. Dangerous undead. Panic grips them, and someone shouts, "Attack Taizen and kill him before he causes more damage." Taizen, unafraid of threats and chaos, stands calmly. His posture confident. He is ready for battle and clearly feels the power living within him. Taizen replied coldly that he would show a performance no less impressive than theirs and was ready to accept their challenge head-on. Untazen's calm darkens and turns into a formidable tension as the surrounding undead begin to move, and his energy bursts forth. He prepares for the inevitable battle. The semi-Junshi rushed at Taizen, their burning red eyes glowing with hunger. But Taizen outpaced them with one powerful leap. Every move was precise and decisive. The scene explodes into chaos. Taizen seemingly effortlessly cuts through the undead, each strike easily piercing the enemy, while the men stand in disbelief, not understanding how everything so quickly turned in Taizen's favor. In a desperate attempt to save the situation, the rest of the men watch in horror as half of Jiangxi is effortlessly defeated. Panic grips them and they scream in fear, seeing the insurmountable power that Taizen has become. The group leader cannot understand how Taizen could be so strong. His voice trembles with disbelief, and he questions the very reality of what is happening. Taizen stands amid the fallen enemies, his face cold and calm. He mocks the leader, enjoying the spectacle of total destruction he himself unleashed. When the fight ends, Taizen casts a cold, calculated glance at the survivors. He warns them not to kill anyone recklessly, hinting that he still needs to learn important details about this situation. The surviving men, fearing for their lives, freeze at Taizen's icy phrase. They did not know whether to trust him or act on their own. The group leader, trembling, agrees to follow Taizen's instructions, but as soon as he takes a step forward, a sudden conflict erupts, and Taizen engages in lightning-fast, fierce exchanges of blows with the remaining enemies. Taizen quietly smiles, watching the last enemies fall. He easily dodges attacks and responds with lightning strikes, and his confidence in his own abilities is evident in how effortlessly he moves across the battlefield. Taizen's smile widens. He is pleased with the performance he put on for the attackers. It is clear that his combat skill and control over the situation only enhance his growing reputation. Taizen stands calmly, like a rock, looking into the faces of the attackers and forcing them to realize the difference between their strength and his. Every move of his is deliberate, and the fight continues under his full control. Elsewhere, someone froze in horror upon hearing about the devastation caused by the sudden and unstoppable power of Taizen. The news spread. Their plans are in jeopardy, and the attackers are clearly frightened. A man shouts in disbelief. How can this be? Thoughts race. He tries to comprehend. This is not an ordinary enemy, and their plans are falling apart. Taizen's appearance in the battle destroyed their underground work, and it becomes clear that the opponents underestimated his might. Tension rises as they scramble to find a solution. The rest of the enemies, gripped by panic, whisper about the chaos Taizen caused. They talk about how their operations to capture Wuhan were exposed, and how Tazin's intervention completely ruined their plans. The conversation revealed the truth. Tayson's intervention was no accident. His actions were decisive and destructive. The alliances of Miriam and the Black Alliance now know about their hidden plans, and this could lead to even worse consequences for them. Piecing together the puzzle of events, the group leader suddenly realizes the full seriousness of the situation. His face tightens with anxiety as the scale of their failure becomes obvious, and they can no longer proceed with the original plan. Tension rises as the group leader orders an immediate evacuation of the base, fearing the approach of the enemies. The forces of Miriam and the Black Alliance are already advancing, and time is running out. When the realization hit them, the group fell into chaos. Their only hidden base was no longer safe. Pressure mounted, and they prepared for a swift retreat, but the enemy was already making their move. In the distance, the troops of Miriam and the Black Alliance are seen advancing on the base. The final blow is about to fall, and what was long hidden will be revealed before the enemies. The situation becomes hopeless. The Nam Gun clan and the Jashagal clan join the pursuit of the attackers, combining forces and increasing pressure on the underground leaders. The alliance of these powerful clans sets out on a campaign, and the chieftain has no choice but to act quickly. Enemy forces are already approaching. The time to flee has passed. The remaining forces are preparing to relocate the base, knowing that the battle they avoided has caught up with them, and the consequences will be brutal. Amid the chaos, the leader shouts in despair, blaming Byaktazin for the failure of their plans. He is clearly nervous and does not know how to recover after the huge losses. He contemplates the situation, desperately trying to devise a new strategy. The pressure mounts as he thinks about how to retaliate after the defeat. But all he can think about is Tessin's involvement in their downfall. The ground shook from another explosion that erupted around, emphasizing the panic and chaos. The enemy is approaching closer, and the leader knows. Action must be swift. The scene changes. Powerful forces move towards Wuhan, taking advantage of the chaos caused by Taizen. The most influential martial arts factions in the world see a chance to seize power. And among them, the Muram Alliance is already preparing to officially enter the city. The mighty factions, the Muram Alliance and the Black Alliance, have decisively decided to exploit the chaos caused by the failure of the underground group. Their flags flutter as they march on Wuhan, signaling their readiness to dominate the region. Among these factions, one place stands out: the Merchant Guild Golden Wall, which has become the center of attention as various forces have targeted it and are waiting for their next move. In the Golden Wall Merchant Guild, a calm, restrained figure stands before the majestic building, waiting for his moment. His eyes vigilantly scan the surroundings, as if he is already ready for whatever comes. Todim means the day when Master Byaktazin himself is to conduct a personal lesson. The student, perhaps his most reliable, prepares but looks uncertain before the lesson. The student recalls Tassan's words from the previous meeting, when he jokingly hinted that death itself might be a more pleasant option than training with him, and anxiety appears on his face. Will he survive today's lesson? Tazin finally appears on the scene, his face stern. He is preparing to start training, and the student stands tensely, not knowing what to expect but fully aware of Tazin's power. The student watches as Tyson steps forward with a spear, a weapon he usually does not use, and curiosity only grows. Why did he take the spear today instead of his usual sword? When Tyson powerfully moves the spear, his figure commands everything, and the apprentice suddenly notices. It seems the cultivation of his body and energy has risen to a new level, and now he marvels at how much stronger Tyson has become. Training begins, and Tazin's spear movements are so smooth and powerful that the apprentice freezes in amazement. Although he rarely uses this weapon, Tazin wields it at an incredible level. The apprentice begins to wonder if the choice of weapon means something much more important. Is Taizen preparing to pass on a new skill or technique that will change their future? The apprentice's thoughts are cut off when Tatsun suddenly launches into a lightning-fast series of strikes. His mastery of the spear becomes undeniable, and the apprentice freezes, watching in admiration, because Tatsun's precision and control leave him speechless. Tazin, calm and authoritative, orders his apprentice to split the spear shaft lengthwise. His voice carries the weight of authority, and the apprentice's mind races as he tries to figure out the task. The apprentice is amazed at the simplicity of the task. Is this really all he has to do? He even considers using the infinite step, but Tassen calmly says that it is enough to cleanly split the shaft, and today's training is over. Feeling a mix of relief and doubt, the apprentice immediately gets to work, preparing to split the spear, and although the task seems simple, something tells him that Tyson has something bigger in mind. When the apprentice swings the spear, He thinks about Tazin's calm instructions and realizes that the master probably used this moment as an excuse to give him a rest. The apprentice cannot help but smile at this cleverness. The apprentice strikes without hesitation to cleanly split the spear in half. His movements are lightning fast and precise, but the weight of the task begins to press down, and he doubts whether it is as simple as it seems. With a loud crack, the apprentice successfully splits the shaft vertically and is amazed by this himself, but the satisfaction is short-lived. Tayson is silent, as if not even impressed, and the apprentice is left wondering what will happen next. The scene changes abruptly. The apprentice is suddenly caught by a sudden, fierce shockwave. It throws him backward into the air with great force, and everything around is destroyed by an invisible attack. When he hit the ground, his mind could not comprehend what had happened. The shockwave stunned him, and as he tried to regain consciousness, he slowly realized what Tayson was capable of. Anonymity. The student looks around in all directions, not understanding what just happened. His body aches from the force of the blow, but soon he notices Tayson standing nearby. His gaze is cold and unwavering, watching as the student struggles to comprehend what is happening. The student lying on the ground could not understand how Tayson moved so quickly. He didn't even see his movement. Tatson's attack was so fast it seemed like an illusion. Tayson, despite the student's confusion, steps forward and calmly explains that the lesson was not only about spear splitting. He reminds his student to open his senses and not rely solely on sight. The student, still groaning from the blow, reflects on Tayson's words and realizes that those actions were not just a display of strength but a lesson, to teach him to notice and be vigilant. With a satisfied smile, Tayson asks the student who told him to lie down and rest, and it is quite clear that he is using his discomfort to give him an important lesson about discipline and focus. The student, still struggling, wonders if this is the true meaning. Behind Tayson's earlier remark about preferring to die was the pain in Tayson's body from the blow. But he begins to understand that Tayson's lessons are much more than simple gymnastics. As the student gathers himself, a voice is heard. "Are you okay?" A figure appears nearby, extending a helping hand, but he is still recovering from this intense experience, and his thoughts race. Tayson's lessons may be much more complicated than he imagined. A woman quietly informed Byoku Tayson that envoys from the Miram Alliance, the Black Alliance, the Namgun clan, and the Jagal clan had arrived, all seeking an audience, and this news clearly indicated growing interest in his power and influence, so he listened attentively. Tayson calmly looked at the envoy, his face cold as he processed the information. Giving no immediate response and showing no concern, the changes in the martial arts world seemed to interest him, but he remained detached. Tayson said, "Guests." His cold calm sharply contrasted with the gravity of the situation. He began preparing mentally for what was to come, but for now he was clearly not eager to meet them. Envoys from various factions began to gather one by one at the Golden Wall estate. The first to enter was Namgun Jon from the Namgun clan, a formidable figure who introduced himself with formal greetings. And then Jigal Guan from the Jigal clan stepped forward and politely, with respect, greeted Tayson, acknowledging his honorable position. The faces of each envoy were serious. It was clear how important their visit was. Finally, Jin Sihan from the Black Alliance introduced himself. He said he was sent to establish a foothold in Wuhan. Ambassadors from all three factions arrived, and they felt both respect and acute urgency. He simply says, "I am Byoku Tayson." And, looking at the envoys, his calm, measured tone sharply contrasts with the weight of the situation, but his presence still radiates authority. When the envoys stand before him, in Tayson's thoughts they are somewhat useful to him, but their polite words do not matter to him. He is not interested in their personal motives, only in how they can be used for his own purposes. At first he waved dismissively, but Tayson's sharp eyes quietly assessed the envoys. He noticed their posture and facial expressions. His behavior showed he was hard to impress, but he still acknowledged that they could be useful. The ambassadors saw Tayson off. One of them sincerely thanked him for the time given, and as they were leaving the reception hall, their faces showed both respect and anxiety after the meeting with this powerful figure. One of the envoys asked aloud who would be invited to the evening meeting. He was clearly intrigued by the presence of the beautiful women serving in the estate, and this drew glances around the group. It was clear that some would be glad to spend more time at the Golden Wall estate. A remark about the maid's beauty causes a funny outburst. The envoys are delighted, exclaiming as if before them are not people but heavenly beings. The envoys are interested in the level of talent and attractiveness of the women. It is clear that the manner is already beginning to enchant them. One of the envoys eagerly wants to take these women into service and is already about to ask Tyson for permission to take them with him. Ambition sparkles in his eyes. He clearly wants to make them his disciples because he believes they have enormous potential. The envoys laugh among themselves, discussing the amazing beauty and talents of the women. The mood lightens. They now see Tyson not just as a center of power, but as a place where exquisite, extraordinary people gather. And the maid smiled slightly, overhearing their words. Apparently, she noticed the envoy's interest. She did not become embarrassed, but looked knowingly and somewhat thoughtfully, as if already anticipating what would come next. Tyson smiled with a barely sinister gleam in his eyes, watching the situation unfold, as if he had just understood everything and was clearly enjoying the moment. Tyson, with a light smile, throws, "Ha, so that's how it is?" His voice is condescending, as if he has seen the intentions behind these events and draws a conclusion thanks to sharp intuition. Tyson, the Night King, once frightened the entire land. Now he is at the center of attention. His name echoes in the assembly rooms, and the air is filled with trembling. Around him, people stand stunned, whispering quietly. Rumors about his person have been confirmed, and whispers about his legendary past have spread like wildfire. Despite the wild recognition, Tyson seems unshakable. He stands confidently with an indifferent expression, as if the adoration and fear around him do not matter. In the background stand two older men, gasping heavily, sweat running down their faces, and their eyes blinking nervously, as if they sense something bad in the air. They look at each other, unrest visible on their faces. Tyson's appearance seems both an honor and a threat, and his presence tenses the entire room. Tyson's face twisted into a smile, his cold gaze cutting through the air. He knows he causes anxiety in others, and this amuses him. A deep, calculated thought flashed through his mind. Tyson's eyes darken as he begins to speak. His voice is ominous, the atmosphere instantly changes, and a disturbing energy spreads through the room. A strange confession escaped Tyson's lips. He suspected they came with some other purpose, but they were just about to leave. His words cut the tension like a sharp blade. The guests stood confused after his sudden statement, looking around in uncertainty about what to do next, and Tyson's voice spread through the silence, demanding answers. Without hesitation, Tyson stood up. He exudes authority. He orders the guests to leave immediately, and this unexpected command stunned everyone. The guests are already embarrassed, whispering and disbelieving, trying to comprehend his order. Some doubt his intentions, but they know well, one must not contradict the Night King. Tyson watches them closely as they fuss, trying to figure out what is happening. His face remains unshakable, like a ruler who has passed his verdict. When the guests prepare to leave, Tyson's cold voice spreads through the air again. He asks if they understand how serious his order is. The women accompanying the guests offer to see them outside, but Tyson remains sharp and authoritative. He closely watches every movement so that no one dares to contradict him. When the group leaves, the feeling of an ending quietly settles in the room. Tyson silently watches their backs, and his thoughts already jump to what will happen next. The men, who were recently confused by Tyson's behavior, began to figure out what was happening, and one of them recalled a strange pressure in the room, the source of which no one could find. Anna for Men thinks it could have been a spell or some similar force, but everyone says, if such a technique had been used, they would have noticed it. A third person, clearly irritated, wonders, could Tyson himself, just by his presence, have caused this unbearable pressure? And this thought frightens everyone in the room. While they were discussing the strange event, Tyson's voice interrupted them. Now full of confidence, he declared that he alone creates this oppressive atmosphere and no external magic is needed here. Despite his words, the group still doubts. They seem to have a feeling that there is something more hidden in this matter than it appears, but they did not get any answers. The conversation turned to guesses. Perhaps another powerful one was hiding nearby. His aura amplified the pressure they felt. Meanwhile, the situation lightens. From behind the door giggles an invisible voice, the voice of a mysterious figure who finds the group's confusion amusing. With a smirk, the figure noted that judging by their expressions, they were probably more interested in the romantic intrigues around Tyson than the struggle for power. The group froze from the unexpected interruption, and the figure began to tease them, asking if they wanted to learn useful information about Tyson, his tastes and preferences, clearly enjoying their embarrassment. The mysterious figure continues to confuse the group, hinting that he knows how to win Tyson's favor, precisely through his choice of maids. The men froze in surprise. The mention of Tyson's preferences was completely unexpected for them, and the tension in the room melted, turning into a slightly awkward curiosity. When the group asks how he knows this, he replies with a knowing smile. The whole mystery lies in their faces. which revealed their true intentions as soon as they arrived. We return to Tyson. He is lost in thought, his mind occupied with something troubling, his gaze distant, and his face betrays unease. Simona noticed his sigh and asked with genuine concern what had happened. Tyson muttered that he had a bad feeling, as if something unpleasant was about to happen, though he could not explain why. Despite the anxiety, everything around becomes increasingly chaotic. The group moves forward hastily, actions become nervous, and glances flit anxiously as the anticipation of what lies ahead grows. The scene shifts to the dark underground room. A man kneeling before a row of glowing objects that seem to contain some kind of power, and he is overcome with shame as he looks at them. His hands tremble as he replays his failure in his mind and begs for another chance. He promises that this time he will definitely succeed no matter what. Resolutely, he clenches his fists tightly, vowing to clean up the mess left by SEO Dagoon. And only one goal occupies his mind: to survive at any cost. The figure in white snaps him out of his thoughts. She stands silently behind him. The air tightens, and the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. The voice of the figure in white calmly says that this is his last chance. He cannot afford to make mistakes anymore. The man only nods, feeling the full weight of the moment. Without hesitation, the figure in white makes the decisive move. A powerful action occurs. The scene fills with ominous energy, and the man is forced to face his fate. Tension rises. A figure in white throws something, and a burst of energy pierces the air. The man tries to react, but the suddenness and force of the attack catch him off guard. The object flies with extraordinary precision, and the man looks at it, not believing his eyes. It seems there is a deeper meaning hidden in this, as if the very essence of his fate is being decided at this moment. A voice in his head warns that this attack could be the end, and his mind races. He agonizes over whether he will manage to break free or if he has already doomed himself to death. The man's face contorts with horror as the energy begins to manifest. He realizes too late that the fragments around him are not ordinary objects. The realization hits him with full force. These are fragments of a soul. The very ones that, if mishandled, could lead to his demise. Desperately, the man tries to regain control, but it is already clear that the course of events has been set in motion. The scene intensifies. Shards rush with unstoppable force. Outside, a huge building rises. The Guild of Merchants' Golden Wall, a center of power and influence. The atmosphere changes again. The scene shifts inside. A woman reads a document and recalls the chain of events that brought her here, her thoughts heavy with consequences. The woman, a key figure in this story, looks at the document with firm determination, quietly murmuring that it has been a long time since their last meeting, and in her eyes is a quiet acknowledgement. Greater forces stand behind all this. A commanding figure gives orders and recounts how the Dongo Guardians agency played a decisive role in their success, a self-satisfied smile shining on his face. Pride is heard in his words as he thanks the agency for their help, but the mood quickly shifts to impatience. He eagerly awaits the moment when all control will be in his hands. Next to him stands a figure looking puzzled and asking, "Why wait any longer?" They are clearly confused by these hasty decisions. A stern figure broke the silence and revealed his true intention. With icy eyes, he declared that he would personally deal with that worthless man, showing unwavering determination. He rushes into action, swiftly and decisively heading towards his goal. His footsteps echo loudly. They speak of his confidence in completing the task. The enemy seems powerless as the mighty figure charges forward. The ground trembles beneath his feet. Tension hangs in the air. The moment of confrontation is near. The air is filled with triumph. The task is accomplished. A quiet agreement on success. The figure looks at the result with satisfaction, but this pleasure quickly fades. From behind came a lively greeting. Simple words, but full of meaning. "Well done." The praise feels like confirmation of the completed mission. But while the praise still lingers in the air, a barely perceptible tension arises, and the one being praised stands uncertainly, not knowing how to take the next step. In the next moment, the figure finally grasps what is needed and acknowledges his success with his gaze. His eyes shine with recognition and gratitude. But a turn occurs. The figure swears eternal loyalty, once again confirming his devotion to the leader. His words are filled with unwavering confidence and bind him to this new oath. As if everything is decided, the scene changes. He kneels and swears allegiance to the cause, and the weight of his words and actions hangs in the room. This is a decisive moment. The leader, who noticed the gesture, responded in a quiet but confident voice. Approval was obvious, but his words carried a subtle reminder of the responsibility that comes with the oath. The conversation continued, and the topic suddenly shifted to a request. The figure asked in return to deliver 300 divine pills of Divey to the House of the White Flower. The leader remained indifferent to the request, disdainfully waved his hand and allowed, "Well, I won't stop you," he replied, and in his tone it was felt that this step had already been anticipated. The scene shifts to a conversation between two figures. One sternly warns the other, reminding not to create more problems, while the other nervously laughs and waves off, trying to downplay the situation. The one being addressed nervously asks, "When have I ever created problems?" The attempt to feign innocence is shattered by the serious tone of the first figure's voice. It is clear the situation is not funny at all. With a determined expression, the first figure replied, "Fermina," making it clear the conversation is over, and added, "A doctor is needed, urgently." The woman is incredibly focused, her gaze like a blade as she sharpens her skills. The narration notes her recent dedication to training, hinting that her strength is steadily growing. She makes a lightning-fast move. Her combat mastery is visible in every gesture. The weapon obeys her with precision, and a flash of power rushes around, hinting at the depth of her abilities. Suddenly she senses someone's presence, a sign she is not alone. The air tenses. The training escalates into a serious clash, foreshadowing an approaching challenge. A lightning-fast figure appears in the frame, instantly moving to meet the woman's challenge. Her movements are smooth, precise, and incredibly fast as she reacts to the incoming attack. The woman's weapon strikes the defense of the approaching figure. The blow is deflected, but there is no hesitation in her movements. She tenses, preparing for the next attack with burning determination. The battle intensifies. She focuses even more, pushing all her abilities to the limit. The figure that took her blow is thrown back but quickly regains stance and prepares for the next move. After a series of attacks, the figures freeze for a moment. The woman, though clearly exhausted, is not about to retreat. The man watching her felt her fierce spirit, admired her determination, and quietly thought, what fierce power she has. The woman's attack does not stop. It is clear she will not give up so easily. Her face hardens with resolve. The fight intensifies again, and the man tenses, preparing for the next exchange. Tension is rising. The woman prepares for her final strike, her eyes fixed on the target with burning concentration, and the speed and power of her blows push her to the limit. Her relentless attack pushed the man to the edge. For a moment he wondered if he had been too harsh, but quickly suppressed the thought because he knew he had to see it through. Finally, taking a deep breath, the man asks, "Should I stop here?" The woman, breathless but determined, replies, "No, I'm fine." Her resolve did not waver despite the tough training. The fight intensifies. She delivers a powerful blow, her movements lightning fast and precise, pushing herself to the very edge. The man, who has been sparring with her for a long time, watches intently. His face calm, but his eyes burning with the tension of the fight. A moment of silence comes. Both fighters freeze, realizing the full seriousness of their positions. The air is heavy with the tension of battle, and no one intends to retreat. Tension grows, and the man runs through the brutality of the fight in his mind. In her movements, he notices something strange, something that does not fit simple skill. The narrator confesses, her strength is no longer just a liking. As if her soul has been completely captured by another I, the very essence of Seizan Haryong seems to have migrated into her and multiplied her power. Something clicks in the man. His eyes widen with sudden insight. Has Yan Haran been reborn with the soul of Sonda Haryang? He thinks that perhaps this connection is the key to understanding her strength. The man's curiosity turns into action. He steps forward, his hand glowing with a strange power, and he directs this energy at the woman, as if using magic to reveal the truth. He sharply asks her to her eyes if she has recently encountered death. His intuition suggests that there is something wrong in her energy. The bio-citizen stands with a glowing sword in his hands, thoughtful and silent, and the mysterious aura around him emphasizes his sharp focus, while he is tormented by the question, can someone like Yan Haran be reborn with another soul, just as it happened to him? In Taizen's head, thoughts rush. Perhaps the soul of Yan Haran has migrated into her body, and he begins to doubt everything he was sure of. Anxiety grows, but he quickly dismisses it as unnecessary thoughts. There is no time to waste. Yan Haran, standing before him, seems completely unaware of his thoughts and gives no sign of recognition or understanding. Tyson decides not to dwell on it, gestures for her to continue, and his suspicions recede into the background. Meanwhile, the world beyond him becomes increasingly complicated. Factions, Nirm Alliance, Black Alliance, and the Mangdong clan, are in complete chaos, tension rising as the struggle for power becomes more apparent. The scene shifts to Tyson. His presence is felt throughout the land, but the outside world becomes harder to navigate. In the kingdom, power is constantly reshuffled, and Tyson, despite his legendary status, must fight these challenges. Tyson looks away from the chaos outside, understanding that against the warring factions he can do little, and his thoughts remain in the present. He holds in his heart a dream of a quiet life he so desires, but knows peace remains out of reach for now. The divine healer Davji, who acted in the shadows, is caught in treacherous plans. His actions, unknown to Tessin, cause waves that will change the future, and when Tessin's past crashes into the present, hidden forces begin to act against him. The doctor had long harbored his plan, knowing that Tyson is recovering after a brush with death. He underestimated him, but now tries to manipulate those around to control the future. The conversation turns to the doctor's deeds and how others around Tyson are gradually drawn into the web of intrigue. He himself suspects nothing, while these factions grow stronger each day, pushing the boundaries of his control. The conspirators finally move to action. Their plans unfold, all eyes focused on Tyson's downfall. They endure, but with each passing minute their thirst for power only grows stronger. Though their ambitions are hidden, they have already begun to manipulate events, deciding who will gain power and influence over Tyson's future. It constantly changes who will be next and who dares to challenge his rule. One of the conspirators, known for his quiet nature, notices a chance to use Tyson's silence against him. The intrigue intensifies as he decides to exploit his unnoticed, simple approach to life, hoping to corner him. The conspirators fervently discuss their options. They acknowledge that powerful forces in the game are beginning to lean toward Tyson. But no one yet knows exactly how this will unfold. They have been playing a very dangerous game. One of them begins to doubt. Is Tyson really as weak as they thought? And this uncertainty sows anxiety. The path forward is blurred, and the men begin to wonder if they misjudged the opponent. Despite the doubts, they stand firm in their resolve. They believe they have the advantage. But the future is unpredictable. All that remains is to wait for the perfect moment to strike. The group of conspirators is fixated on Byok Tazin, who stands before them. One man with a skeptical expression talks about rumors regarding his growing power, but Tazin's appearance does not impress him. He calls him an ordinary man, and this only heightens the doubts among the others. Another conspirator intervenes in the conversation, saying that the rumors about Tyson are exaggerated. Although they have heard of his exploits, they look at him skeptically. Not seeing the true depth of his power and not knowing that he was once a celestial demon, they dangerously underestimate him. The man who speaks is confident, as if he has uncovered the truth, and with a smug smile looks at everyone. But Tessin is not at all disturbed. He knows that these people have not yet realized who he really is, and their underestimation will soon turn against them. Somewhere in the shadows someone smiles, watching the conversation. She finds it funny how the conspirators underestimated Tazin. It is easy to write off someone who seems calm and restrained on the outside, but appearances can be deceiving. She, who watched from afar, felt even eccentrics and those who are hard to understand are usually underestimated. So it was with Tyson. But in her heart she knew that he was much more capable than others could notice. Quietly smiling, the observer reflects on the truth. The hidden power of Tyson far exceeds anything these men could imagine, and he is sure nothing will succeed without his personal involvement, because he too has his own role. One of the men now expressed a different opinion. He says that the one who brought them here has potential. Why not take him as an apprentice? His gaze lingered on this person, as if on a valuable prize for his own ambitions. He thinks about what a huge waste it is to let such potential go unnoticed. Such talent has no place in the merchant guild. He believes that the person who leads them is too valuable to remain in such a position. He must be nurtured and made stronger. One of the conspirators, angered by the very thought of disrespect and feeling it as an insult to his pride, reacts harshly to the hint, because he will not tolerate anyone undermining his influence. And suddenly there is a sharp break in his behavior. The tension in the air rises. An important decision hangs over the conversation. The idea of taking someone from the merchant guild provokes a sharp reaction. The tension rises as one of the men crosses the line. His words threaten the carefully thought-out plans of the others. The conspirators face a dilemma. The discussion intensifies. Words become sharper, and the unity of the group begins to crumble. What was once a calm, thoughtful conversation turns into a heated argument, because everything boils down to one question. Are they ready to compromise their goals for the sake of this new recruit? The situation complicates. One of the conspirators steps away. unwilling to accept where everything is heading, while the others remain and struggle with their choice. The decision hangs in the air, and the consequences are yet to unfold. One conspirator insists that if the young recruit's abilities are truly that valuable, they must act cautiously. His mind swarms with possibilities of how this new player might either help them or destroy their plans. The other conspirators, now more cautious about their own decisions, begin to weigh the options more carefully. The young recruit may indeed have the necessary qualities, but letting him into their ranks has become a matter of trust, and what happens next depends on the actions of the key participants. Finally, the decision is made. The determined conspirators prepare to ask the young recruit whom he is truly loyal to. The choice is difficult, the air tense with silence, everyone awaits the answer, and the next move is still unclear, but inevitable. Tyson's anger boils as he looks at one of his subordinates. The servant's clumsy actions caused a failure, and Tyson is clearly angry. The irritation grows due to the lack of skills in the people around him. He clenches his fist, ready to lash out at the one who caused the mess. The anger inside him boils. He shouts, "Who are you to make me clean this up?" The tension in the room is palpable, and the servant stands awkwardly, clearly frightened by the anger about to be unleashed on him. The room fell silent as Tyson sighed heavily. The anger receded, and it became clear. This is just another one of those problems he has to solve. The subordinate began to apologize, but Tyson's patience is almost exhausted. Later, the tension does not subside. One of the subordinates doubts the plan they launched, is nervous, and secondly, suspects his involvement in the upcoming confrontation. The future opponent, Yahello from the Black Alliance, causes them anxiety. Nervousness is visible on their face. They ask aloud whether they have crossed the line and whether they should have interfered at all. Realization dawns. Their actions may have consequences they did not expect. Despite the doubts only growing stronger, one from the group tries to maintain confidence. The tension thickens in the air. The stakes are insanely high. The burden of the situation heavier than they expected. And the thought of meeting Yuchang now seems even more frightening. Tyson, however, remains unshaken and quietly reflects. Lately, the flow of his inner energy has been blocked. He feels vulnerable, and the next trial seems harder because his body is no longer as strong as it once was. He hesitates whether to take the loyal warrior Chan with him to the upcoming clash. His usual confidence wavers due to weakness, but inside a determination smolders. There is nowhere to retreat. Tyson begins to understand. He will probably need reinforcements. The task turned out to be much more difficult than he thought, and the very thought of fighting such a powerful Myung, when he is not at full strength, weighs on him, so he carefully weighs his options. The subordinate approaches Tyson with an idea. He suggests going with him to resolve the situation, and his zeal is visible, but Tyson sternly refuses. He has already clearly said not to get involved without necessity, and this step seems reckless to him. Although Tyson clearly did not want to, the subordinate did not give up. He was eager to prove his usefulness and pushed into the conversation despite Tyson's warning not to do anything that could complicate matters. With a disappointed sigh, Tyson yields. He sees no way to stop the subordinate, although he understands well that this may bring even more problems. Tension rises. They prepare to move on, and no one knows what lies ahead. At the decisive moment, Tyson froze and was deciding his next move. It seemed to him that the matter required direct action, and his thoughts turned to a more aggressive approach, to extract information by force. The thought of extracting information from the opponents is grim, but Tyson is ready to allow it if it means obtaining what they need. The situation is hopeless, the stakes are too high, and he feels he has no other options. When the final moments come, Tyson gathers his willpower and prepares for anything that may happen. He looks at his subordinate with a mixture of expectation and acceptance. The plan may turn dangerous, but it is clear they will not retreat and will go to the end. Tyson's subordinate calmly assures him that everything is under control and nothing will go wrong, with barely noticeable confidence in his voice as he adds that Needle Eccentric will also be on site to resolve the matter. Tyson suddenly becomes alert. Something changes in the air. His eyes narrow with anxiety, and he begins to doubt if everything is all right. The feeling that something is out of place does not give him peace. The subordinate, a little embarrassed, tries to downplay it, nervously waving it off. He says that the feeling could have been just a trifle, but his anxiety is noticeable, and Tyson is silent, sensing that something deeper may be hidden here. Tyson, with sharpened instinct, looks directly at the subordinate, outwardly calm, but something deeper can be read in his eyes. He confirms that the subordinate's feeling did not deceive him and hints that he himself noticed something unusual. The subordinate opened his eyes wide and froze in shock. He did not even suspect that Tyson was hiding such colossal power. Words tangled in his mouth when he realized that until now, Tyson had not used all of his strength. Tyson's expression darkened, and he indifferently explained that he had long restrained himself, studying his own limits. His recent problems were because he did not have access to true power, as if some part of him was suppressed. But now everything was about to change. While Tazin continued to explain, he demonstrated his power. A stunning aura spread around him, shocking everyone nearby. The light from his body intensified as he touched his hidden strength, and the air became heavy with the energy he released. The group froze in stunned silence, watching as Tazin skillfully controlled his power. His control was so precise, it seemed as if the very air obeyed his will. And suddenly everyone understood. Tazin was far more formidable than they could have imagined. The subordinate, still stunned, barely finds words. He trembles from the boundless power that Tazin revealed. The blocked inner energy finally bursts forth and flows freely, and the echo of this discovery will be far-reaching. Tayson smirks, clearly enjoying the moment, and indifferently says that if others did not feel such a level of energy, it simply means he had previously been working under unnecessary restrictions. Now his power is fully unleashed and nothing holds him back anymore. The subordinate could not believe his eyes, slowly realizing the full might of Tazin. He had hidden true power and manipulated events in ways no one could imagine. The grandeur of his cultivation was overwhelming. Tazin's smile widens. He releases even greater power. The intensity grows and the room begins to tremble. His confidence is visible to the naked eye, and it is clear that now nothing can stop him. Tazin, now fully in control, takes a deep breath and prepares for the next stage. His power is stunning. He knows this is the only way forward, and the energy he now controls is at such a level that no one can even come close to matching it. His subordinate, now clearly sweating, tries to comprehend what is happening, watching as Tazin effortlessly controls the flow of energy, and when it dawns on him that this level of mastery had been hidden all along, he freezes and falls silent. With one last decisive gesture, Tayson sealed the energy he released and addressed his subordinates. His voice was calm but full of authority. He warned that the real battle was only beginning, and they would be ready to face whatever comes. Tazin's subordinate breathes out with relief, happy that he was not pulled out again. A barely noticeable smile plays in his voice as he indifferently speaks of his relief. But the moment he utters it, his eyes open wide from sudden realization. He turns around and sees someone approaching. His face changes from recognition. The name Needle Eccentric comes to mind. Confusion swirls around. The figure gets closer, and Tazin's subordinate realizes. This person could bring more trouble than he expected. Tension thickens. The air fills with charge. The appearance of Needle Eccentric sowed uncertainty, and even Tazin himself freezes, feeling someone incredibly powerful nearby. The moment becomes heavy. No one speaks, when everything suddenly changes. As the mysterious silhouette approaches, sensations awaken in Tazin on a new level. His inner energy begins to flow again. The air around seems to vibrate with power, and he understands that his connection to this energy is much deeper than he imagined. In the distance, he sees energy swirling like an endless sea, and suddenly realization dawns on him. This is the sea of energy he chased to conquer. It is no longer just an idea, but a force he can control. He focuses and feels the flow of power around him change. Focusing, he feels the energy inside him start to boil. A sea of power and at the same time uncontrollable. A wave grows inside, and Tayson understands. The only way forward is to tame this might and make something more of it. The energy grows, becomes even stronger, as if an infinite ocean is breaking around him. Tayson lets out a mighty scream, feeling the raw potential of his inner strength awaken. The energy finally breaks the wall that held him, and he bursts forward stronger than ever. When Tayson showed his power, the room trembled. His subordinate froze speechless. The transformation was impressive. The wave of energy he summoned was unlike anything they had seen before, and it became clear. This is the true scale of his power. When Tayson unleashes the full might of his energy, a confident smile spreads across his face. The barrier that once restrained his growth has shattered, and he stands at the very peak of strength, knowing he is ready for the trials ahead. Meanwhile, his subordinate sits in the background yawning, seemingly unimpressed. Despite the stunning display of power, he remains indifferent, almost mocking, brushing off the moment and teasing Tayson for the extra drama. Tayson, a bit stunned by the subordinate's indifference, could not understand how he could be so relaxed after such a great change in his power, and his tone became serious. He demanded explanations. The subordinate explained indifferently that he had been watching Tayson for 2 days while he meditated and awakened his power. He didn't even feel the passage of time, and now suddenly realizes, today is the duel with Jokyol Myong, and tension sharply rises as reality breaks in. Tazin's face hardened as he realized the full seriousness of the situation. He had been so immersed in training that he lost track of time. The duel with Jokyol Myong had finally come, and he felt both pressure and excitement rising simultaneously. When his subordinate asks how the cultivation went, Tazin confidently replies, "He is ready. The energy he unlocked is more than enough to face Jokyol Myong, and now a fire burns in his eyes as he prepares for the duel." With a determined smile, Tazin gives the order. It's time to move. The duel is decisive, and he is fully prepared to meet his opponent. His subordinate, now understanding the seriousness of the situation, prepares to follow Tazin into battle. Yeonjaron stands among the group and thoughtfully raises her gaze, feelings battling on her face. She is silent and hesitant because the weight of the situation begins to press down, and she does not know how to comprehend what is happening around her. Though she hesitates, the rest of the group does not quiet down. They insist that Yan Heron realize the full seriousness of their trouble. Tension rises. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The Black Alliance is a fearsome force, and they must be ready for anything. Though calm, the group leader cannot hide his anxiety, addressing Yeonjaron and insisting on the seriousness of the upcoming duel, urging everyone to stay focused. The group seems divided on how to withstand the pressure, and the stakes are very high. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Merchants Guild Golden Wall, a solitary figure sat, lost in deep thought. The setting sun flooded the room with orange light, intensifying the feeling of quiet tension. The figure in the shadow seemed to be waiting for this very moment, his lips slightly curved into a smile. His thoughts were on something important. He realized he had not felt such peace for a long time, but this uneasy silence was only a brief respite before the storm, and he knew the time to act had come. He rises, movements precise and measured, preparing to execute his plan. The silence ended, and he was ready to break this silent pause. The calm before the storm passes, and everything will change as soon as he launches his design. He finally made the decision, and gathering strength, he feels energy begin to flow within him. It was a long path, but after the necessary amount of elixirs, he is ready for the next stage. His determination strengthens as he begins the final preparations. He focuses on the energy inside himself, feeling it burst and grow as he directs it into his technique. The energy swirls around him like a dark storm, rising higher and higher as he prepares to work on those serious meridian points that had been blocked for so long. Finally, the time came. A powerful aura thickened around him. He sat down, preparing for the decisive moment. The air filled with energy and his attention sharpened. It was clear how important what he had to do was. When the energy began to spiral around him, it became clear. He had to perform the final healing session. His deep concentration revealed the heaviness of the task. He would have to give all his strength to heal and restore his interrupted meridian points. The action of the scene was palpable. The energy around flickered and expanded as he took the last steps. Every movement was decisive because he directed his forces to the points of the meridians, restoring them, and this became a turning point in his journey. His mind suddenly turned back a few days. He vividly remembered that exhausting preparation he had gone through. When the memories surfaced, it became clear to him. The recent experiences were part of a much broader process, one that concerned not only physical restoration. The very essence of the memory began to take shape. His soul reincarnated into the body of Jonah Haran. He felt it inside. The realization that this was about something much greater than just an ordinary reincarnation. The connection with the past life began to echo in his current body. As his thoughts began to awaken, a new question flashed in his mind. Did this mean that he was also reborn in this new body? And now he doubted the very nature of his existence, surprised by that mysterious and powerful force of which he had become a part. As the thoughts swirled in his head, an even more disturbing idea emerged. What if the essence now living in his body was a celestial demon, a being of immense power and destruction? This question would not let him go, pressing on his heart as he agonized over the consequences of this discovery. In his mind, the image of the celestial demon began to form, a chaotic and terrifying figure. It was a creature that once mercilessly scorched souls. His former self had survived that destructive power, and now he was terribly afraid of the consequences if it awakened again within him. The darkness of his past, the burned souls, and the incredible power he once possessed resurfaced. The actions of the celestial demon left scars on the world, and now, as the energy within him grew, he feared what would happen if that power broke out again. He felt a tremendous soul energy raging inside him, gathering and strengthening. This power, which once slumbered, was now fully awakening, and this feeling overwhelmed him as if the very essence of life was pouring into his body. The energy grew, and it became clear. The power within him was beyond comprehension. He had reached a level no one else could go to, into a world surpassing everything seen before, and his body began to manifest this power, cracking from the relentless energy. The figure stood, fully embodying that stunning power accumulated within him. His form glowed with the energy now living inside him, and he knew he had risen to a level others would never be able to reach. However, along with the power came an oppressive burden. Despite the strength, his body began to succumb to immense pressure, the forces inside tearing his form apart and threatening to break him under the weight of the accumulated energy. The relentless energy began to tear his body apart, pulling at the very seams of his existence. It was clear. Although this power was incredible, it had a price, and he was already beginning to pay that price with a body that was breaking down. At that moment of bitter realization, the figure now recognized as Byakuya finally understood what the soul that empowered the demonic art meant. Reborn in a new life, he felt the full grandeur of the inherited power, and realized what dangerous path it would lead him on. Now, with the strength of his body, he could finally correct the mistakes he made in his past life when he was a celestial demon. This time he resolutely decided to perfect his skills and fully heal, using a body that now contained the power of both the past and the present. He finally realized the importance of this body, a vessel that allowed him to grow beyond former limitations. The path of healing and improvement closed in a circle, and all his success became possible only thanks to this new chance. He took a deep breath and prepared for the final step, the moment he had been waiting for. To complete the healing, finally recover, and put an end to the hardships that had pursued him. The time had come. With unwavering determination, he initiated the next stage of the process. Energy surged within him as he began to channel immense power. Focused and resolute, his essence pulsed with energy, ready for change. His body moved with precision. Attention was absolute as he began the final procedure. The aura around intensified, and it was clear. Nothing could stop him now. The transformation had begun, and there was no turning back. "Let's begin," he whispered. The energy around swirled in response. He felt determination within himself and how something inside was changing. The path to the completion of his journey lay before him. At the same time, in the House of the White Flower, everything was completely different. Tension was felt in the air. A group of people gathered and discussed important matters, completely unaware that significant events were unfolding elsewhere. The figure spoke, trying to calm the other. The conversation seemed calm, but a tense premonition slipped through it. Everyone knew what was at stake and prepared for what was about to happen. Suddenly, the connection was cut off. A new figure stepped into the room. The group members raised their eyes and realized someone had arrived. Everyone instantly focused on the figure in the doorway. This immediately changed the balance of power. The newcomer was not alone. A whole group of followers followed him, clearly showing the importance of this moment. The air filled with tension. People exchanged glances, and each wondered what this arrival meant for them. One of those present, noticeably more experienced than the others, spoke with an authoritative tone. He announced the arrival of Juki Liang from the Black Alliance, a person not to be underestimated. Tension grew as the group realized the consequences of the appearance of Juju Liang. The Black Alliance had arrived, and the stakes soared. Everyone felt that something big was about to unfold. Jioke Jiole Young, tall and confident, stood before them. He was impossible to ignore. He could not be underestimated, and the tension grew as the group prepared to face what was coming next. The conversation shifted again when someone from the group began asking about the absence of their leader, Master Doyuk, and the tension in the room only intensified. Everyone wondered what this could mean. The answer came quickly, carrying a quiet reflection. "Maybe that's for the best," someone suggested. And even without their leader, the very presence of Zhou Ge-young made this meeting be taken seriously. In the House of the White Flower, tension sharply increased when the group was greeted unexpectedly. Danyang smiled at the guests, but her words quietly carried mockery of their expectations. No one expected such an influential member of the Black Alliance here. Jioke Jioliang, leader of the Black Alliance, laughed out loud. His laughter echoed through the room as he ironically pointed out the absurdity of bringing a whole squad of warriors to a simple meeting, and the tension was now soaked with sarcasm, revealing their hidden dispute. The rest of the group stood tensely, sensing the barely noticeable mockery in Yuchang's voice. It became clear that he did not take the situation seriously, and the feeling grew in the room that everything was about to escalate. Daniel, calm and composed, introduced herself with a gentle yet confident smile. Her restraint sharply contrasted with the growing tension. It was clear she was hard to intimidate, and although she greeted the Black Alliance member warmly, a subtle hint of her own intentions was hidden in her words. When she spoke, the flowers around seemed to add an almost unreal beauty to the scene. She attracted all eyes, and it was clear that Danyang was not an ordinary person. In this meeting, she had a purpose beyond mere politeness. The air grew thick when Danyang named the reason for the meeting. She had heard about their interest in her talents, but her response did not at all meet Yuchang's expectations. She was confident and unshakable, hard to break under the pressure of the Black Alliance. Yuchang's face twisted with slight irritation. He realized that Danyang had no intention of submitting to him. Though she was beautiful, her unwavering determination clearly showed. She was not easy to manipulate or impress. The conversation turned to business. Danyang openly rejected Yuchang's proposal, without any hints. The refusal was decisive but polite, showing that she was not going to abandon her path for the Black Alliance, no matter how powerful it was. Yuchang, irritated by her response, relaxed his vigilance for a moment. A malicious smile wavered, and his eyes narrowed with irritation. It was clear that he would not accept refusal so easily, and his next words were meant to show his true intentions. Yuchang's smile returned, but it was no longer friendly. It carried a threat. He hinted that more was at stake than Danyang's decision, and refusal would have dangerous consequences, politely hidden behind a mask of courtesy. The atmosphere in the room changed again. Danyang's calm face showed no trace of fear. She had already anticipated this moment and was ready for any threats, and her unwavering determination sharply contrasted with how Yuchang grew increasingly irritated. Danyang's refusal now triggered a chain of events. Yuchang no longer hid his irritation. He leaned forward tensely to show that this was not just a negotiation. He was warning her, and the weight of his words hung heavily in the air. Danyang's calm did not falter, even when Yuchang's threat loomed over her. She was not intimidated, but the hint about others made it clear. The stakes were higher than she thought, as the Black Alliance was not a force to joke with, and the consequences of her actions could affect not only herself. Yuchang's threat was obvious. His eyes hardened. His posture became even more menacing. He was no longer just bargaining. He was forcing her, warning that refusal could result in terrible consequences for those nearby. Danyang felt the danger and narrowed her eyes. It became clear that the Black Alliance was ready to raise the stakes. The threat to her and her people was obvious, and she knew. The next steps would decide not only her fate, but also the fate of the Golden Wall Merchants Guild. Tension reached its peak when Yuchang's murderous intent exploded and filled the room with a threatening aura. The warriors of the Golden Wall Guild felt this pressure. Their bodies trembled from the overwhelming force, and they barely managed to draw their swords in her zone. He quietly cursed under his breath, trying to break through the pressure. All thoughts were about the leader of the Black Alliance combat squad, who released a terrible amount of murderous intent. It was clear that the enemy's strength far exceeded their expectations. The group still felt intense pressure, but Danyang was unshaken and showed no fear. She knew this was only the beginning of a much larger battle that would test them all, and that in this danger they would have to remain calm. Danyang was clearly unwell. Yuchang's energy continuously pressed on her, making breathing difficult. Her face twisted in pain, but she maintained her composure and did not succumb to the pressure. Yuchang, maliciously smiling at her reaction, took advantage of the moment and pressed even harder so that everyone in the room felt his power. He tried to provoke her, push her to a decision, but Danyang, though noticeably tense, stood firm. In a calm but firm voice, Yuchang once again made her an offer. Leave the Merchant Guild Golden Wall and join me, promising power and influence in return. His words were laced with threats and forced Danyang to make a difficult choice. Danyang's response came after a moment of hesitation, as she struggled to catch her breath. The energy pressed on, but she did not back down or let herself be intimidated. The decision was already in her mind. She opened her mouth to speak, but her words were stopped by the unbearable pressure of Yuchang. His energy suffocated her, forcing her to freeze. She felt the power pressing on her and speaking became increasingly difficult, but she stubbornly held her resolve. Despite the pressure, Den Yang managed to speak and told Yong that her decision was final. She would not leave the Golden Wall Merchants Guild and would not become his disciple. Her voice was tense but unwavering. Juliang's anger exploded over her refusal, but he restrained himself. His eyes burned with a mixture of rage and distrust as he realized his energy had not frightened her. He expected her to give in, but she proved to be much more resilient than he thought. With a deep breath, Yolong forced himself to calm down and tried to regain control of the situation. He had underestimated Danyang's willpower and now understood. These negotiations would not be as easy as he had hoped. He chuckled quietly, amused by her defiance. But his words became sharper, warning that her refusal would not go unpunished, that the Black Alliance would not leave this without consequences. Yet Den Yang remained steadfast, standing firm against his threats. Juliang's face froze like stone. He realized that this had gone beyond a simple offer. He had misjudged Dan Yang, and his inability to break her resolve angered him. His hands clenched into fists, and his energy flared even stronger. Despite the growing tension, Dan Yang remained calm, knowing that her strength and determination would not waver, and behind her stood the Golden Wall Merchants Guild. And that was more than enough. Dan Yang looked Jiuliang straight in the eyes, her gaze steady, and she resolutely said she would remain loyal to her guild. Her voice held crystal-clear determination. She would not succumb to threats or intimidation. Jialing sighed heavily and finally yielding, retreated, realizing that forcing Den Yang further was pointless. His words were filled with irritation, but he could no longer afford to continue this confrontation. His anger was felt in every movement, but he could not help but respect her willpower. Before leaving, he threw one last warning, hoping that Dan Yang would stand by her decision to the end. This was not a farewell, but a threat wrapped in a promise of future encounters. Turning back, Liang turned away, and irritation flashed in his eyes. He hoped that Don Liang's determination would soon be tested, and his departure meant the end of this round of negotiations, although it was still far from over. The tension in the room fell as Liang left, and the members of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild simultaneously exhaled deeply. The pressure from the leader of the Black Alliance was gone. Despite the relief, one of the comrades felt the weight of incredible tension and exhaustion. His body ached. Every muscle reminded him of the physical strain during the clash, and he groaned that he had eaten almost nothing for several days, and that the trial had drained all his energy. One of the members of Anator laughed out loud, recalling how they all previously doubted the master's methods, but now realized that the special training under Biotazine had prepared them for such harsh trials, and they passed not just by surviving, but proving they were stronger than expected. Outside, Jiuliang walked alone, his thoughts swirling from the recent events, and the leader of the Black Alliance squad, once confident and bold, was now pensive. He stopped, felt the bitterness of defeat, but was resolutely determined to gather strength. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a subordinate who asked why he had come out alone. The squad leader stood with his back turned and dryly said, "It's nothing," his tone firm as if maintaining an image of authority, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Liang closed himself off. He had been wrong about Biotazine and underestimated the determination of those behind him, and realizing that the talents in the Golden Wall Merchant Guild were stronger than he thought, he understood. The strategy needed to change. Continuing on his way, Liang pondered the consequences. Despite the failure, he was not going to give up. His determination was clear, and he would continue to closely monitor Biotazine and the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. He ordered his subordinates to thoroughly investigate Biotazine, to look for weaknesses and hidden truths. The invasion of Wuhan would happen later, but for now his attention was focused on understanding the true power behind Biotazine and the guild. Jiuliang's last thoughts blazed with rage and determination. He swore that one day he would make them all pay for their disobedience. Don Liang's refusal was only the beginning, and he would make the Golden Wall Merchant Guild pay dearly for it. The treatment was finally coming to an end, but Biotazine was still extremely focused. The air was filled with energy as he directed his inner strength to heal the torn meridian points in his body. Continuing the healing, he became even more sharply focused. Despite progress, there remained one last elusive meridian point he could not find. Anxiety overwhelmed him as he wondered where it could be. The tension rose. Taeson's thoughts raced one after another, and in his inner monologue a passionate question echoed. Where in the world was the last one? The aura intensified, his attention sharpened, and he prepared for the next step. The energy of Taeson swirls around him and grows stronger. his focus unwavering. He continues to search for the missing meridian point, and the blue glow enveloping his body reveals his deep concentration and the mounting tension of the moment. Suddenly something shifted, and Tassin's hand shone with bright electric energy. The meridian point he was searching for appeared before him. His eyes widened with understanding as he found the last missing point. Tassin's triumph is written on his face. He has finally found the last severed meridian point. "Found it!" he exclaims, his hands sparking with power, and his path to restoration is almost complete. But as soon as his energy connected with the meridian point, he was struck by an unexpected sensation. A strange, unfamiliar excitement overwhelmed him, and his face instantly changed. In Taizen's mind, thoughts do not cease. He frantically tries to understand where this feeling comes from, and the connection between his power and the meridian point seems to awaken something deep inside him. Confusion only deepens. His gaze sharpens. "What is this feeling?" he asks, and inside spreads a strange mixture of curiosity and anxiety, while his power continues to grow and the unexpected sensation becomes stronger. Taizen moves forward, not allowing himself to retreat. His hand continues to direct the power needed to connect the meridian points. The energy around him intensifies as he remains fully focused on his task. The energy bursting through him is simply overwhelming, but he endures. His body absorbs this power, and his mind is driven by one desire: to see the task through to the end. His focus remains sharp, and he resolutely strives to complete the process. As the connection strengthens, it suddenly dawns on him. The energy of the celestial demon within him flows into the body of Byeoktasin, and the powers of both beings merge, creating an unprecedented surge of energy. The final burst of energy envelops Taizen's body. His aura rapidly expands. The power of the celestial demon is overwhelming, wrapping him in waves of dazzling light and electricity. Taizen's transformation is complete. His body is fully restored and filled with power, his figure glowing and pulsating with the energy he absorbed. Now it is a fusion of the celestial demon and his own soul. Tatsun stands upright with a calm but determined expression. The healing process is finished, and the power of the celestial demon has fully merged with him. The last step is taken, and his path to regain strength and find peace is ready to move forward. The soul of the celestial demon, which lost its body, now flows into the body of Byeoktasin, and the surrounding energy sparks as the two entities merge, creating a stunning presence that fills the air with tension. The long path of healing and body restoration has finally ended. Having passed through endless darkness, the healing has finally come to an end. The celestial demon and Byeoktasin have now truly become one. A powerful combination of life and death. Tazin's face changes into a smile, sinister and somehow very satisfied. The fusion is complete, and he feels incredible power flowing through him, calm and a sense of control enveloping him as he realizes the full extent of the union. Taizen stands, and for a moment silence covers his thoughts. He looks at the horizon and feels a strange rebirth within himself. "I feel strangely fresh," he whispered, and the power inside has now fully merged with the body. A smile appears on Tazin's lips. He stretches and feels lighter and calmer than before. "Well, today, that's how it will be," he says with a note of determination in his voice, ready to face any challenges ahead. With a sudden decisive movement, he grabs the brush and prepares to leave his mark. The brush strokes leave ink traces on the paper, the beginning of something new, a sign that he is ready once again to take fate into his own hands. Taizen's hand moves easily as he writes. His movements are smooth and precise. The brush glides over the paper, symbolizing the steady power of control within him. Now, as he writes, a calm expression appears on his face. Thoughts drift away for a moment, but his hand does not falter. He continues his work. Outside, the sky opens up, its dazzling light flooding him while the brush strokes still fall on the canvas. Tassan is calm and collected, preparing for the new life that awaits him. The brush freezes for a moment. Tassan looks at the paper, satisfied with his work. He mentally tells himself that this should be enough. His expression is quiet but determined. He sighs quietly with relief, feeling light at heart. It seems this time the day will be merciful. He speaks thoughtfully, his tone light but carrying a quiet determination. For the first time in a long while, Tazen feels true peace within himself, as if a wave of rebirth envelops him. He has finally accepted his new essence as Byeoktasin, a person in whom the souls of the celestial demon and his own have merged. Stepping outside, Taizen found himself under the open sky, and in the distance rose an estate with golden walls, like a sign of his new life and the challenges that lie ahead. Tayson walks purposefully, his confident steps opening the way. The burden of the past seems to melt with each step, and he moves into the future, ready for whatever comes. When the gates of the golden walls of the estate opened, Tayson entered. Now completely different in body and mind, and the light bathed him with its glow, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his life. The scene begins. The main hero Byok Tason tries to plant a tree. He struggles with the work, frustrated by the difficulty of the task, and the expression on his face shows how oppressed he is by the situation. Tayson continued, muttering irritably that the tree might crush him. But his attention instantly shifted when something sounded from afar. He realized someone was calling him. Suddenly Tayson sprang into action. His body raced with incredible speed, the frame capturing the intensity of the movement as he jumped toward the tree, showing the immense strength and agility that define his character. The tree that Tayson had struggled so much to plant finally took root in the ground, and a new character, Master Bayek, stands aside, watching the group with a light, slightly amused smile, and noting their efforts, acknowledging how hard they worked. The group froze in admiration. They felt the presence of Master Bayek, and with sincere awe recognized his legendary status, respect in their eyes intertwined with slight nervousness, especially among the younger ones. Tayson smiles, a barely noticeable sign of satisfaction with the group's performance. His usual ease reveals hidden pride in their progress, but he is still focused on the next task. Tayson begins teaching his students a new technique, a skill he expects them to master. During the demonstration, a light excitement hangs in the air and the group watches eagerly. The students struggle to understand the technique. Confusion is clearly visible on their faces, and although Tayson's instructions are clear, they are hard to grasp. They push the group to their limits and force each to test their abilities. One of the students, eager to prove what he is capable of, asked Tayson to explain again. Curiosity and determination burned on his face, for he knew mastering this technique would be the key to his development. The student asks Tayson what the essence of the new technique is, and he indifferently replies that they will understand it only when they read the book he gave, and the air around is light, almost playful, sharply contrasting with the seriousness of the situation. The scene switches. One of the students holds the book. He awkwardly flips through the pages and begins to doubt whether he is ready for such an advanced technique. Tayson watches their reactions with a knowing smile. It is clear he is confident in his students. His calm sharply contrasts with the enthusiasm and anxiety of the younger ones, who do not yet know what awaits them. The group now sits in the circle around Tayson, eagerly waiting for him to explain what is in the book. The book titled Black Iron Art looks like a martial arts manual, full of secrets. Excitement among the students is palpable. When Tayson began reading aloud, the students froze and listened intently, trying to grasp the meaning. Some looked skeptical, while others were fascinated by the possibilities of the techniques described in the book. The group was caught between admiration and disbelief, feeling the incredible power they could unlock by mastering these techniques. Tayson's students are ready to devote themselves fully to training, determined to succeed under his guidance. The man bites into a rice cake and sinks into its taste, enjoying it so much that he almost forgets everything around him, and his joy bursts out in an exaggerated statement that this rice cake is incomparable. Suddenly the man starts choking. His facial expression changes from blissful to frightened. The rice cake got stuck in his throat and his body convulses, trying to push it down. Panic grips the man. He suddenly realizes how serious it is. Barely breathing, he desperately calls for help. But things get worse as his attempts to clear his throat become increasingly frantic. A figure appears and walks toward the man, as if not noticing that he is choking. The stranger mockingly remarks on his weakness. "You can't even swallow a rice cake." And the response is sharp, but without real malice. Just a dry comment. The figure moves lightning fast, acting skillfully and deftly. With one motion, they help the man clear the blockage. The rice cake flies out with force, and the man, gasping, feels relief. The man, finally freed from choking, begins to thank the rescuer, recognizing him as Master Bayok, sincerely grateful, a little embarrassed by what happened, and exhales with slight relief. Master Bayok, with a calm and restrained facial expression, explains that he has just performed the art of essence absorption, a powerful technique that restores endurance and vitality, and insists that it be practiced daily. The man, still barely recovering, shocked by this explanation. His eyes widen as he begins to grasp the power of this technique, but a persistent question about its consequences remains in his mind. Master Bayok continues speaking, giving the man instructions. Master Bayok asserts that if the man misses even one day of training, his body may become unstable. a hint at how severe this technique is, and the man, now deeply concerned, anxiously asks what will happen if he misses a day. The scene shifts to a serious conversation about one technique. Master Byuk warns that it can be extremely dangerous, and the man realizes with horror that this new technique may be much more powerful than he had imagined. Master Byuk, calm as always, reassures the man and explains that the technique is powerful but not without risks. It will help him become stronger but will require discipline and focus. The man, still disbelieving, asked if this was the same legendary demonic blood technique. Master Bio replied with a nonchalant smile that yes, there is a similarity, but it is much more controlled and refined in application. The training field is already visible, and Master Bioke stands before the group, ready to talk about their progress. He says their energy channels are aligned, so now they are ready for new training. Master Bioka gives the students specific tasks, each with their own technique. One practices the sword art Thunderstrike, another the chain sword art, and he encourages them not to hesitate to ask if anything is unclear. The students sincerely thank him and resolutely promise to learn, and Master Bayuk, as always calm and ready to lead them through training, steps away, leaving the final advice: train diligently and become stronger every day. Master Bayoke stands in the middle of a large crowd, his expression calm but thoughtful. He recalls how much time has passed since the last time he set out alone, and a sudden nostalgia briefly immerses him in reflection. Observing the lively movement around, Master Bayoke catches a strange calm amid the bustle. The crowd continues moving, and his posture exudes quiet composure, making his emotions even more complex. Despite the bustle, he remained detached, pondering life's difficulties, and the gentle understanding that calm is not always complete silence made this moment both noisy and filled with personal reflection. The scene changes. The morning air is lively, the crowd moves energetically. Someone laughs, someone chats cheerfully, and the warmth of the sun and a light breeze emphasize the light, carefree atmosphere of the morning among the people. On the screen, several faces. Some laugh, others engage in light, carefree conversations. All feel joy here and now, as if the simplicity of life itself gives true satisfaction. Master Bayuk watches this living scene. His thoughts deepen, and he understands that life, even with difficulties, is filled with such moments of joy that reveal the beauty of ordinary things. A determined expression appears on Master Bayoki's face. He accepts that life does not always have to be quiet, stands upright, his gaze unwavering, preparing for what lies ahead. Suddenly, the air tenses. Master Bayoke's hand reaches for a weapon, and the mood around seems to change. The crowd seems to recognize this subtle but deliberate gesture, and anticipation grows. The hand reaches for the weapon. A barely audible but noticeable sound echoes, as if warning that something important is about to happen. Attention sharpens, and the scene clearly shows. Master Bayok is ready for action, and his earlier reflections turn into resolute readiness. The smell of medicine filled the air and instantly caught Master Bayoki's attention. He slightly narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the unusual aroma amid the bustle. A mysterious figure appears in the field of vision, completely hidden under a flowing cloak. The figure walks toward Master Bayuk with quiet confidence, fully capturing his attention. The sudden appearance of this figure ignites curiosity. The figure spoke, asking Master Bayoke for permission to check his pulse. This unexpected request from the stranger adds even more mystery to the moment and makes Master Bayoke ponder what such a direct action might mean. Master Bayok remained calm. His face revealed nothing when the figure again inquired if they could check his pulse. His composure sharply contrasted with the growing tension and hinted that such strange encounters were not uncommon for him. Master Bayok, though cautious yet restrained, agrees and slowly raises his hands toward theirs. The moment fills with a barely perceptible tension suggesting this meeting might be more than just a check. B. Oak Tayson stood in the warm morning light and reflected on the lesson of life. Peace, though you seek it, is not always easy to find. Adjusting his robe, he saw two men in official attire with gloomy faces approach him. Their presence hinted at formality, but uncertainty was visible in their eyes. Catching an unfamiliar scent in the air, Tizan lowered his gaze and saw a soft, luminous haze drifting from the approaching group. The smell of medicine hit his nostrils. A mysterious woman in a veil stopped before the officials and addressed Tazen. Her voice was strangely calm but pierced with urgency. Without explaining anything, she suddenly asked to check his pulse. Every movement of hers was measured and purposeful. T was puzzled but calm, silently considering her request, noticing the strangeness but feeling no threat in her energy. Before the situation could escalate, her companion interrupted and reminded them of their planned visit to the Golden Hall. She turned and left without resistance, signaling that they needed to move on quickly. Her behavior returned to normal. Nothing was readable in her gaze. Left behind, Tizen questioned that moment. The strange aura he had felt from her earlier had now vanished without any explanation. In the House of the White Flower, a well-known establishment, the staff greeted Tizen warmly, recognizing him immediately. Rumors spread, footsteps echoed inside, and courtesans and staff instantly gathered to meet the unexpected guest. The mistress of the house appeared, surrounded by others, and solemnly welcomed him. It was clear that his visit was considered a great honor. With dignity, she offered all the services of her house and herself, knowing what such guests usually desired. Tyson, however, said that he only wanted to stop quietly and briefly. His voice was calm but firm. When asked about guards, he admitted he came alone. Today he chose solitude instead of protection. The mistress of the house became worried. Something about Tyson felt different, sharper and more confident than usual. Her servants hesitated for a moment at his firm voice when he ordered to move. They immediately obeyed and led him to a separate room. Inside, under the flicker of the lamp, a report awaited him, commissioned by Tyson, an investigation by the Golden Wall Merchants Guild. Familiar faces appeared in the report. Che Mirong and her son, Byuk Jae Yuk, relatives closely connected to the internal power of the Merchant Guild. Recognizing the names, Tyson felt his presence threatened their growing influence. The madam explained that these people had become much more active, so she sent her informants to watch them even more closely. She admitted that most of Che Mir Yang's supporters constantly visited the House of Fragrant Flowers and indulged in its pleasures. Although they appeared often, they conducted nothing noticeable. No meetings, no orders, only distractions. Tyson noticed how much such visits cost and wondered, does this have a deeper meaning, or is it just a waste? The hostess confessed. Guests secretly and cunningly stole money from the Merchant Guild to pay for their visits. Suspiciously, the house generously offered them long-term discounts and special indulgences, and this increasingly raised doubts about its role. Although she had no convincing proof, she suspected that they were gradually being programmed, slowly corrupted by constant indulgences. She explained that this corruption was a means of control. It undermined their minds, replacing common sense with comfort and desire. While debts accumulated, operations hid in the shadows, and both sides could openly deny any guilt. To gather irrefutable evidence, she quietly planted several more spies in the Fragrant Flower House, hoping for a quick breakthrough. Tazin listens attentively as he is told about the House of Aromatic Flowers, a remnant of a powerful unknown group that once operated in Wuhan, and their appearance causes concern. This house turned out to be not just a brothel. It was a real intelligence hub, once connected with the Golden Heavenly Alliance, and its underground network still extends throughout Wuhan. Although their influence has weakened, Tazin remains vigilant. The mistress who controls the house is cunning and dangerous, and his forces are growing, so he decides to challenge her. Tyson silently recalls his decision not to destroy that Fragrant Flower House. Now he realizes it is invaluable for gathering information while the Hao faction expands. He hands the lady a scroll containing the light-reflecting art of the sword, a complex combat technique designed to combine with her shadow step for ambushes. The lady, deeply moved, resolutely takes the scroll and vows to master it to strengthen their positions, because she understands the power it can become in future clashes. Tyson ordered to check Jacques Dior Myong from the Black Alliance. His intuition whispered about invisible threats circling around him. Straining internal energy, Tyson controls objects at a distance without touching them, and his subtle mastery astonishes the lady and reveals a power far exceeding that of ordinary warriors. She silently observes the flow of energy. The technique challenges understanding, revealing how formidable cultivation and Tyson's skill have become. Tyson learns about threats against his people from foreign forces. He calmly acknowledges this, but a quietly menacing gleam instantly appears in his gaze. Madame exploded with rage, fueled by devotion, vowing to annihilate those who intimidated her. Her loyalty to Tessin is absolute. Refusing the invitation to eat, she instead decides to return home. Her place is beside her own, especially now when danger looms. In the Golden Wall estate, the air is filled with excitement. A banquet is being prepared for a guest known as the King of Healers, the master of the Hall of 1,000 Heals. Laughter echoes as elder guests warmly greet each other, and their respect for the arriving healer shows his high reputation and status. Guests were informed that Tyson would arrive the next day. Until his arrival, they prepare to receive the healer with great honor and solemnity. Shosaran, the mistress of the Hall of 1,000 Heals, appears gracefully. Her presence draws glances as she purposefully steps into the Golden Wall estate. During the meal, she announced a temporary cooperation with the Miram Alliance, which stunned the elders because her hall had always remained independent. Surin says that external pressure forced her to act. She had managed on her own before, but the situation changed and now outside help is indispensable. The news about the troubles of the Hall of 1,000 Heals shocked everyone. Soren admits that so many problems have accumulated that they cannot operate at full capacity. Although they were known for unparalleled medical knowledge, now internal and external pressures threaten to dismantle the very structure of the organization that once flourished. Once filled with patients and respected merchants, the halls now echo only with silence, and those present find it hard to believe that the place could have fallen so low from its former honor. Sauron calmly says, "We did not join the Miram Alliance. We are simply cooperating under certain conditions, so do not worry." 1. The guest silently gazes at her tense face and suspects there is something more behind this agreement, possibly a hidden threat aimed directly at her secretary. Before new questions could arise, attention in the room shifted. Soren noticed an unexpected guest, Master Bayek, and his appearance caught everyone by surprise. Tizen doubts the sincerity of the alliance with Soren. Some guests interpret her cheerful manner as proof of goodwill, but he remains cautious. At first he does not believe it is her. He is shocked by the thought that before him stands the famous King of Medicine, and her youthful appearance does not match the legend associated with her name. Under his watchful gaze, she became embarrassed, but Saren politely introduced herself. She sensed his skepticism, but did not show any nervousness. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Soren said she came for help and to establish connections between her hall and the Golden Wall Trading Guild. She gently offers to check Tezan's pulse and, hearing about the deterioration of his health, insists that her skills can truly help. Amused by the moment, the guests nearby whispered that they sensed not only the formation of a political alliance, but possibly the beginning of something more personal. Siren drives away her anxiety. Although Tayson irritates her with his coldness, she reminds herself that she must save the Hall of 1,000 Medicines. Tazin silently studies her, expressionless. Soren becomes embarrassed, doubting his intentions, and a quiet tension grows between them. Breaking the silence, Tayson calmly rejects her proposal. His refusal sounds firm and leaves no room for argument. Cho Siren, head of the Hall of 1,000 Remedies, asks to check Biocasen's pulse and insists, although other doctors are skilled, her experience may prove indispensable in his case. Observers feel Cho Siren's strength and are confident that Biocasen is stunned. Although inside he doubts her intentions, he senses her influence and reluctantly considers the possibility of cooperation. Biotessen, however, remains silent and inscrutable. His expression has become tense from caution. Vioktessen suddenly and without hesitation rejects Cho Siren's proposal, coldly saying he does not need her help, and this sharp rebuff stuns everyone, especially Cho Siren, who looks at him in complete disbelief. Whispers spread instantly. Cho Siren, one of the 3 flowers of Miram, has never before experienced such an obvious refusal. Cho Siren, apparently worried, reminds Bayuku Tazin who she is, and that she has medical authority, but he remains calm. Her status as hall chief does not affect his decision. Byeoktaisen turns away and throws a final farewell, voice calm but contemptuous. Cho Siren rushes after him, insists that her medical skills are genuine and unlike others, and begs for a chance to prove her worth. Björk Tayson calmly questions the point of checking the pulse of a person who has already recovered. His remark leaves her speechless, and the doctors nearby awkwardly try to calm the situation. Senior doctors suggest starting a light conversation about medicine to ease the mood, but hidden motives lie behind this proposal. They see an opportunity for themselves. By keeping Cho Soren busy with chatter, they can take advantage of her knowledge and distribute the work. The doctor-writer nervously agrees, deciding that it is better to cooperate than to resist. Cho Siren, though hesitant, reluctantly agrees and joins them. The group is impressed by how quickly Cho Siren agreed to cooperate, and they greet her decision with joyful exclamations. Joserine, though boiling inside with irritation, hid it behind a determined smile and vowed to prove her worth and make the Byakhtis recognize her. Later, Cho Sarun begins analyzing the newly developed pill and enthusiastically praises its practical design and simple ingredients, impressed by the accessible formula and refined effectiveness. Cho Soren precisely tossed the pill into the air, and her sudden movement instantly drew the attention of everyone around. She leapt up lightning fast, nearly colliding with another doctor, and her movements were deliberate and smooth. Bouncing off the wall, she adjusted her trajectory in midair and firmly landed with the medicine bottle in her hands, while the pill safely fell back into her reach. With nimble movements, Cho Saran takes several herbs from the upper shelves and makes her way through the warehouse alone. The doctor nearby watched in quiet admiration. He realized that she had already identified which herbs were needed and how to improve the original formula. An observer from Anator confirmed her reputation, noting that a person of her level would not have earned the title of medical king without true mastery. Returning to the cauldron, Cho Soren added the new ingredients she had gathered. She closely watched as the fire under the cauldron enlivened the mixture. The boiling mixture filled the air with a pleasant aroma, and even the doctors nearby could not hide their surprise at this change. Her improvement impressed everyone around, and she calmly said that she was ready to continue cooperating with other doctors. After Cho Soren and her team joined the Golden Wall estate, they began working closely with local healers, and very quickly their help became simply indispensable. At the next session, Cho's Siran confirmed the updated formula still heals, even better restores internal energy and reduces overall expenses. While conducting research, some workers in the background caused chaos, and Cho Saren's assistant, drowning in a sudden surge of work, begged for help. Cho Siren brushed off the complaints, calling this chaos part of their training, and instead of easing their burden, rushed to deal with more urgent matters. When asked about Master Biox's condition, the doctor said that his meridians were once damaged, but since then have significantly recovered. Cho, for example, froze at this discovery. She had come only to check his pulse, but the mention of interrupted meridians and rumors about a rare constitution made her reconsider her initial assumptions. Cho Saren pondered the shocking truth. Once Bioktaizen had interrupted meridians, and this detail overturned her understanding because she associated it with rumors about his ability to defeat Half-Jiangshi. She knew this and could not walk away. Curiosity and professional duty forced her to verify the truth herself. Resolutely, Cho Siren rushed down the corridor the next morning, caught up with Bioktaizen with a radiant smile, and again offered to check his pulse. Bioktaizen, calm and unshakable, rejected her request. Again, although she tirelessly asked, his answer remained unchanged, firm and final. The following days, Cho Siren did not stop. She tried in all circumstances, for food, in chance encounters, and even in the most tense moments, but each time she received refusals. Every attempt ended with a refusal, no matter the situation or how she approached. Bioktaizen always pushed her away and did not change his attitude. After several days of unsuccessful attempts, Bioktaizen finally acknowledged her persistence. He admitted that she relentlessly chased him and did not give up. Cho Siren proudly accepted this title and resolutely declared that as a doctor she was devoted to saving lives. Her face was sincere and unwavering. Bioktaizen was silent, embarrassed by the sincerity of her words. For the first time, her determination seemed to touch him. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an outsider who questioned Cho Soren's decision, challenged her ties with the Marama alliance, and coldly hinted at political consequences. Cho Siren was confused, but the anxiety only intensified when Bioktaizen hinted that the recent troubles of the Hall of 1,000 Medicines were not accidental. The conversation became tense. They began seriously considering the possibility of sabotage. Bioktaizen asked if someone was targeting the hall to capture it. The doctor confirmed the suspicions. The Marama alliance really supported it, but their actions only increased the hall's debts and caused doubts about their intentions. Although they helped during the crisis, their actions did not at all align with the values they declared. Bioktaizen ordered a deeper investigation into this matter. Finally, Bioktaizen asked the doctor if he knew why Cho Siren so persistently sought to take his pulse. The answer was simple. She was passionately interested in his unique structure, the very one that could defeat Half-Jiangshi. Bioktaizen admitted to himself. His interest in the Hall of 1,000 Medicines was not accidental. If someone claimed it, he would take it for himself. When Cho Sar was bathing in the sunset, Bioktaizen extended his hand and offered her the opportunity that had long been denied to her, to read his pulse, but warned, only if she truly wanted to. Suddenly stunned, Cho Siren immediately agreed. She firmly grasped his hand and prepared to finally begin her long-awaited examination. Cho Siren touched his wrist, and her expression instantly changed. A sudden shock passed through her fingertips, and the sensations overwhelmed her unexpectedly. With focused hands and calm breathing, she continued reading, but her thoughts were confused and in disarray. Cho Soren froze in surprise. What she saw contradicted all previous assumptions. His pulse showed no signs of damage, strange deviations, or chronic illnesses. When asked to assess, Cho looked at her and hesitated. Bioktaizen's condition was completely normal, although rumors said otherwise. She found no trace of meridian damage or any extraordinary constitution. The body was entirely ordinary, which was simply astonishing considering his feats. Bioktaizen, calmly smiling, teased her about her disappointment. His casual response concealed more than it revealed. Before Cho So-rin could respond, an urgent messenger from the Outer Muram Alliance suddenly ran in with alarming news. There was a crisis in Yuchang involving half Jiangxi. This news stunned everyone. A swarm of half Jiangxi advanced and instantly threw the region into danger. Understanding the urgency, Cho took off and returned to Byoktasan, feeling the seriousness of the report and preparing to respond. Byoktasan quickly gave the order to prepare the team for departure to Yuchang and instructed Cho So-rin to follow without delay. He also called on the guards and other necessary people to support the mission. The situation was urgent, so it was necessary to act quickly and coherently. The doctors rushed to justify why they were here on the battlefield. After several chaotic arguments, Byoktasan agreed to take both with him, knowing that their medical skills might come in handy. Byoktasan returned to Cho So-rin and invited her to join the mission. She froze in surprise, hesitated a little, but curiosity pushed her to agree. He reminded her of her desire to see his power with her own eyes. Without waiting for further questions, he ordered her to prepare. Their path was decided. Yuchang, their target, hunting the half Jiangxi. At sunset, the huge headquarters of the Yuchang River Martial Alliance stood in silence, its roofs lit by lanterns casting long shadows over the fortified complex, and the evening calm hinted at an ordinary night without incidents, only routine patrols and quiet conversations. Two guards by the gates chatted indifferently, recalling the recent calm after the incident with the Black Iron clan. They leaned on their weapons and did not suspect that this silence was about to break. Mocking the fact that there were few robots and Master Byoke decided everything himself, the air was still. But a little beyond the walls, something stirred in the darkness. In the distance, a disturbance was noticed. A shadowy figure rapidly approached through the thick fog. They squinted into the haze, frightened by what resembled a pack of creatures moving strangely fast, and when the figures became clearer, their faces filled with horror. Monstrous creatures with red eyes burst out, rushing to the gates. The guards recognized them not as wolves, but as humanoid beasts, and the half-beast Jiangxi, a terrible combination of undead and beast, was advancing with dazzling speed, and the guards screamed in confusion and fear as the attackers crashed upon them. The dead jumped into the air and fell on the guards, tearing them with claws and fangs. Blood splattered on the stone floor. Screams echoed in the walls. The patrol was destroyed in seconds. Those above screamed in panic, recognizing the attackers as they really were, half Jiangxi. One commander urgently ordered the fortress gates to be closed, his voice trembling as the creatures clawed at the doors. The monsters crashed into the wooden gates with explosive force. The boards splintered, dust rose, and the stones cracked under their pressure. Amid the chaos appeared a lone figure. Behind the monsters stood a pale boy with white hair and burning red eyes, silently watching, stunned by what was happening. The defenders fired questions, but froze. His youthful appearance did not at all match the terrifying aura emanating from him. The boy smiled sinisterly and asked what difference it made if they found out who he was. His hands blazed with red energy and the ground trembled beneath him. Without any warning, he unleashed a barrage of demonic power. The explosion surged forward like a red wave smashing the earth and walls. The fortress gates exploded in flames and the crimson energy scorched everything in its path, leaving nothing but destruction and fear. The blast near the gates sent a shockwave throughout the fortress. A scarlet stream of energy tore the ground apart, and the half Jiangxi charged forward without hesitation, protected by the boy's stunning power. A swarm of undead broke through the shattered entrance in tight formation, as if it were an elite battalion, not mindless monsters. Amid the chaos, the defenders looked into shocked eyes. Some were already guessing whether the boy leading the assault had died in the explosion, or had turned into something even more terrible. One warrior expressed a fragile hope that the mysterious enemy had perished in the blast, but that thought was instantly dispelled. The entities attacked again. The boy was alive, and his red-eyed servants rushed forward with renewed fury, their claws tearing soldiers who failed to react in time. Panic spread. The defenders shouted warnings loudly. Half the Jiangxi broke through the inner walls, and those remaining fled, trying to break free from the pressure. Cries echoed as bodies flew through the air. The fortress burned, and the undead wrought havoc, breaking towers and sowing chaos in every corner. Amid the ruins, a calm voice called a name. The boy standing unharmed amid the flames smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Hayao Kriyan-yun," he said, as if announcing that he was the one behind this nightmarish event. By dawn, the River Combat Alliance was in complete disarray. The attackers disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind only ruins and silence. At the Golden Wall Estate, Captain Sailor Dio reported, and realized that the enemy was becoming more organized with each attack. Those creatures moved like trained soldiers, not wild beasts. And worse, they attacked not only one group. In Yuchang, representatives of the other gender were also besieged. A woman in the council hall noticed that those half-Jiangxi were just puppets. If they showed tactics, it meant someone was commanding them. Zimin confirmed her suspicions. They had long been trying to find the organizer, but that figure remained elusive, appearing, striking, and retreating with the same precision. Although antidotes against the pills that enhanced blood had been given, the defense was cracking at the seams. The situation was critical, and no one knew when or where the blow to the neck would fall. In a quiet meeting, two strategists discussed the growing threat. The antidote to the blood-enhancing pill had saved many lives but was losing its strength, and they feared the enemy had already developed a new countermeasure. A figure in a cloak listened silently and bitterly thought about his weakness. Although he had restored damaged meridians, his current soul energy was pitifully weak compared to when he was a heavenly demon, full of determination. He announced that it was time to move. With a cold smile, he whispered that he intended to suck the life force from every enemy they encountered. When all preparations were complete, a squad to Yuchang was chosen, led by Bio, wrapped in confidence and surrounded by reliable comrades. HWAOK and Psi BI were the first to join. They stepped forward with calm, unwavering determination, ready for the upcoming journey. Behind them walked the Cheyenne warrior and Cillian. Their presence made the group stronger. Two more stepped forward, the divine doctor and the eccentric healer. Though known as eccentrics, they were unmatched in skill. Then suddenly a blurred silhouette flashed by. A martial arts master gracefully jumped down, her movements precise and powerful as she struck the training dummy in the middle. Her display in the air ended with a controlled landing. Naturally, she too was supposed to be part of the mission. To the side, a young girl sighed with relief. She thought she would be passed over, but her hopes were quickly shattered. She was told to stay and continue training. Disappointment showed on her face as the others left without her. She lingered in the doorway and watched the team disappear. Nearby, unnoticed, stood a white-haired girl with an inscrutable expression. A commotion broke out. The girl was not from their sect. Why had Master Biap brought her? The mysterious girls remained silent, only watching intently. Others, irritated, shouted questions that went unanswered. There was no time for explanations. A bio call to depart sounded, and the group rushed under the clear sky straight into the unknown. One of the group members asked Master Bayuk how they would get to Yuchang, and she smiled. Carriages and ships were already ready if needed. Biak easily dismissed the offer and explained that instead they would use the art of mobility, an advanced combat technique, and arrive before nightfall. His calm voice spread waves of panic among others. Most were simply not ready for such an extreme journey. Groaning, some whispered that their torment had just begun. Now a comfortable journey could only be dreamed of. Many doctors bitterly regretted leaving the pharmacy hall, their faces filled with despair. The idea of running hundreds of kilometers was simply unthinkable. Bielk, however, remained calm and quietly assured them, "I will not allow any of you to perish." Later, this journey was forever etched in the memory of each one. While Master Bioke walked easily ahead, the rest gave all their strength until the end. No matter how much they ran, they could not catch up. Bioke's pace was steady and relentless, and the others only stumbled in his wake. Each time someone was on the verge of collapse, their inner energy miraculously replenished just enough for them to keep going. They were forced to continue without rest. Not even fainting was allowed, and the relentless pace exhausted both mind and body. Complaints turned into pleas. They realized that only Bio could manipulate their energy so precisely and so cruelly. They nicknamed that journey Hell of Mobility Arts. When it got dark, they finally reached Yaiken in Hubei province. Broken from exhaustion, they collapsed. The group marveled that they had traveled 500 kilometers in one day, but confusion still remained. They froze before a terrifying complex. The girl quietly asked, "Was this the former base of the Black Iron clan after the attack of the Semi-Jiangxi?" The River Military Alliance took control of the place. But when chaos only intensified in Yuchang, they had to retreat. Now abandoned, the complex was deserted for only 5 days. But even in such a short time, Bio does not believe that nothing strange happened. Clenching his fist, Bio prepared himself and resolutely said that it was impossible for this place to be empty. Without hesitation, Bio threw red pills into the air. The group watched as they flew over the camp wall. In a moment, muffled explosions sounded from inside, confirming his suspicions. Something was hiding inside. Groans and growls sounded. From the darkness fell several distorted people, pale and stiff, Semi-Jiangxi, who still swarmed this place. Bio issued a chilling warning. If even one of his allies got a scratch, the attackers would feel his wrath. His presence flared with deadly intent. The semi-Jiangshi lunged forward, but was knocked down by a devastating energy strike. When the enemy howled in pain, one of the younger allies froze with wide-open eyes, stunned, realizing the full depth of his power.